Transported to a high martial world where others strive to cultivate diligently. You skip class every day to work odd jobs, all because you awakened a daily settlement panel, while others exhaust their resources, selling pots and pans to gulp down elixirs just to boost their stats. You grow stronger simply by working, delivering food grants +1 agility and +1 driving skills, walking dogs and scooping poop gives +1 strength and +1 spirit. In class 3 of the senior year at Chengtu County High School, Shenbei, what's the meaning of handing in a blank history test? Afraid you'll rewrite history? Teacher Shinro stood at the podium, grabbing a piece of chalk and flicking it forward, hitting me square on the head. Ow, what was that for? I rubbed my forehead and yelped as the other students turned to look at Shinbei, snickering under their breaths. With the martial exam approaching, how could Shinbei still afford to space out? Had he given up on himself? With his 4 core attributes falling short, he'd never become a martial artist, destined to live as a lesser being. Shinbei, explain yourself. If you're slacking off in martial studies, fine, but now you're neglecting the liberal arts too? I clicked my tongue. Teacher, that's unfair. How so? There were no other test takers around me, nowhere to copy from. Shinro's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she raised her hand. Go stand in the hallway. I shrugged and left the classroom under the mocking gazes of my classmates. I didn't obediently stand in the hallway as punished. Instead, I pushed open a first-floor window, climbed out, and skipped class altogether. Finding a secluded spot, I focused my mind, and a panel appeared before me. Yesterday's settlement rewards were as follows. Completed 1 hour of unloading goods, earned 100 coins, +1 constitution, completed 1 hour of food delivery, earned 40 coins, +1 movement speed, +1 driving skills, completed 1 hour of dog walking and poop scooping, earned 20 coins, +1 strength, +1 spirit. Just now in class, as a transmigrator, I suddenly awakened a daily settlement panel. This world is vastly different from Blue Star. It's a place where demonic beasts run rampant, martial artists reign supreme, and the strong dominate. If you can't become a martial artist, you're relegated to the fringes of society. After transmigrating, my 4 core attributes were severely below standard, not even meeting the average passing line of other students. Getting into a martial arts university seemed like a pipe dream. With barely any savings, I had no choice but to go out and work yesterday to scrape together some money for basic necessities, only to accidentally trigger the awakening of the daily settlement panel. After analyzing it, I was exhilarated. Hauling cement and moving bricks yesterday was labor-intensive, not only earning extra money but also boosting my constitution and strength. Delivering takeout and climbing stairs increased my movement speed, and my riding skills improved from mastering the electric bike. Walking the husky, which was hard to control, boosted my strength, while the smell of its waste tortured my spirit, hence the +1 to mental resilience. As long as I keep working, turning my life around is a sure thing. My eyes gleamed with excitement, and I immediately felt the urge to dive back into work. Getting into a martial arts university is no easy feat. It demands high baseline attributes from applicants, with a comprehensive attribute score of at least 60 points. My last school assessment was downright pitiful. Strength, constitution, mental resilience, and agility added up to a meager 42 points. For most students, improving any attribute is incredibly difficult, requiring expensive elixirs to force enhancements. These elixirs cost a fortune, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands per pill, far beyond what ordinary families can afford. But now, I don't need to envy anyone. No expensive elixirs, no draining my wallet. I can even boost my attributes while earning money, leaving others in the dust. Right now, I had no interest in class. Rolling up my sleeves, I headed straight to the labor market to scout for jobs. Shortly after arriving, a van pulled up at the entrance, and a bald boss clutching a small leather bag shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, 1 laborer needed. The job is wall demolition, small wall. $120 when it's done. Not a bad gig, with a fair rate." A crowd of laborers immediately surged forward. I slipped into the van's driver's seat, started the engine, and honked the horn. "Boss, let's go." The bald boss was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and opened the passenger door. "You're quite the character, kid. Alright, you're hired, let's go." I was sweating profusely as I swung a sledgehammer in a newly purchased house under renovation. The bald boss standing nearby winced at the sight and quickly reached out to stop me. "Young man, I gotta ask, we agreed on 120 for this wall, but with each swing costing $80. My heart can't take this pounding." I wiped the sweat from my forehead and replied, "That's just my work chant, no shady price hikes here." The bald boss sighed in relief. "Good to hear, carry on then." About an hour later, I finished the job, and the boss promptly paid me the agreed 120 yuan. I left my contact info. "Boss, call me for future gigs." Then I hurried straight back to the labor market. That evening, I landed another job, moving a set of equipment into a house. The gear was heavy, so the employer had hired 4 or 5 laborers. When we arrived at Mingwan Hill Community, I couldn't help but gawk. This was Chengdu County's famous villa district, home to the wealthy and influential. Soon after, a truck pulled up to the villa's entrance, and the employer waved us over. Come on, this is the equipment. Just carry it inside carefully. It's a 4D scanner, valuable stuff. My jaw nearly hit the ground as I stared at the device in the truck, stunned. A 4D scanner? The kind that checks attributes? Exactly. These things are hard to come by. Usually only schools or government agencies have them. Looks like a used one. The other laborers chattered before climbing onto the truck to lift the massive machine with poles and soft ropes. Instantly, the weight of the equipment made my blood surge and my face turn red with strain. At that very moment, someone tapped me on the shoulder, and a voice as melodious as a lark's rang out. So this is where you've been, Shunbei, skipping class to work as a laborer. My heart skipped a beat. That voice was all too familiar. It was my deskmate, Jian Tong. What was she doing here? Already burdened with a heavy load, the light tap made me lose my balance. With a misstep, there was a loud clang as one corner of the equipment crashed to the ground. You unlucky kid, causing trouble right after school. The employer crouched down with a pained expression, inspecting the damage to the equipment. Rubbing my shoulder, I asked in a low, bewildered voice, who's the employer? My dad, Jian Shan. I was completely taken aback. Jian Tong turned out to be a little rich girl. She paid no attention to the equipment, crossing her arms instead. Why are you skipping class again? Teacher Gu Shinro was furious and said she's going to visit your house. I clicked my tongue. Then I won't go home tonight. So you're saying that to avoid Teacher Gu Shinro? You're not going to school tomorrow either? You're so sharp. Then why not just drop out? I shook my head. No way. I still need to get into Wu University. Jian Tong's beautiful, autumn water-like eyes gleamed with a mix of surprise and doubt. You? Wu University? What? You don't think I can? I straightened my back, putting on a defiant expression. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. After inspecting the equipment, Jian Tong's father, Jian Shan, said, just a broken wire, no big deal, carry it inside. With renewed effort, I and the other laborers lifted the equipment again, carefully moving it into the villa. Once the equipment was in place, Jian Shan settled the wages, and I earned 200 yuan for this job. After the other laborers left, I lingered behind, gazing enviously at the testing equipment. After all, the testing devices at school weren't always available. Jian Tong stretched lazily beside me. Stay for dinner, and then you can test whether all that attribute grinding has paid off. How about it? Nah, I've got food deliveries to make later. Jian Tong's eyes widened. Are you trying to earn every last penny in Chengdu County? Give it a rest. You're a student, your main task is studying. I grinned. Woman, you just don't get it. Later, as I passed by the restaurant, Jian Shan warmly called out, Shenbei, you're my daughter's classmate and even share a desk with her. Come sit and eat. I have something to say to you. I naturally knew what Jian Shan wanted to say, things like marrying within one social class or don't get any ideas about my daughter, the kind of caution every father would have. I grabbed a chicken leg from the table and ran off, saying, thanks for the hospitality, uncle. Let's talk another day. Amid the roaring sound of the motorcycle, I was cloaked in yellow, wearing my food delivery uniform, delivering takeout to customers. I clearly felt that after yesterday's panel reward of +1 to writing skills, my handling had become more proficient. The little electric scooter beneath me seemed to transform into a grand BMW, weaving through the endless stream of traffic and charging recklessly, startling female drivers into shrieks of alarm. This delivery order was for a female customer. The note read, send a handsome guy, or I'll leave a bad review. So I was quite sure it was a woman. But when I knocked on the door at the given address, out came not a beauty but a man with a buzz cut, round face, full beard, and glasses. Leaning against the doorframe, he chuckled gruffly and said, hey there, handsome, care for some sausage? Shenbei's chrysanthemums tightened. I'll eat your ass. Bam closes the door to the room and falls away. Shenbei couldn't help but sigh that delivery was really a profession that exercised people. Any kind of demon can be encountered. After delivering a few orders, the address of the last order surprised Shenbei a little. Surprisingly, it's upstairs in the neighborhood where you live. Shenbei frowned. Isn't the upstairs of my house empty and hasn't anyone been living there? With a few doubts, Shenbei took the order. After picking up your meal, return to the neighborhood on a small electric donkey. Shenbei's parents left behind a legacy of a set of old dilapidated neighborhood buildings. Old enough that this neighborhood has sent several generations of residents away and is still standing strong and not collapsing. Broken to the point where a wrist-thick tree is growing out of the roof and no one cares. Old enough to snap off a random brick and sell it as an antique. There is no property in this neighborhood, but there is a security guard. Several stray dogs occupy the janitor's room, and the paycheck only requires residents to throw a few bones. However, the residents here are hopeful about the future. As soon as you enter the neighborhood, you can see the word demolition spray painted on the walls of the buildings in large, unusually fresh letters. The word demolition is a big one. When it comes to what business is the most lucrative, it is undoubtedly demolition. The house moved, Lamborghini. The house a stake, Panamera. When the house moves, the Range Rover moves. The word demolition is sprayed, and the Big Ben is mentioned immediately. These hiatuses are not passed down for nothing. Both Blue Star and this high martial world are a flavor. Just Shinbei in this neighborhood taste a little stale. This word demolition has been spewed for over a decade now, and no developer at all has waved a bill and told residents to take their money and get out. In the midst of the wind and rain, the demolition should have come off a long time ago. But the residents of this neighborhood are particularly fond of the word. Whenever the word demolition could not hold on and was about to fall off, someone would always spray it back on. Shinbei could only sigh. It's better to expect this neighborhood to be demolished and get rich than to expect yourself to get into martial arts. Come downstairs. Shinbei carried the takeout upstairs. Cross over to the 3rd floor of your own home. Came to the 4th floor and knocked on the door. Soon. A rather fierce-looking man with a hazy aura walked out. Your takeaway. Shinbei handed it over. The man gave a nasal hum. This house, did you buy it or rent it? Shinbei asked a curious question. The man raised his eyes and a fierce light swept over. What's it to you? Shinbei said, I live downstairs, this house isn't waterproof very well, I'm just reminding you that you must use a bucket when you take a bath, otherwise water will seep into my room. Oh? The man hooked the corner of his mouth. In that case, I'm not really sure, when I rented it, the landlord didn't tell me about it either. Shinbei tilted his head, they're all neighbors upstairs and downstairs, it's good to know. The man nodded and suddenly asked, by the looks of you, you should be a student, right? Why are you still delivering food? Doesn't your family care? Shinbei immediately said, Tuba, how not to care, beat me 3 times a day, but earn your own pocket money to spend. That's true. The man smiled, come up for a visit sometime. Good. Shinbei also instructed before leaving, don't forget to give a 5-star review. Leave the 4th floor. Shinbei had a backstabbing feeling of being gazed at. When Shinbei turned around violently, the man slammed the door suddenly. Shinbei scratched his head, this person feels weird. I can't say what's so strange, like there's a fury. Shinbei didn't think much of it. Made a call to my employer to ask if I needed to slip a 2-hander tonight. The employer across the street has time today, Shinbei didn't earn a commission for this job, and it feels like a loss of $100 million. Back in front of the house. Just opened the door to the room. As if she were a ghost, Ms. Gu Shinro suddenly appeared behind Shinbei. Shinbei only felt a pungent fragrance coming in. That Ms. Gu Shinro's unique feminine touch. Gu Shinro twisted his ear, but I've finally blocked you. Violent home visits don't hit the mark. Shinbei said with his teeth showing. Poor mouth, get in there for me. Gu Shinro shoved Shinbei into the house. Into the house. Gu Shinro was instead checking from room to room as if she were returning to her own home. Shinbei looked on speechlessly and said, Teacher, you switched careers to become a patrolman? Gu Shinro did have her own words, I'm checking to see if you're harboring a woman, otherwise at school age, why are you desperately trying to make money? The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. Let's just say, what do you have to do with me keeping a woman? That's a bit much for a teacher, isn't it? At this moment, Gu Shinro pointed at the toilet paper inside the paper basket and exclaimed with an annoyed face, do you have any misunderstanding about physiology class? Shinbei rubbed his temples and said defensively, he caught a cold the other day. Gu Shinro's white face suddenly rose a touch of redness, and a pair of jade pearl-like eyes stared at the trash can tightly, saying, which? Teacher misunderstood. Then, Gu Shinro added with a stern face, saying, even if you live alone, you still have to pay attention to cleaning. Shinbei yawned, ah. Right. Gu Shinro squatted on the sofa and officially started the home visit. However, Shinbei's attention was completely distorted. But after seeing Gu Shinro sit down, her round and firm buttocks protruded the back hem of the dress into tantalizing curves that tantalized her heartstrings. The outlines of her straight, slender legs loomed and swirled beneath the surface of her skirt. Say, what do you really think? Gu Shinro's moth brows furrowed with worry and sighs as she looked straight at Shinbei, the delinquent student. Shinbei gulped, honestly? Gu Shinro nodded. Shinbei said with a serious face, "Bother the teacher to wait for me for a few years, even though you are 3 years older than me, but a woman is older than me and holds a golden brick." Gu Shinro raised her ribbed eyebrows. "What are you talking about at?" Gu Shinro was stunned speechless as she listened, her beautiful eyes narrowed into two thin slits, refracting a gaze that wanted to eat people. Shinbei slapped his head and let out a high, which I misunderstood. Why is that so familiar? Gu Shinro frowned deeper and deeper, hanging eyebrows and sighed lightly. Not the teacher said you look at your family as what conditions? In the future, you can find a 5 marriages not, although the teacher does not have a boyfriend, but you do not think about it. 5 marriages? Shinbei felt that his teacher's words were too unpleasant. Am I that bad? 5 marriages. The engine must be leaking oil, right? The driver's side windshield must be gone. Or what? Gu Shinro spread her hands, the hair at the back of her head following her cicatrices as she swayed from side to side, and said again. With all the martial arts and the liberal arts pulling crotch, what else can you accomplish? The words were piercing to the ears, and Shinbei couldn't help but be mortified at hearing them. Teacher, if I pass the martial arts exam, what is the reward? Gu Shinro froze, her beautiful eyes gently tightened, her gaze trembling slightly. You? Good, if you pass the exam, the teacher will let you have a kiss. That's what you said. Shinbei licked his lips, extremely excited. Gu Shinro just wanted to advise Shinbei not to be high-minded, but to be down to earth. Just then, her phone rang. After answering, Gu Shinro instantly furrowed her forehead and worried eyebrows, her gaze vibrating. Chapter 4 Settlement Rewards. Shinbei also saw that after Gu Shinro answered, she instantly became worried. Teacher, what's wrong? Gu Shinro put away the phone, her expression became stagnant, she stood up, but then she sat down gracefully, although her posture was skillful and elegant, clouds were visible between her eyebrows. She said gruffly, my brother is back. Shinbei cocked his head. On the contrary, I had heard of Gu Shinro's brother, who seemed to be called Gu Changfeng. It's a public official of the Ridge City Patrol, a second-grade martial artist. In this small place of Changtu County, it can also be said that the reputation is not small and the strength is not low. But Gu Changfeng came back from the city, why Gu Shinro fretted. Soon Shinbei got a shocking case. Gu Shinro said again, this time, my brother came back on official business, hunting down a headhunter clan peripheral member. Hearing these words, Shinbei took a deep breath and suppressed his suddenly accelerated heartbeat. Headhunters. This is an organization of high-level assassins known around the world. The uppermost organization is said to have 8 assassins that roam every corner of the world. As long as the money is there, there's no one they're afraid to kill. At the same time, the headhunters are the subject of siege by various countries. But the 8 killers are exceptionally mysterious, going in and out without a trace. Even what they look like is up for debate. If the 8 killers don't die, the headhunters are like weeds that can't be burned clean and live on. And the most direct test to become a member of the headhunters is to kill. Even some of the smaller countries have them in every regime change. It can be said that every member is an elite among martial artists. And most of these members, for the most part, come from the wild side. The martial arts fighting style was extremely secretive and unpredictable, with many variations. The sets are flexible and not rigid. Extremely difficult. According to the legend of unreliable sources, among the 8 assassins, there is a martial artist named 9 Lives of Hanging Crow, who is keen on collecting the cheeks of handsome men. Each face skin was made into a specimen and placed within the chamber. Every time the students talked about the terrifying figure of the 9 Lives of the Hanging Crow, they were all chilled to the bone. Shinbei all had the urge to disfigure his face. At this moment, Shinbei said with a question, could it be that this peripheral member fled to our Changtu County? Gu Shinro nodded, it's rare that you have a bright brain. You're just being insulting. I'm one of those neighbors who say this kid is smart, but his mind isn't on his studies. However, Shinbei didn't want to argue his IQ with Gu Shinro, fearing that Gu Shinro would pull his IQ to her level and then defeat himself with his rich experience. Teachers are good at that. Shinbei asked bluntly, even if a criminal escapes to our place, the teacher doesn't have to be nervous, right? It's not that simple. Gu Shinro's gelatinous sexy red lips pursed slightly, her brows were depressed as she continued. My brother said that this criminal seems to be keen on brutally murdering 18-year-old boys and girls and digging out their hearts to make medicine, which is said to be able to enrich chi and blood and prolong life. Hearing this, Shinbei had a vicious chill. I also understand why Ms. Gu Shinro was a million times more nervous. All the students. of the first high school who are about to take the martial arts examination are 18 years old. In other words, many students, including Shinbei himself, were the hunting targets of this criminal. If this criminal is not returned to justice one day, I'm afraid it will cause a city-wide panic and be a deadly threat to the students. As for the 18-year-old heart alchemy, did it work? That's a lot of talk. It's like elephant muscles, you say this stuff is great for little old me. Hell knows if it's complimentary or not. It's also possible that it's a little more psychological. Gu Shinro's home visit was short. She had to rush back to the school and talk to the principal about whether or not to have a school-wide vacation. Less students meet with misfortune on their way out of school. At the same time, Gu Shinro also warned Shinbei to keep his mouth shut. If the news leaks, there is no Shinbei good juice to eat. Shinbei smashed his mouth. What a joke, this kind of dream is afraid, who eyed a leg pain around to proclaim. After Gu Shinro left, Shinbei washed up. Getting into bed, he lifted his own little quilt a couple of times and got in. Pull out your cell phone. Swipe the video beautifully. Shinbei's video account was raised for a long time, and it took big data to locate Shinbei's hobbies. A pretty young lady is flirty dancing in front of the camera and seems to be playing the scrub show for a living. Ugh, these ladies are going to great lengths to please me. Truly a sister's waist, a life-sapping knife. I've spent my life doing good deeds and swiped this video that makes sense. But the thought that I can't worry about it bothers me. The next day, Shinbei stretches to get up. The first thing I did was grab my phone and read the group message. Gu Shinro did not give notice of today's closure. Shinbei was a little weird. That's a peripheral member of the Headhunter clan, specializing in killing fresh meat and fairies. It's not even a vacation? Shinbei didn't think much about it, cooked a pot of rice porridge, and then picked up a spicy salted cucumber from within the old altar. Place 2 buns inside the steamer basket. Go to the bathroom and wash up before breakfast is ready. Just in time. The corner of Shinbei's eye jumped. A few lines of text sprang up. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Completed wall smashing, gained money plus 120, strength plus 1, accuracy plus 1. Completed portering, gained money plus 200, strength plus 1, physique plus 1, spirit plus 1, Jansen favorability 100. Completed delivery job, gained money plus 50, agility plus 1, spirit plus 1, someone's attention plus 50. Shinbei took a general look. I didn't realize that there were some other bizarre messages littering the landscape. The first item to smash the wall and increase the power was still expected by Shinbei. But how come there's still a precision? This thing doesn't fall within the 4-dimensional properties either. If anything, it's a matter of accuracy in hot firearms. You know, although this world is a high martial world. But hot weapons still have a place. In particular, the modified large-caliber pistols and sniper rifles were still a threat to low-level martial artists. Even some martial artists were using large-caliber modified pistols to fire a wave of shots at each other first, even if they shot each other through the skin or the bullet casings were embedded in the bones, although there was no lethal threat. But it can also be a huge advantage in the close fights that follow. It is evident that a weapon like a pistol is never out of fashion. Just ignore the first one. There was also a spiritual attribute added the next day, which was supposed to be a spiritual compensation for Jane Child tapping herself on the shoulder and scaring herself enough. As for the employer, Jansen, who also appeared in the settlement rewards, it was still a good feeling that fell through the floor. It should be his own leaving that father-in-law, let Jane Mountain break defense. As for the last article, just let Shinbei be confused. Delivered over a dozen orders last night. That means there are more than a dozen employers. There was no hint on the panel as to which employer was actually paying attention to him or her. Thinking about it, Shinbei once again tightened his chrysanthemums. He's not that ING Rainbow Man, is he? Shinbei instantly thought of this G&G guy. After all, one is just too handsome. So annoying. Shinbei revealed his white teeth in the mirror and admired himself alone. Shinbei decided that if he came across the Rainbow People's list again, he would directly throw it away and feed it to the dogs. Had breakfast. Shinbei wandered out the door, intending to report to school. After all, while taking martial arts was a top priority subject, signing up for school was also an indicator. It shows you're a student, not a street skater. If you want to take the regular martial arts path, origin is also one of the things that are examined. To the first high. He met Gu Shinru head-on. Shinbei chased after him, but his feet slipped, didn't break, and tailgate. Fall head over heels under Gu Shinro's skirt. Chapter 5. The teacher's pattern is so white, no, so big. Today's Gu Shinro was wearing a simple and light white dress, with her clear black hair and white skin, like a pure and clear little white flower. The world has often said that the view of a dress from above is not the same as the view of a dress from below. Shinbei said that this was very true. And a nod of approval. Shinbei. At this moment, Ms. Gu Shinro's head exploded. He or she is well on the campus path. Shinbei comes straight over with a slide tackle. To get inside your own skirt? At this moment, her immortal face revealed a look of shame visible to the naked eye. But her clear and bright face, though instantly red with shame, was like a brilliantly colored haze. Get your ass out here. Gu Shinro chided in a low voice. Shinbei out and said, Teacher, just move. Move it. Those 3 words came out. Gu Shinro couldn't help but think the wrong way. Her ice-clear jade face became hot in a flash, and a sense of shame mixed with pitch-black desire welled up in her heart, straightening up her gaze to become a little fluttering. The corners of her mouth and the edges of her eyebrows twisted horizontally from side to side a few times before she took a step forward, revealing Shinbei. Shinbei a cart push-up wanna come to the dashing movement to stand up. As a result, the nymphs were unable to complete their loads several times. Shinbei sighed. Just look at it, what's the point of pretending? Patting the dust on his body, Shinbei looked at Gu Shinro with a smile on his face. Good teacher. Good for you. Gu Shinrue looked at Shinbei with her cold and stern eyes and a pair of chiaroscuro eyebrows that were unwilling and indignant. Almost through gritted teeth, he said, Surprise me early in the morning? Shinbei proudly nodded. Yes, I came to school. Teacher Gu doesn't have to be so surprised. Did I say it was this? Gu Xianro knitted her brows and knitted her forehead as she spoke. Shinbei said, Teacher should still not dwell on the misunderstanding just now, it will not affect us all well. Gu Xianro was also a person who understood what was at stake, and after closing her eyes and taking a deep breath at the words, she slowly nodded her head. However, Gu Shinro still deflated her lips and said with an unhappy face, Next time, let's see how I'll get you. Shinbei. Don't get it. It'll play out. But Shinbei still had his heart in his mouth. After all, Gu Shinro was no ordinary teacher. The last brother, Gu Changfeng, that was a second-grade martial artist. At the same time, Gu Shinruo was also a first-grade martial artist. Let's put it this way, Gu Shinro can make Shinbei want to die with 5 fingers. Shinbei couldn't help but tremble at the thought. The two walked to their classroom. Shinbei asked curiously, We have murderous demons in Shantou County, what does the school think, is this how to treat the flowers of the motherland? Not to protect it? Gu Shinro stopped and looked Shinbei up and down. Are you the only one who is still the flower of the motherland? I think you're just a cactus. I'm sad. You still have a heart? The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched after hearing this. That's not a teacher. That's the devil. Then, Gu Shinro sighed and said, Do you know what it means to give up the child to catch the wolf? Shinbei's eyes instantly widened. How could he not understand? This peripheral member of the headhunter clan delights in killing 18-year-old fresh meat. By all rights, the school should be closed for the holidays, allowing the students to stay home and wait for Gu Changfeng to turn out the criminals before resuming normal teaching. And now, the school's approach runs counter to that. That's clearly using the students as bait. Isn't this a joke on the lives of the students? But Shinbei could also understand. In this world, as long as one is not a martial artist, the average person is just that. Calling it a trolley conundrum is not even classy enough. On one side, martial artists were tied to the railroad tracks. On one side is something very human like bound to the railroad tracks. What's the choice, need I say more? I don't think it can be, or at least it shouldn't be. Shinbei straightened his demeanor and spoke in a rather heavy tone. Gu Shinruo's dignified and beautiful cicatrization head slightly inclined. Your pattern is small. Not all students are bait. How? Gu Shinruo let out an unexpected soft sigh. I hope it's not you. After saying that, Gu Shinruo directly turned around and left. Shinbei? Don't be a riddler. After arriving at the classroom and signing in on the electronic screen, Shinbei's butt was not even warm when his deskmate, Jane Tong, arrived. She was wearing a turtleneck pale yellow fluffy top and dark skinny jeans underneath today. Long, glossy, silky hair is gathered in 2 strands on either side and held in place with crystal barrettes to create a princess hairstyle. The rounded, perky buttocks strained the jeans, and the legs wrapped around the leggings were not only straight but very long. The line where the jeans met the sweater split her frame into perfect golden proportions. Lovely and charming. Shinbei's eyes almost looked off. What are you looking at? Dock your eyeballs. Jane Tong opened her white tender hands and made the action of withholding, and also cut Shinbei a glance. Shinbei said with some confusion, "You eat pretty hard for breakfast, gunpowder mixed with bullets? Don't you know what you're doing?" Jane Child's voice drew up a few decibels as she spoke with wide eyes. What did I do? I was kind enough to keep you for dinner yesterday. What did you call my dad? Shinbei gave a forehead. Think of yesterday's settlement rewards. Old father-in-law broke the defense. Shinbei said with an apology, "I'm really sorry, it's me being abrupt," I shouted early. That's not true, you're just yelling, "Wait a minute." Only then did Jane Tong react, her wonderful eyes open roundly, her plain white pretty face twisted with anger. What shouting is early? Are you out of your mind? Shinbei spread his hands. You don't want to? I'll do it your ass. Jane Tong began to count down Shinbei. In addition to being handsome, what else do you have? What else you have? My intended must be a martial artist to begin with. I won't do it if I can't even get a 2nd grade. At least a 5th grade or better, not as handsome as you, and worse. And you have to be able to cook all kinds of good food, and you can't mind if I get fat. More importantly, no philandering and come home on time. Shinbei sniffed and leaned over the table, laughing. If I had your ability to dream like this, I wouldn't even take a look at you. Jane Tong was furious and pounded Shinbei. What do you mean? I'm not worthy of a 5th grade martial artist? Shinbei let out a playful laugh. Matching is matching, but think about it, how old are 5th grade martial artists now, guaranteed to be over 50 years old? All of them can be called brother and brother with your dad. If your dad knew that you were going to marry a 50-year-old man, that all GA pumped over. I'll call a father-in-law, and your father will steal the show. Having said that, Jane Child is in deep thought. However, Jane Tong still pinched her willow slender waist with a proud and delicate head and hummed softly, that must at least be a martial artist. Shinbei slammed the table. Watch it you. None of your business. Did you forget what I said yesterday? You call my dad father-in-law. Shinbei's face darkened. Can your focus be normal? Jane Child wanted to argue something else. Just then, Gu Shinro walked into the classroom with the principal and a few strangers. Gu Shinro clapped her hands and said with a serious face, "Class, be quiet." All the students looked over with puzzled faces. Gu Shinro cleared her throat and pointed at one of the men. This is Gu Changfeng, the inspector from Lingnan City. And all the students of the Martial Arts University in Lingnan City. Everyone knows Principal Zhang, so I won't introduce him. Gu Shinro looked around at the students and spoke again. Next I want to announce something. We're going to select a few students to go out into the county and complete some extracurricular activities. Shinbei looked stunned. Is this the pattern? Chapter 6, Yes, you are the bait. Shinbei initially didn't understand what Gu Shinru was talking about. But as Gu Shinro announced that she was going to select a few students within the class to do activities outside the school, Shinbei suddenly realized. Got it. Turns out it wasn't using the entire student body as bait. Instead, they pick a few unlucky ones among them and go wandering around the county trying to hook the headhunter outlier, the murderer. Shinbei knew with his toes that the students who were selected must be students with no hope in martial arts. That is, students who did not meet the 4-dimensional attributes after the last test. Shinbei smashed his mouth and muttered in his heart, bad food, what's wrong with being a little panicky? Sure enough. As Shinbei expected, the bald Principal Zheng patted his brain and hissed, seeming to be in a difficult position as well, not wanting to use his own students as bait, but having to do it. He said in a deep and timeless tone, "Students, today's off-campus activity topic, but it's going to be done under the watchful eye of Gu Changfeng and the Wushu students. The students who are chosen to follow their commands have extra points in the liberal arts for completing their tasks." The uninformed students roared and clamored, each with indignation and gibberish. What? Extra credit for liberal arts? I think it's extra points for martial arts? What's wrong with liberal arts? I'm not going then, might as well be at school in the air conditioning. Don't bother me with my martial arts prep, go away, go away. At this moment, Jane Child blinked her eyes, disliked Shinbei with her elbow, and asked softly, "What the hell is Mr. Gu up to?" "Nothing for you anyway, your bones are golden." Shinbei lazily lay down on the table and spoke in a sly manner. Jane Childs gave a blank look, a sour smell. "I've accumulated a lot of yin and yang in my past life." "It's just a casting technique. You talk a lot." Simple blared and pouted, "But it's no fun." Just then, on the podium, Gu Changfeng and Principal Zhang were pointing at the students below, still asking Gu Xinruo's opinion while doing so. "It's going to be the kind of person who looks like the face of a troubled student, so it's natural." "Yes, that would fit the profile of a truant." "Then there has to be a bottom line. No one who is or may be up to standard in all 4 dimensions can be chosen. After all, there is still some danger in this." A few people discussed it for a while. Gu Xinruo began to call the roll. "Wang Mang, you gang." One after another, 5 students stood up. Shenbei took a look. Well. Sure enough, they are all hopeless martial arts students. These students were still heckling and giggling, thinking it would be a good thing to add liberal arts points. And at this moment, Gu Xinruo was stuck. Principal Zhang urged, "One student is still missing, pick it out." Gu Xinruo stole a glance at Shinbei and coughed, "No more." Gu Changfeng narrowed his narrow eyes and asked, "How come it's gone?" "This report card shows one student with very stable grades, the bottom one, Shinbei, isn't that it?" Gu Xinruo's delicate face was slightly twisted, and her eyebrows overflowed with fury. "If I say there's nothing, there's nothing." Principal Zhang gave a heave and whispered, "Mr. Gu, this is a major case for the city to investigate. Haven't you seen the city's martial arts students bring out their help? If we don't get bloodthirsty at this time, there will be a lot of trouble later." Gu Xinruo pursed her lips, choked, and simply stopped talking. From a rational point of view, this murderer is a great danger if he is not eliminated. It has to be a fishing expedition. And from an emotional standpoint, Shinbei has had it rough. Though there was no hope of becoming a martial artist and would end up as an underling. But at least let him live out his life in peace, right? Gu Xinruo was unwilling from the bottom of her heart for Shinbei to go out and take risks. But Principal Zhang directly crossed over Gu Xinruo and shouted at the teachers, "Who is Shinbei?" Shinbei sniffed and stood up. Principal Zhang looked up and down. Only to see Shinbei standing in the sunlight. It was a handsome and self-contained. So handsome that he almost blinded Principal Zhang's eyes. He squeezed his hand. "Sit down, there's nothing more for you to do." "Shinbei? Gu Xinruo? Gu Changfeng? Relationships, huh?" Gu Changfeng whispered in disbelief, "Why not?" Principal Zhang sighed, "Too handsome to be a gangly student." This comment was immediately overheard by the students in the front row. There was laughter. "Huh? Shinbei doesn't look like a gangly student?" "It's true they don't look like it on the outside, but they do this every day." "Principal Zhang, how long has it been since you've been down to the grassroots? Our class is perennially short one student, and that's Shinbei. And learning to skate yesterday and the day before. You can't make a man out of a man, and it shows in him." The students chattered and gloated as if they were sniping. Principal Zhang turned his head to Gu Xinruo, seemingly chastising, "Teacher Gu, this is you looking after it laxly, such a handsome student, skipping classes all day long to go out and mix with unsavory people, in case he gets into a duck store, those female martial artists won't go crazy?" "Xinruo Gu." Gu Xinruo revealed a smile that was worse than crying, and said in slight embarrassment, "Principal, you're overthinking it, he skipped class and went out to work." Principal Zhang ahs, a waste of its own resources. Gu Changfeng held his forehead, "Can we get to the point?" Finally, although Gu Xinruo argued, Shinbei still didn't get out, and was arranged to do extracurricular activities by the school. Shinbei was indifferent. It's going to be an excuse to skip class and go to work anyway. After awakening to the daily settlement panel, a day without working is a loss of $1 billion. As for any murderer, how in heaven's name can you let yourself run into something so coincidental? Soon, several students, each followed by a student from Lingnan City Martial Arts University, walked out of the school. Gu Changfeng, the inspector, sits in the county, ready to command and support. When it was Shinbei's turn, Gu Xinruo pulled Shinbei to one side and instructed with an anxious face, "Go straight home and sleep, don't care about anything else." "I'm too scared to sleep alone. Mr. Gu will come home with me," Shinbei said in a serious manner. "Die you!" Gu Xinruo's petite body spasmed violently with anger, really feeding the dog with good intentions. This is still the first time that Shinbei has skipped class and walked out of the first high school in the open. It used to be over the wall. It was a little disconcerting for a while. And a dozen meters away behind Shinbei were two students from Lingnan City Martial Arts University. One of them is named Wang Yi and the other is named Lord Eagle. Wang Yi looks ordinary, throw in the pile of people cannot find the kind of popular face. Great for being a sunrise. But the Lord's hawk has some personality. The guy's chin was slightly cocked, as if dislocated, in an upward arc. Also known as pocket teeth. They were all first-year first-grade martial artists from Lingnan City Martial Arts University. Was temporarily transferred to Chantu County to assist in the case. After all, the number of martial artists in a county was really limited. Moreover, most of the martial artists in this county were also in the organization, and had long since developed an air of superiority. Not conducive to fishing enforcement. The two followed a while Shanbei wandering around the county. Gradually it became clear that something was wrong. Wang Yi cocked his head and said with a perplexed expression, "Why isn't he following our intended route?" Lord Hawk raised an eyebrow. The intended route was to take a pedestrian street and then enter a sparsely populated hutong. What if he's going somewhere? Just as the two were planning to warn Shinbei not to deviate from the intended route, Shinbei turned a corner and came to the labor market. Find a place to squat. Waiting for the live. Chapter 7, What are you paying attention to me for? Wang Yi and Lord Eagle's mental state were not good anymore. Neither of the two expected it. Shinbei went so far as to squat in the labor market, put his hands into his sleeves, and began to wait for work. This Nima. Hiss, when we were at school, someone even said that Shinbei skipped class and came out to work. I thought it was just an excuse Shinbei made. Wang Yi huffed, so at a glance, it turns out to be true, huh? At this age, the Lord Eagle was dumbfounded. Just come out to work and enjoy the blessings of society? What a ing talent. The two said in unison. And Shinbei, that was not a moment too soon. It would be an insult to the system to let yourself hang out on the street. Part-time job. Must work part-time. A working man, a working soul, a working martial artist can become a god. Shinbei also looked at a face far away stagnant Wang Yi, and the Lord Eagle just bared his teeth and smiled, no longer take care of. This world's WU is very unique. The equivalent of a university at Blue Star. But there is an extremely special system. That's WU within every prefecture-level city. Prefectural WU can only attend for 2 years. Within these 2 years, pass the academics and martial arts skills to be promoted to the provincial capital martial arts university. Those who do not qualify will be eliminated outright. The same is true when they reach the provincial capital, Wudong University, and after 2 years, those who qualify are promoted to the national capital, Wudong University. Those who do not qualify are still eliminated. And after the promotion of the national capital, WU, that can be said to be the gathering place of the demons among the provinces. Students do not officially graduate until they have been here for a year. Shinbei had to admire this system. It's really advanced. It goes a long way to avoiding the mentality that students go to college and start swinging for the fences. Shinbei squatted in the labor market for a short while before he was called by a boss to unload the goods. The unloading took place at a warehouse. To carry drinks from the truck into the warehouse. This job is not too tiring if you get the hang of it. You can't go and rely on your arms to lift. Instead, you have to carry the beverage crate on your back and use the strength of your lower back to carry it. Shinbei and the other laborers went up and down like ants moving. It's called kovo koku. Actually, it's still carbonated drinks. But as long as the word martial arts is associated with the goods, the sales are absolutely no problem. After all, in a world where martial artists are revered, marketing must take hold. It's like Jinli Wu, Wu Grain Orange, Wu Chef Braised Beef Noodle, Wu Danglao, and so on. Etc. Gaga Fire. And the corners of Wang Mang's and Lord Eagle's mouths, who were crouching in the distance, twitched. I couldn't do it. Lord Hawk rubbed his chin, which could puncture a balloon, and continued, that there are gangly students who do this stuff. Wang Yi let out a bitter smile. It's not that I can't do it, but I think it's too embarrassing. We martial artists casually take on an underground cave mission and bring back some materials that are better than this. Yeah. The Lord Eagle smiled prettily. The martial artist is the only one who respects. This world is really fair. Wang Yi looked around. Let's be on guard. After all, the mission is to catch that vicious murderer. Lord Hawk narrowed his eyes. Just how many grades of martial artist is this murderer? It should be a second grade. Wang Ye's eyes flickered with wisdom. Leading the team is only second-grade martial artist Gu Changfeng. That's just very telling. Aha! The Lord Eagle nodded. If we can assist Gu Changfeng in capturing it, the credits in the martial arts department will be increased by a large margin. Then it depends on which group is lucky. Wang Yi was slightly excited. At this step of the Wudong University, credits can be exchanged for elixirs, which will help a lot in advancing to the provincial capital Wudong University. The Lord Eagle stared straight at Shinbei, who was still laboring in the distance, with a sharp gaze. But then he deflated in probe, snapping his nose. Shinbei is in this state, we're out of luck. Wang Yi shrugged. The other groups of students are scurrying around the county. Only Shinbei is single-mindedly moving bricks, and his professionalism is really praiseworthy. An hour later, Shinbei, who finished unloading, received 150 yuan for his work. Wrap up. At this time Wang Yi patted the drowsy Lord's Eagle. Wake up, Shinbei wrapped up. This is definitely going to Walking Street. Lord's Hawk ahs and rubs his eye boogers, quickly refreshing himself. Hurriedly following Shinbei's pace. But what shocked the two was Shinbei returned to the labor market again and took another job. This time it's a high-altitude glass cleaning. The Lord Eagle stood below the tall building and looked up at Shinbei, who was sitting in a hanging basket, working at high altitude. Finally, I couldn't help but burst out. This guy really dares to make any kind of money. Wang Yi gazed unblinking at Shinbei hanging around upstairs, frowned and contemplated for a long time, said, there are some people you really admire, such as Shinbei. This guy, killing me, I don't believe he will starve to death. 2 hours later, Shinbei returned to the ground as the glass wiping progress ended. This trip is a rare job, and few people dare to do it. Shinbei was paid 800 yuan for labor. At this time, Wang Yi and Lord Eagle had to give a thumbs up to Shinbei. Competent. Brother, are you trying to make all the money in the world? That's all about becoming a martial artist. Ordinary people? Desperately trying to do it are just that. But Shinbei, the student, was still very worthy of recognition in their eyes. People don't play around, they work part-time. The two of them thought that Shinbei had ended it there. But what made their jaws drop was this. Shinbei went back to the labor market and continued to squat work. Wang Yi, this time a little taut, labor market is his family? How long is this going to take? Would you say? Pondered Lord Hawk, continuing, that there is a disease in the world that is. A disease that makes you sick all over if you don't work? A disease that makes you vomit blood and die if you don't work? Wang Yi looked at the Lord Eagle in dismay, the corner of his mouth twitching. Your brain hole is too big. By sunset, Shinbei once again completed a labor of carrying bricks and was paid 100 yuan. Mainly not a lot of brick and not a lot of floors, the price per unit is a little lower. However, Shinbei didn't care, the part-time job was just the appearance, the real connotation was the daily settlement. But Shinbei still did not stop his pace of working. A small electric donkey ride, yellow robe, began to deliver. This time, Wang Yi and Lord Eagle were completely unable to keep up. I'm going to crash. Tomorrow I'm going to be followed by a different student. Lord Hawk covered his face in pain. Wang Yi huffed and looked at Shinbei's tireless delivery and said, if Shinbei is allowed to become a martial artist, with this perseverance, what a terrifying thing it will be. I'm afraid that it's possible to become a god in the flesh, right? However, today Shinbei has bad luck. Just grabbed a single and the battery is dead. Shinbei was full of grief. The batteries in this world are really bad, they won't charge for love. That's all. I've already made a lot of money today because of the overhead glass cleaning. Wrap up. Shinbei looked at the last takeout order in his hand. Coincidentally, it was the same meal ordered by the man upstairs from himself. Anyone, as long as it's not Rainbow Man. Shinbei pushed his electric cart home and delivered the takeout in time. There was also a bit of small talk with the man upstairs before he went home. Day 2. Shinbei is early together. The daily checkout panel popped up. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Finished carrying drinks, gained money plus 150, strength plus 1, constitution plus 1. Completion of aerial glass cleaning, money plus 800, agility plus 1, smoothness plus 10. Completed bricklaying job, gained money plus 100, strength plus 1, constitution plus 1. Delivery, money plus 4, car skill plus 1, get someone's attention plus 50 full. Shinbei scanned the message. Snapped. Wait. I just delivered a takeout order yesterday, what's the man upstairs paying attention to me for? Shinbei's pupils dilated slightly, and a borderline conjecture suddenly popped up. Is it because I'm 18? Chapter 8. A bounty order is an employer, do it and be done with it. At this moment, Shinbei was a bit flustered. When the daily checkout panel appears, it fits that the person following you is not the rainbow guy. Instead, it was the strange man upstairs. Plus Chantilly has been infested with murderers lately. Unable to help it, Shinbei made the connection. This terrifying thought made Shinbei tremble. Running at me? Shinbei frowned and pondered. 18 is really a hurdle. The current Shinbei was prepared for the worst. The strange man upstairs is the murderer. Although this conjecture is baseless, even absurd. But Shinbei's cautious character forced him to make this guess. Report it. Absolutely report it. Shinbei made up his mind. If the upstairs was the murderer Gu Chanfeng was after, he was only a wall away from the other party. For martial artists, this wall is shaped like cardboard. There is absolutely no guarantee of safety once the man upstairs tries to do something bad to himself. Pack up in a hurry. Had breakfast. Shinbei went out, intending to rush to the school. I had just left the house, just in time to meet the man from upstairs coming down to throw out the garbage. What a coincidence, little brother, are you going to school or working? The man looked at Shinbei with an unknown smile. Shinbei suddenly blushed bitterly and hesitated in place. How could it be such a coincidence that I met this person right after I went out? But soon, Shinbei realized that the so-called coincidence is not a coincidence at all. The man's garbage bag broke and leaked, and vegetable soup dripped out of it. And create a stain on the floor. According to a normal person, you should go downstairs as soon as possible at this point to avoid contaminating the floor with soup. Also, the drops are one by one on the ground, forming a line. But the man's feet were a puddle. This is no indication that the man has been waiting here for a long time. Shinbei gulped, feeling more and more that this man was a murderer. Shinbei forced himself to calm down and said with a smile, TBD, if you have a chance to skip class, go to work, if you don't have a chance, go to sleep. The man nodded. Let's put it this way, I have a good program on my hands. It's suitable for young people like you to earn some pocket money. Come to my room at night, I'll take you for free. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched and he out a few times. Okay. After saying that, Shinbei did not stop his footsteps, slipped out of the building and ran towards the school. And the man named Lord Eagle stood at the entrance of the building, looking at Shinbei's departing back, his face dim and uncertain in the shadows, and licked his lips. 18. Is really a delicious age. Phew. Shinbei sat inside the classroom, wiping the sweat stains on his forehead and gasping for air. He always had the feeling that someone was following him on the journey from the neighborhood to the school. It was as if the next moment someone swung a sledgehammer at the back of their head. Then he woke up again to find himself lying in a bathtub covered in ice, with the man upstairs asking if his back hurt. It's scary. What for? Suddenly, Jane Child jumped out from behind and slammed Shinbei's shoulder. Shinbei is still immersed in persecution paranoia. Jane Child this shot, scared Shinbei out jumped up directly and fell to the ground. You're sick. Shinbei's face was terrified as he exclaimed, can you not be so sudden? And Jane Child just stared at her own small white hand, muttering to herself with a shocked face, last time I slapped you, I slapped to stagger. This time, when I slapped, I even slapped up. Is it hard to believe that my being a spiritual attribute is fake? My strength attribute is extremely high? The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched after he heard this. It feels like Jane Child is going astray. Her mental attributes were frighteningly high the last time she was tested. Already touched the threshold of a martial artist. According to this indicator, Jin Tong definitely needed to cultivate spirit-related martial arts. And now Jane Child was beginning to wonder about life. Jane Child held up the cream-colored, slim, nice-looking palm. Really? Shinbei nodded and gulped. These hands. Do not fly the airplane for nothing. The two men resumed their seats. Jin Tong blinked her eyes at Shinbei and asked curiously, what exactly was the situation yesterday? Don't ask, in case you can't sleep. Cut. Jane Child blanked. Soon. The school bell rang. But I don't see Ms. Gu Shinro in class. The students looked at each other and chattered noisily. Where did the teacher go? Where's Ask Dad? Son Smash, how do you talk to Grandpa? Almost instantly, the entire classroom was like a food market, in chaos. Anyway, there is no teacher, where the students will restrain themselves, fight and make a demon, pass notes, eat snacks, play king, do anything. Jin Tong disliked Shinbei and let out a soft moistened voice, you go find the teacher. Shinbei sat at the table, holding his cheeks, this is not quite good. Look at how happy everyone is, the teacher is the biggest tumor of the school, is the roller of childhood. Jane Child held up her textbook and milked it, nonsense. Are you going or not? Row, row, row. Shinbei stretched his back, I'm not looking at your face, but at my father-in-law's face. Jane Child slowly opened her mouth wide and stared with wide eyes, suddenly filled with consternation, You. Ah. You molested me. Shinbei spread his hands, they're all buddies, you can molest me too. Jane Child's pretty face slightly stiff, eyebrows lightly knit, want to retort, but under the emotional excitement, unable to become words. She directly copied the textbook and threw it towards Shinbei. Shinbei turned around and drilled out the back door of the classroom with a bare sound. Soon. Shinbei crossed a few floors and came to Ms. Gu Shinro's office. Before he could push the door open, he heard talking coming from inside. Yesterday's bait fishing scheme was a huge failure. Especially on Shinbei's side, it doesn't even follow the route we've planned to walk, but works part-time instead. Are we going to put out any more bait today? Time is running out, this murderer has been lurking into Chengtu County for a few days now, and if there's no news, I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster. Yeah, it looks calm now, the potential storm is building up, and any student who dies tragically is turning into an accusation against us rangers. How? About simply issuing a wanted notice, but also deter murderers, as long as they leave Chengtu County, they have nothing to do with our school. The last sentence is from Principal Zhang. This kind of dumping is also his attitude of seeking stability. Murderers love to go wherever they want to go wherever they want to kill, do not make a demon in Chengtu County on the line. I agree. Shinbei heard Gu Shinrua's voice, Principal Zhang's love for his son is clear to heaven and earth, the wanted notice can indeed deter the curfew from leaving of their own accord. Just don't torture my students. Then issue a wanted notice, plus a reward, 1 million, and mobilize the power of the people so that there is no place to hide. Shinbei listened clearly outside and his mind moved. Posting a reward? Isn't this the equivalent of an employer? I'm sure you can activate the daily settlement panel. Other than that, a reward of $1 million and another million from the system, that's $2 million. Shinbei violently opened the door and rushed in. As soon as Gu Shinro saw Shinbei, her moth brows were slightly creased, her gelatinous sexy red lips were slightly pursed, and she glared at him with a steady tone, you don't stay in the classroom, what are you doing here? I'm not asking the teacher to get laid. Ha? Gu Chongfeng's face twisted down as he looked at Shinbei with a morose gaze. What the hell? You say that again? Shinbei hurriedly corrected and said, it's to invite the teacher to the classroom. The class bell is ringing. Gu Shinrua gave an oh so quiet, go back and tell the students to keep waiting. Shinbei was indifferent, straightened his back and said, then I'll take the bounty order. Chapter 9, I'll go down with a handful of ecstasy. The Lord Eagle, who had just printed out the bounty template at this moment, was a bit confused. What? Shinbei wants to take the bounty? You really do everything. Are you kidding me? You're a student who skips class every day and works part-time. How can you afford to take this kind of heavy reward? Wang Ye's naive face showed a few moments of bewilderment, am I hallucinating? Same hallucinations. Lord Hawk sniffled. The others in the office at that moment also put on a look of dismay. Gu Chongfeng bluntly stated his attitude, Shinbei, your performance yesterday was somewhat unsatisfactory. The employer is satisfied. Shinbei replied. Gu Chongfeng seemed to choke on a mouthful of cool air and coughed, I mean, you can't take this bounty. Shinbei drew the bounty template from Lord Eagle's hands and said with a smile, that has to be able to satisfy me. Gu Shinro's delicate and slender eyebrows knitted lightly as she looked at Shinbei coldly, I think you're just looking for an excuse to skip class. Shinbei had a cheeky look on his face and laughed playfully, I never need an excuse to skip class. Gu Shinro almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. And Shinbei looked at the bounty list to himself. Do some cursory reading? Immediately the whole thing went numb. $10,000 reward for discovery, only $50,000 for assistance in catching the store, and $1 million for catching the store in person? Shinbei's eyes widened, is there any mistake, there's such a big difference? Gu Chongfeng's sharp gaze flickered under his prominent brow bone, ventilating and risking one's life, can that be a price? In Shinbei's ears, this million reward amount, more like death compensation. The $1 million dream is shattered. Shinbei thought he'd give $1 million for tipping off. Hopefully, I'm overthinking it. The most you can get is $50,000. It's not much fun. Shinbei thought deeply for a moment before plotting the possibility of catching the store in person. After all, it was $1 million. It's a real eye-opener. At this time, Gu Shinro's voice was clear and cold. All right, go back to the classroom, what's the mess? Gu Shinro didn't think Shinbei was capable of finding the murderer and subduing him personally. Pure and simple nonsense. In the midst of pushing and shoving, he blew Shinbei out. Shinbei pursed his lips as his brain exploded. In envisioning the means by which an ordinary person could subdue a martial artist. Thinking about it, there is only one ultimate answer, and that is to drug it. Generally speaking, medicines similar to monohydrate, anesthetics, and the like would also take effect as long as they entered a martial artist's body. It's just that martial artists are even more resistant than ordinary people. Even, some advanced martial artists can achieve immunity to poison properties. But it was clear that the strange man upstairs was certainly not an advanced martial artist. The person chasing him, Gu Changfeng, was only a second-grade martial artist. If it was a high-level martial artist, it wouldn't be a headhunter clan peripheral, it would have entered the inner circle long ago. It just so happens that he asked me to be his guest at his house tonight. It must be ill intention towards me, so I will take the trick. Shinbei did not return to the classroom. Sneak right over the wall and off campus. Took a trip to the black market. The so-called black market in this world is actually an activity similar to the general activities of the Blue Stars Catch the Fair. On each particular day, a group of traffickers get together and place their wares on the ground for people to choose from. It's not called a black market, it's called the stall economy and free enterprise street. Of course, most of the items involved in trading here are from the wrong source. Some of the stuff was looted by martial artists in foreign countries. Some are blood-stained. The buyer and seller are clear in their minds. And an unspoken agreement was formed to deal quietly and not to shoot the gun. And the government is turning a blind eye to this. It even sometimes follows the trail from the black market and can catch a lot of criminal gangs. Soon, Shinbei turned into a dark alley. The entire black market wasn't big, just over 200 meters long. Distribute sellers on both sides of the road. Buyers walk around the middle section of the road. But all of them kept their silence and spoke in very low voices. At the same time, the black market is also a place where dragons and fish mingle, and examples abound of a careless buyer of counterfeit goods. Shinbei turned around inside. Then crouched down in front of a booth. The stall owner, an obese uncle, looked at Shinbei with a smile. "Little brother, you can't use the things I have here." Shinbei looked at the bottles and jars on the floor stand and asked, "Why?" The vendor uncle held up a bottle. "Ecstasy, a person is unconscious and loses his memory for a few seconds and does whatever he wants." Shinbei thinks it is just nonsense. If there really is such a drug, the anesthesiology department would have been eliminated long ago. But similar to anesthetics, ecstasy that works better than anesthetics really does exist. These psychedelics, with increased anesthetic sedation, seek only the effects of the drug, regardless of the consequences, and have a lot of side effects. Nausea and dizziness for days, that's normal. As for why I said you can't use, said the stall owner uncle with a lewd smile, your face is the best ecstasy. Shinbei gave him a thumbs up. But I'm going to deal with the male. Shinbei said calmly. The stall owner uncle instantly changed his face, and continuously marveled at the pity, your sexual interest hobby. I respect you. Shinbei felt as if the stall owner uncle had misunderstood something. But there was no explanation, and Shinbei asked tentatively, how is the medicine effective? I'll pack you to take it and then you'll have the heart to try to stop it, your arms and legs will be weak, and you won't be able to speak. The stall owner's uncle hemmed and hawed and continued, the ancient ways are bound to be hot. Shinbei finally asked, martial artists are okay? The stall owner's uncle opened his mouth wide with a surprised look, you're going to a martial artist? That's a hard guy. Yes. How many grades is the other side? Second grade at best. Groundstall uncle barked his mouth, you come to the other side exactly as a few goods cannot touch, it seems you sincerely like, also right, even strong are afraid, still dare to say love him? Shinbei rolled his eyes, uncle, you might have misunderstood something, I mean. Uncle Groundhog pressed his hand, I understand, there are no good people who come to my place. Shinbei. Put aside money and talk about the amount of medicine in order to be a hooligan, then increase the dosage. How much? $5,000. How do you know I'm $3,000? Stop it, I said 5,000. What 4,000? Okay, 4,000 is 4,000, one hand pays, one hand delivers. Shinbei clenched his teeth. It's dry. On the one hand, there's $1 million reward, and on the other hand, there's the man upstairs spying on him. I'm sorry for the daily checkout panel if I don't take this job. Shinbei shuttled all his savings. Shinbei was worried that martial artists were resistant. The floor stall uncle said that 5 milliliters would be enough for ordinary people. Shinbei bought 3 vials this time, a total of 50 milliliters. 10 times the dosage. Even a martial artist would have to be paralyzed and confused, right? Leave the black market. Having bought the medicine, the next natural step was to think about how to get the other person to eat it. His current status as a student, and his status as a downstairs neighbor, had a not-so-small paralyzing effect, so I'm sure that guy, too, wouldn't be able to defend himself, right? Today's Shinbei because he has to act in the evening. And didn't go to work. Instead, he plotted how to turn back the martial artists upstairs. And think of a way back. By the end of the school day, Ms. Gu Shinro has a new arrangement. But see her pitch-black hair casually bundled into a bunch, black long-sleeved dress with ink-dyed ice silk stockings, pure and elegant with some charm of pure desire temperament is heartwarming. At the end of the school day today, every student must go home in pairs. The students were unsure, but didn't ask too many questions. Instead they met with high interest to go home together and go to the game hall to play 2 games of 97 Wind and Cloud on the way. Anyway, there are orders at school, so you won't get scolded for coming home late. You, escort me home. Jiantong stood up his chest and spoke to Shinbei. Shinbei, yes, you have to add money. Jane Child? Chapter 10, Detecting Attributes, Exploding. Shinbei, if you're saying that you haven't fallen into the eyes of money, I don't believe it by $1 million. You're so good, you're charging me to escort me home. Jane Child chattered and muttered as she walked ahead. Shinbei rolled his eyes. It's been a long day without a part-time job, and it's hard to catch a chance to not turn you, Jane Child, into an employer. Of course, Shinbei would not say what was in his heart, but changed his set of words. That's an ungrateful thing to say. Shinbei continued, look, you always have to marry someone, right? Besides me, who else can you choose? Jane Child stopped instantly. Stiffly skimming his head to look at Shinbei, his face showed surprise, a pair of fine eyes swimming flash non-stop. You are not out of your mind, right? I can look at you? Why else wouldn't you let the other students take you home? You think a lot. Jane Tong's face slightly red, her nose twitched sharply, glaring at Shinbei, her eyes full of shame and anger, stomping her feet, turning around and continuing to walk. Back to business. Shinbei caught up and continued, what do you think I'm working to make money now? It's still not to save up for the bride price? Jane Child's eyes suddenly flickered, you've earned it all on me? It shows that I can spot business opportunities anytime, anywhere. I'll spray you to death with a mouthful of salt air. The two strolled home. The setting sun shines on with an orange warmth. Today's Jane Child's thin apron can't hide Jane Child's marvelous figure at all, but adds a hazy beauty. The giant, falling Mount Shizuku held the fabric of her chest up in a startling arc. 3,000 strands of green silk were casually draped over her plump peachy buttocks. The best part was that as Jane Child walked, her waist unconsciously swung slightly, full of a sense of seduction. Shinbei followed behind Jane Tong. Looking at Jane's figure, the breeze caresses her clothes, the flowers add fragrance to her, and the sunrise adds splendor to her. Heaven and earth were her companions, and all the beautiful things of the world seemed to lose their color before her. How can a beautiful woman not only fall in love with the city and the country? Even the world can be overwhelmed. The two passed by the park and even went in to sit for a while. Jane Child took off her shoes and put her feet in the middle of the pond to play with the water. It could irritate Shinbei enough. The best part was naturally her delicate feet. Pink and white crystal, delicate and lovely, perfect arch, pink palms, curled up toes are like neatly arranged pearls, not applying kohl but pink exceptionally, as soft as cotton, as cool as snow, as if she has been in this life, are deep in the Tianshan Mountains flowing spring. It is the artwork of heavenly craftsmanship, but also between the bed and a wonderful gift. That's wonderful. Shinbei wiped his nosebleed and strengthened his belief and determination to become a martial artist. After a short stay, the two continued on their way. The two of them argued and bickered as they made their way home. Soon, Shinbei sent Jane Tong to the door of her house. Jane Child said with some reluctance, "Thank you." "Don't thank me, it's time to pay the promised $50. Jane Tong Che's penetrating eyes gazed at her, darkening with certain strange emotions. "You're such a spoilsport." Taking out his wallet, he drew a $100 bill and flung it at Shinbei. "50 more for you, as my reward." "Righteousness." Shinbei heatedly smiled. "If this bride price can't marry you, when you go with the gift, I'll give you a 50% reduction, and definitely won't let you suffer." Jane Child. Shinbei also checked some authenticity. Jane Tong looked speechless. "It's all true, don't be so vulgar, okay?" Shinbei cut a sound. "Collect the money to put away, you are a carefree life. What you want, I have to go out and earn, we are not a world of people." "Well said." At this moment, Jian Shan walked out of the villa, his face half ugly, half elated, as if he were a yin and yang man. What was hard to see was that his own daughter was with Shinbei again, and there was a feeling that the cabbages were going to be arched. I'm glad that Shinbei is still cognizant of himself. Recognize yourself, that's the first step in life. Dad. Jane Child had a dark face. "How can you talk like that?" "There's nothing wrong with that, is there, Shinbei?" Shinbei nodded, but as the old saying goes, 30 years east of the river, 30 years east of the river. "River your ass." Jane Child held her forehead and interrupted outright. Jian Shan instead said, "I can understand Shinbei's meaning, people can't look at each other, seawater can't be measured, but the path of a martial artist won't wait for you for 30 years. Let's do it this way." Jian Shan suggested in general, "It just so happens that there is testing equipment at home, Shinbei you to measure, how many 30 years is needed?" Shinbei smashed his mouth and shook his head. "No, I still have things to do at home." "Something's really wrong. Still have to make 1,000,000 to go." Jane Tong pulled Shinbei. "Come on, I'll treat you to some sugar water." Shinbei. Shinbei also wanted to measure how his attribute values were after these 2 days of rewards. Enter the house. Without saying a word, go straight to the equipment. Jian Shan's meaning is obvious. Let you Shinbei test it, recognize the gap between you and Jane Tong, and stay away from your own daughter. And Jane Child thought about the possibility that Shinbei could be her boyfriend. Jane Child is a person who demands strict standards. If you are not a martial artist, you would rather be a widow. Detecting devices is a bit complicated. The first is the strength attribute, where you have to throw a punch against the front cushion and hit the value. Shinbei clenched his fists, swung his arm round, and tied. A punch is thrown. Bang! The value on it starts to jump. It ended up staying at 1,600. As soon as that number came out, Jane Child wailed and screamed, looking like a chestnut dropped into a pile of coals, bursting to pieces from the inside out. "What are you screaming about?" Janosen chortled. "Doesn't this value seem normal to Jane Hill?" But Jane Child was saying with big watery eyes, "Dad, the last time he was tested, his strength attribute was only 10 points. "What?" Jian Shan's face shook unceasingly at his words. "Growing from 10 to 16 points? That's a horrible statistic, isn't it? One must know that every attribute point raised was a rare and extremely laborious thing to do. Most martial artists need to get high to increase their attributes. Or constantly quenching. But quenching can be much slower than getting high. So, you may not be able to find a public restroom in this world, but dispensaries are one after another." "Is this kid's family rich?" Janosen asked incredulously. "I have to be charged for escorting me home, where is the money to buy expensive pills?" Jian Tong's sentence directly made Jian Shan dumbfounded. "Boy! Then that attribute grows too fast. Where's the need for something that changes in 30 years and 3 days? One word comes to mind for Jane Hill, thick and thin. Then, Shinbei began to test the spiritual attributes. This one requires 2 more magnets on the temples. Then put on your helmet. The helmet will play some images that stimulate promotion. Soon. Shinbei's attribute result came out. 14 points. Jane Child's eyes widened as she exclaimed, 11 points grew to 14. Jian Shan's eyes were anxious, this has grown too? Jane Child nodded affirmatively. That's incredible. Janosen said with a rather shocked tone. Subsequently, Shinbei detects agility. Agility is like playing a game on a panel with a flashing screen. It has to be eliminated in time. At the same time, the screen will appear under your feet, so you can't step on it, and you have to get out of the way. It can be said that the agility attribute is to some extent tied to the mental attribute. Soon after, Shenbei's agility attribute value appeared in front of the three people's eyes. 12 o'clock. That's not much of an increase, 10 to 12 o'clock. Although Jane Child's tone was flat, she was quite excited inside. Who would have thought that Shenbei, this stinky boy, would hide his clumsiness? That's not bad. Jansen had gone numb with shock. Growing so many attributes without getting high is demonic. There is one last fitness test. This one test Jane Child are not tested until the time of the martial arts examination. Because it hurts more. And at this time, Shenbei had already set up his stance and was ready to accept the physical test. Chapter 11 Increase the dosage. That's the key. At this moment, after Shenbei completed the test of strength, agility, and spiritual attributes, Jane Child's heart burst with ecstasy. She was never expecting that Shenbei turned out to have the capital to molest herself. All three attributes combined had reached 42 points. According to the average of 60 points in previous years to have any hope of examining the level record of the martial artist. 18 points short of the mark. And now Shenbei still had one physical attribute that had not been tested. Measuring it casually, it may not be up to 60 points, but it's definitely very close. If you're a few points short, you can still take medicine. And to one side, Jansen was numb. Originally, he wanted Shenbei to recognize himself in front of the data. The result is Shenbei letting Jianshan recognize himself. At this time, Jianshan's favorability towards Shenbei, which had already fallen through the floor, began to soar up. This son should have hopes of becoming a martial artist. Jiansan spoke with some excitement. Jane Tong looked at Shenbei, who was ready to accept the physique test, with clear eyes and gentle words. Dad, what do you think if there are a few attribute points missing? It's not like he's my son. Jianshan grimaced. Why drop? Do you mean you want me to pay for the elixir? Jane Tong spat out her tongue. He's my classmate, you can take it as an investment. Go on, step aside. Jianshan hummed. I think the boy can, it's personal feelings, moving money cannot, everything depends on his own efforts. Besides, there's a loan. This world really does have a kind of loan for martial artists. You don't have to pledge anything, you can take out a loan to get high as long as your attributes are similar and you have hopes of taking the martial arts exam. After you become a martial artist, just pay it back with interest. Only the interest rate is on the high side. However, most martial artists will take the initiative to take out a loan when they reach this point in the poor mountain. Becoming a martial artist and an ordinary person, those are two worlds. It's the same thing as a Blue Star loan to buy a house, with the ability to attract women for marriage with hard conditions. Jane Tong rather hoped that Shenbei would break through 18 points of physique in one go. This eliminates the need for loans to qualify for the basic of martial arts. After all, those who make loans are each not to be messed with? At this very moment, Shenbei was in front of the testing instrument, took a deep breath and set up his stance. This test is more painful. Shenbei is going to lie down inside the device. At the same time there will be several sterilized, hollow, fine needles sticking out of the interior in all directions and piercing the skin in each. The process is like a mosquito bite. Normal people don't feel it. But the next step is the hard step. These fine needles release something like a phantom pain potion within the skin. As the amount of medicine continued to increase, to test how much Shenbei endured. Finally, a complex calculation is done to arrive at the value of the body mass. This was why Jane Child was reluctant to test her physique. It's a real OE pain in the ass. Moreover, the physical attribute is the most drifting attribute. Today's test, you have a higher tolerance and a higher value. Poor form tomorrow, one shot of OE, and that attribute value just falls off a cliff. Playing for a thrill. Now, Shenbei's skin had been pierced by fine needles, and the phantom pain potion was pushed in slowly. Shenbei instantly felt as if his entire body was being gnawed by ants. It's bearable. Next. Just switch to as if you had a toothpick stuck under your toenail and kicked it violently at the wall. Stop. Shenbei let out a shout, and the device automatically drew out the fine needles. What an offense! Shenbei gasped. Then he turned his head to look at the value of the physique attribute on the panel. 15 points. Increased from 11 to 15 points. Seeing this, Jane Child jumped up in excitement. Shenbei, you're a comprehensive growth in the 4-dimensional attributes. 3 points short of touching the passing line for the past martial exam. Shinbei demeanor elegant, jade pearl, a pair of eyes like a calm pool, with which the gaze cannot help but indulge in. He straightened his back and said very proudly, a mere 3 points, it doesn't matter to me. Jane Child, a pair of peach blossom eyes, charming but not demonic, pouted a smile, some days ago still in the sad phase, now branching up, how also villainous it. Shinbei immediately broke his defense, as I said, 30 years east of the river. Shut up. Jane Child blanked, it's still 3 points short. Jen Shan nodded, these 3 points are just the qualifying line, if a demonic student appears this year, 60 points will definitely not be enough, 70 points, or even 75 points to be secure. Shinbei waved his hand, a piece of cake, more than enough. Jane Tong really couldn't stand to see Shinbei being a bit high and mighty and blowing his load. Afraid of losing points in front of his dad, he hurriedly greeted Shinbei down, go, I'll take you to drink sugar water. Shinbei blushed, was it so exciting? Excitement thumped his heart. It's not good for your father-in-law to be at home, is it? That's a little too open. It's a little embarrassing. But I didn't expect. Jane Child really served sugar water. Shinbei smashed his mouth, then remembered that this world did not have a stock for drinking sugar water. Stay a while. Shinbei still had an important task tonight, so he got up and excused himself to leave. Before leaving, Jian Shan said in a serious tone, Shinbei, attribute point growth is a good thing, but you have to be prepared for the lack of backbone. If you really can't, you can only take out a loan to get high. The word loan, Jian Shan bites very hard, he believes that Shinbei can understand. Shinbei nodded. It is also found among some students. A situation where the 4-dimensional attributes were not high, but suddenly sprung up one day. The result is a clinical few attribute points that just won't grow. You can only pay to get high. Shinbei said, if you need to get high, please also ask your father-in-law to support my son-in-law with some. Roll. Go. Get out. Jansen blackened his face and slammed the door. Shinbei. The most ruthless old father-in-law of all. When you're old, you'll see if I pull your oxygen tube and be done with it. Shinbei was just about to leave. Jane Child opened the door and poked her head out, flinging at the. Then closed the door. Shinbei cut out and hurried home in a flash. Passing by the supermarket, Shinbei bought 2 bottles of water. The drugstore bought syringes. Back at home, put the mineral water and the ecstasy and the syringe on the table. The potion doesn't smell, I just don't know if it tastes. Shinbei was a little uneasy, got a little bit from the bottle, mixed it into the water, and took a little sip. After tasting it on the tip of his tongue, there didn't seem to be any difference between it and normal water. Shinbei spat it out in a hurry, and then a smile only appeared on his face. Colorless and odorless, better than I thought it would be. Martial artists are also human, even if their sense of smell and taste is a bit more sensitive, I'm sure they won't find it easily. Next, Shinbei utilized a syringe, drew out the ecstasy, and disliked it directly into the cap of the bottle. As for the detail of leaving a needle opening on it, Shinbei didn't care at all. At that time, he entered the upstairs, the first time he twisted open the bottle cap, and in the process, he put the bottle cap into his pocket, the man absolutely could not see. Increase the dosage. That's the key. All of Shinbei's ecstasy was injected. If the man isn't a murderer, consider it a prank, big deal. If so, one picks up a great bargain. Shinbei took a deep breath, carried the water bottle, and went out. Straight up the stairs. Knocked on the door of the room. Brother, are you home? I came to ask for advice on how to make money. As soon as Shinbei's words fell, the door to the room opened. The man pulled Shinbei in with a smile on his face, and the strength of his hand was not small. Pinched Shinbei and bared his teeth. I've been waiting for you for half a day, come on in. Chapter 12 Struck. Shinbei also moved quickly. When you enter the house, you unscrew the cap of the mineral water bottle straight away. A crunch. Shinbei, satisfied with a smile, said, Brother, drinking water, you do not mind, I'm a student, to make money is difficult, and so you take me to make money after, I high and low, please drink Mount High. The man Yu Wu Chang's face bloomed with a smile of unknown significance, and he took it, a young man who knows the ways of the world, not bad. But, Yu Wu Chang skinned Shinbei's movement of putting the bottle cap in his pocket, just throw the cap in the trash. Shinbei had long ago prepared a preview and response. Shinbei shook his head, Brother, you probably don't know, the cap is worth more than the bottle, by the way, after drinking it, the bottle I'm going to take away and sell it for money. You irregulars froze for a moment, the corners of his mouth twitching. This guy is definitely falling for the money. Definitely out of the door did not pick up money, is the loss of $100 million of greedy little devil. Sit down first. Yu Wu Chang smiled and invited, and the more he looked at Shenbei's beating heart, the more he rejoiced. Shenbei Sweep sat down in a regular manner, scanning the house. No signs of life were visible. It's all dusty above the windowsill. Even the floor was not very clean, stepping out in regular footprints that led to the windows. The windows were also half drawn with curtains. It's not even dark yet. The curtains should be open. This is no indication that the man is not planning to live here permanently. And, from time to time, hide behind the curtains to observe what's going on outside. Shenbei felt in this moment that the murderer Gu Changfeng had spoken of was sitting right in front of him. Shenbei smoothed out his excitement, looked for a topic, and asked, "Brother, what's your name?" "Just call me Yo. I've really met a good person." Shenbei had an innocent look. "It's great that brother Yu is willing to help me earn pocket money." Yu Wu Chang laughed. "I just like helping people, especially if you're of this age, unusually so. So where do we start?" "There's no rush on this one." Yu Wu Chang leaned his back on the sofa, his bold stance, domineering. "I'd like to ask, you say you have parents, but as far as I know, there aren't any. What are you lying for?" Shenbei replied with a solemn face, "Brother Yu, this is a question of logic. If I didn't have parents, did I pop out of the crack of a stone? My parents will always live in my heart." This reply caused Yu Wu Chang to look puzzled. "It's kind of fun." Yu Wu Chang laughed and asked, "So how much money do you want to make?" "The more the merrier, of course." "This man Yu Wu Chang lengthened tone, continued, "can earn a number of money, once succeeded, will be in other forms of cost flow out." Shenbei asked dully, "Brother Yu, what you said is too profound, let's make it simple." Yu Wu Chang's eyes were filled with a meaningful and cruel color. "It means that there is some money you shouldn't earn." Shenbei pretended to be stupid. "Is there any money in this world that shouldn't be earned?" "Yes." Yu Wu Chang nodded and continued, "This is known as the improper position of wealth." "Highly profound." Shenbei gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Yu, you're full of experience in this world, I'll learn from it. My brain reaction is a bit slow, you drink some water first and speak slowly." Yu Wu Chang sneered in his heart. "You're not so dumb. Otherwise, how else could you casually and unsuspectingly enter a stranger's room? It's so greedy and unafraid to die." Yu Wu Chang moved, his body probing forward, casually picking up the mineral water in front of him. For a moment, Shenbei's heart stopped. In fact, Shenbei himself was overly cautious. Yu Wu Chang was guarding against many people, against the patrol office, against foreign martial artists, and against other suspicious characters, but he hadn't even thought of suspecting Shenbei. A teenager and a student. He had no grudge against him, even if he had moved to kill him before, but didn't he not act? A teenager would count himself out in this situation? Not to mention Yu Wu Chang, I'm afraid that if it were anyone else, they wouldn't think that way. If we were all this paranoid, we'd have a nervous breakdown. So a lot of Shenbei's cover-ups were actually useless endeavors. Yu Wu Chang hadn't thought about this, so it was natural to drink the water, picking up the water bottle and taking a big sip. When a martial artist drinks water, it's not a small sip and lick like a girl. One sip of water and the glass was half empty. When Shenbei saw this, his heart was delighted and he slapped his thigh. "Look at this brain of mine, I go downstairs to get a pen and paper, I want to write down all the insights of your life day after day, speculate and learn." Having said that, Shenbei ran straight out. And Yu Wu Chang didn't care, after all, he hadn't said anything about his own money-making method. This money grubber will be back again. Taking advantage of this time, Yu Wu Chang turned around and went back to the bedroom, pulling out a large black bag from under the bed. Pull the chain. Inside are all sorts of shiny, sharp props. Yu Wu Chang revealed a cruel, cool smile, but his eyes radiated a scarlet luster. "Shenbei, Shenbei, this is your wealth not being worthy of your position. You need to pay the price of your life. And I, for my part, will be given a fresh and vibrant heart to make into a potion, with an extended lifespan." And at this time Shenbei succeeded in his scheme. Instead of slipping back into the house, he went all the way downstairs and found an isolated, uninhabited place to hide. That's how careful Shenbei is. The main fear was that during the fermentation of the ecstasy, Yu Wu Chang would be aware of it. After reacting, he would inevitably rush to the third floor to seek revenge on himself. To a martial artist, the door to a room is more brittle than a Wonder Crisp. It was naturally impossible to keep Shinbei safe. It would be better to simply stay away, so that Yu Wu Chang couldn't find himself. At this time, Shinbei's eyes burned as he stared at the entrance of the building in the distance. A steel pipe was already clutched in his hand. If Yu Wu Chang wanted to run away, he could go up there without any martial arts, and just hit him with a muffled stick. Solid win. At this moment, Yu Wu Chang laid out the various knives in his bag. Ripper knife, bone breaker, skinning dagger, tendon breaker. I'm a man of strict process. Trust me, Shinbei, your death will not be painful. Yu Irregularity Jia laughed strangely a few times. Arise. Yu Wu Chang suddenly felt some blurring in front of his eyes. Shaking his head, steeply, he felt his legs and feet weakening, and even had the urge to sit down paralyzed. Moment. Yu Wu Chang sensed that something was not right inside of him. An absurd, overwhelmingly horrible feeling came over me. Ecstasy. How is that bottle of water possible? Yu Wu Chang's legs softened into noodles, barely holding onto the wall to not fall. His eyes were bloodshot at the moment, but his face was as pale as paper, and there was a vague agitation and uneasiness in his eyes, gasping for breath, in a million years of disbelief. How could this Shinbei drug himself without revealing anything? The dim-witted Yu Wu Chang was greatly alarmed and incredulous for a moment. He had killed so many people without fail, but he had folded in the hands of a brat. The gutter is overturned, and I have been playing with eagles all my life, but I have been pecked out by a sparrow. Absolutely premeditated. With just an ordinary person, Shinbei, even if you gave him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to drug me. Maybe the inspector's office is already surrounded outside. Yu Wu Chang he didn't dare to go through the front door, so he could only jump out the window and see if he could find a way to live. Decisively moving his feet, he ran for the kitchen, trying to escape by jumping from the 4th floor. His head ached, and by this time he felt his limbs growing numb. Hardly moving from the room to the living room, Yu Wu Chang smashed his legs hard. At this time he already felt that he could not control his limbs. Shinbei was a person who extremely adhered to the process, and when the floor stall uncle said to increase the quantity, then he increased the quantity. There's just too much drugged up. Even if a martial artist's resistance was strong, Yu Wu Chang was only a second grade after all. Shinbei down 10 times the amount of normal people, replaced by ordinary people. This time I am afraid that all drooling into fainting. You, on the other hand, were still able to move at this moment, and this was evident. But he couldn't afford to be proud of his resistance, and with great willpower and desire to survive, he finally moved to the balcony. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Yo! I'm back! Chapter 13, Exploding Gold Coins for Me, Bastard. Brother, open the door. I know you're home, open the door. Shinbei is outside banging on the door. And inside the door, Yu Wu Chang listened to the sound of the door as if a heavy hammer was hammering his heart. Where was the time to take care of Shinbei, the scum who did not speak of martial virtues? It's important to run for your life. It was at this point, he couldn't care less about hiding his identity. But when he moved his feet as he thought he would and tried to jump out the window, the mind snapped to attention. Consciousness snapped somewhat. Shinbei still dared to come back, definitely testing whether the effect of his medicine had kicked in. But if you take him... Right, take a hostage. At this point, even if one jumped from the window, the possibility of escaping was very low in the current situation. But as long as the hostage is captured, especially if it is a senior martial arts candidate, it is expected that the Chengtu County side will not dare to disregard the boy's life. As if grasping the last straw, Yu Wu Chang turned and moved toward the doorway with the utmost perseverance. Take down the kid as a meat shield before the patrolman notices he's been hit. And at this moment, Shinbei listened sideways to the movement inside. No sounds of falling and smashing items were heard. This made Shinbei a little uneasy. Either Yu Wu Chang or the drug has kicked in and has fallen to the ground. Either that or the ecstasy didn't work on him at all and would be inside the door preparing to ambush himself. Just then, the door to the room creaked open. Shinbei did not make any hesitation and directly retreated a few steps back and hid the steel pipe behind him. And at this time, Yu Wu Chang has been dazzled by the ecstasy invasion, did not even see the people outside clearly, barely slurred, in. Come in. Shinbei shot a glance at Yu Wu Chang's state. Inwardly, he hemmed and hawed. It's working. Now Yu Wu Chang was so disoriented that he couldn't stand up without leaning against the wall. But instead of acting impulsively, Shinbei timidly asked, Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Your face doesn't look too normal. Yu Wu Chang gritted his teeth, already feeling like he was about to faint. How could he have time to talk nonsense to him, and opened the security door with difficulty. Panting raggedly, he said, "Come on in, ah. Come in. Still want to learn the way to make money? Put the money making down and talk about it. Do you want me to get you a doctor? Calling the police is fine. You're not doing too well. Yu Wu Chang's head is about to explode. Report your ass to the police. This kid has been here for so long, maybe the inspector's office guarding downstairs will come up soon." While there was still a little bit of strength left, Yu Wu Chang didn't care to say anything else and reached out to grab towards Shinbei. Yu Wu Chang was worthy of being a martial artist. Between the ferociousness surging wildly, his arm swelled violently, his muscles tangled and entangled, much thicker, vaguely as if he could see the color of blood flowing continuously. Those hands turned into ferocious claws at the same time, with an almost mournful sound of wind, only in an instant had arrived in front of Shinbei's eyes, and directly grabbed and pressed down from the sky downward. But at this time, Shinbei had gone through the daily settlement rewards, and his four-dimensional attributes were already close to the standard of a martial artist. Coupled with Yu Wu Chang's sudden violent movements, it was already less than a tenth of what it was before its peak. There was also Shinbei himself, who was on guard against Yu Wu Chang's counterattack. At the moment of Yu Wu Chang's strike, Shinbei shifted his feet and deflected his body, directly dodging this fatal blow from Yu Wu Chang. Yu Wu Chang's blow fell short, and with the paralysis, it was too late to collect his strength. One stumbled and fell out the door. Shinbei also no longer hesitated. No words, this guy had just tried to grab himself, and it was obvious that he wasn't a good person. According to the logic of a good person, when the body is not comfortable, the first time is naturally to let Shinbei help call a doctor. But this guy, he was actually thinking about catching himself. To say that he was a good person, Shinbei dared to eat the steel pipe in his hand alive. You can swallow it in the top and bottom of the mouth. At this moment, Shinbei was completely certain that all his previous guesses were true. No more hesitation. He, the murderer. He is his own $2 million. There's nothing polite about being polite with a money baby person like that. With his right hand behind his back, he instantly lifted the steel pipe and slammed it on Uncommon Bin's head. Bang! Under a stick. Surprisingly, the shock made Shinbei's tiger's mouth numb. And the back of Yu Wu Chang's head was surprisingly completely intact. Shinbei was dumbfounded. This is a martial artist? It's too hard, isn't it? At this moment, the Yu Wu Chang who fell to the ground had an icy and stern look, and the oppressive atmosphere was like a cool and cold wind that froze the air, making people gasp for breath. Little brat. You dare to count on me. Now I'll give you a chance to assist me into the house right now, or I'll get you killed. Shinbei's expression was cold and grunted, your mouth is still hard, you won't beg for mercy, right? Ignoring Yu Wu Chang's threat, Shinbei did not do anything at all. Once again, he raised the steel pipe and slammed it down, as if he were beating a dog. Give me the gold-popping assholes, ah! As for Yu Wu Chang, once he saw that he did not bluff Shinbei, his eyes crumbled, and his heart was filled with unparalleled horror, fear, and disbelief, and only then did he suddenly remember that this guy was a playwright, and that the performance he had just given was all for the purpose of paralyzing himself. A martial artist turned out to be a dog under the stick of an ordinary person. What a humiliation! Yu Wu Chang's head shot up at the moment Shinbei's steel pipe fell, directly exposing it. It's for Shinbei to fight. And he secretly and reluctantly raised his right hand, ready to grab the pole and surrender. Ordinary people with no weapons in their hands, approaching them as a death sentence. If it were normal, he hadn't been hit, and he had already kicked Shinbei to death when the stick fell. But now, his limbs were powerless and he was still able to half kneel, which was already a sign of extremely strong willpower. Yu Wu Chang was just waiting for Shinbei to be hit. In his mind, Shinbei was also bound to be hit, after all, it was just a small karami. But Shinbei were a person who followed a set pattern. The more you stick your head in the sand and tell me to hit it, the less I'm going to hit it. Backhandedly, he drew at Yu Wu Chang's arm. Bang! A stick struck the opponent's arm as if it had struck a concrete floor, and the wooden stick actually bounced back. Now, even though he didn't know how terrifying martial artists were yet, Shinbei realized how powerful the other party's physique was. These thoughts, in a flash. Shinbei's hands did not stop, and he did his best to smash down again. 2 strikes and the pain slightly shook Yo Unchained out of his stupor. Thinking that he had actually been set up by a money-grubbing fellow, Yu Wu Chang was so enraged that he bit the tip of his tongue fiercely. In an instant, as if motivated, Yu Wu Chang took a leg and moved a small step towards the door. Immediately after that, Yu Chang also stopped defending and swung his fists forward with all his might. He is a peak second-grade martial artist. Even to this point, he wants this to know that the martial artist is not something he can count. As long as he could hit Shinbei once and fly him with a single punch, he would have won. However, Shinbei faced Yu Chang's unstructured and breathless Wang Bao Quan. There's something about looking at a live fish bouncing on the shore. More reckless swinging and smashing of steel pipes. Click. Shinbei's face changed drastically. Yu Chang's fist looked to be slow, and it didn't even show any signs of gathering strength. But this punch came over, and the steel pipe in his hand actually bent and broke. And Shinbei's tiger's mouth, at this time also because the force is too heavy, was hit by the rebound of the steel pipe. The tiger's mouth instantly severe pain. The whole hand has a numb feeling. Shinbei was also in a hurry. After tossing and turning for such a long time, this damn martial artist would still not pass out completely. This groundhog uncle must be given a bad review. It's not enough. Shinbei did not care, picked up the remaining half of the steel pipe, like a wiry leopard cat, see the right moment, go up to a muffled stick. After a few rounds, Yu Chang finally couldn't hold on any longer and slammed down on the ground, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his life breath seeming like a candle in the wind, hissing. Headhunters won't let you die. Having said that, the extremely rigid Yu Chang had some blank stares, his tongue was exposed, and he was completely paralyzed. Shinbei wiped the sweat stains on his forehead. Showing a knowing smile, he grabbed Yu Chang's ankle and dragged it towards the room. You don't have to worry about how I die. Explode the gold coins for me first. Chapter 14, the district's second-grade martial artist, hand-to-hand. Shinbei dragged Yu Chang directly into the room and closed the door. It was only at this time that Shinbei carefully observed Yu Chang's state. Already thoroughly corrupted by the ecstasy, his head was already blood red. The whole thing was still in intermittent convulsions. Shinbei takes a moment to catch his breath. Once again, he was deeply aware of the strength of martial artists. For that beating just now, if it was an ordinary person, it would be enough to die 18 times, but Yu Chang was still alive. It was evident that martial artists were extremely tenacious. The only thing that can defeat a martial artist is a martial artist. And of course, there's ecstasy. Shinbei let out a sigh. It was conceivable that if there was no ecstasy effect, the one who fell on the ground right now would have been himself. Mouth dry, he licked his lips and, with a triumphant smile, kicked Yu Chang, unresponsive. Shinbei immediately ran into the bedroom, intending to twist the bedsheet into a rope and tie up Yu Chang. Who knows how long ecstasy lasts? If you come to your senses, all is lost, and 2 million rounds is a cooked duck flying away. Shinbei was startled by the large black bag on the floor just as soon as he entered the bedroom. Various scalpels? Shinbei's face was obscure, his forehead veins rippled. This guy seems to be ready to get me. Shinbei's eyes were sharp, and there was a faintly sinister aura on his body. Luckily I started early. Then, Shinbei pulled and tugged at the sheets and ran back to the living room. Start tying up your Wunderkind. Even Shinbei was a bit surprised by this binding technique. Unconsciously, it was bundled into a turtle armor bondage. Unschooled? Shinbei froze for a moment, although it was a bit hot, but it was effective. However, Shinbei was worried that this layer of binding was not strong and insured enough. Returning home, he pulled a bundle of wire from his toolbox. Bundle Yu's common wire firmly into a dumpling and twisted with pliers. At this time, Shinbei relaxed, humming and laughing. If all this can make you struggle away, count your strength. Now his hands and feet were bound, with no room for strength, and he was wrapped in several layers inside and out, and the outermost was wrapped in a coil of wire. It would be truly superhuman to have your opponent break free like that. Harvest time comes next. Shinbei began to rummage around the house. I found another backpack under the bed, opened it, and it was full of bills. It'll probably be about $200,000. Exploding gold coins. Shinbei couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's all mine. Then some bottles and jars were turned up, 6 in all. 3 of the bottles, which are advertised with logos on them, are similar to the unusual medicine bottles that come with the name of the medicine. 2 bottles of blood chi pills and 1 bottle of chi and blood dan. It has the date of manufacture, the manufacturer, and the address where it was made, proper compliant medicine. Blood chi pills. Shinbei counted the 2 bottles together, totaling 18 pills. At the pharmacy price, it would be $2 million for those 2 drugs alone. At these prices, the average family can't afford it. It was a pain in the ass to buy. And now, Shinbei directly searched. Murder and fire gold belt. Shinbei smashed his mouth. Sure enough, the fastest way to get money is to kill and rob. Is this the way you, are going to teach me how to make money? I learned. A few minutes later, Shinbei completely swept Yu Wu Chang's room clean. No other items were ever turned over. Shinbei put his haul into his bag and ran back inside his house to hide it. This was followed by calling the police. This murderer is still worth $1 million. That money has to be gotten too. After flipping through the phone book, he realized that there was no Gu Chongfeng's phone number at all. But there's Ms. Gu Shinro's. Direct dialing. Hello. Teacher, come to my house. Shinbei shouted at the phone. Gu Shinro on the other end of the phone looked at the time, 8 o'clock in the evening. Nuts. What's the point of letting you go home at night? It's not like it's a home visit. A lone man and a woman. Yuck. Gu Shinro intoned with resentment, Shinbei. I am your teacher. Have you stomped on me because I haven't cleaned you up lately? What am I doing at your house this late at night, and don't tell me your faucet is clogged and the teacher can't unclog it. Shinbei kept the phone away from his ear, away from the growling. Teacher, Shinbei said somewhat anxiously, I rope. Rope? Gu Shinro's direct mind exploded, Shinbei. The teacher was never expecting that you would. Even. Listen to my advice, this kind of thing can't be touched. Pervert. Shinbei. Teacher, aren't you thinking too much? Shinbei returned to the 4th floor and continued, what I mean is that I caught the murderer. It's already tied up with a rope, so you guys come and screen it so you can give me a bounty. This statement was made. The other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Apparently Gu Shinro was judging whether this guy Shinbei was molesting himself or telling the truth. Teacher? You're telling the truth? It's not fake. This guy's bag is full of surgical knives. Definitely the guy who cuts out hearts to make medicine. How did you do that? The other party is a martial artist. Who made me a little witty. Just wait, I'll bring someone there now, and if it's a fake, see if I don't get you. Snap. The phone hung up. Shinbei rolled his eyes and muttered, every day you say you're getting me, but you don't see you coming true. Are you such a teacher? Why are you still cheating on the kids? Shinbei put down the phone and reconfirmed that Yu Wu Chang was still unconscious, so he relied on the doorway and waited for Gu Shinro and the others to arrive. Not a moment's work. Several cars were parked in front of the unit. Messy footsteps resounded through the hallway. Shinbei then watched as Gu Chongfeng, Gu Shinrua, and a few martial arts students from Lord Eagle also arrived. You said you caught the murderer, where is the man? Gu Chongfeng lowered his voice, making it seem a bit hoarse, and was the first to open his mouth to ask. Shinbei dashingly pointed his hand casually toward the house and said very calmly and lightly, it's already packed for you. Although Gu Chongfeng was a bit suspicious, he still rushed into the house. The others were standing outside the door, and they were looking at Shinbei. Gu Shinro had probably just finished her bath, and despite wearing a jacket, she could still see the pink pajamas inside. The petite body exudes a light virginal fragrance, clear and incomparable, tantalizing to the extreme. Black and some wet hair set off her tender skin more snow white, elegant and sexy temperament, so that people cannot be forced to look at. The nose is small and close, slightly open and closed. She looked straight at Shinbei, not seeing the slightest appearance of weakness. Gu Shinro's eyes widened slightly. It couldn't be that what Shinbei said on the phone was true? And Shinbei gulped, looking at Gu Shinro's two full and crimson lips, like ripe lychees. He almost couldn't hold back from going up to take a bite. I really don't dare. Lord Eagle took a step forward and questioned, Shinbei, do you mean that you not only found the murderer, but also subdued him? Shinbei nodded lightly. Wang Yi barked, it can't be. I feel like Shinbei is just crying wolf. Shinbei looked disdainfully, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Just because you guys can't do it well doesn't mean that I can't do it. Catching a mere second-grade martial artist, that's still a piece of cake? The corners of Gu Shinro's mouth twitched at her words. The district's second-grade martial artist is still hand-to-hand? You think all martial artists are cabbages? Gu Shinro's slightly closed eyes rippled with light and said softly, Shinbei, if you dare to swindle us, this time I won't joke with you, I'll definitely get you. Shinbei Gang would like to express his warm welcome to Mr. Gu Shinro's visit. Gu Chongfeng suddenly poked his head out of the room, revealing an expression of relief, relaxation, and a little bit of appreciation as he blurted out. It's him. Yu Wu Chang. Gotcha. Chapter 15. Come on, you tell me, what is a martial artist? While the crowd outside the door still had a few questions, Gu Changfeng's voice was a direct stone hammer. Caught? It's Yu Wu Chang, the murderer. Boom. When Gu Shinro heard this, her face immediately changed, her hands gripping her knees tightly, her body trembling slightly. Sneaking a glance at Shinbei with her pair of big cool eyes. Surprisingly, Shinbei really caught it? How is this possible? It's unbelievable. It seems that if you want to get Shinbei, you'll have to find other excuses. However, this was not what Gu Shinro was currently thinking about. At that moment, she too rushed into the house to check on the situation. And at this moment, the Lord Eagle and Wang Yi were even slightly staring at their pupils, their faces extremely shocked. Also then entered the house. This look. Nice guy. However, he saw Yu Wu Chang lying on the ground in a deep sleep. The body was bound with sheets, and the form of the structure looked somewhat familiar. It always feels like I've seen it in an island romance action movie. Even more surprising is the wire. It's almost like a silk chrysalis made of wire. For those who don't know, they think it's body art. What a mindfulness! And at this moment, the crowd, faced with this unbelievable scene, as if their throats were being strangled by a large invisible hand, their breaths were choked and they could no longer speak. Shinbei shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and said with overriding arrogance, "See, when I say I've caught it, I've caught it." Lord Eagle gave a thumbs up. "Brother, I don't serve anyone, I serve you. As long as there is money for the job, you are really at the forefront." Wang Yi nodded with deep understanding. One must know that Yu Wu Chang, a cold-blooded and scrupulous murderer, was a second-grade martial artist. Even if they, the students of Wushu University, encountered it, they would have to call on Gu Changfeng for support. Definitely don't dare to take things lightly. However, the bias was not even a martial artist Shinbei, who had inexplicably put down a second-grade martial artist. It's amazing. At this moment, Gu Changfeng coughed and signaled with his eyes for Lord Eagle and the others to work. The Lord Eagle naturally understood what Gu Changfeng meant, and immediately rushed into the inner room and began rummaging through the loot. "How did you do that?" Gu Shinro's gaze gradually gentled, her gentle and virtuous expression, her willow leaf eyebrows knitted into a ball, and her leaping eyes held an inquisitive light. Shinbei kept it mysterious and said, "Go back to my house in a while, I'll make a report to the teacher in detail." Gu Changfeng mercilessly revealed, "Ecstasy, this guy drugged Yu Wu Chang." Gu Shinro came to a realization, a glimpse of the moon's eyes curved in a smile, covering her mouth and gently laughed twice. "So that's how it is, worthy of being my student, resourceful enough." But Gu Changfeng looked like a cold statue and said with an educated tone, "I still have to say a few words, Shinbei, this kind of behavior of yours is really too risky, you should take the initiative to notify us and let us handle it, instead of showing off." Gu Shinro nodded her head, and her expression urged to criticize as well. "That's right. Shinbei, if something happens to you, let everyone do what?" Shinbei's gaze was calm, and he slowly said, "I'm not running for the $1 million bounty." Gu Shinro stretched out her soft palm and twisted Shinbei's ear, her red lips spitting like orchids in his ear. "Money, money, money, all you know day after day is money. In my eyes, you arts can improve 1 point, then any money is useful. You have to know." Gu Shinro roped in half a dozen times. Shinbei didn't listen at all. It only felt Gu Shinro's warm airflow itching at his ears. It's teenage hotness. This strange feeling made Shinbei support his tripod. Shinbei was embarrassed beyond measure, trying desperately to think of something else to blood flow backward. But Gu Shinro charm is really hopeless. Shinbei is losing control of the tripod. Soon, Lord Eagle and the others returned to Gu Changfeng's side with somewhat ugly faces and said quietly, "There's nothing. Except a pack of scalpels." Gu Changfeng's gaze abruptly moved. "What do I need a scalpel for? How much can I sell this piece of crap for? I want the elixir. It's worth a lot of money to cover the bounty. There's no potion. This can be had. This one really doesn't." Gu Changfeng's eyes were weird and he instantly looked at Shinbei. It's hard to believe that was rated by this guy. You can't, can you? Can he even think of that? Have the guts to swallow dirt? You don't want to make money? Gu Changfeng asked tentatively. "Shinbei, did the scene remain intact? Has anything moved?" Shinbei shook his head. "I didn't move anything. By the way, I also spent money on ecstasy and mineral water, a total of 5,002, this money you have to report to me. I'd like to enroll you. Gu Chongfun's nostrils sputtered. How could a second-grade martial artist murderer not carry pills with him? It must have been your kid who took it and won't admit it. You're eating at both ends, aren't you? But Gu Chongfeng doesn't have any evidence. Much less enter and search Shenbei's home. After all, Shenbei is a meritocracy, turning around and searching people, there is no such thing. And, in this world, there is another rule. It's for anyone housing. Without a ratified instrument, there is only one thing to say about a house: the wind gets in, the rain gets in, and the king doesn't get in. Of course, this is for the official. Thieves, robbers, etc. may not follow this rule either. Gu Chongfeng faced with the customary smile, the tone of voice but contained some sour jealousy. Trying hard to cover cannot cover, forget it, no more on no more, let Lingnan City batch bounty is, anyway, the murderer is caught. Next. Gu Chongfeng and the others lifted Yu Wuchang and framed him away. What awaits him will be a merciless judgment. Without much thought, it must be dead standing. After the furor over this incident has passed, the biggest winner is Shenbei, who has it both ways. Just wait for the bounty to come down and double it tomorrow after the system settles. Sensei. I still have questions. Shenbei looked at Gu Shinro to leave and shouted. Gu Shinro tilted her head, her big beautiful eyes flickering as she glanced at him. What is it? Something about a martial artist. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? Inquiring minds. Gu Xianro's pair of willow eyebrows shrunk slightly as she gathered her two pieces of fragrant lips, her peach blossom eye curtains dropping halfway down lightly. Turning to Gu Chongfeng, he said, Brother, you go back first, I'll talk to Shenbei for a while. Gu Chongfeng is also anxious to go back to close the case but still quietly said, You try to find out if the stolen goods are in the hands of Shenbei. Gu Shinrui blankly glanced at him and didn't bother. The two came to Shenbei's room. Shenbei also did not ink, and directly opened the door and asked, Teacher, what exactly is a? Shenbei actually asked not about martial artists, but how to become a martial artist, the standard of a martial artist, the definition of a martial artist. These, in fact, are considered secrets. Officially, these messages have not been released to the general public for a number of reasons, which are generally only known if you get into WU. Gu Shinrua sighed long and leisurely and guffawed after sighing. Shenbei, does this mean anything to you? Your four-dimensional attributes are not up to par, and you just got $2 million from both ends, right? Saving a little bit of money will allow you to not lack food and drink. Shenbei was extremely serious, with a voice that was unhurried and sheepishly soft. No, I want to become a martial artist, and now I want to know what the true definition of a martial artist is. Gu Shinro narrowed her eyes, her gaze unblinking as she gazed at him. Seeing Shenbei's serious expression, he was frank. Yeah, you want to know, I'll tell you in advance. Gu Shinro raised her swan-like slender jade neck, raised her hand to undo the hairpin at the back of her head, her black and thick hair spilling down like a waterfall, her head shaking gently again, rippling in the air. That's Chapter 16 Daily Settlement, Extra Reward. In the face of Shenbei's inquisitiveness, Gu Shinru did not intend to say much to Shenbei. After all, with Shenbei's last four-dimensional attribute test, there was no need to know the martial artist's superfluous inner core information. But remember that Shenbei this time to risk his own life, alone to capture Yu Wuchang this murderer, the credit is great. Gu Shinrua poured out some science, which was also considered to relieve Shenbei of his heart's desire. She said slowly. In fact, the true essence of a martial artist is to push the limits of the ordinary human body. You guys haven't been exposed to the real martial arts disciplines yet, and that's because at the moment you're just in the foundation stage. The key to becoming a martial artist is to break through the limits. A martial artist's main focus is to harden the bones, while the tendon and skin are supplemented. And the four-dimensional attributes are the foundation of the sinew, bone, and skin exercise. To summarize, it is that the four-dimensional attributes are strong as a foundation, which qualifies one to break through to martial artist. Gu Shinro explained for almost half an hour as a whole. Shenbei listened attentively, and the giant revealed nothing. This gave Shenbei a whole new perception of martial artists. First of all, the system of martial artists is huge. Physical attributes are powerful and can take the path of physical strength. Power attribute excellence, that's a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, boom 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 and it's over. Mental power attributes are high enough to cultivate secret techniques. The agility attribute stands out, and that's a tricky move. The four-dimensional attribute is the basic disc though. And the matter of breaking through to martial artist is not as simple as going out for dinner. At the time of the breakthrough, the whole body's chi and blood would produce a mutation, boiling violently to push the limits. But this situation is extremely dangerous if left unguided and unprotected. Bursting a blood vessel and injuring your body are minor. Some simply die a violent death. Every year, ordinary people who want to take the wild way to become martial artists take a chance and lose their lives. So, when it comes to breakthroughs, it has to be a WU. There would be a 4th grade martial artist watching over the situation, and if the timing was not right, he would step in to suppress the outbreak of chi and blood to avoid any deaths. Of course. According to Taking Care of Xin Ro, not everyone was guarded by a 4th grade martial artist either, and most of the older martial artists were on their own. As long as a performance breakthrough is successful, then there is no danger. Many geniuses, in fact, don't need to be guarded at all, because these people make it all at once. But it's just that people are more pampered and more humanized these days. One more thing, to reach the condition of a martial artist, you need another kind of booster. That's the Kung Fu. A gongfu that could fit a martial artist's attributes. And the Kung Fu shall not be lightly transmitted. Only WU has it. Of course, there were some wild feats, but they were also the unspoken techniques of those martial artists who hid in the dark corners and wandered outside the world. At this time, Shinbei pondered for a while. There was absolutely nothing wrong with his own 4-dimensional attributes. Give yourself time again, ow up. And the breakthrough words. Shinbei felt that he should be a genius and didn't need a senior martial artist to watch over him. This Yu Wu Chang was put down by himself. He must be a genius. As for the system, I, Shinbei, owe it all to my own unremitting efforts to get where I am today. The system is just the icing on the cake. Adding more tomorrow. The one thing that was missing from wanting to be a martial artist was a meritocracy. This stuff is harder to get. However, Shinbei was not in a hurry, and the car was in a hurry. The big deal is that it's okay to wait until you get into WU before breaking through as a martial artist. At this moment, Gu Shinro slowly got up and stretched her waist, and after standing up, her 2 plump breasts followed and trembled a few times, and her 2 large crystal clear white legs were visible from under the hem of her light green pajama dress. I can't believe there isn't a single one of those calves. Silk flab, smooth, delicate, white, trim and straight. It almost blinded Shinbei's eyes. Well, I'll go back if there's nothing else. Shinbei swallowed his saliva, a little hot, and said, which? Teacher, I am a little afraid, can you accompany me? Gu Xin Ro froze slightly and let out a cooing soft laugh. Don't and pretend, you even dared to get a martial artist, you're still afraid? I'm afraid that Yu Wu Chang's associates will take revenge on me. No accomplices. Gu Shinro didn't believe Shinbei's bull and left directly. Hey! Shinbei stood up and shouted. Gu Shinro's jade hand flirtatiously ruffled the hair on her pink and white neck. A mature woman's elegant temperament emerged. She smiled sweetly and said, have a fart and hurry up. Shinbei. Why do you talk so much? It's a wasted image. Shinbei coughed. If I pass the martial artist exam, will teacher's words count? Gu Shinro's nostrils puffed and her eyebrows twitched. Dream again if you can pass the exam. That predetermined teacher's face awe. Cut. Gu Shinro tossed her hair and disappeared into the doorway. Shinbei perked up. It feels like the teacher is in his or her pocket and can't run away. The following days went by the book, skipping classes, and working part-time. Liver attribute points are sufficient. Of course, it would be a beautiful thing if there was a chance to obtain a feat. At the same time, Shinbei began to calculate. Yu Wu Chang's elixir is not much to talk about, and you can use it yourself. There's over $200,000 in cash, and with bounties and system doubling, total assets can expand to $2.2 million. There's money in it. Shinbei's fists clenched. What can I do to solve my problems? The only way is to get rich. Shinbei had originally planned to buy a house and move out of this neighborhood. But on second thought, one is bound to go to school at WU. Might as well save it for an off-campus home in Ridge City. Thinking this way, Shinbei instantly pulled his face crotch. Housing prices in the city aren't as cheap as they are here in Chantilly. It all starts at $18,000, right? There's not much left for myself when I buy a set. And make money. Shinbei smashed his mouth, which made him realize that money was not enough to earn and spend. The next day, Shinbei just got up. The daily panel settlement message popped up. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Completed escort mission, gained money plus 50, Jane child favorability plus 20. Complete the bounty quest, gain money plus 1 million, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, spirit plus 1, physical fitness plus 1, anti-poison plus 10. After reading the message, Shenbei froze for a breath. Jane child's favorability increased? So, if you screw her a few more times, you will still be dead to yourself, till death do you part, and you will not marry me? Cool. If anything, let Shenbei make a choice between Jane Tong and Gu Shinro. Shenbei will choose all of them. Jane Child has the wonderful thing about Jane Child. Gu Xin Ro has Gu Xin Ro's rhyme. It's all in the palm of your hand. And bounty quests, in addition to getting a bounty. Surprisingly, you also get a slam dunk 4-dimensional attribute bonus. There's also the anti-poison property. Thinking about the scenario, it makes sense to get these attribute bonuses. Take care, that test is the spirit. Strike out and test the power. Dodging yokai's attack would be agility. Running back and forth up and down the stairs is no different than moving bricks, which naturally increases the physical attributes. As for the very unexpected anti-poison property, that should have come from the attributes that were increased when the effects of the original experimental ecstasy licked that much. Lose a horse. Shenbei exclaimed, I should have swallowed all of the ecstasy at that time, it would definitely be anti-poison plus 100 ah. But Shenbei thought about it and felt fortunate that he didn't drink it all at that time. Otherwise one is bound to pass out on the floor. And Yu Wu Chang upstairs was planning to do himself in last night, and would surely come downstairs to find himself. That would be a bad scene. At this time, Shenbei opened the cell phone bank and checked the balance. 2 million for real. Calm down the eye-rolling zeros. Shenbei washed up and went out to school. When they arrived at school, Jane Child did give Shenbei a huge surprise. Chapter 17 Can't hold it in, ah. Shenbei had just arrived at the classroom and sat down. Jane Child mysteriously pulled open her book bag. Here, I'll show you something good. Shenbei was suddenly swept by a brainstorm. Is this to look at the fact that I escorted her home yesterday and started giving myself perks? Thinking of this, Shenbei felt that he had to put on an act. Putting on a decent demeanor, what do you take me for? How could I possibly demand original flavors like this? Jin Tong immediately realized that Shenbei seemed to be getting more and more outrageous. Some nasty implications there. Jane Tong's beautiful eyes gently tightened, her gaze trembled slightly, and the corner of her eyebrows carried a hint of darkness. What are you thinking? Shenbei hooked a book bag inside. There is no fabric at all. A hasty turn of phrase. No, it's nothing. It's really nothing? It's really not. Jane Tong's furrowed brows and flashing eyes were still somewhat skeptical of Shenbei's sordid thoughts, but they didn't pursue the matter in depth. Next. Jane Child opened her book bag completely. Look. Shenbei buried his head and went in for a look. He exclaimed, my good lord, where did you get this? Inside the book bag at this time was, surprisingly, several books on feats. Basic practices. The 8 stances of pile standing. Appreciation of cold weapons. This is a basic book necessary for breaking through to martial arts. Shenbei looked at Jane Tong with a strange expression. And Jane Child of face inclined his head to organize the hair hanging down by the ear, looked at him and smiled with exposed teeth. All are my dad's collection, I secretly give out. What exactly does my father-in-law do? Shenbei asked offhandedly. Jin Tong frowned deeper and deeper. Who is your father-in-law now? Can you stop calling it nonsense? Okay, then I'll change my name. Shenbei thought about it and asked, then what does our father do? You. Hurry up and answer the question. Jane Child biased the rosy and dripping pretty cicatrices, rolled her eyes and said, of course it's a martial artist. If it's not injured in the mission in the underground caves, now it's still a teacher of Lingnan City's martial arts university. Shenbei was slightly stunned. How can you have this kind of status? No wonder. No wonder you can get used testing equipment. When the time came for Jane Child to test the values of the attributes, Jane Mountain gave a critique and blah blah blah. And it's a reasonable thing to say. So old father-in-law used to be a teacher at WU. Those feats would indicate the source as well. Shenbei rubbed his hands together. Jin Tong, you certainly are not used to show off, right? I really show off. Jane Child very sincere answer, mainly let you treat my dad's attitude to put some respect, although my dad has a dark wound in the body, but pissed off, a slap to kill you is still not a problem. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. How there's kind of a girl bringing home boys. The boy can't hold it in and wants to bully the girl pulls open the closet and it's full of police uniforms, and the boy immediately behaves. Nice guy. So, Jane is here to show her strength? But it had to be said that Shinbei really didn't see that Jianshan was a martial artist. Generally speaking, when a martial artist didn't explode their chi and blood and aura and walk down the street, there was no difference between them and an ordinary person. Just like Gu Shinro, who can see that she can break a big stone in her chest. It's true that you can't judge a man by his looks, and you can't measure the sea by its waters. And at this time, Shinbei was reminded of a joke in a novel. The heroine's cultivation is too strong, resulting in the membrane underneath is also exceptionally hard, the male protagonist can't even poke through. Shinbei would like to ask for confirmation that Jane Tong, the membrane of this world is not barred and hard. But for fear of being slapped, he held his tongue. At this moment, Shinbei looked at Jane Tong. She was wearing a high-waisted skirt today, simple in style but stylish. She sat on the seat with her legs gracefully crossed. The hem of the skirt fell just a hand's breadth above the knee, subtly revealing a slender section of thigh that looked like carefully sculpted porcelain, white and shiny. Her calves weren't the kind of muscular lines obtained through deliberate exercise, but carried a natural slimness and slenderness. It was as if they had been well polished and that end of the beautiful face, with the elegance that cannot be applied to any gaudy words to describe, tall and agile figure, light and long aroma, everything, all seemed so beautiful, beautiful to the untouchable. Shinbei was obsessed for a moment and coughed, "Can we discuss this and lend me these books for a few days?" "What are you doing?" Jane Child went on guard and said with a warning, "I know you're going to touch the threshold with your four-dimensional attributes, but breaking through to a martial artist is no joke, and without a high-level martial artist guarding you on the side, you'll die. I'm just pre-preparing for the martial arts university course in advance, you're really overthinking it." Shinbei lied and chatted about farts, that simply didn't need to draft at all, it just came out of his mouth. Jane Tong looked at Shinbei skeptically, "Really? Would I joke with my life? Okay, lending you for a few days is fine, but don't mess around." Where could Shinbei listen to it, directly stuffing the books into his own book bag, carrying it up and leaving? "Oh oi." Jane Child's face twisted with hatred, "You're just leaving? What's with the scummy pants on the wall vibe?" Shinbei turned back and winked, "Why don't you go? What a waste of time going to school." Jane Tong almost spit out blood, helplessly holding her forehead, "Are you so short of money that you have to work? Come on, sit down, I'll pay you to be by my side and study for me, okay?" Shinbei shook his head firmly. What a joke. Yesterday's escort mission only increased favorability, not a single attribute. This invariably means that walking and staying on task will not settle any attribute values. At the very least, you have to put in the labor. Sons and daughters, it affects my play. Shinbei finished and left. Jane Child pointed at herself in dismay, "Childish? Could you Shinbei, just who is a mouthful of father-in-law called de? Heartless thing, bah." Jane Child's googly-eyed face was engraved with longing and resentment. Shinbei went out of the classroom. From afar, she saw Gu Shinro walking towards the classroom holding her textbooks. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes today, revealing a section of snow-white, slender calves above her ankles, and her youthful skin looked even smoother and more delicate in the setting sun. Her footsteps were light and firm, each step revealing her determination and tenacity. Her eyes sparkled blue, like a deep, bottomless lake, but at the moment they were filled with unspilled tears. Those watery eyes, as if containing stars, leisurely fall in the corner of the eyes of the teardrops, mapping out endless sadness, as if a pearl is clear and bright. Her skirt danced lightly in the wind, her white dress fluttering in the wind, and her tall figure could be vaguely seen. Shinbei takes just one look, then another, then another, then another. Shinbei was once again mesmerized by Gu Shinro's beauty. When she turned awake, Gu Shinro had already walked over to Shinbei. Shinbei secretly said that it was bad. Can't run away. Sure enough. Gu Shinro reached out and twisted Shinbei's ear. What, still want to skip class? No, I want to go to the bathroom. It's almost time for class, so we'll go after class. Genuinely can't hold it in, it's coming out, ah. The corner of Gu Shinro's mouth twitched as she waved her hand, go and return quickly. Shinbei slipped away. Hey! Gu Shinro took a look at the direction Shinbei was running in, where it was to the restroom. Rather, it's the front door. Gu Shinrue's wonderful eyes rounded, white pretty face twisted by anger. Shinbei, I'll get you sooner or later, asshole. Chapter 18, Can you save lives by studying medicine? After Shinbei slipped out of the campus, he first went home and put Jane Tong's surprise inside the drawer. And you don't have to worry about thieves stealing. There's really nothing worth stealing in this neighborhood. Probably scouring 100 homes wouldn't be worth as much as one villa in a rich neighborhood. Strangely enough, rats are rare in this neighborhood. It's kind of sad when you think about it. Labor market. Shinbei performs daily squat work. As a normal thinking kid, reading that's something that delays your future. It's impossible to read a book, and the people at the labor market are so well spoken and super like it here. At this point, a few laborers are hip to blowing awesome, and it's no less fun. I had a ing dream yesterday that I was rich. Pull back, you don't want to punch up your performance for the weekender. The laborers around them laughed. Shinbei was also listening to a joy. By the end of the night, Shinbei took 3 jobs. The first one was digging a tree pit for planting trees and made $40. Mostly because this job is so ing dope. It's on a piece rate basis, giving $20 for a passable hole dug. The unit price is really fine. But damned if a group of laborers followed the boss over there, and before they could dig a few holes, they passed a panel truck with an excavator on it. This thing can't dig a hole as fast as humanly possible. Shinbei had just dug 2 tree pits, and the excavator had done it all. The angry laborer spat in the driver's face. The second job was good. It was unclogging a sewer line at a chemical plant. It should have rained the other day and there were tree branches and plastic bags blocking the spout that needed to be cleaned out. Laborers in the labor market are afraid to take it. Fear of danger. But Shinbei was a bright spot. It's a good job. Definitely activates the anti-poison attribute. Shinbei, of course, does not allow. The original wages 300, cut to 500, Shinbei took it. When we arrived at the chemical plant, the manufacturer prepared protective clothing, masks and other items. Armed to the teeth. By all accounts, there was absolutely no problem getting into the sewers. But the sewers are a bit dim, and it might be dangerous to hang onto some wire or something that scratches the suit. Shinbei went all the way down, walking carefully and unusually cautious. Unclog the drain and walk out in one piece. The third live is even more bizarre. Even Shinbei felt unable to activate the daily settlement panel. It's a mental hospital that's putting on a cultural show. The performers are psychotic. Lacking an audience, trying to hire a few people from the labor market to be spectators. Shinbei thinks the head of the mental hospital is also mentally ill. What a nice guy organizing a psycho show. The audience is the one who's supposed to be mentally ill, right? However, the good thing is that this job pays decent money, 50 a head, to sit and watch. Originally, Shinbei did not want to go, but it is not early, the last job, can earn a little is a little. Who else is tired of money? The result is a disaster. The first psychotic show performed by the first psychotic show directly gave Shinbei a subdued. This psycho said in a serious manner, I personally think that this pasta should be mixed with 45 concrete, because the length of this screw, it will easily directly affect the torque of the excavator. When you smash it in a flash it will produce a large number of high-energy proteins, commonly known as UFOs, which will seriously affect the economy, and even to the whole of the Pacific Ocean, as well as the charger, all of which would cause some nuclear contamination. Furthermore, according to the Hooke theorem, you can easily deduce that a captive eastern striped hawk chicken, which is capable of capturing wild trigonometric functions. So whether or not Qin Shi Huang's cut is radioactive or not, and whether or not Trump's nth power contains sediment, it doesn't matter if Walmart and Velcom converge at the South Pole. Shinbei. Awesome. Brainstorming. Can't keep up. After much tossing and mental destruction, Shinbei felt that this was the least amount of $50 he had ever earned. However, Shinbei was looking forward to seeing what tomorrow's settlement panel would say. At night, Shinbei didn't go out to deliver takeout. Instead, he studied the books he had borrowed from Jane Child. A couple of books are on the table. Shinbei rubbed his hands together and didn't rush to look through it haphazardly, but picked up the basic cultivation method. What made Shinbei somewhat surprised was that the thickness of the books of the basic cultivation method was about the same as Alive. Basic, the bare minimum is this thick? Shinbei's brain hurt a little, and thought it was the thickness of a pamphlet or something like that. Turn it over hard. The few words on the first page directly shook Shinbei's state of mind. Martial artists, dare to be the first in the world. What a dominating few words. Shinbei immediately turned over the official contents. And then giggle. Surprisingly, it's a map of the human skeleton. Then the blood and flesh map, the meridian map, and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels map. Fake, right? How do I feel it's a medical book? Shinbei touched his nose. Can studying medicine just save lives? But what comes next begins to step into martial arts proper. Let's take the example of someone with more prominent physical attributes and strength. First and second grade martial artists, quenching the bones of their limbs. A first grade martial artist can quench the upper limb bones, or the lower limb bones, it's all fine, the small direction is just different. Whether it was upper limb bone quenching or lower limb bone quenching, the quenching was completed, and at this point in time, the martial artist possessed a not-so-weak single killing power. Bones as hard as iron, chi and blood as rainbows, exploding out, hands and feet comparable to cold weapons. At this point in time, it was not uncommon for martial artists to single out ordinary people and kill them with a single punch or kick. If one chose to quench the upper limb bones first, the upper limb bones totaled 64 bones. Completing the quenching, both hands and arms can be used as machetes and are extremely powerful. And after completing the quenching of the upper limb bones and the chi and blood reached the standard, one could break through the second grade and start quenching the 62 bones of the lower limb bones. Similarly, those who first quenched their lower limb bones would have to quench their upper limb bones after the second grade. At this time, Shinbei had a completely new perception of Yu Wu Chang. This guy is a second grade has completed the hardening of the limb bones. At this time, Yu Wu Chang, if he had not been counted by Shinbei, his hands and feet could be used as weapons, and kicking Shinbei to death was easy and almost no difficulty. At that time, Shinbei chopped Yu Wu Chang with a steel pipe, and with his arms and legs weak, he still broke the pipe with one punch. As for Yu Wu Chang's limb bones, even if Shinbei had chopped and slashed many times, Yu Wu Chang's hands and feet did not show signs of fracture. The third-grade martial artists who took the route of physique and strength were even more powerful and began to temper their torsos. A peak third-grade martial artist has dared to fight hot weapons head-on, as long as he protects the vitals of his brain. Although the bullet enters the body and still has to be injured, it is rarely fatal and you can still keep fighting. Of course, one shot to the head and you're dead. There is bad luck, through the bone gap was hit by the internal organs of the vital organs, that also have to die. As for how to quench the skull, there was no introduction in the book, so I guess it was not part of the basic cultivation. Regarding the cultivation of realms above the third grade, the book did not introduce it either, and the basic cultivation method was the cultivation of the next 3 grades. As for other martial artists with higher spirit and agility attributes, the book did have instructions, but Shinbei didn't care too much. In the thoughts of Shinbei, when you become a martial artist, it has to be a fight between the fists and the fists. The clash between flesh, fist to fist, is really hot-blooded. Therefore, Shinbei was bound to take the path of physical fitness and strength. As for other martial arts, attributes enough to be able to learn, the main focus is still on physical combat. The book says that you don't have enough attributes, grab a pill, and make sure you have enough attributes to get twice the results with half the effort. Shinbei smiled. Getting high doesn't exist for Shinbei. Also, there's resistance to getting too high. This is why elixirs range from tens of thousands of dollars to millions. The more expensive the price, the stronger the effect and the less resistance. And the way how to effectively harden the root bones, that would be another book. Standing pile 8. At this time's flipping through this book. The first page is a warning in a few big, bold red letters. Warning. Attention. You may not cultivate the contents of this book before the martial arts exam. Otherwise, it will cause the 4-dimensional attribute points to drop. Chapter 19, Young People, Just Strong Firepower. Faced with the warning on the book, Shinbei's complexion gave a start and immediately became serious. It was something he hadn't anticipated. Cultivating the art of breaking through a martial artist would even cause a drop in attribute values? That's too scary, isn't it? Think about it another way, if this thing is true. Then you can't really just cultivate before the martial arts exam. Originally should be able to get into the 4-dimensional attribute value of WU, once after pulling the crotch, WU hopeless ah. Shinbei frowned and thought for a moment. This is definitely a deadly place for other students. Seems like it doesn't seem to have a negative effect on you. Shinbei muttered to himself. The value of your own attributes is equivalent to nothing, as long as you work part-time to activate the daily settlement panel. There was still some time before the martial arts exam, so it was perfectly possible to make up for it. Thinking of this, Shinbei's restless heart began to drum up. He immediately turned over the other pages of the 8 stanzas of Standing Pile. In response to why you can't practice martial arts breakthroughs before your martial arts exams. It is also explained in detail here. After Shinbei read through the whole article, it was clear. In a nutshell, breaking through as a martial artist requires chi and blood to condense and blood to quench the bones. These, in turn, consume attribute values. After all, conservation of energy more or less still plays a role in this world. A breakthrough requires consumption. Where does the consumption come from? Attribute points, naturally. And attribute points don't come out of thin air. Even if they can regenerate themselves, they can't keep up with the rate of consumption. Once this happens, on the occasion of a martial arts test, the testing equipment will not take into account what you have done. Just look at the data and talk. That's why it must be after the martial arts exams to break through as a martial artist. The attribute values that disappeared after the breakthrough would rise back up again. However, Shinbei didn't care at all. Just do it and be done with it. Immediately, Shinbei took off his clothes and first followed the basic cultivation method to cultivate chi and blood condensation. As for the 8 stanzas of the Standing Pile, that is chi and blood quenching the bones. It has to come one thing at a time. There's no rush. Shinbei had already roughly grasped the way and steps of chi and blood condensation. Although this was Shinbei's first time, there might be a little accident. But people whose first time was born accurate, whose first time is not shouting pain. Shinbei, who had made preparations, immediately cultivated. According to the basic cultivation method, when chi and blood are condensed, the blood vessels throughout the body will bulge and swell. The first practice begins. However, those previously invisible blood vessels throughout Shinbei's body were all exposed after consuming the attribute value and feeding the chi and blood impact. Individual blood vessels even have to be pushed against the skin to see the blood flowing inside. It's huge. Swell. First time, it's my first time, it's all normal. Getting used to it slowly. Phew. Shinbei constantly corrected the cultivation and summarized the ways and methods to make the cultivation less detour. Of course, there were times when Shinbei was afraid, at the time when the chi and blood condensed to the temples. Shinbei's heart jumped into his throat. This if it explodes. Boom out your own brains. It was no wonder that to break through as a martial artist, one had to have the assistance of a martial artist of the 4th grade or higher. This situation is really dangerous if one is not careful. Fortunately, the chi and blood condensation of the basic cultivation method had a fixed routine, and as long as one didn't make a fool of oneself, the chi and blood flowed according to a fixed route. Soon, the chakra condensation passed by the solar plexus without any danger. An hour later, Shinbei withdrew his momentum and sat paralyzed on the ground, panting. It went well, but Shinbei looked down at his skin. The whole thing was a shock. But see. Dots of blood beads were seeping out from the pores of his entire body. All over, as if fished out of a blood bath. The entire person was bright red and eerie, with an extremely terrifying aura. If this were to go out, scaring passers-by into peeing would be light. Checking a bit, there should be nothing wrong with the aortic vessels, it's all the capillaries that can't withstand the chi and blood condensation and rupture. Not much of a problem. Shinbei hissed, somewhat distressed, how many eggs does it take to make up for the loss of so much blood? However, Shinbei was more interested in knowing how many attribute points he had dropped. But his own family was not as rich as Jane Child's, and he could test the attributes anytime, anywhere. Take another trip to your father-in-law's house sometime to test it. Even though Shinbei was not heartbroken about the attribute value, he had to have a little bit of a spectrum in his heart at least. Then, Shinbei was not idle. Take a little break. Then he grabbed the Standing Pile 8. This is the chi and blood quenching the bones. There are 8 ways of standing in it. Each one corresponds to the bone hardening direction. For example, with the horse stance, the hardened bones are the lower limbs. As the old saying goes, if you don't practice martial arts, you'll be empty in your old age. The gong in this context refers to pile work. The basics are solid, but they can affect the real world. It's said that those who have mastered the art of standing on piles can do it without falling over. You know, not falling to the ground during a fight is a pretty huge advantage. Pile work stand well, push, cannot be knocked down, cannot be beaten, but also pestering, can be said to be able to nausea opponents to vomit blood. Shinbei didn't have much hesitation and directly chose horse stepping pile to start practicing. As the name suggests, The horse stance is named horse stance because the stance is like riding a horse. The horse stance is further divided into 3 levels. First, stand firm. When the stakes are standing firm, people can't be pushed over. Second, stand true. Feet like a rock, rooted in the earth, one cannot move. Third, stand empty. The empty floor is the origin of the name the Undying Man. The so-called standing empty, the body's center of gravity can be adjusted at will. The center of gravity is unstable, easy to fall. The center of gravity is solid, adjustable at will, and I will not move at all if you push, hit, kick, or hold it. A martial artist's ability to fight in actual combat does not simply depend on the level of grade. A martial artist who stood well on stakes, even if he fought with a high-grade martial artist, even if he couldn't break defense and couldn't beat you, he could dodge you. Moreover, standing stakes can forge bones and tendons and accelerate the speed of bone hardening. Stump work was extremely effective when practiced together with the basic cultivation method, but of course, the consumption of attribute values was staggering. But the last thing Shinbei lacked was attribute values. Working Emperor. Liver attribute maniac, said Shinbei. Shinbei was confident and immediately started practicing the horse stepping pile. Shinbei thought this thing was a simple batch. As a result, once on the hand, less than 3 minutes, Shinbei bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from the forehead and smashed on the floor. The legs were even softer like noodles, like a vibrating sieve, and couldn't stop shaking. At this time, not to mention someone to push a hand, is a wave of blowing over. It is easy to lift Shinbei overturned on the ground. Am I just too much of a rookie, or is this stance too hard? Shinbei gritted his teeth and held on for a while longer. It felt as if my legs were going to run away from my upper body. This strange feeling caused Shinbei to drift off for a moment. I touched the first layer? Having just been excited for a moment, Shinbei no longer had the physical strength to support himself and sat down on the ground. Shinbei slapped down his senseless legs, and the corner of his mouth twitched. That doesn't seem to be the first layer, but an illusion. Shinbei sighed. Breaking through to martial arts is indeed a bit difficult. Any step is an extreme test for the average person. This is still practicing alone. Normally, it should be the basic cultivation method and horse stance in one breath. As you can imagine, the difficulty of this is a flip-flop. However, Shinbei was not discouraged. Practice makes perfect. Older martial artists can break through on their own. And the later ones get to go back more and more? The desire for speed is not enough. This is the end of today's practice. After washing up, Shinbei was lying on his bed, enjoying the harem beauties from all over the country performing rubbing dances for himself. Before brushing a few, Shinbei was tired and drowsy, and went to play chess with Jogong. Day 2. Shinbei got up in high spirits. Young people, they just have a lot of firepower. After a good night's sleep, you're ready to go. It's in the middle of breakfast. The checkout panel popped up. Chapter 20. If this school didn't have you, I wouldn't even go to it. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Finish digging the pit, gain money plus 40, strength plus 1, constitution plus 1. Completed the task of pretending to be a spectator, gained money plus 50, spirit plus 1, resistance to mental intrusion plus 20. Sewerage work completed, money plus 800, dark vision plus 20, anti-poison attribute plus 50. After reading the information, Shinbei had a few moments of surprise and astonishment. Of the several jobs yesterday, there was only one that Shinbei focused his audience on. That's the asylum gig. Thought it wouldn't activate the daily billing system. Never in a million years, the rewards that should be given are still given. Spirit plus 1, this is normal. After all, psychopaths perform shows that only psychopaths watch. But unexpectedly, there are anti-jamming properties. What another surprise that strays outside of the mainstream 4-dimensional properties. It is important to realize that current testing equipment can only detect 4-dimensional attributes. Or rather, for martial artists, it was the high or low value of these 4 attributes that mattered the most. Other attributes are invisible and mysterious. And here in Shinbei, all of them have specific values. This gave Shinbei a clearer perception of his own strength control. And another drain unclogging job with a small surprise. Anti-toxicity is, needless to say, an inevitable bonus to settle. The other is the vision bonus. And it's still dark vision. The sewers in that chemical plant are really dim. This reward is surprising, but reasonable. Shinbei nodded in satisfaction. See, that's what hard work is all about. Just don't lay flat and accomplish something with everything you do. Had breakfast. Shinbei hurried to the school and punched the card. Without the slightest hesitation, just skip class. Jane Tong saw Shinbei's back from afar and screamed from behind, "Hey! My book, give it back to me!" Shinbei didn't look back and waved his hand. "There's no toilet paper in the house." Jane Tong's entire body exploded with anger and cut Shinbei severely. At this time, Gu Shinro had just gone to work as well, skimming her mouth in chagrin and muttering, "This guy skipped class again? Well, nah." Jane Child sniffled, "And he's going to use my books as hand towels." Gu Shinro bit her lip. "Don't worry, if he dares, teacher will help you get him. We'll get it together." Gu Xinro and Jane Child looked at each other and smiled with a sisterly unison smile. If Shinbei knew that the incomparably charming Gu Shinro and the youthful and white Jane Tong were planning to team up to get him together, the Smashers will definitely get a presidential suite and rise to the challenge. Never back down. Labor market. There could be nothing more heartfelt and pleasant to Shinbei than squatting work. Everyone else works to put food on the table. And Shinbei, fulfilling the ideal. The difference in goals also caused Shinbei's temperament to be different from others. Shinbei stood in a crowd of people who had no hope of promotion, simply standing out from the rest. At first glance, they are kids who are incredibly passionate about odd jobs. Shinbei's task today was simple. Working in the morning. Regardless of whether or not they could get the job, they were not doing anything in the afternoon and were planning to return to the school and make a trip to the building dedicated to the armed forces. This building is actually a gymnasium. Previously, Shinbei woke a hopeless, lazy to go. Now it is time to look at a high school, delicate children. Time rushes. Shinbei took 2 jobs in the morning. One is on a factory assembly line, covering 2 hours. This assembly line does mostly electronic versions. The job is simple, it's all about quick eyes and quick hands. Just hit the screws on the electronic board. There can be no omissions. It was supposed to be a pretty good job. But Shinbei is suffering from old age. The main thing was that across from his workstation sat a girl who wasn't very old. Nice guy. Shinbei works seriously, while his hands were busy. The girl even took off her shoes and rubbed Shinbei's thighs across the not-so-wide workbench. Also sends a glance to Shinbei. Shinbei was all set to report the supervisor for someone sexually harassing and interrupting his work. This is not Shinbei's petulant nature and lack of understanding. All dare in the face of Jane Child, call Jane Mountain as father-in-law of the person, still can be petulant sex? How can such a person not understand the fact that he had the audacity to reconfirm a kiss with his own teacher? The key is, the girl across from the workstation ing looks like the titan of the deep. Piece of. It's like an oversized 18-fold meat bun. Everyone else was sitting on a solstice bench. The guy across the street, the seat was stainless steel specially built. One but can top 3 plastic benches. This Nima. Who dares to kill as usual? Mustn't the person underneath look like a toad repeatedly run over by a big truck when you sit down on your butt? Also, the thing that made Shinbei suffer the most was, just take off your shoes. And smelly feet. Shinbei's face was smoked green, his eyes were straight to gold stars, and he choked and coughed. Could sort of endure the past 2 hours. Shinbei spread his legs and ran. I can go to your grandfather's bar. This electronic factory is directly blackened by Shinbei. Never again. It's too much of a pain in the ass. The other job was simple, slaughtering live fish. Originally, this job Shinbei did not want to take. The fear of not being able to activate the daily settlement panel is tantamount to doing nothing. But today's labor market is in the doldrums and work is very scarce. Shinbei went anyway, with the idea of hitting a pole with dates or without dates. There are few steps to butchering a live fish. Customers want that one, fish it out in a hurry, and then take a stick to the fish's head. Then he took out a cold fish killing knife and scraped off the scales. Then just gut it, pull out the guts, rinse it off, and exchange it to the customer. Originally the job was $60 an hour. But Shinbei was fined $10 by the fish owner. Because it's. After a customer ordered a good live fish, Shinbei directly opened and cleaned up before weighing. That boss was all screwed up at the time. It didn't work out that way. Weighing before you kill is the right step. Shinbei smashed his mouth, and he had to stand upright to be beaten for doing something wrong. Naturally, I'm not going to lift the owner's booth for $10. You can be a scoundrel, but you can't be a hooligan in what you do. Of course, Shinbei was fined $10 by the fish boss on the spot, but the customer gave Shinbei $10 alone to compensate back. The morning's work is over. Shinbei was looking forward to how this fish killing job was going to end tomorrow's panel. It is expected to be difficult. It is highly likely that it is not activated. Noon. Shinbei returned to school. Jane Tong looked at Shinbei with an expression of disbelief, as if the sun had risen from the west. You turned back to your heart, turned back to the shore, and came to school? Shinbei dug his ears and laughed exaggeratedly. If this school didn't have you, I wouldn't even go to it. Jane Child's face steamed red with a roar, dripping blood in the face of such naked molestation. The pair of large almond eyes slightly open at the moment sent out as water waves rippling, heart-stopping light too. She was on the verge of being swept away in her disoriented, slightly open eyes. Jane Child confused with surprise in the lovely face, for a moment, actually a little nose sour, but also, thumping heart. But soon, Jane Child realized something was wrong. You wait a minute. She had just been immersed in the titillating words she had spoken and snapped out of it. She tilted her sharp pearly face, opened a pair of bright eyes, and questioned with milky ferocity. You won't even go to the school without me? Right. Shinbei said extremely cheekily. So what you're saying, Jane Child narrowed her eyes, is that you're going to me, aren't you? Shinbei. Chapter 21, It's easier for me to go to WU than to go to you. Follow the teaching process of the first high school. The morning is a liberal arts program. The so-called liberal arts is relative to the martial arts. This includes math, science, chemistry, etc. Even though this is a high martial arts world, technology is evolving. The foundation of science is mathematics, science and chemistry, and this is definitely a course that cannot be abandoned. And by the afternoon, the course can be fractured. Continuing studies in the liberal arts. The students of the martial arts department, on the other hand, then have to go to the building dedicated to martial artists, which is also known as the gymnasium, to participate in workouts. The Wuko here refers to students who have reached 60 points, or close to 60 points, in the four-dimensional attributes and have hopes of taking the Wuko. For martial arts students who want to tap into their attribute points more. Other than getting high, then you need to exercise. As water run fast, lying down is certainly not, too often exercise fast running constantly beyond their own, activate more potential is a reason. At this time the first high school martial arts students were walking out of the classroom. Partner up and head to the gym. Jane Child and a few other martial arts students in the class got up at the same time and rushed to the gym. And Shinbei stood up and swaggered after. Ugh. Jane Tong reached out and pressed her hand against Shinbei's chest, her angular eyebrows raised. What are you doing? May I? Shinbei. I'm going to the gym. Jane Tong nodded slightly and let out a light laugh. I know your attributes aren't that far off, but it's still not too late to go to the gym if you're sure you can reach 60 points as my father said, otherwise it's a waste of money. Shinbei naturally understood. Although the gymnasium of the first high school belongs to the self-built, for martial arts students to hammer their bodies. But not every student can have their own gym. Not to mention that the school's fitness equipment is far from being comparable to that of a gym on the market. Naturally, there must be a charge. Access is $300 a time, and a yearly subscription can be even cheaper. And don't you dare think it's expensive. Martial arts students still think it's cheap. After all, there were martial arts teachers inside. It's no joke to be poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Shinbei coughed. Not bad, I'm just going in to study. Jane Tong pouted, always feeling that Shinbei was somewhat uncharacteristic. Obviously a student who doesn't like to go to class, whether it's liberal arts or martial arts, suddenly has to go to the gym. Is there a ghost? Suddenly, Jane Child suddenly remembered something. She gathered her expression and stood upright, with a meticulous grooming posture. She did have a look on her face that saw through Shinbei. I think you're just disturbed and want to go in and have a great time, don't you? Shinbei laughed. An eye-opener? Could it be that the martial arts students still have a fancy show in there? Jin Tong hummed. Don't think I don't know what the hell you're playing at. This martial arts section isn't just for boys, there are also girls. Such a reminder. Shinbei's eyes were glowing. Yeah. Inside the gym, but men and women work out together. Who works out and wears a jacket? That's naturally cooler. One can imagine the inevitable explosion of Wookiee girls wearing them. N times more flavorful than the gyms around town. Gee. Shinbei was like a scurrying monkey that had been ignited, and he scurried out directly to the gymnasium. Jane Child. She looked at Shinbei's hasty pace and gently poo-pooed it. It really made me say it. Then I have to dress better today, I can't be compared to the other girls. Once inside the gym, Shinbei instantly felt a huge wave of hormones coming over him. A number of students have already started working out on the various fitness equipment. Their workouts are just pure exercise, instead of quenching. What Shinbei wanted to see was not that, but he wanted to find out if there were any students here who dared to break through to the martial arts in advance, just like himself. It would be nice to take a lesson. Of course, at this time, Shinbei was still attracted by some vaguely small girls in the gymnasium. They are pretending to be really powerful. They are all 18-year-old girls, just when the flowers are blooming, each one of them can be tender. A special sweat traced down his neck over his collarbone, coupled with the sound of a gasping exhale. My goodness! What good man can stand this kind of scene? But it's much better than the sultry stuff inside the video platform. It's so worth the $300. Shinbei licked his lips. Secretly, I vowed that I would work hard and come to see it every day and feast my eyes on it. Of course, Shinbei was no mere hormonal impulse. An old man once said that the secret to prolonging life is to look at beautiful women. Shinbei, this is an advance. Nothing wrong with it. However, Shinbei realized that the boys who went down to work out usually didn't look at the girl side. I think it's because you're afraid to show your face, isn't it? Hey, Shinbei. Someone behind him shouted. Shinbei turned his head. It's Jane Child. She changed her costume. The top half of her body was a tight, corseted sweatshirt that outlined her thin waist and perfectly proportioned chest to the hilt. The bottom half of the pantyhose wrapped tightly around a pair of long legs. The hair on the back of her head followed the head of her head as it swayed from side to side. Carrying slightly plain flats in her hands, she had not yet replaced them. Shinbei was in a trance for a moment and exclaimed, "A fairy has descended to earth. Don't follow the bull." Jane Tong's ice-clear jade face suddenly became hot, and a sense of shame mixed with pitch-black desire welled up in her heart, straightening up her gaze to become a bit fluttering. I can't even tell the truth now? Shinbei said with some anger. Jane Tong Mei smiled and revealed 2 rows of teeth as neat as braided shells. Okay, whatever you say. Get out of the way, I want to change my shoes. Shinbei moved his feet to make way for the bench seat. Looking at Jane Child's flawless, vibrant skin, and the slender, well-proportioned figure. What's even more valuable is that her eyes are vivid and watery, and her lips are small and thin in line with national aesthetic preferences, making her look like a stunning sculpture carved out of the same mold. Jane Child took off her shoes and rubbed the tops of her feet lightly with both hands, the icy white color uncovered. The wet and soft arch of the foot made Shinbei's body shake. But it's much better than that deep-sea titan. At the very least, Jane Child, with these tender hands and arches, could link up and down, and there was bound to be unexpected pleasure. Soon, Jane Child finished changing her shoes and got up to go work out. Shinbei asked in a serious manner, "Is there nothing else to see here?" Jane Tong slightly frowned, thinking, "I've put in so much blood, haven't you seen enough?" Jin Tong stabilized his mind and said, "What else are you looking at? Are you still satisfied?" Shinbei hooked a glance at Jane Tong's jade feet and winked. Contentment is contentment, but there is no constant happiness. What the hell are you trying to say? I mean, besides the students who exercise their bodies, are there any other students who exercise some special techniques or quenching? Jin Tong hugged his chest and asked with a look of determination, "Then you didn't listen to what I warned you yesterday, did you? You can't quench before the martial arts exam. It will drop the attribute value." Shinbei waved his hand. "I know, I just want to see if anyone is so bold." There are in fact. Jane Tong pointed to the second floor. There are a few up there, but their attribute values are all over the limit before they try to cultivate early. Or rather, the family has money, so even if they drop their attribute values, they can make it up by getting high on medicine. Then you work out, I'll go up and check it out. Don't mess around. Jane Tong warned loudly, "If you lose your attribute value and can't go to WU, you'll be waiting to give me a gift with it." Shinbei cut out, "It was easier for me to go to WU than it was for you," said the words and buggered off. Shinbei, stop right there. I'm going to strangle you, asshole. Jane Child was about to explode with anger. Chapter 22 Tips for Cultivation. Gymnasium, second floor. It's much cooler here than on the first floor. Only a mere 2 students were working out. One was a thin teenager. He had a bangs that slightly covered his eyes and was unusually handsome. The other was an extraordinarily pugnacious, tall, pugnacious, and rugged boy. They are all practicing stand-up. The posture of the thin teenager was like holding down a round pile. The only thing is that both arms and between the arms are like holding a big tree, with both palms facing inward and 5 fingers spread out. This stance is supposed to lift and hold the Hunyuan pile. Cultivation is supposed to be in the direction of the agility attribute. Exactly what roots and bones were quenched by qi and blood, Shinbei did not know. After all, Shinbei didn't want to take this route and didn't pay much attention to it. And that tall boy standing pile posture, Shinbei will be incomparably familiar, is horse stance pile. Shinbei just looked straight at him. Recall how his gesture was different from his own last night. This look. It also really allowed Shinbei to find some clues. Shinbei's horse stance yesterday was a flat squat, with the thighs parallel to the ground being the most strenuous. And this boy's horse stance was surprisingly a slightly squatting middle horse with a center body, head lead, and back lean. This nakama is a little less labor-intensive. Shinbei secretly nodded and learned. No wonder it didn't last night, it was so short it made me question my life. Turns out it was the wrong posture. A full 10 minutes passed on this look. The boy stayed in his horse stance and didn't move a muscle. Shinbei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Liver attributes, one is not afraid of anyone, and given time, there is no cap on attributes. But when it comes to how to harden it, you really have to look and learn more from others. Not for a moment. The boy ended his horse stance, pulled out a towel to wipe his sweat, and also saw Shinbei. You look new. The boy opened his mouth to greet him, Liao Zhongyang from class 10. Shinbei nodded, class 3 Shinbei. Ha, a regular class. Liao Zhongyang's tone lightened a bit. In the first high school, this top class is sort of the opposite of Blue Star. The further back you go, the more pointy the class is. And Changtu County, a senior high school grade, that is, 10 classes. Shinbei laughed, his face was as steady as a mountain and said, yes, I'd rather be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. Liao Zhongyang choked back a sob, what are you doing here? Look at the phoenix tail of the sharp class. Liao Zhongyang's face darkened, I've been cultivating ahead of time, planning to break through to martial artist, and you're telling me that I'm the tail of the phoenix? Shinbei continued to stimulate, blow it off, you can't quench your qi and blood before the martial arts exam, you don't intend to ask for attribute values? Liao Zhongyang laughed a hearty laugh, do you think I'm like the students down there, working out hard just for that 1 or 2 attribute values? Yo, I don't like it when you can blow awesome like that. Shinbei bared his white teeth, could it be that you have a lot of attribute values that just fall off? Liao Zhongyang's tone was flamboyant and arrogant, raising his head, it's really letting you talk, the last time I tested the attribute value, it was upwards of 80, completely unafraid of the martial arts exam. This statement was made. Shinbei was greatly dismayed. That's a ing whopping 80 and up? That does have the capital to quench the qi and blood in advance. Shinbei gave a thumbs up, I have to say, you're the head honcho. Ha ha. Liao Zhongyang laughed exaggeratedly, then you say, am I still the tail of the phoenix now? Shinbei didn't answer the question directly, but asked, how long have you been quenching your qi and blood? Almost a month. Then how did you solve the situation of having blood all over your body? If you bleed like that every day, you've got to be weak in the kidneys, don't you? Liao Zhongyang stared wide-eyed and said somewhat angrily, how can you talk, my power assembly is explosive. But since you're asking, I'll talk to you, the solution to the problem of blood seepage is also very simple, pay attention to the rhythm of breathing, 3 slow and 1 fast, cycle reversal. If you're not bad at it plus getting high on pranayama, it's not a problem at all. 3 slowdowns and a cycle reversal. Qi and blood elixir. Shinbei's eyes lit up. This is a trick that I have not heard of or seen in books. Rather, I forgot about the qi and blood elixir. The stuff itself was an elixir to replenish qi and blood. What you lose, just make up for it. Shinbei's heart was happy. The $300 I spent today was worth every penny. Not only do you get to see a lot of little girls, but you also get to reap the secrets of hammering. That's where high school students are not too deep in the city. Hooked up in a few words. Otherwise one is still spinning in place. Right, I just remembered. Liao Zhongyang asked Shinbei, what are you asking for? Did you also quench your qi and blood and stand on stakes? Shinbei nodded. What is the value of your attributes? Last test was less than 60. Liao Zhongyang snapped his ears, suspecting that he was hallucinating. What, 60 or less? Where did you get the nerve? Is this not going to get into WU? Shinbei said with a smile, no, my potential is unlimited, and there are more attribute values to be dug up in a short period of time. Are you telling me a joke? Liao Zhongyang couldn't help but laugh, hardening in advance, either you have super high attribute values to deal with the martial exam, or you're high on drugs. Whereas if you were to tap into your own attribute values, not to mention how much you could get out, it would be too late in time. Shinbei held a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, who said it was good. Liao Zhongyang stopped ignoring Shinbei. However, if Shinbei's attribute value can be 75 or more, Liao Zhongyang still doesn't mind making a friend in advance. But with less than 60 points and an early quenching of chi and blood, it is bound to be unattached to WU. This kind of person can only be a side piece of society in the future. There is no need to waste time on Shinbei. Liao Zhongyang packed up and left. And at that moment the lean boy ended his stand. With a curious face, he looked at Shinbei. You can be a real ghost path. In 3 words, you have set the elements of chi and blood quenching and staking. You are? Class 9 chi passes the word. You're not as good as Liao Zhongyang from Class 10. Shi Chuanyu carried a lingering arrogance between his brows as he coldly hummed, Class 10? I was also a student of the 10th class in the beginning, and then I was only relegated because I made a mistake. Ooh. Degraded are whole. What? Someone's persecuting you? Shinbei asked curiously, so what mistake did you make? It's just a confession. It's not much, is it? Shinbei was in a million pieces. Realized that this world is different from Blue Star. Unlike Blue Star, during the school year, it was a strict defense against falling in love. This is a world where you can get married and have children at 18. The streets are full of signs that say, give birth early and you'll be happy for the rest of your life. If you have a baby late, you'll be fined and so on. Otherwise Shinbei wouldn't have dared to blatantly molest Jane Tong. That's the way the ethos works, huh? It's a bit of a stretch that a confession can still be disparaged. But without thinking about it, Shi Chuanyu leisurely sighed and said with regret, alas, that boy doesn't understand what true love is after all. I'm coming with you. Confessing to a boy, huh? Shinbei's chrysanthemums tightened when he heard that. What a ing birth. If I don't relegate you to the first class, it'll be like Principal Zhang of the first high school has disobeyed God's will. You're the head. Liao Zhongyang is nothing. He's not my type. Shinbei felt that he couldn't talk anymore. Otherwise the chrysanthemums will be broken, and the ground will be full of wounds. Shinbei protects his butt and runs straight away. Shi Chuanyu looked at Shinbei's back as he ran down the stairs and laughed. The person who can condescend to Liao Zhongyang's cultivation skills is naturally not a little cutie. But how can someone so stupid that they have less than 60 attribute points dare to quench their chi and blood? Emboldened? Hopefully, I can still see him at the martial arts exam. If he can get back to 60 points of attributes for the martial arts exam, I wouldn't mind pulling the score line up a bit. Fooling others is really pleasing to the mind and body. Chapter 23. This guy is really bad. Shinbei had harvested a lot on the second floor. Not only do they obtain the secret of how to condense chi and blood quenching the bones. It was more of a new perception of martial arts students. Liao Zhongyang's attribute value alone was explosive enough. Of course, Shinbei didn't dare to underestimate Shi Chuanyu. This guy either had money or his attribute value was also super high. Return to the first floor. There were very few students still working out at this point. Most left in groups to go jerk off while there was still time. Anyway, the Wookiee release time is arbitrary and free. Shinbei saw that Jane Tong was still working out. Her workouts are unique. It's mostly an exercise in agility and spirituality. In much the same way as detecting attribute devices. Agility is grabbing sticks that fall off of equipment. Mental attributes are just sitting around in a rocking car. Shinbei watched with great interest. It's really shaky. Jane Child did not faint. Shinbei almost looked dizzy. A good milker of children, well capitalized. Of course, for the gym, the workout attributes are available in a number of equipment, in a variety of situations, and not in a single way. Wait a while. Jane Child is finished with her training. She walked back out of breath and sat next to Shinbei. Shinbei handed over a bottle of water. Jane Child raised her neck and tried to take a sip. But it was quickly taken down, probably feeling that this way of drinking hurt a girl's elegance. Turning into starry eyes half closed, cherry lips slightly open, pink little tongue stretched out from time to time, like a kitten licking water that way, little by little licking the water to drink. Shinbei's heart and mind moved as he watched. Hate to replace the water bottle. Stop. Shinbei couldn't look away, just take a big gulp. Jane Child rolled her eyes, it's not like I look like a lady. Shinbei coughed, we two who do not know Hua, do not need to be so pretentious. No more drinks. Jane Child huffed, heading for the locker room. Shinbei hemmed and hawed, muttering, and came on to me. Wait in place for half a day. Jane Child walked out of the locker room. She just took a shower in there. The whole thing looks refreshing. There is also a hibiscus out of the water like clear beauty, water vapor smoke slightly red pretty face is unusually good looking. Curved eyebrows and cheeks of the beautiful face, flawless skin like a begonia to be blossomed, clear gaze as if the nightlight in the too bright and attractive pearl, delicate demeanor through the endless tenderness, moth eyebrows mancho, quiet and virtuous, everything, all looks so perfect. Jane Child ran over with small steps and re-sat next to Shinbei. Shaking the long, straight, slender, white and smooth dazzling jade legs. There is no water lather, after it is thoroughly dry. At this time, Jane Child bent down, two hands separate layers of stockings, revealing the black hole, like a childlike white toes into the black hole, more than snow white silk, then along the silky calf inch by inch forward, until the knee before stopping. The stockings bounced against her thighs with a muffled poof as her fingers finally left, and the snowy white flesh of her legs was then firmly hooped in the stockings. Her legs were long, and to Shinbei, it looked as if they had diverged from her navel. Also slim, such legs are perfect for white silk. Combined with her already attractive figure, and that baby face, it made her look like a junior high student who had just returned from dance school. Let's go. Jane Child beckoned. Oh. Shinbei snapped out of a trance. Walked out of the gym just in time to catch the liberal arts students dismissed. Jane Tong gently shook her hair, revealing her pink and white neck, and said with a delicate smile, what did you do when you went to the second floor? Shinbei thought for a moment and said, a secret has been discovered. Oh? Jane Child's gossipy heart burned. What secret? A boy named Chi Chuanyu, just evil looking. I think it's called Evil Mistress, isn't it? I know him. Jane Tong's finger rested against his chin. This guy is a second-generation martial artist, and his family is said to have a fifth-grade martial artist. This information was the first time Shinbei had heard of it. Jane Child continued, moreover, he never participates in the school's attribute test, no one knows what his true attribute is, but I guess it shouldn't be low. Shinbei did agree somewhat with these words. If it was too low, it was impossible to want to quench the chi and blood as early as he did. By the way, what's his secret? Jane Child returned to the point. Shinbei saw no one before or after, said mysteriously, this guy seems to be gay, because of confession from the 10th class was relegated to the 9th class. But Jane Child let out a cooing, soft laugh and waved her hand, that was him teasing you. Ha? Shinbei frowned, that's what he said to me himself. You say skipping class every day, you don't even know what point gossip is happening at school. Jane Child eyelids slightly curved, eyes bright, when looking at the face are full of delicate sweet joy in general, explained, Sichuan languages indeed because of confession was transferred out of the 10th class, but is not confession boys, but girls' law. Shinbei tilted his head, not so much, right? The key one is called Yuchioi. The name came out. Shinbei immediately revealed a hesitant look. This name had been heard even by Shinbei, who skipped classes every day. If Jane Child is the schoolgirl, then Yuchioi is a campus goddess. The looks can be described as a slight smile that is soul-crushing and mesmerizing. It was said that several students who were good academics in a class of top students like Class 10 pulled crotches just because of her presence. That's not even the point. What's even more terrifying is that Yuchioi's grandfather was the governor of Jiangnan province. This layer of identity, so that Yuchioi more covered with a layer of unattainable mystery. Only from a distance. And this guy, Su Chuanyu, still dares to confess his feelings, he's got a lot of guts. He's lucky he didn't get skinned. At this time, Shinbei was a bit chagrined, this Su Chuanyu is also too much of a no-good thing, what's the point of teasing me? It caused me to cover my butt and run out. Jane Ton laughed softly and delicately, he just likes to tease people, and it's not once or twice. There was a time when the freshmen of the senior class started school, he even secretly switched the male and female restroom signs of the senior class. Shinbei had heard about this matter. There was one time the sophomore toilet clogged. Sophomores go to the senior restroom in their customary orientation. As a result, boys go into girls' restrooms and girls go into boys' restrooms. Did he do it? It's really bad. The two talk about something or other. Wave goodbye at the crossroads. Shenbei took advantage of the fact that it was still dark and directly added the yellow robe. Push out the little electric donkey from the neighborhood carport and start delivering. After delivering a few orders, Shenbei earned more than 50 rounds and called it a day to go home. At night, he also had to cultivate his chi and blood and quench his roots and bones. But unintentionally, unlucky. Stopped by traffic police at an intersection. Where's the helmet? Shenbei really didn't wear a helmet, mainly because it was too hot. Who carries that? Usually, no one cares either, but when they do, you can't argue back. Shenbei thought about it and said, I don't need a helmet. Why? The traffic cop asked. I have an iron head. Traffic police. Traffic police hand movement swift swish a few strokes, opened a $50 ticket. Come on, don't say useless, fine. For real, huh? I'm messing with you? Shenbei nodded his head and said with a defiant face, fine, right? I tell you, once my grandfather comes out, you still have to give me 50. This awesome blowing traffic police froze. Give you 50? Come on, you call someone, I'll see who grandpa is. I still do not believe it, so rampant? Shenbei pulled out a 100 yuan red bill. Grandpa Mao. Change, 50. Traffic police. Fine, I'll give you 50. Chapter 24, Don't judge a hero by his stats. Sinning. Shenbei delivered outside orders, well-earned 50. In the blink of an eye you're doing your country a favor. But Shenbei didn't hang his head in shame either. There's also a system bonus of 50. The traffic police may have made a good profit, but they definitely didn't lose any money themselves. Rode home on a small motorized bike. Shenbei didn't delay a moment. Immediately, he set up his stance and began practicing the basic cultivation method. This chi and blood condensation must continue. It all takes time to polish. And getting tips from Liao Zhongyang's side is considered a semi-public secret. You'd never know the little things that go into it unless you asked around. At the same time, Shenbei wasn't worried about the attribute value dropping. The drop can still be worked to make up for it. This is where Shenbei is an advantage, unrivaled. At this time, Shenbei's breathing was exhaling according to the law of 3 slow and 1 fast, cycle reversal. Shenbei snapped to attention. By controlling the rhythm of your breathing, you can make the blood flow faster or slower. Yesterday's Shenbei blood was like an out-of-control speeding car. And the brakes were installed today. No wonder I used massive beads of blood yesterday. Unable to control the speed of my blood, my veins naturally couldn't handle it. Now it can be fast and slow and flat. Shenbei's heart flooded with great joy. After having been practicing for 2 hours, Shenbei just stopped. There were a few times in which the rhythm of breathing was disturbed, but the skin was still oozing beads of blood. But it's been much better compared to yesterday. The results can be immediate. Shenbei grabbed a chi and blood pill that he had scavenged from Yu Wu Chang and directly swallowed it. A wave of warmth spread through his body. Shenbei could clearly feel that his chi and blood were being constantly replenished. In the work of a few moments, Shenbei was refreshed and his face was full of redness. A little overcompensated. Shenbei smashed his mouth. Next, Shenbei began practicing standing piles. Following Liao Zhongyang's gesture, Shenbei imitated it. Yesterday's stance, Shenbei merely lasted less than 10 minutes. And this time, after improving the standing pile posture, Shenbei 2 hours before closing the momentum. It's really better to read 1,000 books than to walk 1,000 miles. Shenbei realized that he was tired after such a long time of standing on the stump, but his full chi and blood and mental state had been in a vigorous state. Follow the old routine. At this time, Shenbei should be checking to see if his cloud harem has released a video, changing ways to please himself. But he wasn't even in the mood to flop right now. Continue to cultivate. What's the difference between a person who can't become a martial artist and a salted fish? Shenbei was strong-willed. Just do it and be done with it. And no fear of losing attribute values. Young and far ahead. The sky is bright. A great sun slowly rises. Shenbei yesterday, after practicing until 4 in the morning, he really couldn't resist the onset of drowsiness, which caused him to fall into bed and huff and puff. Waking up at 7 o'clock in the morning, Shinbei was still alive and well. For the youngsters, not to mention a night of staking, a night of piling is not a problem. Of course, the results achieved by Shinbei, who had worked so hard, were also visible to the naked eye. I've reached the first level of standing pile, the realm of standing firm? Shinbei's eyes widened as he examined himself. It feels incredible. That's a speed that's like sticking your ass in a scurrying monkey. To know, Shinbei knew through understanding that before becoming a martial artist, there were students who wanted to break through the limits. Completing the 3 levels of staking alone can take as little as 3 months or as long as 3 to 5 years. There are a lot of repeaters in Lingnan City WU. Shinbei, between 2 nights of work, into the stable level. The progress can be mind-numbing. Too showy. Could I be a genius? Shinbei squinted his eyes and thought. A shake of the head followed. No, it should be the bonus from the attributes. These days in the work, the daily settlement panel, in addition to giving 4-dimensional attributes, it also gives some other odd attributes. For example, a job cleaning glass gains smoothness plus 10. This smoothness is the same as the standing firm in the first level of stance. That means that the finish line that everyone else is trying to catch up with is my starting line. After Shinbei figured out the reason for this, his expression shook and he was secretly surprised. It's awesome. Shinbei danced around a bit, which gave vent to the exhilarating pleasure. Just then, the daily settlement panel is on schedule. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Completed assembly line screwdriver, gained money plus 100, anti-poison attribute plus 20, resistance to charm plus 20, agility plus 1, dynamic vision plus 10. Finished selling fish, gained money plus 60, accuracy plus 10, weapon mastery plus 10, agility plus 1. After reading the message, Shinbei fell into deep thought and self-blame. Beating Shinbei to death was never expected. That 18-fold deep-sea titan of a big bun was offering himself such an unexpected surprise. Suffice it to say that without her, this assembly line job would only get plus 1 agility and dynamic sight. I have to say, the assembly line is really fast. Eyes that can't slip for a moment. Then again, think of the deep-sea titans, they're ing capable, too. In such a work environment, you can hit the screws without missing a beat and still free up time to tease yourself. On his own, this would never have been done. And resistance to poison and resistance to charm are really unexpected surprises. Thank you, Ao. Shinbei bared his teeth and smiled. The work harvest from the fish sales was also good. A precision and weapon control. These are all attributes outside of the 4-dimensional attributes. It's a proficiency that no one else can fathom, and it's all about experience. And here in Shinbei, it's straightforward and simple. At the same time, it leads to a classic quote from this world, it's not about the numbers. That is to say, even if the 4-dimensional attributes exceed the opponent, or even crush the posture, it was impossible to deduce who would win and who would lose, who would live and who would die when the two sides fought each other. It is precisely because of the invisible and intangible experience, attributes, proficiency and other factors that also affect the outcome of the battle. Easiest to understand, poison. Shinbei was able to handle. Martial artist Yu Wu Chang with ecstasy. It's a classic case of don't judge a book by its cover. Because you have no idea how skillful or back to basics the other person is at mastering a particular technique hidden underneath the surface data. Had breakfast. Shinbei came to the school. I just happened to see Gu Xingruo walking out of the parking lot. Shinbei ran over to him upside down. With a smirk on his face, Mr. Gu. Gu Xingruo was wearing a bright one-piece short dress, a pair of silver high-heeled sandals on her feet, and a black trench coat on top of the one-piece short dress that could barely wrap around her hips, walking over to the venue full of air. Gu Xingruo is 166.5 cm tall, stepping on high-heeled sandals, her height is just close to 175 cm, tall posture, wearing a pink wraparound skirt, and then clad in a long black trench coat, walking, full of temperament. At the same time, she has even more red lips, white teeth, eyebrows and eyes, 360-degree appreciation is also flawless. Even when Shinbei was so close to Gu Xingruo and appreciated it, he felt very eye-pleasing. Moreover, today Gu Xingruo's hair was made into a black big wave type, with long hair slightly curled and hanging on the side of her chest, looking both generous and intellectual. Shinbei took a deep breath, big waves. I just don't know how the last word fared. Don't get close to me. Gu Xingruo looked at the smiling Shinbei and felt that there was nothing good. This guy usually hates to run when he sees himself. You must be holding something back today. Chapter 25 Shinbei, you're a death wish, aren't you? Shinbei ignored teacher Gu Shinro's expression full of suspicion and said, Teacher, push me. Shinbei's stance was productive. It's natural to want to show off. Of course, it was more about wanting Gu Shinro to see her own accomplishments. Prepare her for her own lip-sucking. Don't squirm when the time comes. If you're going to kiss, let's do it with a bang and remember it for the rest of your life. And at this time Gu Shinro with doubt, push you? Yes. What are you smoking in the morning? Not trying to persecute the teacher, are you? Shinbei. Teacher. Shinbei had a black line on his face, am I that bad? Gu Shinro grunted. There are simply not too many of these storylines in small movies. Just because the teacher pushed the disobedient student down, was caught by the student, the teacher was afraid of being reported to lose his job, and then step by step into the clutches of the student, unable to extricate himself. Not unsalvageable. Come on. Shinbei took Gu Shinro's small hand and placed it on his shoulder. These little hands are soft, tsk. Boneless and soft, delicate and smooth. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, Shinbei would have wanted to use 502 glue to glue the palms of the two of them together in death. The kind that doesn't let go when you go to the bathroom. It's just too cozy. Gu Shinro was in a trance for a moment and said dully, that I pushed you can't be a demon after the fact. Shinbei patted his chest, I swear on the lamp. Gu Shinro bit her lip and gave a gentle push. As per normal, Gu Shinro's power wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. Normal students are pushed back a few steps. But at this time, Shinbei was half of his body, despite shaking, but the amplitude was not large. The lower itself does not move at all. Teacher, do you want me to buy you breakfast? Gu Shinro was a bit surprised to see Shinbei not moving and sneering at herself for not eating. Instantly, it was ramped up. 5 points of force won out. Gu Shinro, however, felt like she couldn't make any effort. That Shinbei just doesn't move. Gu Shinro's expression froze. It shouldn't. He himself is a martial artist. 5 points of strength, it was already the limit that Shinbei could hardly bear. And at this time, Shinbei's toes clutched the ground, and his body shook slightly once again. This is unloading. It is possible to take some of the force acting on you down. You. Gu Shinro's face carried a look of surprise as she stared at Shinbei dead in the face. She could feel that when she pushed him, Shinbei did not seem to move much, but he was changing the point of force, so that he used less than 30% of his strength on him. Gu Shinro vaguely someone guessed that maybe Shinbei was already playing with fire. She gritted her teeth and pushed out with renewed vigor. And Shinbei did not flash or dodge, still maintaining the horse stance, but the upper body was shaking again, and the 10 toes were also bending to grab the soles of the shoes. By the time Gu Shinro's hands pushed into Feng Ping's chest, that feeling of lack of force reappeared. It was clearly right in the chest, but at this point the hands were strangely sliding away to the sides. Soon, as Gu Shinro's power increased, the power that had already reached the level of a martial artist was exerted on Shinbei. Shinbei's body suddenly fell toward the back. However, in Gu Shinro's eyes, the body of Shinbei, which was about to be planted, rebounded back like an undefeated man when his feet did not move. Shinbei's body stumbled slightly, and the palms of his feet that were gripping the ground were a little sore. But in his heart, he was overjoyed. It's that feeling, as in the feeling of not falling over. Shinbei looked inevitably a little smug, and there were only 2 nights in total before and after. You've got the knack of standing firm yourself. If I'm not a genius, who else could be? But the next second, Gu Shinro made a plunge and swept her leg, directly kicking Shinbei's ground into the air. Shinbei let out an ouch, the sound of a heavy landing causing his hips to greet the concrete intimately. Shinbei sucked in a mouthful of cool air and hastily rubbed his traumatized buttocks. Teacher, you're also too unmartial, aren't you? Gu Shinro narrowed her eyes, half bent her waist, leaned her body forward, and condescendingly looked down at Shinbei. You stood on piles? Shinbei's attention had long been captured by Gu Shinro's flash of rounded, curved, and snow-white peaks. That's tenderness. Indulgent tenderness. Shinbei. I'm asking you. Ah. Shinbei came to his senses and smiled with a proud face. I'm awesome, right? Are you out of your mind? Gu Xinro's eyebrows but a faint sadness floated out. You were not qualified to become a martial artist. Is it fun to stand on piles? You'll suffer a backlash and lose your body, and you're bound to decline before you get old in the future. Gu Shinro was not joking. The 60-point attribute threshold of the martial arts exam is no joke. This is still the minimum standard. Shinbei didn't meet the standard at all, and secretly practiced standing piles. Attribute points will fall forcibly. Once they were unable to become a martial artist, these attribute points would disappear completely. It also means that an ordinary person is forcing his life to pretend. Anyone who is a human being knows that this kind of thing should never be done. Even the students of the martial arts examination were expressly forbidden to cultivate in advance. This is the experience summarized by countless forefathers. Shinbei may have flaunted it for a while at the time, but as time passes, the drawbacks are endless. You are incorrigible. Gu Shinro spoke with an indignant face. Shinbei smashed his mouth. Teacher, what you said is a bit serious, isn't it? I'm bound to be a martial artist. Gu Shinro didn't bother to argue about anything and said, you are also an adult, you have to pay for your behavior, just don't cry in the future. Yes, don't cry later. Shinbei couldn't agree more with this sentence. Look who's crying. Gu Shinro's brain was raw, and she was quite helpless in the face of Shinbei's inconsiderate approach. Cultivate all you can, what else can you do? One could only silently pray that Shinbei's desire for a wife wasn't so strong. Get up and get to class. Teacher, you pushed me down and I need a kiss to get up. Shinro Gu. Kissing? I'd like to give you a mouthful. Gu Shinro backhandedly grabbed Shinbei's ankle and directly dragged it away. Shanbei. Just at this moment, Jane Child carrying a school bag, jumped and ran over. A shocked face asked, what game are you playing? Gu Shinro grunted, her tone icy. Stupid one, a student who was even hopeless in the martial arts subject, how dare you cultivate standing piles? This statement was made. Jane Child's face went pale and her eyes fell to the floor. You. Jane Child can't speak well. But she had repeatedly warned Shinbei not to cultivate, not to cultivate, not to cultivate. How is it that you can't listen? Shinbei waved his hand. Martial artists dare to be the first in the world. I'm one step ahead, no problem. At this moment, Jane Child looked at Shinbei, who was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter, and still had a playful look on his face. That's a lot of anger. There's a lot to say. But in the end, he swallowed. Say? Say what? Say what works. Practice all practice. Attribute points are falling down. Shinbei, who originally still had hopes of becoming a martial artist, now didn't have a shred of hope. That's all. Jane Child, in a rare move, did not speak again. Silence reached out and grabbed Shinbei's other ankle. Then, together with Ms. Gu Shinro, they dragged Shinbei back to the classroom by holding him. This scene is happening. It made the entire student body roar with laughter. You cannot. Shinbei, surprisingly, you still go to school automatically. Paralyzed? How about crowdfunding a wheelchair for you? Being a demon again, you got caught by your teacher, didn't you? You boys always break our perceptions. There's no one else to treat. Gu Shinro threw Shinbei back into his seat and walked up to the podium. A serious face and an icy tone. I repeat, neither martial arts students nor literature students are allowed to condense chi and blood in quench standing piles. Who suffers? Gu Shinro glanced at Shinbei. Who knows? The classroom was silent. The students looked at Shinbei out of the corner of their eyes. All of them had a look of surprise. Are you staked? This is a big game for you. Chapter 26. What kind of demon is this? With Gu Shinro's warning, the students present immediately guessed that Shinbei had played a big game. They all looked at Shinbei with an unbelievable gaze. The chatter resumed. My mom. Is this Shinbei out of his mind? Ugh, sad, just sad. My family has a neighbor. The young ones do not listen to advice, think they are powerful, have to cultivate in advance, the results play off, married 8 times, the most tragic one that night 3 minutes later, the bride is going to be divorced. A bloody lesson. Usually skipping class every day, I don't know anything about the do's and don'ts of martial arts, this is a big loss. As much as I want to sympathize with Shinbei, why do I want to laugh? Anyone who knows. It was an inevitable step to get into the Wushu University first, and then make the breakthrough to martial arts. Of course. Some students also practice early. But people are either good in their own right or have good families. What's the deal with Shinbei? Poor neighbors are complaining. Self-conditioned garbage batch. In the eyes of the students, Shinbei really doesn't take his future happiness seriously. At this time, teacher Gu Shinruwa pressed her hand to stop the students jabbering. Well, there are still 10 days left for the martial arts exam. The school won't do any testing during this period, and also to avoid the pressure in everyone's heart, which affects the digging of one's attribute value. For the next 10 days, students in martial arts don't have to attend classes and can go to the gym all day to work out. After saying that, Gu Shinro cut a vicious glance at the indisputable Shinbei and turned to leave. You. Jane Tong was deflating her lips and criticizing Shinbei with a look of hatred. I'm really convinced of you. Shinbei smiled cheekily. You have no confidence in me? Originally there was. Jane Child's two exquisite willow eyebrows gently trembled, but now. You yourself what situation do not know? Let me put it this way. Shinbei revealed his white teeth, and an untamed look surfaced on his face. Your bride price, I must take it. Jane Tong did not expect to hear such words, lowered her head and hissed a laugh, suddenly reddened her eyes, but still stubbornly shook her head, pumped the tears in her nose, guffawed, still rampant. It's more or less the same for you to give me an accompanying gift. Not much. Shinbei stood up, bottoming out with a pertinent tone. 10 days east of the river, 10 days west of the river, you're done watching. I'll go to the gym first. After saying that, Shinbei turned around and walked out of the classroom. Jane Child turquoise eyes tasseled, autumn waves turn, gazing at the back of Shinbei, ice clear and jade clean fragrance on the slow flow of the beautiful smile. LOL. Jane Child inclined her head, puckered her flowery lips, and there was another faint hint of loss. In her eyes, Shinbei is hopeless, and his back is getting farther and farther away, shaped like two worlds. Shinbei arrived at the gym. There are more students here because the martial arts exams are coming up. There is a great sense of immediacy in the sense that it is not fast enough to get the job done. Meanwhile, Wukko instructors are also frequently present within it to counsel students on various aspects of their workout postures. The martial arts exam is a big national event. There were roughly 200 people from the first high school who were eligible to take the martial arts exam. Based on the acceptance rate in previous years, the probability of getting in is around 1 in 10. Just this 0.1% is not referring to the acceptance rate of the first high school in Changtu County. Rather, it's the entire city of Lingnan. There are a total of 5 counties under the city of Lingnan. Changtu County belongs to the middle position of not up and not down. Once there are other counties with better students, that will inevitably encroach on the other counties' slots. The worst year, it is said, that the competition was so fierce that it reached the place of the head-to-head. The demonic students of Kiwana County had a collective blowout. Continuous improvement of admission standards. Squeezing Chantilly County's quota down to just 3. There are even counties where not a single Wookiee can go over. This shows that most students are running with the pack. While 60 points of attributes is the threshold, it is not the standard. Each year, the admission criteria increase on top of that, either more or less, and that's a matter of luck. And the vast majority of those students who run with them return to society, get a job and forget about it. And the ones that don't are looking for the wild card. Something like Yo Wunderkind. One could even say that this is how the Headhunters organization was born. Of course, there are those with high attribute points who simply don't go for martial arts at all. Go straight to the wild side and play with a recklessness and wildness. It is said that the top 8 killers of the Headhunters are all the same. At this time, Shinbei did not stay on the first floor of the gymnasium and directly ran to the second floor. Ha! Less than 60 points dude, you're still coming? Liao Zhongyang seemed to have just arrived here as well and was preparing to stake out, and when he saw Shinbei, he greeted him with a smile. Shinbei took off his clothes and said, standing pile. Liao Zhongyang was startled, suspecting that he was hallucinating. He buttoned his ears. You stand on stakes? Have you got money at home? The family has an old, broken-down house that hasn't been demolished yet. What a lunatic! Liao Zhongyang grunted. How dare you stand on piles when your family has no money? Do you know what the consequences are? Jibber jabber, stand or don't stand. He, well. Liao Zhongyang finally said, don't blame me for speaking harshly. In the future, when you get married, you'll have a lot of friends. Shinbei gave a blank look. 2 words. Shinbei followed Liao Zhongyang and began to stand on piles. Because both are going the meaty route. Whether it was quenching the qi and blood or quenching the roots and bones, the ways and methods were the same. Liao Yang pointed out some minor details about Shinbei. Su Chuanyu, who was watching the show on the side, smiled sorrowfully. Liao Zhongyang, I didn't see that you, a big and strong man, also have a belly full of bad water. Liao Zhongyang glanced away and said with some exasperation, who are you burying? Did I instruct Shinbei, or did I pit him? What do you say? Su Chuanyin opened his arms and issued a simple, deadly query. Liao Zhongyang gave a forehead. Seems like. Sichuan language said there is no problem. Shinbei was in no mood to talk to them much. Concentrate on your practice. 2 hours later. Liao Zhongyang couldn't hold on. And Shinbei's stance remained stable. It even looked rather relaxed. The figure, however, gave a feeling of immobility and heaviness that was not easy to find in the world. The two of them, Liao Zhongyang and Shi Chuanin, were struck by lightning at this moment, as if they had seen a ghost and were staring at Shinbei's face. Inside, he was filled with unparalleled horror, fear, and disbelief. One must know that in the entire first high school, the two of them were already considered to be the most overwhelming existence among the martial arts students. Both their own attributes and family strengths are superior and unmatched. Even so, standing on piles for 2 hours was as much as they could stand. If you exceed 2 hours and forcefully cultivate on, you will fall to the ground in a coma if it's light, or damage your internal organs or even vomit blood if it's heavy. It's not unheard of for people to die. This is still the result of them acclimatizing to a month's worth of staking. And Shinbei. This guy who has less than 60 attribute points and was condescendingly practicing his skills yesterday. It's amazing that today's stand-up can be more stable than the two. This could make Liao Zhongyang and Shi Chuanyu's eyes crack. Is this ING human? This is the student with less than 60 attribute points? Are you playing pig in a poke? Sour as hell. It can't be. How is this possible? Liao Zhongyang breathed in sharply. More than 2 hours, one would definitely be injured. Why is he unharmed? Shi Chuanyu's scalp exploded as he said, I thought we were already the top existence among the students of the first high school, but I didn't expect there to be such a courageous person. Which teacher's student is this in the end? The third class. Teacher should be called Gu Shinru. The most beautiful teacher in the first high school? Yes. 3 hours later, Shinbei yawned and woke up from his cultivation. It was as cozy as a good night's sleep. He turned his head to look at Liao Zhongyang and Shi Chuanyu and said with a smile, it's still time that passes quickly when we cultivate together. I have to go to my part-time job, so I won't be accompanying you guys. Both of them sniffed in unison, the corners of their mouths twitching. What? A part-time job? This one means that if it wasn't for the part-time job delay, you'd damn well be able to stand on stakes? Early life. Chapter 27. Are you two the ones who brought Shinbei down? Liao Zhongyang and Shi Chuanin watched dumbfounded as Shinbei put on his clothes and leisurely left the second floor. The two were shocked for a long time. What kind of demon is this? Yesterday's white boy, today shark becomes a god. That's too much to take in, isn't it? Liao Zhongyang had always thought that he was the phoenix head of the first high school, or at least he still thought so yesterday. But today, after seeing Shinbei's stance, he felt that Shinbei was right. He was the ing tail of the phoenix. And Shi Chuanyu, who was full of bad water, only wanted to stay away from Shinbei at this moment, or at least, to be a good person in front of Shinbei. It's horrible. Do you think his teacher Gu Shinro knows about this? Liao Zhongyang issued a question. Shi Chuanyu stroked his chin and looked grave. How do I know? But one thing is clear, this guy Shinbei's attribute points are definitely not less than 60 points, they are definitely higher than ours. Liao Zhongyang still agrees with this statement. If the ultra-high 4-dimensional attributes, the falling attribute values caused by cultivation alone would be too much for ordinary people to bear. Moreover, Shinbei stood on piles for 3 hours and was still relaxed, completely unlike himself, who was exhausted to a dog in 2 hours. At the very least, it showed that Shinbei couldn't do this without mellow attribute values. But the question was, how come I hadn't heard of this Shinbei person before? I think we should ask Ms. Gu Shinru, maybe she has a different cultivation technique. Go go go. Shinbei can lasso tricks at us, we can. 2 words. The two went downstairs at once. Arrived at the downstairs, cruised around, can be counted on to find the location of the teacher Gu Shinro, this glance over, immediately dumbfounded. See only. At this moment, Gu Shinro was twisting Shinbei's ear, her face blushing and exasperated. Come on, you little punk, repeat what you just said. Shinbei grimaced and said with an unconvinced face, I'm just asking what the meanings of pink peony cooking snow and warm wave fragrant peach are. Why are you getting angry, teacher? Isn't a teacher to preach, teach, and explain? The fragrant and sweaty Jane child on one side blinked her eyes, feeling that there was nothing wrong with what Shinbei said. Why is the teacher so angry? Her voice was clear and beautiful, like a yellow bird softly chirping. Yes, teacher, I don't understand what these two words mean. Isn't it normal to explain them? Gu Shinro's face alternately flashed with hesitation and exasperation, and finally gritted her teeth and said, Jane Tong, I'll adjust your seat tomorrow. Don't hang out with Shinbei when you're not doing anything. It's easy to learn the hard way. Huh? Unsure, Jane child asked dully, why? These two words. Gu Shinro once again ruthlessly grabbed a handful of Shinbei, not something good. Shinbei jangled, I don't allow teachers to demean themselves. Get the out of here, asshole. Gu Shinro kicked Shinbei out of the gymnasium, furious, her lips flicked out, and every word that slipped out from between those lips was like an ice-cold blade, full of yellow waste. If you dare to come in and make trouble again, I'll definitely get you. Then Bam slammed the door to the gym. Shinbei stood outside the door and smashed his mouth, hemming and hawing. Still talking about me, teacher, you don't want to be crooked. Then, humming a little song, Shinbei wandered out of the campus and went straight to the labor market. Inside the gym. When Liao Zhongyang saw this scene, he shuddered and said incredulously, Teacher Gu is too overbearing, isn't he? To treat the great god like this? Shi Chuanyu instead hooked the corner of her mouth. You can tell that Teacher Gu doesn't know Shinbei's bottom line at all. And do you know why Teacher Gu is angry? Why? Shinbei, this is just too much to my liking. Shi Chuanyu laughed a few times. Even though I like spoofing, I'm still a good boy. But this guy is different. He even dares to molest his teacher, a real mixed-up devil, a model for my generation. Liao Zhongyang couldn't understand it all. And don't want to hear it. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to ask Ms. Gu Shinro to ask Shinbei why he had progressed so rapidly, and if there was any tips. The two came closer. Jane Child could also be heard muttering, what the hell do those two words mean? Shi Chuanyu did have an impression of Jane Tong, the school beauty of the first high school. But compared with Yu Chioi, it is still a little bit less interesting. Good day, Mr. Gu. At this time, although Liao Zhongyang was big and thick, but with a naive smile, he also gave people a sense of affection. Gu Shinro smiled and nodded. I know you, you're the 10th class of the... 10th class of the... Who came? Liao Yan. You don't have to think if you can't think. It's so embarrassing. My name is Liao Zhongyang, just wanted to inform his name. Gu Shinrui came stubbornly interrupting, don't say anything yet, I can definitely think of something. Come to think of it. Gu Shinro smiled knowingly, silly big guy, right? Who gave me a nickname? Liao Zhongyang's face turned red with anger. Your homeroom teacher. Oh, that's okay. What are you two looking for me for? Gu Shinro asked. Shi Chuanyu jumped the gun and said, it's like this, Shinbei is your student, isn't he? Gu Shinro's expression was a beat. Why did they mention Shinbei? It's not like this guy is causing trouble, is it? Gu Shinro still knew something about the two of them. One of them was a 5th grade martial artist later in the family. The other one's whole family is martial artists, and they are just this close to taking this martial arts exam, so they can put together a family bucket. But don't look at Gu Shinro's usually moving and twisting her ears towards Shinbei, but she was still extremely protective. Gu Shinro immediately put on a look of that lofty arrogance and ruthlessness, her tone contemptuous. I don't care what conflicts have occurred between you. But my student, Shinbei, is an honest student, with good character and good grades, praised by everyone. It must be you guys who made the mistake in the first place. Please review your faults and write a review to me, no less than 10,000 words. 1 word less and I'll call your homeroom teacher. Shi Chuan language. Liao Yan. When the two heard this, they felt that snow drifting in June was not a legend at all. What's this all about? Liao Zhongyang almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. And Shi Chuanyu held his forehead and said rather helplessly, Teacher Gu, we didn't have a conflict with Shinbei, on the contrary, he even took lessons from us. What? Gu Shinro instantly exploded with anger. I said how this guy secretly cultivates, together you two taught him? You guys are too bad, right? Knowing that Shinbei's attribute value is low, isn't this pitting people? Is this how your teachers taught you to behave? Did you not learn in your first lesson, to become a martial artist, you must first learn to be a human being? If your heart is worm-eaten, heaven and earth will not tolerate it? Had this backpedaling skill, sure it is a teacher? Shi Chuanyu felt that he was really a small witch. It's not. Shi Chuanyu explained extremely seriously, we didn't teach Shenbei how to cultivate, he practiced on his own. Liao Zhengyang nodded, this is too unjust. Gu Xinruo hummed, forget it, we are all adults, Shenbei decided to cultivate on his own, I have no recourse. Say, what are you guys looking for me for? Liao Zhengyang made a buzzing sound and said. We want to know if teacher Gu has instructed Shenbei and made him progress so rapidly. Yesterday he didn't know how to stand on piles, let alone breathing to control the flow of blood, whereas today he was able to stand on piles for 3 hours. Teacher Gu has a job on his hands, right? There's no harm in giving some instruction. Yeah. Shi Chuanyu said in agreement from the side, although you're not our homeroom teacher, we're all students of the first high school. And at this moment, Gu Xinruo's cool eyes were full of surprises, and her heart was flooded with waves. The entire person was sand sculpted. Chapter 28, Cultivation Now Breakthrough. What did he hear? Liao Yang says 3 hours for the Shenbei station pile? At this moment, Gu Xinruo's eyes abruptly changed, emotions such as shock, incomprehension, and disbelief stirred in her deep eyes. No way. That's absolutely impossible. 3 hours, that's something that requires super high attributes as a base. And Shenbei's last test, the attribute value was only 42 points off. Just an ordinary student who couldn't be more ordinary. How is it possible to stand on stakes for 3 hours? 3 minutes is a lot. Just as Gu Xinruo was shocked, she snapped back to this morning. At that time, she could be described as extremely exasperated and angry at Shenbei's cultivation. It was forgotten for a while. He himself had pushed Shenbei several times but had not pushed him down. Isn't this the first level of the horse stance, stand firm? Gu Xinruo's heart thumped. Negligence. How can an ordinary person reach this achievement? If it is not Liao Zhengyang's reminder, he has not realized that Shenbei may have sharply changed. Gu Xinruo's delicate body trembled. If that's the case, Shenbei is expected to get into Wuhan University. Then the bet between himself and him. Which type of lipstick should I apply? Gu Xinruo reddened her cheeks and mumbled. Teacher? Sensei is saying that lipstick is the trick to cultivating divine speed? Liao Zhengyang asked dully. Aha. Gu Xinruo looked flustered and hastily shook her head. No, misunderstanding, I was just distracted. Ahem. Gu Xinruo resumed her icy stance and said, which? Although I have instructed Shenbei, they are all conventional techniques, yes, conventional techniques, and Shenbei himself is more outstanding. Liao Zhengyang and Shi Chuanyu exchanged glances. It felt like there was a lie in what Gu Xinruo said. Of course, this fake didn't mean that Gu Xinruo was holding back and hiding her skills. Rather, he hadn't instructed Shenbei at all. Shenbei was able to stand on piles for more than 3 hours, or people were powerful in their own right. The three chatted a little more. The two then excused themselves and left. And now Gu Xinruo's entire body was numb. Who would have thought that Shenbei, his least favored student, would suddenly branch out? And it's amazing that he was kept in the dark about all this. Good you brat. Gu Xinruo's expression changed slightly, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Still want to play surprise attack with me, don't you? Gu Xinruo immediately pulled out her cell phone and started searching. How do you kiss? Do you have to breathe to kiss? Do you have to stick your tongue out to kiss? What about drawing? What is the best time to kiss? Looking at Gu Xianruo's face reddened and her heart beat. Just then, Jane Child shouted from the side, Teacher Gu, guide me down. No time. Gu Xinruo directly and ruthlessly refused. Don't keep me from studying. Jane Child. For the next little while, Gu Xinruo wanted to talk to Shenbei to find out more about him. But strangely enough, these days, Shenbei doesn't even come to school to clock in. Couldn't find anyone all day. Gu Xinruo also asked Jane Tong if she had seen Shenbei. But Jane Child shook her head, stating that she hadn't seen Shenbei for a few days either. In the past, it was not unheard of for Shenbei to skip classes for a few days. But it's close to the martial arts exam now. This guy is still disappearing. Angry Gu Xinruo did not look for it, love it. And Shenbei was not idle these days. Every day, apart from working part-time, it was all about quenching qi and blood and standing on stakes. Without the delay of study, without the harassment of women, Shenbei's cultivation progress can be said to be rapid. Horse stance pile, standing as if riding a horse. Spine like a dragon, shape like a stake, step like a cat, walks as light as a hone. Shinbei's mind echoed the book's know-how over and over again. Standing stakes, say it's easy to practice. It is said to be difficult to practice, and some people are not allowed to get started for years. At this moment, Shinbei, after going through Liao Zhongyang's instructions, after a few days of long staking, had become familiar with it and was running freely. You should know that the effect gained from standing on piles for 2 hours, and standing on piles for 3 hours, is not as simple as 1 plus 1. Instead, it's 1-1. This is why Liao Yang is sour. A martial artist dares to be first. Compete for everything. Among them is time. Other people cultivate for a day than the effect of a month. Who can't be sour? Who could not be jealous? So much for that. The 8th day of the countdown to the martial arts exam. Shinbei breaks through the second level of the horse stance, standing solid. The feet are like roots, firmly planted in the earth. The 5th day of the countdown to the martial arts exam. Shinbei arrived at the 3rd level of the station without incident. At this level, it's a real no-brainer. If the current Gu Shinro came back with a sweeping leg, Shinbei wouldn't be able to fall down so easily. That's effectiveness. That's the result. That's achievement. At this point, Shinbei's stance ended. At the same time, qi and blood quenching had reached the ceiling. In other words, at this moment, Shinbei was only one step away from being a martial artist. That is to have a martial art. It's a little harder to get. You need to get into WJU to get it. Shinbei was not in a hurry at this time instead. Because there are more important things to do. That's complementary fall properties. In these few days of cultivation, how many attributes had fallen off, Shinbei had no way of noticing. How many attributes were earned by working intermittently, Shinbei didn't record it. Because it's not necessary. Shinbei just don't believe it, his own attribute value can still pull the crotch like a stock, so, only down but not up? There are 5 days left. MAO Power Worker, just activate the daily settlement panel. 1 day to go before the entrance exam. Shinbei appeared at the entrance of the first high school when school was over, riding an electric bicycle and wearing a yellow robe. Just in time to catch Jane Child walking out of school. Shinbei pulled her by the hand. Go to your house, I'm going to straighten you out. Before the words were finished, Jian Tong's face turned red and directly interrupted, so anxious? Tomorrow is the martial arts exam, this can't wait? Nonsense, it'll be too late for the martial arts exam. Jane Child lowered her eyes, kicked the stones on the ground, and said in a nonchalant manner, my father is at home. Just in front of your dad. Shinbei spoke anxiously. Your dad's not home, we're alone, it's hard to explain if we get caught. Jin Tong instantly turned pale, flung up her school bag and smashed it. Shinbei, you bastard, you want to be shameless. Shinbei was all baffled and said, no, I'm just fixing your home's testing equipment, how am I an asshole? Ha! Jane Tong was first shocked for a moment, then glared up those autumn wave almond eyes and scolded sternly, next time, make your words clearer to me. Waste of feelings. Neuropathy. Shinbei blankly glanced at him. After not seeing him for a few days, this Jane Child was sick again. Next. The two rode a small electric donkey through the streets. Shinbei from time to time to a sharp break, sitting in the back of the Jane Child inertia body involuntarily leaned forward. That soft snowy white was dead on Shinbei's back. Jin Tong became more and more ashamed and embarrassed, crooked his nose, whacked Shinbei and skimmed his mouth fiercely. Can you ride properly? Shinbei sighed, it's all off-duty time, there are many cars and people, naturally they need to brake sharply, can you blame me? You take advantage of me and you justify it? You're still blaming me? Jane Child's eyes, however, shivered with a cold light as she spoke. Shinbei's face was embarrassed, and he looked back at Jane Tong, then showed his teeth and laughed like an old greasy spoon. You should be happy, proud to be the best, how many girls can't envy that? Jin Tong directly broke the defense, a face of anger, you give me parking. I won't sit down. You big bad guy. Shinbei let out a strange laugh as he hemmed and hawed, and screwed the electric door to the bottom. Greeting the afterglow of the setting sun, the car skills pull full, windy, can be the traffic jam of the luxury car owner's envy. Of course, the envy is not that the electric donkey is fast and nimble. Rather, I envy the youth of the young, with the handsome boy sitting behind the ditzy, giggling girl. That's their lost youth. Arrived at Jane Child's house. Shinbei, as if entering his own home, ran faster than even Jane Tong. Head on into Jane Hill. Hello, father-in-law. I'm good, you big head. Jian Shan had an icy face, his attitude was not as good as before, and he questioned loudly. I heard you say that you cultivated early? Chapter 29, not even married yet, elbows starting to turn outward. Shinbei was not much surprised that Jian Shan knew about his early cultivation. It must have been Jane Child's little mouth blathering. Shinbei's gaze turned to Jane Child. But see her pouting her cherry red mouth. Shinbei's heart burst with excitement. What a mouth! It would be perfect if it didn't blah blah, just blah blah blah. Ahem. Shinbei coughed and said with a helpless face, I don't want to cultivate either, it's just too simple. Jian Shan froze at his words, he had never seen such a brazen person. What do you mean it's too easy? What a joke! Even students who have been admitted to a martial arts university may not be able to get all the chi and stances right. Really? Speechless. Jian Shan just said indifferently, a few days ago I thought you had hopes of getting into Wu University, but now that you're fooling around, your attribute value is bound to fall, it's hopeless. Your death dealing will lead to a different world than Jane Child's. As Jane Child's father, I also wish you well. Shinbei smashed his mouth, how could he not understand, this is the meaning of letting himself stay away from Jane Tong. However, Shinbei did not answer directly, but made a bet. Uncle, let's not talk about anything else, suppose Jane Tong becomes a leftover woman, if I marry Jane Tong as an ordinary person, how much dowry do I need? Jian Shan stared, this hypothesis is not burying people? I'm talking hypothetically. In that case, Jian Shan broke his fingers and counted, then said, this martial artist marrying someone is different from ordinary people, the bride price is naturally higher. At least 2 million. Shinbei nodded, if I pass the martial artist exam, can I get a little reduction? When Jian Shan saw some naive Shinbei, he smiled instead, yes, $1 million free. Then I'll test the attribute value later, if it reaches more than 60 points, how much is reduced for each additional point? Oh. Jen-san was listening to it completely as a joke, $100,000. Yes. Shinbei rubbed his hands together with an excited face, then I'll borrow the testing equipment. Jen-san nodded, indicating that he was free to do so. Soon. Shinbei used Jane Child's home testing equipment for the second time. Everything is a breeze. First, the power of detection. Shinbei lands a jab. The electronic screen quickly calculates the results. 23 points. Then came the agility test. One operation later. The top of the device shows the result, 19 points. Then there's the spirit. Some tossing and turning, and the result shows, 16 points. The last thing was the physique, this time Shinbei held on for a significantly longer time than last time. The result, 22. Combined attributes, 80 points. Shinbei finished a set of tests, shook his body, and walked down from the testing equipment. And at this time, Jian Shan and Jian Tong were struck by lightning, a big thunderbolt from a clear sky. Both were petrified in place. Jansen, in particular, had a buzzing brain. Displaying an extremely ghastly look, his eyes were almost cracked open. After seeing Shinbei's latest attribute data, it was even more so that his breathing was intermittent, as fast and sharp as asthma. A meaningless gurgle escaped from Jensen's throat, and the corners of his mouth lengthened in an exaggerated manner. How is it possible? How is this possible? Jian Shan screamed in dismay, a student who has already cultivated ahead of time, his attributes are bound to fall, and he's actually rising instead of falling? Muttering this, Jansen realized that he had made a mistake. It's not that it's rising instead of falling, but Shinbei's attribute value is too much. That's right. Jen-san realized in a moment of clarity. It is an iron law that cultivation inevitably leads to a fall in attributes. And Shinbei's attributes had skyrocketed from less than 60 points to 80 points now. This does not fail to show that Shinbei is not just thick and thin, but a volcanic eruption. This isn't a genius, this is a ing demon. My daughter has really picked up a treasure. Janosen took a deep breath to calm the wild beating of his heart. The more I look at Shinbei, the more he looks like a good son-in-law. And at this time, Jane Tong's autumn water beauty eyes were subtle. She was more surprised than her own father. It also thought that Shinbei's disobedience and early cultivation had already played itself out. I didn't expect it, it was a million miles away, and now the test results are in. Up to 80 points. Moreover, this is still the data after cultivation. Take it out at random and you can beat 99 of the students. At this moment, Jane Tong's pretty face is full of redness, petal-like delicate lips slightly pursed, and she is more and more joyful to Shinbei. At this time, Shinbei came to Jane Tong and asked with a look of forgotten confusion, "Jane Tong, what was the value of my attributes just now? How come I don't remember it?" Jane Child blanked. How could she not understand that this wanted her to cooperate with him to play the fool? What's not to remember about those 4 numbers? Still, Jane Child was quite cooperative and said, 80 points. That's great. Really? Shinbei made a gesture of surprise, so I'm so great. Shyness, longing, and love in Jane Child's springy, beautiful eyes intertwined to create a picture of beauty, and she nodded her head in delight. Shinbei turned his head to look at Jian Shan and extended his hand, pay up. Jane Hill? Money? Give what money? Jian Shan was a little confused, what do you mean? Shinbei licked his lips and reminded, didn't we just make a bet to reduce the bride price by 100,000 for every attribute point higher, based on 60 attribute points? Ah. Yes, that's what it says. Now that it's 20 points higher, 2 million, and the bride price is only 1 million, shouldn't I be paid? Jian Shan's face darkened as if he had eaten a dead fly. And Jane Child puffed, followed by a burst of silver bell laughter. Jian Shan glared at Jian Tong, you still have the face to laugh? How are you able to laugh? Ah? This is not a little too unreasonable. Jian Shan's expression was heavy, his tone seemed as if steel friction was raw, you guys have good benefits afterward, you're all family, what money is not money? Shinbei was unforgiving, pro brothers still settle accounts. Jane Child even more hair laughing, with a hand to support the waist, cannot speak, face also laugh red, like a smoky red Fuji. Jian Shan poo-pooed, I'll be rude to you if you keep making a scene. Shinbei let out a playful laugh, just kidding, it's getting late, I still have to take the martial arts exam tomorrow, goodbye father-in-law. Jian Shan smiled and nodded, good luck with your flag, daughter, send Shinbei off. Cell entrance. Shinbei looked back to make sure that Jian Shan didn't follow, and said close to Jian Tong, your father won't be in debt, right? The corners of Jian Tong's mouth twitched, really being angry with the toothache, are you still not finished? Shinbei shrugged and gave a hefty laugh. At this time, Jane Child stopped, Phoenix eyes flashed slightly, jade hand stroking Shinbei's solid chest, fingertips in the teenager's chest muscle drawing circles, gently tapping through the flesh and blood to resonate with his heart. Shinbei stared slightly. It was so tempting to pull Jane Child into the grove off to the side. Don't just touch your pecs if you can, you touch those 2 words backwards. Shinbei was also not polite, and grabbed Jane Tong's small hand. It's really cute, bouncy and smooth. Jane Child instantly body as if electrocuted, beautiful face flying red, beautiful eyes lightly closed, crystal white skin gradually floating on the pink halo, black silk long legs from the tip of the foot to the thigh taut straight. Did you bring your ID? Shinbei asked with a wink. Jane Child. Go to hell. With a red face, Jane Child shook off her hand and ran back shyly. That long beautiful green silk after washing like black satin is bright, let it hang down on the Jane Tong Shojing waist and back with the wind gently fluttering. Shinbei felt beautiful. Shinbei was just about to turn around and leave. Jane Tong turned around and shouted, rest early, don't forget to meet at the school gate tomorrow, don't oversleep. Shinbei hurriedly suggested, my alarm clock is broken. Why don't you go home and get your ID card, how about being my humanoid alarm clock? Jane Child milked ferocious a bit, spit down the pink, slightly a few sounds, a green spirit like laughter, disappeared in the small area. Back at home Jane Child began to rummage through the boxes. Jen-san reprimanded, what are you flipping for? Antiques. What do you want? You owe Shinbei $1 million, you won't have no credit, will you? Jian Shan growled, you haven't even married yet, and you're already turning your elbow outward? Stop it. Jane Child. Chapter 30 Rotten Crotch is indeed getting more and more. Shinbei returned home beautifully. As for the $1 million that Jian Shan owed himself, Shinbei did not intend to ask for it. But don't is don't, and this account has to be capped. In the future, when you drink with your father-in-law and can't beat him by blowing your strength, it's a good idea to rehash old scores for suppression. After Shinbei ate dinner, a message came from his cell phone class group. Open it. It's a message from Ms. Gu Shinru. At all members, repeat, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., martial arts students will gather in front of the school and take a bus to the test center in Lingnan City. There will be a mix of other county students, so make sure you stay close to the group and don't get lost. Don't be nervous during the exam, excessive tension will affect the fluctuation of attribute values, just play normally. Please respond if you receive. Here's a string of student responses, but it's just a little spicy. I'm the most handsome in the class, received, thanks for the reminder of the teacher's hard work. Mom won't let me play with my cell phone, roger that, Shetty, old bitter. Professional snitching, roger that, thank you, senior. Bring me a pack of chili fries, collect, thanks. Class, brush up, collect. A wild handsome man, 1. The students of the martial arts department almost all completed the reply. Shinbei lazily began to browse his cloud harem of consorts and what to engage in flowery work to wipe the edge. Soon after, Gu Shinrua sent another message, at Shinbei, don't play dead, give me a reply when you get it angry. Shinbei had to type, I've already replied in my mind. Once this message was sent, Gu Shinrua exploded with anger. An operation. And Shinbei suddenly realized that he was removed from the group chat. As for that, the corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. Why is this Mr. Gu acting like a little kid? He can't play anymore. Wait for the ow. When I get my martial artists exam, let's play adult games and... Thinking about this, Shinbei suddenly realized that he seemed to be scum. This side hooked up with the innocent schoolgirl, Jane Child. Over there, he also had to take advantage of Gu Shinro, the imperial sister. I'm so not human. Shinbei couldn't wait to slap himself. How could he be so distracted while browsing the harem? Shinbei learned from the pain and changed his ways, and continued to brush the beautiful young lady video. Not for a moment. Shinbei received an unfamiliar call on his cell phone. Shinbei cocked his head and let it ring 3 times before answering. Why 3 voices? It's all social ways, deep down. Isn't it Shinbei? The voice came from across the phone. Shinbei sniffed, the voice was still a bit familiar. It's me. I'm old Chang, remember? Shinbei remembered who was here the first time. The balding boss with a van and a small bag. Hired myself to smash a wall the other day. At that time, he also gave him his phone number and told him to contact him for odd jobs. But Shinbei pretended to be confused, can't think of it, describe your features. What kind of memory is that? Last time, at the labor market, I, with my little bag clutched, drove the van, and you grabbed the driver's side one. Can't remember, the boss of the labor market are all dressed like this, let me drive also of quite a few you describe a little more detailed. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone, and in a raw tone, me, the bald one, the big bald one. Come to think of it. Shinbei exclaimed. Grr, you just remembered I'm bald, didn't you? Yes. You kid talk really. I'm so convinced, where are you? Calling me for a date, huh? Boss Zhang said anxiously, about a fart fight. I received a job in Lingnan City the other day through the relationship of my brother-in-law's family's neighbor's second aunt's family's nephew's classmate's hairdresser's second wife's brother. It's the Wuko venue to build scaffolding. First time I did it, I smashed it. It just collapsed. I'm looking for someone to put it back up now, otherwise I'll have to lose a layer of skin tomorrow. Coming or not? Leave now, work all night, 300 an hour. Shinbei heard it at once. That's a good job. 300 an hour. It was a high price, and you could tell that Boss Zhan was really in a hurry this time. Shinbei naturally knew that Boss Zhan was also in engineering. But it's all dismantled. First time I built it, the pattern didn't open up and it played out. Shinbei thought about it and just happened to be at the test site venue as well. Think of it all as going early and there's money to be made. More importantly, even if it is a martial arts exam, you can't delay your own part-time live or attribute points off. It's like checking in daily and keeping it up for 364 days, 1 day away from a full-year Grand Slam. Click. Broken. All had the urge to destroy the world at that moment. Good. Come pick me up. Shinbei said painfully. Boss Zhang's voice on the phone was like a bell. I knew you were open-minded, a work material, wait for me, I'm picking up a few workers, 5 minutes later to your home. Shinbei simply cleaned up. Put your student card, ID card, exam pass, etc. in a small bag. After checking that nothing is missing. When Shinbei went downstairs, he saw Boss Zhang's big bald head poking out from inside the van. Shinbei, here. That bald head actually refracted a column of light under the streetlight, straight into the night sky. Shinbei was stunned. What a bright sign. Get in the car. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Boss Zhang pulled Shinbei and other workers to rush to Lingnan City. Zhang boss all the way to chatter, really unlucky to home, this work pants are lost, far better to smash the wall work to the pain, if not the relationship is hard, I have to go into the bureau. Shinbei said with a smile, what's the use of complaining, just build it up again, it's not going to give us a play to complain and cut the wages, right? When the other workers heard this, they turned their heads to look at Boss Zhang. As long as Boss Zhang definitely said the word yes, the eyes of the crowd could strangle him alive. At this moment, Mr. Zhang slapped the steering wheel and said with a stout neck, what kind of person do you take me for? It's normal for me to be bitter, but how can I cheat you of your hard-earned money? Boss Zhang slapped his face, I'm also the one who wants a face. Shinbei smashed his mouth, then complaining is of no use. Zhang boss sighed, not I want to complain, but this world, rich death, poor death, have talent but no bowl, want to do things and no opportunity, looking at the hands of things, and so go to try, only to find out that it is the family responsibility of my generation to undertake. It's the time of year when you're tired, sleepy, don't want to work any harder, and there are standoffish people who come out and say that young people should be blah 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 blah. I'm not talking about the money side of things. But there are unclean things in the world, and there are a lot of them, more and more. The other workers just couldn't catch a break with that comment. Can't really pick it up, it's a bit deep. For a moment there was silence in the car. But Shinbei did say, that's right, the rotten crotches are indeed growing. Boss Zhang laughed loudly and patted Shinbei's shoulder, Shinbei by the looks of you are also a hopeless martial arts student, otherwise you wouldn't have come out to work. But brother is not a bad judge of character, even if your boy is an ordinary man, he is still the best of the ordinary men. Remember my brother's words, marry a mother-in-law and a wise wife, and you can really live for more than 10 years, really, and keep your hair even if you don't. Unlike me, I'm an old married man, it's no fun to watch too much, and when you close your eyes it's just a white bread bun with no interest. Boss Zhang is really good at talking and his mouth is full of words. But Shinbei wasn't oil-saving either. In response to Boss Zhang's statement, he offered a suggestion, the secret to getting along well between husband and wife is simple. Not only Mr. Zhang, but also the other workers were curious to probe and listen. You're a student and you know this? Shinbei coughed and continued, the secret is either to pay the public grain or pay the salary, choose one of the two. After hearing this, Boss Zhang almost disliked the van inside the trench. Chapter 31, The Martial Arts Examination begins. Arriving at the Lingnan City Examination Center. Then you see the stage scaffolding collapsing all over the place. Like a steel beast lying across the night. In front of the scaffolding, there were a few other dark-faced leader-like men standing there pointing. Boss Zhang jumped out of the car, nodded his head, and with a humble smile, trotted over. Those leaders each sprayed saliva at Boss Zhang. Shinbei and the others stood in the distance and couldn't hear what they were saying. But I guess it's not uncommon to greet Boss Zhang's entire family account book. It can't be helped. The martial arts examination is a nationally important event. Every year, they counted on recruiting a number of martial artists in so that they could keep the country firmly established in a complicated world and pass on their legacy for thousands of generations. The more bloody truth is that a country's martial artists are not strong, not by much. Once you upset a major power internationally, it's a recipe for destruction. This destruction is more than just a bleak flow of blood. Along with your country's culture and heritage all forcibly remodeled to the point of collapse. So much so that the descendants of this country have no knowledge of who their old ancestors were. Killing and killing under strong force. Not for a moment it was. Boss Zhang hurriedly ran back, sweating profusely, greeting Shinbei and the other workers, now I don't want to say a word of fart, an hour's wage of 300 is already sky high. Give me a hard start. Shinbei and the others were employed, so naturally they had nothing to say. Rolling up his sleeves, he began to dismantle the collapsed scaffolding and stack it to one side. Those that have not collapsed will have to be reinforced. If this is not reinforced, smashed to the leaders who rush to visit tomorrow, then Boss Zhang must be happy to mention the silver bracelet. The process of securing the scaffolding took just over 4 hours. Late at night, Boss Zhang even bought night snacks for the workers. Take a break and eat. Boss Zhang greeted. This is not a cheap or expensive late-night snack, and it is definitely a reliable late-night snack for the workers. Zhang boss squatting on the side of the brush phone, looking at the news ouch, said with a smile, look at this news, there is a female martial artist to support a junior, this junior also went out to look for a small, by the female martial artist to cut, the man also want to sue the trial court, the president directly declared the female martial artist not guilty, huh? Shinbei picked at his meal and said indignantly, this man is also too unprofessional, isn't he? If I were the one who was adopted, I would ensure that I would eat leeks and large cashews 3 times a day, so that the female martial artist would see what professional ethics means. Boss Zhang froze and gave a thumbs up. With a face of admiration, he said, "Little old brother has truly convinced me, and I've long admired Shando." After eating and drinking, it was time to get on the hoof and start building new scaffolding. Gradual. Dawn. At 7 a.m., it also failed to finish. The main thing is that there are just too many collapses. Some of the steel pipes bent and snapped when they collapsed and were not usable at all. It can only be cobbled together and delayed. However, there is one thing to be thankful for. The scaffolding over here will have to be used in the afternoon, according to the martial arts exam schedule. There's still time. Workers who hadn't rested overnight continued to work after a hasty breakfast, not bothering to rest. Changtu County. First high entrance. The limousine bus pulled up to the door. One by one, a number of wushu students arrived from their homes and began waiting for the bus at the roll call of their respective homeroom teachers. Gu Shinro was wearing a light yellow dress today. A dress that shows off your beautiful curves sways in the wind. Whenever Gu Shinru was employed, an elegant silhouette turned around for a moment, the pale yellow skirt fluttered around, blooming brilliantly like a lotus flower, which was astonishing and pleasing to the eye. Gu Shinro looked at the time and turned her head around to look at his place again. His brow creased and his face clouded. Damn it! Gu Shinro's teeth cackled. It's already 8:60, why hasn't this guy Shinbei come yet? Liao Zhangyang and Shi Chuanyu, who were just about to board the bus, heard Gu Shinru's grumbling voice. The two men looked at each other, seemingly very surprised. Today is a national importance martial arts test day. Shinbei has gone missing? Shi Chuanyu whispered, "This guy won't go on a wild goose chase, will he?" Liao Zhangyang's eyes gradually widened at his words. Every time we get to this point in time. Some criminal organizations are also very active. They would utilize hacking techniques in an extreme effort to break into the high school system and get the overall grades of the students. Then select qualified seedlings, to compel and bribe them to give up their martial arts exams and turn to the wild side. Of course, this qualified seedling is not the top bunch. Rather, they are students with hopes of becoming martial artists, but arcane. Generally, slightly normal students don't choose this path. But some students have twisted hearts, or are really poor, and the other side gives too much, and they go astray. What Shi Chuanyu said wasn't unreasonable, but he had inquired about it. Even the cockroaches are starving to death in Shinbei's house. In this case, it is easy to get hit with money by other organizations that are brain dead. Liao Zhangyang said with a puzzled tone, "It can't be, can it?" Shi Chuanyu shook her bangs and laughed strangely, "Who knows?" Gu Shinro was in a hurry and dialed Shinbei's phone and no one answered. At this point Jane Child jumped out of the car. This somewhat boyish, wonderful girl was very well dressed today. Long black hair fell softly, flush at the mid-neck, flat at the edges like a cut watermelon, the ends of the strands curling slightly inward toward her cheeks in a gentle arc. The hair on her forehead was also neatly cut, slightly parted from the center to the sides, revealing a reddish cinnabar color. On either side of her softly curved cheeks, 2 locks of thin hair fell down in front of her ears, looking somewhat lovely. "Teacher, is Shinbei still coming?" There was some concern in Jane Child's gaze. Gu Shinro grunted, really not letting people worry. "Love to come or not, we can't wait for him en masse. If he misses this martial arts exam, let him stay in the class and take the exam next year." At this very moment. Within Lingnan City, martial arts candidates from the 5 counties under it had gathered at the place of the examination center. A bus parked in the lot. The students got off the bus with a nervous demeanor. Colored flags fluttered and national flags waved all around. Various billboards one after another. Panglai Immortal Land Bath Center, wishing a great success in the martial arts exam. Candidates with passes on the clock, great healthcare, 30% discount. To your life loan company, specializing in unsecured loans for martial artists, down payment gaga fast. 8 days international theme hotel, 50% off for men and boys. Against the ancestral training of Chinese medicine, Li's family, ancestral 5 generations of Wang's elixir secret recipe is open to the public. By now, a grain is also wholesale price. Woko does not get high on drugs, regret Ao, a tribute value elixir sale, all spit jump price, 800,000 a grain. Candidates have long been surprised by the skewed picture ads out there. But what makes students wonder is the time to look at the test site. The students were all a little stunned and dumbfounded. It is surprising that the interior of the test site is still in a state of construction. Several workers were climbing up and down on the scaffolding, and there was even a student-looking man with a rusty face who was even more poised and agile, jumping up and down, busy using an electric drill to reinforce the scaffolding fasteners. What kind of game is this? Shouldn't it have been ready a long time ago? Changtu County First High School, all stand over here. Cape May County High School, stand here. Faku County students don't move around, they all stand at attention. Shifeng. The students of Shifeng County are assembled. Tune-in students look this way. Teachers in various counties are catching up on returning students to their stations. After some tidying up, the Lingnan City Martial Arts exam has begun. Chapter 32, Spraying a Wave of Each Other. According to the usual practice, before the martial arts examination, there must have been some leadership speeches. At this moment a man with an angsty and lofty back, standing upright like a sword or a spear, as if he were a high mountain, stood on the stage. The voice was powerful and thick and ear-shattering. Students, all of you in this room are the pride and joy of the community, the talent of millions. Today's martial arts examination ceremony, I hope that you all win a flightship victory and all of you are accepted into the martial arts university. Many students, who will do anything to pass the attribute value test. But life only comes once, cherish it. For martial artists to compete, it doesn't mean going blindly. Many students, who have prepared pills to test their attributes, have temporary outbursts, which is allowed by the rules. However, you should consider clearly that there are some students who do not hesitate to take pills that exceed their tolerance limits to get a short burst. Every year, all over the country, such unsuspecting students try it, and every year it results in deaths and injuries. A martial artist is not a martial artist, much less a reckless one. Literature can secure the country, and martial arts can stabilize the country. A martial artist is only a martial artist when he is fully talented in literature and martial arts. Mere force only, without using one's brain, that is a fighter, a reckless man, not a martial artist. So, in accordance with the usual practice, I'm here to remind everyone for the last time that the next attribute prediction, all accidents will occur at your own risk. The man said quite a bit though. But the students in the room were listening with grave expressions. In the area of getting high to grow your attributes, there are two main ways to go. One of them is an elixir with mild medicinal properties that can permanently increase the value of an attribute. However, it is easy to develop drug resistance. Therefore, more expensive money must be spent on elixirs of different compositions to avoid drug resistance. The other path is a temporary outbreak. This kind of elixir was usually very expensive and was mostly used in life and death battles for desperate counterattacks without regard for oneself. Some people survive the extreme shock of the drug. However, there are also those who, after erupting, enter a state of decay extremely quickly and burst into flames. So, every year, at the time of the martial arts exams, students are reminded to make careful choices and to be prudent with their lives. It would be more than worth it if they exploded into bloody fireworks on the spot. This is not an option for the average student. But all over the country, year after year, there are crazies getting high on outbreak pills, despite everything. A murmur erupted among the students at this moment. Who was it that just spoke? You don't even recognize this? Third grade martial artist Lu Feng. It's the vice mayor of Lingnan City. Hey, it's only a sub, huh? Ridge City doesn't have a full mayor at the moment, either. Hiss. Isn't that a handful? Chanticleer County students on the team. Shi Chuanyu pulled out a golden elixir, the corner of his mouth hooked in a smile. Liao Zhongyang scorned a glance, still need to get high? Naturally, it's not necessary. Shi Chuanyu tilted his head and let out a long whistle. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I, naturally, will fight for this term's top scholar. Liao Zhongyang hates to hear the word phoenix tail. He buzzed in, get over it, I can overpower you without drugs. Heh, if Shinbei said that, I could take it a bit more seriously, you? Shi Chuanyu gazed contemptuously, be your phoenix tail. You. Liao Zhongyang's back teeth ached in anger, and he had the urge to resist giving Shi Chuanyu an electric cannon. Just then, from the ranks of the Kiwana County students, two students emerged. A dyed yellow hair, pierced earrings, painted smoky outfit, leather pants, and hanging chain is the essence of the look, complex pattern for the whole to create a sense of decadent atmosphere of vitality of the non-mainstream dress. The other student was average looking, but that mouthful of teeth was long in every way. Sichuan language hey. The little yellow hair came before him with a six-parent stride, remember me hey? Sichuanyu's gaze skimmed indifferently, Nyo Lu. My name is Bull's Eyes and Flowers hey. Hey you big head. Shi Chuanyu looked impatient. I don't know what living father gave you this name, it's really tongue-twisting. Watch what you say, if not you want to do a fight, hey? Shi Chuanyu cut in. Last year, when Shi Chuanyu was a sophomore in high school, he went to Kaiyuan County to play with a friend. I ended up running into this guy, and the two of them got into a fight. Can't say who lost out and who took advantage. All are hung up. At this moment, the classmate beside Ben Nyo carefully laughed a few times strangely. Brother Nyo, this guy isn't so great, there's no movement here? Shi Chuanyu didn't want to talk to him, but why does it sound a bit like he's scared and looking down on people? Shi Chuan language nature is not accustomed to, as much as possible to pick up the opening spray. Who are you That teeth long branch prong 8 pry, are ing separated, so what, afraid of the secret pickup Fear of intimate connections. Close connection. Pick up. The 3 words killing the most powerful came out. On one side, Liao Zhongyang bared his nose bubbles in laughter. Grass. Bulbul immediately changed his face. Shi Chuanyu, your mouth really stinks. Remember, his name is Du Ziting, and when he gets pissed off, no one can pull him off. Hey. Tummy ache? Go see a doctor, take some laxative if you're fine. Shi Chuanyu continued to dislike. Du Ziting opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and his face was surprisingly twisted with pleasure. I really like you. Become a martial artist, otherwise it's really no fun to abuse you. With you? Shi Chuan spoke with deep contempt. Didn't Niu Lu tell you how I violently beat him up? Who beats up who? Ben Bull's husband grunted a few times. You're just a pain in the ass, hey. Don't push it, it's affecting my martial arts exam. Blowing awesome if it's taxed, you'd be ing broke, hey. Just as the two were spitting at each other. The final countdown to the martial arts exams is underway. Begin the roll call into the middle of the test. Cao Patty and Du Ziting raised their middle fingers and returned to the group. Shi Chuanyu looked at Liao Zhongyang, narrowing his eyes with a grumble. You're not even going to help me spray a few words? Liao Zhongyang clenched his fist and raised it high. I prefer to talk with my fists. What's more, you're competing with me for the top spot, why should I help you? Grass. Shi Chuanyu gave a blank look, crooked her nose, and skimmed her mouth fiercely. You're the third person who makes me speechless. Why not the first one? You're not worthy. At this time, Gu Shinro began a temporary general mobilization. Come on, classmates, those who are in a position to get high, you can get high now, after the political trial, just as the drug has reached its peak. Remember, students, for the political examination, just be honest, because the examiners already have all your information, don't lie. The political examination is also a very important step. A martial artist, but a representative of individual strength. It's easy to get out of control. Unlike thermal weapons, which require a division of labor to assist in their production, one less part of the process can't make a gun out of it. According to the theory, the finer the social division of labor, the lower the sense of resistance among the people. And the emergence of martial artists is breaking that mold. Individual strength can easily inspire thoughts that shouldn't be there. So, political vetting is extremely important, at least. At this moment, Gu Shinrua clapped her hands. Alright, wait for the examiner to call the names and come forward one by one. The students nodded their heads. Heartwarming. The beautiful teacher is so pleasant to talk to. Those students who were not in the third class secretly regretted why they were so good and attended the class after the third class. What a great shame in life. At this very moment. Examination point site can be described as a sea of people, the crowd of onlookers a great piece. Amidst a roar of salutes and a roar of people. The political examination session of the martial arts exam begins. And the first to be named is Shan Bei. The examiner held up the microphone. Candidate Shan Bei, please come forward. Shan Bei? Where are the people? If you don't come again, you'll be abandoning the exam. Chapter 33 Don't work first. What about the martial arts exam? The loudspeaker's voice resounded throughout the room. Every single one of them can be heard. And the name Shan Bei came out. Gu Shinro's heart shook, and her face could not help but wear the slightest tinge of displeasure. Although she didn't know what Shan Bei's specific attribute value was. But through the Qichuan language and Liao Zhongyang's narration, even Shan Bei, who had cultivated in advance, could possibly maintain a certain level of attribute values, and the hope of taking the martial arts exam was also there. But this guy, inexplicably missing. Wasted 998 lip balm that I bought online. At this time, Jane Child's face was even more anxious. Ever since she arrived at the examination center, she had been harboring the hope that Shinbei had already arrived here secretly. But now, the loudspeaker shouted for half a day, but there was no sign of Shinbei. Jane Tong felt that Shinbei was unreliable at this time, really letting himself down. On one side, Shi Chuanyu heatedly laughed strangely. See, Shinbei really didn't come, this first prize is bound to be mine. Mine, Liao Zhongyang retorted. On the other side, Shinbei, who had already dried his head, was still driving screws on the scaffolding. Boss Zhang suddenly disliked Shinbei. Just now the loudspeaker seemed to be shouting Shinbei's name. Was it you? Shinbei snapped, letting out a cry. Today is the day I take the martial arts exam. You took the martial arts exam? Boss Zhang stared with wide eyes and an incredulous and shocked look. My good lord! A student who could take the martial arts examination, that was bound to be someone who had been screened out by the school and had hopes of becoming a martial artist. How dare you, Shinbei, come out to work? Still working part-time on the day of the martial arts exam. There's no mistaking it. Boss Zhang's entire body went numb and said quickly, then what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and take the martial arts exam. Shinbei jumped off the scaffolding and hurried over, but within a few steps ran back again. I still have to do it later. My ancestors. Boss Zhang had a bitter face, all ready to cry. You have the potential to become a martial artist. Is this kind of work something you can do? No, I have to finish it. Shinbei said firmly. What a joke. It's been a ing night of work, and when you quit at the end of the day, you can't activate the daily settlement panel, and you can't afford to take your life to pay for the lost attribute values. Grandpa, you're my grandpa. Boss Zhang screamed, I can't afford to hire martial artists. If this gets out, it will affect your reputation. This kind of lowly work can only be done by our social edges. Don't talk about useless things, wait for me to come back. After saying that, Shinbei pulled his leg and ran. Boss Zhang stood in the wind. It is really impossible to understand Shinbei, so persistent. In the end, what is scheming? If one could become a martial artist and casually take on some quests, the rounds would be all over the ocean. Dry scaffolding? What the? Get a life, will you? Shinbei reporting. Shinbei rushed to appear in front of the examiner at the last second when the examiner announced the abandonment of the examination. The examiner's face was a little displeased, and he said faintly, keep to the time. And wash your face before you come, a face of rust becomes what body? The examiner stopped short of finishing his sentence. He found that the student called Shinbei in front of him was carrying an electric drill in his hand. The examiner slowly turned his head to look at the scaffolding that was still being built on the other side of the examination center, and then turned his head to look at Shinbei. Instantly the tone choked. You work over there? Shinbei nodded. Several of the examiners looked slightly puzzled. Nice guy. Today is the day of the martial arts exam. This kid is still working for his money. Are you a money grubber, or are you just poor? The kid's too capable for that, isn't he? The examiner took a deep breath, looked down at Shinbei's resume, rubbed his eyes, and waved his hand. Pass. Shinbei gave a puzzled awe. Something seems off about the process. Not even asking? The examiner said, there's nothing to ask, 3 generations of poor farmers, go straight to the strength test. Oh. Shinbei scratched his head and turned to the strength test level. This device is a separate strength test. Because there are quite a few students who have to take the test, there is a high demand for anti-strike material. Adding more other features would only be cumbersome. Shinbei didn't ink either. The legs are firmly planted, the arms move with the waist, and the fists come out with the arms. A punch blast. Shinbei didn't even look at it or wait for the test results. Straight up run. In the dismayed and stunned gazes of a group of examiners, he, Shinbei, climbed back onto the scaffolding and began to hit the screws. The examiner was dumbfounded and the corner of his mouth twitched. What the hell? Don't you ever look at your own results? The other examiners were mingling. This student is crazy, isn't he? Addicted to playing screws? You can't say that. That side is a group photo area for students who have taken WU, so it's understandable to rush the work. But today is the martial arts exam. The first major event in life, and it's not as important as a part-time job? Honestly, students these days are beyond comprehension. It's a blast to put in the country. At this very moment. Among the crowd below. Gu Shinro was still a little relieved when she saw Shinbei appear. And now, seeing Shinbei punch and run, fighting the scaffolding. The whole thing blew up. Those long, thin eyes of hers held a deep cold weariness, and her face had a terrible look on it. Gu Shinro barely caught her breath and sat down powerlessly, rubbing her forehead with one hand and mentally exhausted. This asshole. Gu Shinro rubbed her temples. She did know that Shinbei's skipping class was going out to work. What I never expected was that the part-time jobs were hitting the Wuko test site. But it's all about seeing what day it is. Convinced. It's really convincing. At the same time, Jane Tong was full of joy, and the Shinbei that she had longed for appeared. The demeanor, though, was pretty bombastic. But it's good that people are coming. Whatever. As long as Shinbei takes the exam, he is bound to have a great success in the martial arts exam. On one side, Shi Chuanyu was filled with grief and anger, his face turning blue, grass. This guy came after all. I'm doubly pressurized. With that said, Shi Chuanyu, who originally hadn't planned to get high, decisively pulled out a golden pill and directly threw it into his mouth. And Liao Zhongyang's lips mumbled a few times, which Shinbei, why climbing the scaffolding will increase the attribute points. Shi Chuanyu looked at the stupid big man wryly. Honestly, you'd better buy some smart beans and eat them. At this moment, the entire crowd, whether it was other students or onlookers, were all shocked and skeptical of Shinbei's tawdry operation. After a brief silence, setting off a vocal buzz. My goodness, the political trial asked no questions, a handful of strength test, out of the fist and run, not even look at the results. This is to accompany the run? Has personality. Self-destructive, right? However, just based on this kid's willingness to work, he can't be underestimated in the future. Lingnan City Martial Arts has never had such a bombastic existence. Laughing at me, look at the examiner on the stage, the teacup in his hand for half a day, he forgot to drink water. Extreme is dashing, and it would be even more bombastic if the power test blew up unexpectedly. No way. A student who looks like he's swinging for the fences against the martial arts department, what kind of student doesn't care about his grades and just works? Shush. Shinbei's power score is out. All eyes in the room went to the electronic screen on the testing equipment. This electronic screen is an external screen. Very big. Even the crowd at a distance could see it clearly. And the exam room organizers can play. The scores shown are not all popping up at once. Instead, the two values keep scrolling from 0 to 9. The first to stop is the digits, then the tens. The main attraction is an exciting, heart-stopping ride. At this very moment, scroll a bit on the electronic screen. Single digits out. It's 5. Once this number came out, Jane Child's gaze was stagnant, as if she had been drained of her essence, her eyes were lax and her face was pale. Muttering to myself, something's not right, something's not right. Yesterday's test was still a 3 in single digits. It's hard not to. The negative effects of the backlash of Shinbei's early cultivation have only begun to take effect? Make his strength attribute plummet by 8 points? Chapter 34, kind of going against ancestral traditions. At this moment Jane Child's entire body went numb. In her guess, Shinbei's attribute value plummeted. That's not a good sign. That's just the power attribute. If the other attributes also plummet 8 points. 48-36. Even yesterday it tested 80 points. That's only 44 points remaining. That's a long way from the 60-point threshold line. What's more, 60 points is just the bottom line, and who knows if there will be demonic students who will pull up that standard line. Jane Child's face was bleak, and a kind of despair loomed over her. Even she was afraid to look at the 10 digits scrolling on the electronic screen. Without eyes, it's definitely a 1. At this moment, Gu Shinruan noticed that Jane Child was a bit out of sorts and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Jane Tong said periodically, "Yesterday Shinbei went to my house to test the attribute value, and the strength attribute was 23. Gu Shinro, after hearing the words, immediately thought of what had happened. A chill leapt up from the soles of his feet down his spine to his brain. Yesterday this digit was still 3.5. Today it's 5.5. Undoubtedly, plummeting. Gu Shinro took a deep breath, her eyes had a strong sense of obscurity and resentment. This brat, he didn't listen to the good words, and now he's playing a bad game. This situation doesn't even require much thought. Here comes the backfire effect. What about the 3-hour stakeout in Shinbei the other day? And now it's not pulling the crotch? What a pissed off brain. And at this time Chi Chuan Yu muttered, as if casting a curse, gods and Buddhas, Rulai Emperor, Goddess of Mercy, Virgin Mary, God Lord Jesus. Bless the 10 digits as one ah. Liao Zhongyang picked up the conversation and said, how can it be one? Shinbei practiced but the horse stance, it is obvious to take the route of physical combat, strength and physique is absolutely high. Just shut up. Chi Chuan Yu glared. A million people are watching. The 10 digits on the electronic screen finally popped up. It's 2. Boom. The whole room was shocked. For a while, the originally noisy examination center looked like the pause button had been pressed, instantly losing its collective voice. Anyone would have never expected that. In their opinion lying flat and swinging, Shinbei, who was only interested in experiencing adapting to the society to beat the screws, this power attribute is surprisingly so high. Up to 25 points. The examiner stood up expansively and looked straight at the electronic screen. Shocked and appalled emotions swept through the heart like waves of shock. A hint of surprise and shock passed through his eyes. Normally, it wasn't unheard of for a student to have a strength attribute that was as high as 40 points. But that's an isolated case, one doesn't come along for years, and it can't be talked about as a standard, and there's no comparison. And the other students, on average, have strength values that are right around 15, 16, 17 points. But Shinbei, this bitter child who worked to make ends meet while working for a living, was as high as 25 points. That's pretty good already. The contrast is also too great. Incredulity flooded the faces of the other examiners. A guy who is obviously perfunctory to the exam can still have such a high strength attribute. It's really amazing. The examiners couldn't help but raise their voices. Is the testing equipment broken? As much as I wish it was true, the way Shinbei treats the test is too fake. There's no need to wonder about the operational status of the equipment, except to say that the kid has a personality. Maybe it's that one attribute that stands out and the others pull the crotch, or we'll see. Stop looking and get on with the exam. Next. The cow. Cow 6 of Kailua County. At this very moment. Originally, they were already ready for Shinbei to have no chance to get into Wuhan University, but after seeing the final result, Jane Tong and Gu Shinro froze in unison. The reversal came too soon, too suddenly. Gu Shinro fiercely bit the tip of her tongue, the pain stimulated her brain, and the whole person came to her senses. What? Not 1, but 2? 25 points? I can't believe it went up 2 points. Hiss. The two women looked at each other. What the hell is going on here? Attribute values can still go up after just one night? What about the promised early cultivation of dropping attribute values? Did you let Shinbei eat it? Incredible. Gu Shinruo looked at Shinbei climbing around on the distant scaffolding to hit the screws. Her heart throbbed, and there was something about him that she couldn't understand. It's so scary. Jane Tong's face was bursting with happy colors. I knew Shinbei must be strong. Jane Child white tender little hand into the coat pocket, pinched the ID card. On the other side of the Chi Chuan Yu sucked in a breath of cool air, this nymphette. Liao Zhongyang smiled, see, I told you it was definitely 25 points. But compared to me, it's still too much. Chi Chuan Yu directly disliked, if all of Shinbei's attribute values were above 20 points, would you still be able to laugh? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liao Zhongyang yelled, and become a pentagonal warrior? Hell ing knows. Chi Chuan Yu looked at Shinbei in playing screws from afar, and his gaze was gloomy. And the entire crowd erupted in a roll of sound. Is 25 points of strength attribute high? High. But not the ceiling. The reason why it caused a stir was Shinbei's attitude of dealing with it lightly. Hit and run. Keep working. Who in their right mind would do this? The entire crowd of onlookers at the scene was thunderstruck. If you have this capital, why are you still doing scaffolding? Can't you be a little bit good at it? At this very moment. The exam site after a brief jolt. The exams continue. The second to come forward was Billy Bull. Even the examiners found the broken name tripping. Adolphus, report. He had a cynical posture and a cheeky grin. The examiner then glanced at him and immediately announced, test score, 3 attribute points deducted. This statement was made. The entire audience raised a roar of derision. This is a character who is more of a living father than Shinbei. Wait a minute. Someone tell me, why are you deducting bull 6 attribute points? You don't even understand this? Disheveled clothes and a face painted like a ghost. The martial arts exams also have requirements for personal appearance. Normal dress is no problem. This guy dyed his hair and tied his earrings. According to the rules, you can deduct attribute points. Isn't that a loss? Head iron. As for Ben, who had difficulty in finding out that his attribute points were deducted, he didn't feel the least bit chagrined. Instead, he tossed his hair. Now that's what I call dashing. The examiner grunted, go to the strength test, next. A third student stepped forward. The examiner took a look at the student's political profile, and with a twitch in the corner of his eye, he tentatively asked, do you think that there is any need for you to come? This student bristled, I think it's okay? The examiner coughed, not I hit you, your family tree up to the whole 6 generations, either the bandwagon party or the head of the pseudo-army, there are well-known big traders, there are high-level traders, there are intellectual reactionaries. This family tree, claiming to guard the mountains and rivers, protect the country and whatnot, is really a bit against the ancestral tradition. But the other examiners spat out a mouthful of old blood. Each stared wide-eyed and rushed to read the information on the political review. Nice guy. It's really a once-in-a-century thing. All the villainous characters, they've been collected in full awe. Awesome. Awesome. The examiner waved his hand, go back. This student pulled his crotch over his shoulder, sins. The students waiting in line behind them covered their mouths and giggled. This guy still has an ID, it's all because Harmony saved him. This casting technique is really unlucky. I think he could go into acting, specializing in big traders, that's a genetic inheritance in his bones. We witnessed the birth of an actor? Don't just flirt with the ones in front of you, hurry up, you still have to take the test. Chapter 35, Competition for the Scholarship. The Wushu University exam went on until noon and ended briefly. Because students come in late from all over. The only test sessions in the morning were political and testing power attributes. The afternoon was spent on mental, physical, and agility tests, and ended with a group photo of the freshmen admitted to WOU. That's the end of the day. And at that moment, on the electronic screen, the top 10 students' attribute values were also being listed. At the top of the list, and deservedly so, is Liao Zhongyang. With a strength attribute value of 38 points, he dominated the first place. And Shinbei had just touched the threshold of the top 10. With 25 points of attribute value, it is ranked 10th. Of course, this is only a ranking of strength attributes, as other attribute values are detected in the afternoon. This list is about to change dramatically. After all, there were students who didn't stand out in terms of strength, such as Jane Child, and her mental attributes were extraordinarily intimidating, only it wasn't yet time for her to show her hand. Now, all the students start to disperse and look for restaurants or food stalls near the examination center to eat. And near the scaffolding inside the test site. Boss Zhang had a tangled face as he looked at Shinbei picking at his rice. Another look at the rankings on the electronic screen shook his body. He patted his big bald head, squatted beside Shinbei, and said in a solemn tone, older brother, don't do it, I'm scared. Shinbei spat out the chicken wing bone and made a slurred sound, what did you snap? Still, you have hope to become a martial artist. Does this prevent me from working part-time? Not so much, but it's a low life, you shouldn't touch it. Shinbei poured a mouthful of mineral water and replied, this dish is a bit salty, don't order this boxed lunch next time. Boss Zhang. Just then, a beautiful figure came in front of Shinbei. Shinbei only felt a fresh fragrance on his face. Look up. It's Gu Shinro. She stood in front of the eyes her absolutely beautiful scenery, noble, mature, cold, high above the hearts of people folded, heart adoration. But at this moment, Gu Shinro's eyes carried an indescribable meaning, and her delicate face coalesced with the beauty of a god. Shinbei. Gu Shinro's tone was hard and seemed to carry annoyance. Teacher is here. Shinbei said with a smile, do you want to eat together? Is it good? It's just a little salty. Don't bull me. Gu Shinro twisted Shinbei's ear, get up for me. Shinbei showed his teeth, who messed with you again? What do you say? Gu Shinro pinched her waist and said viciously, you really have gotten ahead. Working part-time even to the test center, can you take the martial arts exam seriously? It's already very serious. Shinbei turned his head to Boss Zhang and said, right? Is the knot of my screwdriver strong? Boss Zhang. Once Gu Shinro saw that Shinbei was still this out of tune. After a long period of silence, her mature and soft feminine voice with a few coldness, she asked rhetorically, "Say, how much money can you earn from this part-time job? I'll give it to you, now get the hell back to take your exams properly." Shinbei, 300 an hour, I've been doing this since 8 o'clock last night, and I'll probably need 3 more hours in the afternoon, 17 hours, $5,100. The corners of Gu Shinro's mouth twitched as she waved her hand, "Have a good day at work." With that, he turned and walked away. Shinbei hemmed and hawed and continued to squat on the ground to eat. Boss Zhang's stunned open mouth, stammered, "Not you, old brother. That is not your homeroom teacher? How did you give angry away Al?" Shinbei made a stern face, "Boss Zhang, that's where you're wrong. What do you mean I'm pissed off?" That was her overestimating her small wallet. You're happy. Boss Zhang's entire big speechless. Can't see the world at all anymore. By the afternoon, the martial arts exam continues. Shinbei remained the same. When it was his turn, he carried a power drill and went to take the test, and when he finished, he went back to his work. Shinbei had to be so busy, fearing that the daily settlement panel would not be activated due to his absence. That's a big loss. Anyway, in Shinbei's prediction, it was a handful for him to get into Wuhan University. What's more, his own attribute value had grown some more after the daily settlement reward this morning. Definitely rocking the lead. At the end of an agile test, Shinbei's agility attribute once again caused the entire audience to be shocked. Up to 20 points. Another number that breaks 20. Plus 25 points for the previous strength attribute. 45 points of attribute value. Shinbei was ranked on the list and directly jumped up to the first place. I originally thought this guy stood out for his strength, but I didn't realize that his agility had broken 20 as well. Freak. What a freak. It's not possible that the next 2 attribute tests are both breaking 20 points, is it? I bet Shinbei's physique and spirit are around 10 points. Otherwise I'll eat upside down. Plus me, a 5-speed electric fan on my day. Both the onlookers and the examiners. Most of them thought that Shinbei's other attribute values were just hovering around 10 points. That's what fits a certain pattern. That's what I'm talking about. If they all break 20, then the overall attributes will break 85 plus points. This is a once-in-a-century event in Lingnan. The probability of that happening is so slim as to be virtually impossible. On the contrary, 80 points of attributes, according to the information of the Education Bureau, there are a few talented students who can put up a fight. For example, Liao Zhangyan, Shi Chuanyu, and also Ben Nyo and Du Ziteng. 85 points. Can't even think about it. If a demon like this popped up, how could Shantou County First High School not know about it? What's the point of giving away the word? The examiner flipped through the information and analyzed the wave again with the other examiners. Looks like the crowd was right after all. The last time Shinbei was tested at school, all 4-dimensional attributes were near 10 points, and this time it's already considered an outbreak. This is also rare. Generally digging into the attribute outbreak, are focused on one attribute value. Shinbei flush with 2 phases of attribute values, is also considered God's favor. With 65 points of attributes, you should pretty much get in this year. It's hard to say, Shi Chuanyu, a student who is all high on drugs, will pull up the admission line. Is that necessary? It's a competition for the first prize. Scene. Shi Chuanyu looked at Shinbei's agility attribute also broke 20, and inwardly let out a cry. Liao Zhongyang seems to have stepped on the horse as a crow's mouth. And Liao Zhongyang stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. Silently, he pulled out an elixir and directly knocked it down. Shi Chuanyu gave a contemptuous glance, soft, starting to get high? I eat candy balls. Liao Zhongyang said without blushing. Exams continue. The third spiritual test. Jane Child with a brisk pace, a head of black and silky hair at this time and a little messy scattered on both sides of the head, her indistinct like a distant spring mountain like willow smoke eyebrow, showy. She waved her hand in the direction of the scaffolding from a distance. Shinbei also stopped the work on his hands and waved his hand. Jane Child's posture was reflected in Shinbei's eyes. Her gently agitated little nose, her own graceful pink cheeks and peachy cheeks, but full of an attractive beauty. Above all, it was the heart-stopping, mesmerizing aura she had. It is like an iceberg that is melting, and it is like a good and noble peony, and the noble and elegant temperament that naturally glows out between her hands and feet is really the finishing touch on her body. Don't pull your crotch. Shunbei giggled playfully. Jane Child ruffled the flyaway hair, Willow's slender waist proudly arrogant head hummed lightly. Come to the front of the test. One operation later. The electronic screen begins to scroll the test results. The single digit is 0. The tens place is 4. 40 points. Add the value of the attribute preceding the binomial. With a combined score of 68 points, Jane Child skyrocketed to first place on the list. Chapter 36 Big Brother, Be Gentle, I'm Scared. Although Jane Child's strength, agility attributes were low. However, by virtue of the super high spiritual attributes, it temporarily shot to the top and even pressed Shinbei. The examiner at this moment exclaimed, Demon. This is a demon. The other examiners sucked in a breath of cold air and fell back as the temperature around them rose a few degrees flat. 40 points. That's a good one. A rare sight, this is the first student so far to have a single attribute break through 40 points. Steady, this girl's physical attributes are bound to be 10 points or more, and 75 points of attributes will definitely get her into Wuhan University. It's predictable that the group of teachers at WU will have to grab their heads. I'm more excited to see what Shinbei is going to do than how Jane Child stands out. Him? Guess it's the backbone. Coming. Shinbei is starting his mental detection. While the entire audience was shocked at Jane Child's 40-point spiritual attribute, Shinbei ran over and began to mentally detect. It was the same thundering, measure and go, and continue back to the scaffolding to hit the screws. The main attraction is a conscientiousness. The crowd rolled their eyes as they watched. Chi Chuanyu began to ramble again, bless, the 10 digits must start with 1. Liao Zhangyang was also staring dead at the electronic screen. If Shinbei's mental attributes are still starting at 2, the crown of the first place finisher is in jeopardy. The scene was quiet. Both are waiting for test results. The crowd, especially those betting on eating Shang upside down, and A5 speed electric fans, were swallowing saliva from their throats. Soon. Shinbei's test result, the single digit jumped out to be 0. Then the 10 digits began to jump. A bright red 2 popped up in the limelight. 20 points. Boom. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Nima. Strength attribute 25 points, agility 20 points. Spirit is still 20 points right now. What kind of demon is this? Where's 1? 1 was eaten by you, Shinbei? Dumbfounded. Collective dumbfoundedness. A few of those onlookers, a few of the betting populace, blushed with shame and slipped away quietly with their heads bowed in cats at their sides. Immediately after, a cacophony of murmurs opened up. Holy! This Shinbei guy is really going for the pentagonal warrior. Stop it, there's no data for hidden attributes, technically it's quadrilateral warrior. No wonder. It's amazing. Now it's already 65 points of attributes, physical fitness casually 10 points, that's 75 points, and it's absolutely 10 times more stable to get into Wuhan University. This session of the martial arts examination is too wonderful. What do you guys say, can Shinbei win this term's first prize? That depends on how well the other students behind the rankings do in agility and physical fitness. If Shinbei's physique is also 20 points or more, then the first prize winner is bound to be him undoubtedly. SSSH, working part-time and taking exams at the same time. Inspirational. The corners of Chi Chuanyu's mouth twitched at this moment, his teeth cackling. Worthy of being a freak who stood on his feet for 3 hours, a guy who took the route of physical combat, why is his agility so high as well? At this time, Chi Chuanyu's first 2 attribute tests were of the mediocre kind. It doesn't even make the top 10 list. But his strength is in agility, which was tested at home yesterday at 37 points, and with this high, can reach 40 points. He simply calculated, even so, it was 66 points of comprehensive attributes that only pressed Shinbei a little. There's one more physical that hasn't been tested yet. Your own physique pulls crotch ah. And martial artists who took the route of physical combat usually didn't have too bad physical attributes. Looking at it this way, trying to win the top spot is infinitely closer to slim in theory. Liao Zhangyang was also stunned. His highest attribute value was strength, which had been sacrificed. All other attributes are in a crotch-pulling state. The physique was slightly higher, but it would never be higher than Shinbei. Originally thought that Shinbei's agility value was low, but it turned out to be a blow to the head. It seems like we overthought it. Liao Zhongyang buzzed in. Shi Chuanyu sighed and let out a sigh of emotion. Both are born with you, why are they born with Liang? It's just that I'm going to test the agility. Soon. Shi Chuanyu's agility attribute detected. Sure enough, it's 40 points. There was another gasp of surprise. But Shi Chuanyu was not happy at all. It's mainly because it's hard to be pressed by Shinbei. It would be fine if Shinbei was serious about taking the exam. But he was working part-time and taking the exam at the same time, and this kind of discrepancy in excellence was unacceptable to Shi Chuanyu. It was as if he himself had gone through 1,000 hardships and had managed to run hard to the finish line, and Shinbei was yawning at the finish line before he started running. And said, "Come and chase me." What else can I say? Just watch Shinbei perform and be done with it. At this time, in the electronic screen list is constantly changing. The last test begins. Physical testing is the most torturous. The examiners kept telling the students not to be brave. The pain of that hallucination is no joke, and it's easy to have a nervous breakdown. But where are the students to listen? If you don't put up a fight in the final sprint, are you still human? What's more, the students present had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Especially with Shinbei leading the beat. If nothing else, it was highly likely that his physique would also be 20 points or more. Combined, the guarantee is 85 attributes. Based on previous year's experience with the WUA, the 60-point benchmark threshold has to be adjusted upwards once someone breaks 80 points. Adjust by at least 5 points. That is to say, there was a hope of getting into WU with 60 points, but now there is absolutely no hope. Never ensure until you reach 65 points, or even 70 points. You tell the physique not to fight for its life in such a critical situation? How can that work? And so it was. An air of determination spread across the faces of the students throughout the test center. Spell it out. In the ensuing hours, what was once a joyous test site can be heard turning into hell on earth. All sorts of ghostly cries and hisses rang out under the torment of the physique test. I can. Ouch. Hiss. Persistence is victory. The crowd at the scene was stunned by the student's desperate stance. The hairs on his body exploded and his scalp tingled. Ha! That's too much of a fight, isn't it? It's still not being pressurized by Shinbei. The teachers and students over there all think that Shinbei's physique must have broken through 20 points as well, or more. Yes, the admission standard line is bound to be raised this year, so if we don't put up a fight, we'll lose a lot of money. Although it is possible to repeat the exam, the martial arts exam in the coming year is to deduct the attribute value. The loss is not worth the gain. It is best to pass the exam on the first try. Heartbreaking for these kids. You're a commoner heartbroken over a martial artist? What do you think? With the last fitness test, the examiner deliberately arranged Shinbei's sorting to the end. Let's just say that the kid just loves to work. Plus the scaffolding is in its final stages and will have to be used soon. Just leave some time for Shinbei. After the final splicing of the scaffolding is complete, Boss Zhang yanked the canvas from the car and began to hang it up. This job is much easier. Simply tie fine wire around the punched holes in the canvas. The only trouble spot is having to diagonally rip a bra flat. While this work is still pending, the loudspeaker began to inform Shinbei of the test of physical fitness. Shinbei had to call it a day. Staggering, in front of a crowd of all eyes, to the testing equipment. The scene at this point was once again silent as a crow. This is the last person in the entire martial arts exam. Thoughts flooded the minds of the crowd. Could Shinbei's physique actually reach 20 points or more? How much beyond that? Will this year's admission passing line be raised because Shinbei, the demon, has come out? How much will it be raised? For a while, all the students in the room were on tenterhooks. Holding his breath, he watched Shinbei lie in with a calm demeanor. Those students with attributes between 60 and 65 points seemed to be waiting for Shinbei's pronouncement. Chapter 37, Beating the Scholar. At this moment. Electronic screen listings. The first place is Shi Chuanyu, with 81 combined attribute points. The second place was a student from a high school in Lingnan City with 80 points of comprehensive attributes. The third place, also with 80 points, goes by the name of Du Ziteng. The fourth place came from Nyo Lu from Kaiwan County. This guy was surprisingly high at 79 points after deducting 3 punitive attribute points. Fourth place went to Liao Zhongyang, also with 79 points. Jane Child came in fifth, with a combined attribute of 78 points. Then it was the students from Lingnan City who started to dominate the list. Until 10th place. And Shinbei's name had long since disappeared. But Shinbei had one last physique being tested. And at this time, Shinbei's first 3 attributes were equal to 65 points. If Shinbei's physical attribute value is lower than 15 points, the first prize winner is Chi Chuanin. But where the high 2 points are concerned, Chi Chuanyu can only be the top of the list. Chi Chuanin's palms were sweating, and he truly hoped that Shinbei would give some face and allow himself to reach the scholar achievement. But hope's extremely slim. Little cutie. All of them could tell that Shinbei's physique value was definitely not low. It depends on whether it reaches 85 points or more and pulls up the WU admissions pass line. Soon. Shinbei grunted a few times in phantom pain and reached out directly to interrupt the detection. This time, Shinbei did not immediately run back to work. Instead, you stand at an electronic screen and wait for the results. At this very moment, the examiners each stretched their necks to look over. The students crossed their feet, their eyes eager with anticipation. The surrounding crowd even stopped breathing. Don't even dare to blink for fear of missing the moment. Soon, the results appear. 25 points. That number came out. The whole room shook with a roar. Reactions have been mixed. The examiner's eyeballs exploded, and his eyes, torso, and mind trembled and warbled uncontrollably. What? Surprisingly, it's 25 points. 4-dimensional attributes, breaking through 20 points across the board. This is too terrifying. The eyes of the other examiners all twisted for a moment, unable to extricate themselves in extreme shock. His 25 points. Together with the 65 points in front of me, not only did I cross the 80-point mark, but I also rushed to 90 points. It's breaking the Lingnan City record. This Shinbei is truly immeasurable. This is no longer something that can be described as a demon. This class of students is really a swarm of demons. In previous years it would be good to have 1 or 2 students who could reach 80 points. This year not only are there 4, but there's also one that broke the all-time record. In the meantime, the faces of the surrounding crowd showed a face of extreme shock, trepidation, and even fear in the sunlight. After a brief moment of silence, there was a violent outburst of shocking cheers and shouts. Awesome! Only can't think, no Shinbei can't do it. Latest news. I've just returned from the Changtu County student team, but I've heard that Chi Chuanyu, Liao Zhangyan, and Shinbei have advanced their cultivation. What? 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 Cultivating early will drop the attribute value. I'm a big grass. After wildly dropping the attribute values, the combined attributes can still be 90 points? It's still human? At this moment, Gu Shinro's face was as if she was putting on a face-changing performance. First her face was shaken, then shocked, and finally, her face was wildly changed and full of disbelief. In her thoughts, Shinbei had carried out early cultivation and could just press the passing line to enter Wuhan University. It turned out to be $1 million. Shinbei leisurely took the test and tested out 90 points of comprehensive attributes. Not only did they mix up a top student, but they also pulled up the acceptance line for WU. Gu Shinro's breathing was unsteady. When exactly did Shinbei begin his metamorphosis? How did you not notice it yourself? Gu Shinro also reflected while being surprised. Was she not caring enough about Shinbei? It seems like it would be a good idea to take care of it in the future. Nope. Gu Shinro's face suddenly darkened. Shinbei was about to enter the Wushu University to learn the way of a true martial artist. And he himself has to teach at Changtu County First High School. How else can you care when you're separated? Gu Xinro revealed a stunningly beautiful face that was voluptuous, holy, and mixed with a bit of uneasiness. She realized that Shinbei was about to go far away. Probably never coming back to Chantilly again. He has a sea of prospects, and he's just off to the side. It was different from Gu Shinro's sudden sadness. Jane Child gaze exudes intoxicating tenderness, coquettish smile, beautiful eyes. She leapt and rejoiced for Shinbei from the bottom of her heart. In the past, she thought Shinbei should catch up with herself. Now, the situation is completely reversed. It was himself who should have chased after Shinbei. Otherwise it wouldn't even be good enough for him. Thinking of this, Jane Child more determined, his father owes Shinbei $1 million, must be given in time. Otherwise, it's hard to get along later and get caught with this. The list on the electronic screen changed dramatically. Shinbei once again topped the first place in Lingnan City's martial arts examination with his 90 points of super high attributes. And the chief examiner grabbed the microphone and announced in public, fellow students and guests, this year's martial arts examination testing is all over. I announce that this year's top student is Shinbei. The scene resounded with loud cheers, while the applause was given to the socialist. Shinbei. Shinbei stood on the stage, although his face was covered with sweat and rust, he revealed snow-white teeth, and between his picturesque eyebrows, he was all smiles, and he deeply bowed at the whole audience. Turned around and went back to work. The examiner choked back a sob. Is up. You're the top student. Can you stop the power drill in your hand? According to the process, you should say a few testimonials. Something about thanking the government, thanking the country, thanking the teachers and all that. Nice guy. You're so focused on what you're doing, aren't you? The examiner's mouth twitched in embarrassment, so he just didn't care and continued to announce, next, I will announce the pass line for this year's Lingnan City Martial Arts University admission. According to the standards of previous years, reaching 60 points in comprehensive attributes is a hope to enter WU. But because today the first place comprehensive attribute value is too high, according to the rules, the WU admission passing line is. The examiner stretched his tone. The students who stepped on the red line were each nervous. Exactly how much? Come on, say it. It's a rush. The examiner cleared his throat, the passing line is, comprehensive attributes, 68 points. Once this result is out. There was a lot of crying down there. Oh mom, I'm so sorry I didn't get in, woohoo. It can't be 67 points. I'm so mad. Cam. I'll repeat next year and still have to deduct attributes, but hopefully no demon like Shinbei will show up. A solid 65 points in previous years, raised to 68 this year, yuck. I'll take the wild way out. Damn it. Shinbei, you made me fall off the list. Some people are happy and some people are sad. The comprehensive attributes were pulled up to 68 points, which can only be said that the students in the same class as Shinbei were unlucky. But what else? That's the way the world works. The stronger is always stronger. There is no strongest, only stronger. Luck is part of strength, too. Deserved to be unlucky and had to put up with it. Subsequently, it is the group photo of the accepted students. It so happened that the photo stage on this side was built, and Shinbei tied the last wire on the scaffolding. The students below were full of smiles as they began to stand in line at the teacher's command. Gu Shinro tilted her head and looked at Shinbei, who was sitting on the scaffolding, and squeezed her eyebrows, get down here and stand in the center position. Shinbei shrugged, I'm fine here, just shine. Gu Shinro held her forehead, her face full of black lines, you're determined to piss me off, aren't you? And on one side, Shi Chuanyin shouted, Shinbei, don't come down, I'll stand your position quite well. Shi Chuanyu instantly squeezed into the center position. This is the most center position of the whole photo, only the most beautiful boy can stand C position A. Although he did not get the name of the first prize, it is a pity to make up for the fact that he can stand in the position of the first prize. With a click. The photographer's group photo is complete. On that one picture. This accepted class is full of smiles. And the most dazzling person, but also belongs to Shinbei sitting high on the scaffolding. His eyebrows carried an overriding arrogance, a sharpness and an air of disdain for the world. At this point, the freshman hadn't thought about it. What kind of fear of domination would be brought about by that Shinbei, who stood tall and overpowered everyone? Chapter 38 Two Girls Getting Jealous. Congratulations, scholar. Boss Zhang counted the bills while wearing a complimentary look on his face. Here, Shinbei, this is your salary, 5,100. Shinbei took the bills beautifully. It's all the fruits of labor. He deserves it himself. Money for labor really does smell like ink. This future labor market won't be fun without you. Boss Zhang spoke again. Shinbei said, if you have a job in Lingnan City, you can still find me. Boss Zhang shook his head in a panic, with a few moments of detachment. Are you kidding me? You are a martial artist, we are not the same people at all. Shinbei smashed his mouth. In this world, martial artists were one level and ordinary people were another, not to be confused with each other. It was understandable that Boss Zhang could have such an attitude. Just take a look at the other workers and it will be clear that Boss Zhang is quite bold. Those workers did not dare to Shenbei at all, and naturally drew the line, this self-consciousness, all from the awe and fear of martial artists in their bones. Shenbei didn't say much, and Gu Shinro over there had already urged several times to return to the team. "I'll see you around then." Shenbei patted Boss Zhang's shoulder and turned to leave. For Shenbei, a part-time job is definitely a part-time job. You can't increase your attribute points without working part-time. Continue your great career in the Ridge City labor market in the future. Back in the Chantilly student ranks. With the celebratory dinner already prepared by the WU campus, there was no need to rush back to the county this night. The hotels are all arranged. Just go back the next day. The banquet is also divided into 2 large chambers. The students who got into WU will court, where the meals are more abundant, eat and drink whatever you want. The students who did not get in a meeting court, that meal is relatively speaking a little chilly, and even some students simply show their faces directly out the door and turn left, to eat the ground. Shenbei landed on the banquet seat. Many teachers and leaders also came from WU. A gibberish speech. Shenbei's brain hurt from listening. I can count on the chatter to end before the waiter serves chopsticks. That shows the rules. Estimated that the University of Wuhan University also have a forced number in mind, in the speech was afraid that no one listened to, Gaga cradle seat, dishes first, chopsticks on the back. Originally, Shenbei was sitting next to Gu Xinwei and Jane Tong. The banquet had not yet eaten a few bites, Gu Shinro received a phone call, afraid that it was inconvenient to talk, went out to answer the phone. "Shenbei, why did your attribute value go up again?" Jane Child sipped her coke and asked curiously. Shenbei didn't answer positively, but said with a smile, "Your father just steal the joy, or else he will lose another $1 million. Jane Child. At this moment, Liao Zhangyang came over and said in a thick voice, "Shenbei, let me introduce you to a classmate." Shenbei turned his head to look back. However, he saw Liao Zhangyang walk over with a girl. This girl was wearing a court dress composed of red color. The so-called palace costumes are actually costumes combined with modernized art. Though it's not like there aren't any girls in this kind of costume. But very little. None of them do not reflect her dignity, the beauty of her appearance, not like all the dust, like a dream, Ruefeng eyes gleaming and noble, details to each hair appear dignified, Fu Huangqin then also become a plain posture, beautiful but not charming, greatly generous phoenix posture. Yu Qiui. Liao Zhangyang introduced. Shenbei let out an "oh, first time I've seen it." Yu Qiui blinked. "You can't, can you?" Yu Qiui felt incredible. "I am also often on campus, even if I did not say hello, far away, I have not been able to see me. Moreover, the recesses the whole school teachers and students are lined up in the playground, that can also be seen ah." As if Jane Child was naturally hostile, she looked at Yu Qiui and blushed. Jealousy between boys is all smiles. Between girls that can be naked. "You're looking for Shenbei for something?" Jane Child said as she wrapped her arms around herself, the corners of her mouth gently rising to form a cold, hard arc. In the opinion of Jane Tong, it came early, it came late, and it came at the time when Shenbei was the top student. "Sima's heart this is." Yu Qiui shook her hair and dragged her voice and said with a smile, "Who wouldn't admire a genius who came out of nowhere in a high school? Why don't I come and get to know him?" Liao Zhangyang suddenly raised his hand and said, "I don't admire." Yu Qiui has never seen someone who was so good at tearing down people, truly worthy of being the legendary stupid big man. Originally, she wanted to find a student who knew Shenbei to introduce her. The result is, ask around, no one you recognize. It was as if Shenbei was a student who appeared out of nowhere. Only Qi Chuanyu and Liao Zhangyang knew each other. Qi Chuanyi didn't need to say much, Yu Qiui didn't annoy anyone else when she saw him. I had to pull Liao Zhangyang over. "Well, now. Can't you just admire Shenbei?" Jane Child's eyes were like curved crescent moons, and she snorted, "You're late to recognize." Yu Qiui heard the words instead of flowers bloom, the corners of the mouth smile bloomed, "I'll teach you a few idioms, the later one to the top, beyond the front, after the first." Jane Child felt seriously challenged. She had to prove it with facts to make Yu Qiui die so that she wouldn't add to the trouble in the future. With some exasperation, she shouted, "Shenbei, Shenbei." "Shenbei?" After a few calls, no one answered. Only at this time did Jane Child turn his head to find that, I do not know when. Shinbei has wrapped his arm around Liao Zhangyang, hiding in the corner whispering away. Jane Tong raised her ribbed eyebrows and increased her tone. Shinbei. Shinbei raised his head and waved his hand, indicating that he was busy. Don't bother me. Yu Chui lifted her cheeks and let out a light laugh. I see that I'm not late at all. Jane Tong then raised a sweet smile that implied nervousness, and directly threw out harsh words. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Shinbei and I are at the same table, and we've all met our parents. Yu Chui's face suddenly turned morose. Who are you kidding? The two men's eyes locked and electric sparks erupted. There were grunts of displeasure. On the other hand, Shinbei incarnated as a big flake. Man, you are really surprisingly top 5 in the exam. In my opinion, if Chi Chuanyu didn't get high, you would definitely be able to crush him. Liao Zhangyang's heart was flooded with complacency. That really makes you right. This guy is high on extremely high quality pills, a small 1 million. If money tops it, I definitely won't lose him. Shinbei is shaking his head. You can't say that, not based on the data of heroes, no work on the hands, you really don't have to get over him. I don't have a job on my hands? Liao Zhangyang pointed at himself and grunted. So what if you, not to mention Chi Chuaning, have up to 90 attributes? I'm not afraid of a real battle with a real gun. Hiss. Shinbei's eyes erupted with an excited glow. So powerful? Let's try somewhere. An arrogant smile floated on Liao Zhangyang's face. With his eyes looking at Shinbei from above, as if he was looking down on a humble mole cricket, he continued, saying that you are a bare-knuckle commander. Do you recognize it? The term bare-knuckle commander here, Shinbei can naturally understand. What was being said was that Shinbei had empty attributes and didn't know any martial arts. Talking about it, Shinbei showed a wave of smugness that the old fox had succeeded in his plot. I'm sure I found the right person. This Liao Yang guy can jack a wave. Shinbei whirled around with a stern face. What, can you know martial arts or not? Blowing a bit big. I definitely don't know any authentic martial arts techniques. That would require a teacher to instruct me when I get to WU. Liao Zhangyang proudly continued, but I still know some basic boxing techniques. Therefore, I have a set way to beat you. While you are empty of brute strength, you are definitely not my opponent. Of course, I mean right now. Shinbei's eyeballs rolled and said negatively, I don't believe it. Unless you show me the basic fist technique. You stubborn bastard. Liao Zhangyang pulled Shinbei. Let's go to the upstairs room. Today buddy let you, a bumpkin, open your eyes. Chapter 39 Activating the ATM. Although Shinbei was the top student of this term. But Liao Zhangyang was obviously unconvinced, and spoke in a way that vaguely despised Shinbei. It's not that Liao Yang is not convinced by Shinbei's superb overall attributes. Rather, Shinbei's attribute points were too evenly distributed. There are no standouts. But in terms of a power contest, Liao Zhangyang definitely does not lose to Shinbei. On top of that, he already had the basic punches in hand. Fighting Shinbei one-on-one was also bottomless. But how could Shinbei be so bent on generalizing with Liao Zhangyang? After chatting, we successfully activated the ATM machine of Liao Yang. Liao Zhangyang directly exploded, pulling Shinbei to the upstairs room. Liao Zhangyang yanked out a basic fist technique book from his backpack. Nah, stare wide-eyed and see if it's a basic punch? Liao Zhangyang held the books somewhat proudly and waved them in front of Shinbei's eyes. Shinbei instead said with a look of contempt, who knows if it's a comic strip inside? Serialization? Liao Zhangyang flipped the pages of the book and pointed his finger at the top. This is called a comic strip? Let's see. Shinbei hurriedly grabbed it and flipped through it page by page. And his brain, like a photocopier, or a copy button on a mouse, imprinted the above in his memory one by one. This was the latest special attribute that Shinbei had acquired. In the 10 days leading up to the martial arts exam, Shinbei received a very odd job in the labor market. There's a tutoring agency that specializes in tutoring homework for third-grade elementary school students. Because business is so booming, there aren't enough teachers at the tutoring organization. After that boss saw that Shinbei was still a high school student, he thought that Shinbei's cultural level was enough to deal with elementary school students. So they hired them to come over and give daily lectures to elementary school students. Elementary school students at this stage learn about as much as Blue Star. Things like martial artists were rarely mentioned in books, or if they were mentioned, it was a text in the language. The main focus is still on culture. For Shinbei, a third-grade curriculum? Isn't that a handful? Give me the whole fourth grade if you can. So, the people's educator, Shinbei pretended to be on the line. The result is, Shinbei cursed the editor-in-chief who made up the textbook every day. Voodoo his ass. The questions in here are no longer questions, they are brain teasers. What with the water going out this way and coming in that way, asking when the water will be full. That's a waste of ing water. Is that something a third grader should learn? And what about the chickens and rabbits in the same cage, Shinbei said, not crowded, right? The list goes on and on, that's a long list of topics. Almost dry-fired Shinbei's CPU. It's so ing hard. An hour of tutoring every day was like seconds, especially when the elementary school students looked at Shinbei with skeptical and cool eyes, waiting for answers. Shinbei doesn't even want to show his cards, I'm a scum, I don't want to play. But after surviving that time, the daily activation settlement rewards still smell great. The main purpose is to increase the memory and self-correction attributes, which are not popular. After a few days of simmering down, the memory dislikes the full 100 points straight away. Shinbei had already gained the ability to forget everything. After a short browse, Shinbei threw the basic fist technique straight back. Done. Every word on this book, even the punctuation marks, Shinbei could recite backwards. Sometimes, Shinbei felt that it was a joke that some talents could memorize pi backwards. Now it seems that. Still a joke. Thanks. Shinbei said faintly and directly turned around to leave. Ugh. Liao Zhongyang asked with a dismayed look on his face, just like that? It's all about comparing with me. I am afraid that I will knock you to the ground with a punch, and you will blackmail me for money. Shinbei said in a serious manner, after all, I have earned more than $5,000 today, and I will not fall for it. Liao Yan. He always felt that Shinbei had come to steal his basic boxing skills. But after thinking about it, it's impossible. That's 5 or 6 minutes of work, and who can remember such a wide variety of words and patterns recorded? Liao Zhongyang barred his lips, secretly saying that it was a pity. If we can't beat Shinbei, the top student, now, there won't be many of these good chances when we get to Wuhan University in the future. After all, knocking out the top student, that could be enough to brag about yourself for a year. But nah, Shinbei doesn't give a chance. At this time, Shinbei returned to his room. Hang the do not disturb sign out, close the door and unlock it, and put on the safety lock. Basic Boxing. Shinbei recalled the introduction within the book. This is a book of foundations to be learned by martial artists who want to take the route of physical combat after breaking through. It's like trying to build a 10,000-foot high building, this foundation has to be dug. This basic punch may seem like a simple routine, but it is the foundation of the ground. Shinbei did not have any hesitation and immediately recalled the contents of the book in his mind and set up his stance. However, he was seen, moving slowly, as if he was playing the Tai Chi stance that was popular in the society. The eyes were always fully focused on his moving fingers. Shinbei always stretched his hand out slowly first, then his 5 fingertips were captured as if they had a quasar, and then he retracted it quickly. This action of slowly probing out and quickly catching back reminded Shinbei of the essentials of touching fish when he was a child, first slowly probing his hand inside the water, so that the fish did not realize, and then waiting for the distance to be close, he suddenly cupped it. The fish is caught in the hand. Moreover, Shinbei also found that this basic boxing method of boxing, the body also kept walking in a circle, the steps of the feet were always flat grazed the ground tripping out, careful look, as if it was tripping inside the muddy water. Shinbei felt that if he stood and looked at it from God's perspective, his posture was not graceful, but between the movements of one out and one in, his whole body was rubbing and moving, and his strength was exerted everywhere, but there was a feeling of bulging up. And I don't know how long it was. Shinbei stopped moving, his hands violently mentioned the center of his eyebrows, then slowly pressed down to his abdomen, his left foot gently stepped towards the ground, and exhaled a long breath. A long line of white gas shot straight out from Shinbei's mouth, as if a gas arrow had suddenly shot out. Breath out can come out like this? Shinbei saw his breath jetting out. It was also very surprising. No wonder Liao Zhongyang said he wasn't his opponent, this basic fist technique can practically promote a martial artist to the next level. Then, Shinbei became obsessed. Keep punching until you finish the set, still lifting your hands, pressing your belly, stepping on your feet, and exhaling. Repeat the exercise. With each set of movements, Shinbei kept self-correcting the wrong movements. It's like a machine that automatically fixes bugs. This trait came from another cold attribute that Shinbei had acquired from tutoring primary school students, self-correction. This attribute probably belonged to the sense that would rise within Shinbei once he made a mistake. If the angle of the punch was not right, Shinbei would have a feeling of panic and realize the mistake. then in search of feeling and self-correction. I have to say that this attribute is very useful, but it also depends on the situation. Especially at WOU, with a teacher to guide you, you make mistakes and the teacher will correct them straight away. But when you're on your own, self-correction doesn't happen behind closed doors. But how to correct it needs to be explored and improved on its own, and the attribute of self-correction is not going to provide the answer. There may also be situations where the window pane just won't pierce. In any case, at present, for Shinbei, self-correcting attributes can play a good supporting role. About 2 hours later, Shinbei reached out and made a fist. Against the wall, dark energy was emitted. Shinbei's looked like his clothes were sticking to the air, bringing out the crunch of a firecracker suddenly exploding. Snap! After Shinbei showed his teeth and closed his fist, above the front, a shallow fist mark appeared. Hiss! Shinbei stared with some incredulity. Just then, Jane Tong's voice sounded outside the door. Shinbei, open the door. Chapter 40, I'll treat you to an $8 spicy hot pot. One good news, and many bad news, which one do you want to hear? As soon as she entered, Jane Child was chattering away. Shinbei suddenly froze. Just now when eating in the hall, clearly remembered that Jane Tong was wearing not this set of clothes, this will actually change a set. But see, Jane Child wearing a loose also with light color lace black yarn blouse and the hem also tied a black bow, short denim jacket and can highlight the delicate waist and crotch of the khaki bag long skirt hemline has been extended to the slender ankles and wearing sandals feet. Shinbei took a deep breath and asked, what's wrong? Jane Child broke his fingers and said, the good news is that Teacher Gu Shinro just said that she was transferred by Gu Changfeng to Lingnan City Wushu University through a relationship. Shinbei was shocked after hearing the words. Gu Shinruwa. Woo! That's good news. Originally, Shinbei was still thinking that he would return to Changtu County to find Gu Shinru to brush up his existence when he had time after attending WU later. She's the ultimate beauty. Delicious. This if someone else snubbed as a human wife. That would not be cool. Now that Gu Shinrue came to teach at WU, they could meet at times and even go further. It's exciting to think about. As for what happens when Jane Child finds out? How is that possible? A martial artist can't even deal with the Shura, is that called a martial artist? Kids make the choices, adults want them all. Shinbei pressed down his excitement and then asked, the bad news? That's a lot. With a few points of resentment, Jane Tong said, just during the time you were away, the teachers of WUU recruited students early, so you missed a great opportunity. Shinbei didn't think much of it and said, it's enough for me to have Ms. Gu Shinro. Jane Tong rolled her eyes, suit yourself, I am not going to follow teacher Gu Shinro, the teacher I am following is an expert in secret arts, and can better utilize my spiritual attribute specialties. Shinbei nodded, there was nothing wrong with this choice. And Jane Child continued, I see that the teachers of WUU only evaluated you moderately. Shinbei froze for a moment, medium? I'm the top student. But your attributes are too average, there's no bright spot. According to the teachers at WU, it's just $1 million. Marigold. That's not a nice word. Samples are sparse. The students of WOU, specialization and precision is the goal to focus on training. Other martial artists were basically cannon fodder if they didn't have any special opportunities. Shinbei doesn't care about this evaluation, and it will be over when he looks at it later. One more message. Jane Tong said mysteriously, there was an earth tremor over there in western Sichuan, it might be the emergence of an underground cave, and now the country is mobilizing martial artists to go to support it. Earthquakes. Grotto. Those 4 words are unusual. In this world, apart from settling the country, the other task of martial artists was to eradicate the underground caves. The so-called grotto is actually an invasion of intelligent beings from another world. Rumor has it that the world inside the grotto is a place called the Sea of Hopelessness. It's big, very big. It's bigger than the Earth. Every time the Earth moves, it connects 2 worlds and creates a grotto. The creatures inside, or humanoids, then try to rush out and plunder the world's resources. Left unchecked, the entire planet would fall. Therefore, whenever there is an earth tremor, the state is on standby to eliminate it. Of course, martial artists also wanted to enter the underground caves to plunder resources. Various herbs and strange items will enhance a martial artist's overall strength. Anyway, Sea of Hopelessness or Earth. Both sides are immortal. Shinbei stroked his chin and said, "These past few years have been somewhat uneventful, and the ground has shifted a bit too much." Jin-tong shrugged, "It's not just at home, it's the same abroad. But the good thing is that we did a good job of early warning, not many people died, but the economic losses are still there. By the way, I've heard that Governor Yu has all drawn martial artists from the province to go and support them." Shinbei let out an "oh" and didn't care. Ningbei province is a long way from Kawasaki itself. There's no fear of grotto-type humans killing them. At best, the province's defenses are a bit empty. Not much of a problem. But Jane Child is a big problem. There's no mention of the word "you," which is okay. When I mention it, I think of that little goblin Yuchoi. Jane Tong's clear and penetrating eyes gazed at Shinbei, implying certain strange emotions, and said, "What is your impression of Yuchoi?" Shinbei sniffed his nose and said, "Who kicked down the old vinegar jar of aged sauerkraut?" Jane Tong's clear and bright face instantly turned red with shame, like a brilliant colorful haze. "You who I'm not jealous." Shinbei put on his jacket and said with a smile, "Ah. Right. Shinbei couldn't help but marvel at the profundity of the country's writing. The double affirmation is surprisingly still a negative. Shinbei said again, "Come on, let's go out for a late-night snack." "Good thing too." Jane Child jumped off the couch. "I just ate in the hall and I can't even be bothered to move my chopsticks." "Playing the lady, huh?" "Nonsense, when it's time to pretend, it's time to pretend." "When it's time to pretend not to pretend, that's really pretending. That's the kind of authenticity I like in you." The two left the hotel. Scattered rolling in the streets and the streets were magnificently lit, and the crowds crowded their shoulders. Walking. Suddenly a lewd man threw a business card into Shinbei's arms before leaving in a hurry. Shinbei staggered for a moment, looked at the man, not only threw himself, almost men, all forced a business card. "What's for you?" Jane Child asked curiously. Shinbei looked down. On the front of the card is a scented photo. Underneath the photo it says delivery is available throughout the city and the contact information is cloudy. The back describes a whole host of home services. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched, so it was a high-risk professional worker specializing in domestic service for single men. Shinbei said with a relaxed expression, "It's not easy for them to earn some sweaty money as a domestic helper." "Oh." Jane Child said with a silly white look, "It's really not easy for ordinary people to make money." Shinbei secretly poo-pooed it. "A no-cost deal is good enough, ah. You've got to go out and make money on your own, and you've got to make an effort. But on second thought, it seems that these girls who like to do housework don't have to make it hard, but they have to be able to take the strain." Just then, in the midst of the crowd in the street, someone suddenly held up a loudspeaker, with a face of extreme fervor, and raised his arms in the air. "Foolish people. Earth tremors are frequent and demons descend. This is the true God's punishment and warning to the human world. Join us and become the hands and feet of the true God and gain salvation. In this world, only the true God can save mankind under fire and water." That cry. Immediately, the crowd on the street shied away and moved out of the way. Shinbei and Jane Tong shared a contemptuous glance. People like that are a bunch of guys with their brains stuffed full of mush. All brainwashed lunatics. Usually, when they have enough to eat and drink and appear to have nothing to do with their balls, they like to drag people into the religion. Like a street mom in Blue Star who sees you and speaks up, "My friend, interested in learning about." This kind of person should never be taken care of. Once a word is said, they will immediately turn into a dog's paw and can chase you to your house to preach. It's just not defensible. However, the man couldn't fold for long. Soon enough, a plainclothes patrolman appeared in time, directly pressed to the ground, hooded, and directly pressed away. "Let go of me. I am the earthly representative person of the true God, the heir of the true God. To dishonor me is to dishonor the true God. When the true God comes, he will liquidate your sins one by one." "Ah. Don't hit it, don't, ooh." This kind of drama, Shinbei also saw several times in Chengtu County. Usually it's just a matter of beating the out of them. After all, a beatdown by a patrolman can hurt a lot more than a real god. After a small interlude, Shinbei brought Jane Tong to a food stall. "I'll buy you a big dinner. Spicy hot?" "That's right. Only $8 worth of not a penny more, not a penny less." "Anything to say?" Shinbei hemmed and hawed, said somewhat lewdly, "Of course there is." Chapter 41 Initial Test of Fighting. $8 spicy hot pot comes. The owner of the stall brought up 2 bowls of spicy and tantalizingly fragrant spicy hot pot. Eat? Shinbei waved his hand. Jane Child does not mind eating spicy hot, as long as there is Shinbei, eat anything. It's not like eating food for dinner. Rather, it's people. Jane Child ruffled his hair, stirred with chopsticks, a big bite down, eat straight haha mouth, forehead fragrant sweat. Is it delicious? Shinbei asked. Jane Child movements gently but not pretentious, the whole person exudes a pure desire to combine the beauty of a demented giggle, good times. Eat more, there are a lot of nights. Are you scared to sleep by yourself? Shinbei asked slowly and gradually. Jane Child's delicate face dyed red, this small girl is like melting spring snow, with peach buds of charm, faintly Shinbei looked at her exquisite face, absolutely no half of the flaws that can be picked, licked his lips, I'm also afraid, what can be done? Jane Child lowered her tone and said with a very careful face, how should I know? Shinbei watched Jane Tong's fine beads of sweat stick to her long hair because of the spicy hot food. Peach blossom almond eyes, the sides of the hooked and red eyeshadow, delicate lips slightly open, slightly gasping for breath. Her face is beautiful, and just looking at her makes you think of beds and pipe bowls. Shinbei coughed and said in an extremely shameless manner, then I've arranged it ha. As you wish. Jane Child's voice was like a thin mosquito. In Jane Child's opinion, take a step ahead and gas that Yuchui goblin. Jane Tong's intuition was very accurate, and the moment Yuchui appeared, she felt that this little goblin must have some plans for Shinbei. What a disregard for my mother. Shinbei is Maida. No one is going to get their hands on a single point. And at this time, Shinbei, who was authorized by Jane Tong, had a happy heart. Steady. As one would expect, the foundation of the 2 men's relationship at the same table for the past few years was in place. It's not like it's that hard to just bang her yourself, it's not like it's a spring show, and it's really not that hard. Get on the bus first and buy your ticket later. Whoever made it to the top of the list just gets to play that way. Just when the 2 were in an extremely ambiguous atmosphere. In the small dark alley opposite the spicy hot pot stall, 2 pairs of gloomy and cold eyes stared at Shinbei. A woman's voice rang out with the slightest tinge of hatred. Did the boy across the street see that? The other man nodded. The woman spoke again, he is the top student of this martial arts exam and the future privileged class. The man carried a boiling murderous rage that he simply couldn't contain, and the cold sound of his words came almost through his teeth, I hate privilege, they only oppress the world. It's not fair. Exactly. Incorrigible, yet unashamed and self-righteous that this is the way the world should be. A crime beyond pardon. The woman lowered her voice, making it seem a bit hoarse as she said, we must strangle him in the cradle. This student is nothing more than a scholar, he must not have condensed his chi and blood, quenched his roots and bones, not to mention his martial arts skills, and he has empty brute strength and no fighting ability. And you're a first-grade martial artist, I'll keep watch for the moment, you go kill him. The man showed a mouthful of grimy white teeth, yes. Right. Jane Tong wiped her mouth and said in a serious tone, you are now the top student, WUU will surely give you rewards and resources, you have to plan wisely. This doesn't need you to worry about. Shinbei said in a rather revealing tone, I only want to worry about you. Jin Tong tilted his head and threw Shinbei a death stare, how did it sound like there was something wrong with it? Soon. Finish your spicy hot pot. Shinbei took Jane Tong to skate food on the street again. Her clear face was even more stunning in the night, and the bright moon was eclipsed by her beauty. The 2 will play with airsoft balloons for a while. One will be in front of a crane machine shaking a lever to catch a doll. Sneaking around a whole lot. It's eaten and played. Time to get down to business. The 2 took a shortcut and turned into a street with few pedestrians to return to the hotel. Just then, a man came across the street. The man's eyes blazed and looked at Shinbei without any concealment. Shinbei pulled Jane Tong to the right to make way. But the man also followed Shinbei's side. Shinbei felt as if the man across from him was sick. It's not a wide sidewalk, but I got out of the way, so how come I'm still coming at myself? The 2 sides are getting closer. Shinbei vaguely heard the man mutter something, true God is above. Walk in the way of the Lord. It's those preaching lunatics again. Shinbei immensely hated meeting such people face to face. Moreover, Shinbei also felt that the unconcealed gaze from the opposite side seemed to be running towards him. I haven't had any contact with these lunatics myself. Next moment. The man's steps quickened while he reached inside his pocket and drew out a cold, sharp dagger. Then the man's steps changed from a brisk walk to a sprint. Shinbei's gaze suddenly gathered. With a sharp shove, he pushed away Jane Child, who was still walking stiflingly, her cheeks burning red. Ah! Jane Child stumbled and fell into a big fart squat, crooked to the side. She screamed in a daze, "Shinbei! What are you smoking crazy? Push down is this kind of push down well, you." Before Jane Tong finished her words, she suddenly saw a strange man wielding a dagger, violently boosting his run, and with a lunge, he had already approached Shinbei, hacking towards Shinbei's carotid aorta. "Look out!" Jane Child let out an incredibly panicked cry of misery. And at this time, Shinbei was in danger, although he did not understand why this strange man was attacking him. But judging from his movements, he was afraid that he was a martial artist. It was assumed that the man's hands were extremely powerful, and even if he cut into the shoulder, he could still disarticulate and shatter the person's shoulder joint by himself. Shinbei's movements were faster. The 10 fingers on the soles of his feet gripped the ground fiercely, as if they were fused with the earth, and his body was drastically skewed to the right. The whole presents a 45-degree angle to the ground. And yet it does not fall. The man's stabbing dagger went blank. His pupils stared, his eyes became confused, and he froze for a moment. Horse steaks? A ray of coldness flashed in the man's eyes. How is this possible? A student who cultivated early before the martial arts exam and still managed to win the top prize in Lingnan City, what the hell? And Shinbei took advantage of the moment when the man froze. The original tilted body bounced back violently. And quickly and suddenly progressing, his arm flung out in a fierce horizontal throw. This was exactly the middle move of the basic fist technique, the sweep. The sweep was like a stick swinging up and hitting the man in the chest. The man's body, close to 200 pounds, was sent flying as if it were a cannonball, crashing into the garage wall. The whole thing was plastered to the wall for 2 or 3 seconds, then slowly slid down like a painting. As he fell, the pupils in his eyes were lax, and he opened his mouth as if he were a fish out of water, desperately trying to breathe. The man was once again dismayed. What? Not only do you practice horse stance in advance, but you also learn the basic boxing techniques? The man at this moment was enraged, his eyes showing infinite resentment and indignation. He had just climbed up, but Shinbei was full of teasing, urging, and hunting, and took the initiative to attack, making a fierce pad step, and the palms of his feet and 5 fingers fired, bringing the whole body to a drumming of strength. With a swish, the entire person scurried like a snake through the grass. With a flick of his right leg, he swept out with a leg whip, which actually brought out a crunching sound as well. And the man's entire body nimbly used the momentum to bounce back. Instead, he smiled and the break was exposed. He backhanded it and pressed down on Shinbei's ankle. Shinbei's entire body could only keep his balance with his palms supported on the ground. Humph. Still too tender. Whether it's a basic fist technique or a martial art is simply useless. Go see the true God. The man had wanted to pull Shinbei into his arms and then stab a dagger into his heart. However, Shinbei grabbed a handful of sand on the ground with his right hand and threw it directly at the man's face. Grass. The man's eyes were hit by sand, and immediately he couldn't open them, and as soon as he let go of Shinbei, he cursed and rubbed his eyes. Shinbei was not relentless, riding the wave of victory, turning claws into palms, 5 fingers together, like the head of a flattened viper scurrying up from the abdomen, running at the man's chin. The man heard the wind and immediately threw his head up. Shinbei's blow fell short and did not withdraw his momentum. Instead, he used the momentum to poke 2 fingers into the man's eyes. The man was poked blind in both eyes, and his eyeballs hung like purple grapes from their sockets. Blood flowed all over his face. His whole body fell to the ground. A sound like a tugging bellows came from his throat. Grrrrrrrr. My eyes. Aha. And Shinbei's eyes were filled with the flavor of contempt from above. Are you really a martial artist? I seem to have overestimated you. Chapter 42. I'll let Mr. Gu talk sense into you. Shinbei really doubted that this man who somehow wanted to kill himself was a martial artist. What the hell? The level of fighting wasn't intense at all. His own mere 3-legged basic punching technique gave way to serious injury in a few rounds. This martial artist is also too much of a vegetable. Shinbei. Jane Child ran back with a panicked face. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Shinbei bared his teeth and smiled. The mind is wounded, you'll have to comfort me tonight. Jane Tong's nose was all pissed off. What time is it? You still have the mood to joke, almost scared me to death. Just then. Several patrolmen rushed over after hearing the man's heart-rending screams. What's going on? Poked in the eye? You're a party to this? Shinbei nodded his head greatly and said, this guy seems to be religious, he is going to kill me without saying anything, I belong to self-defense. The patrolmen looked at each other and called for an ambulance while checking both parties' papers. You're Shinbei? This year's top martial arts scholar? It's me. A couple of patrolmen were shocked. A student who was not yet a martial artist, after a fight, Shinbei was unharmed, but the martial artist's eyeball was poked out. What kind of demon is this? Is this something a student can do? It's unbelievable. Tell you what, you'll come back to the station with us first and make a statement. Shinbei is a little reluctant, he still has business to do it. It's not like I'm delaying the birth of a child for my country. But the power of the inspector is not small, not to mention Shinbei, it is the martial artist who said to take away. In the end, Shinbei told Jane Tong not to worry and told her to go back to the hotel first. He went and returned to the patrol room. Shinbei sat down on the calm chair in a regular manner. A short while later, a couple of patrolmen came in. Shinbei looked up and froze. One of them was none other than his own great-uncle, Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng stared at Shinbei, his gaze vibrating as he asked incredulously, at first I thought Shinbei was renamed, but I didn't realize that it was really you, you're the kid who poked the criminal's eyeballs blind? Criminal was a word that Shinbei really liked to hear. This means that the man has been convicted within the patrol. One is innocent. Shinbei let out a playful laugh, it was just a fluke. Gu Changfeng immediately revealed a hesitant look, rubbing his chin, a fluke, you can't get lucky twice, right? Shinbei shrugged. The other inspectors on the side asked curiously, Captain Gu, you know him? The headhunter clan's peripheral member, Yu Wu Chang, who was captured in Chengtu County last time was done by this kid. Hiss. A few inspectors were directly petrified, their eyeballs stared into Oxling, and their gazes towards Shinbei were full of curiosity and admiration. How Yu Wu Chang landed in the net has become a legend within the patrol room. No one expected that this murderous criminal would end up in the hands of a high school student. In response, the crowd gave Shinbei an evaluation, brave and wise. Who in general would dare to use ecstasy against a martial artist? I wouldn't dare think of it with 100 dares. But not only did Shinbei do it, he succeeded. And now, Shinbei would again defeat a martial artist alive and also poke his eyeballs blind. Even if the inspector's office wanted to subdue this believing martial artist, they would have to send out more than 2 people. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Shinbei the scholar is really full of pounds, not mixed with water at all. The crowd once again looked at Shinbei and gave him thumbs up. Awesome! You're really something. At this moment, Gu Changfeng waved his hand, you guys go out, I'll talk to him for a while, then send him back to the hotel. The other inspectors nodded and left. Gu Changfeng poured a cup of coffee, can I drink it? Don't pay to drink. Wasn't the last bounty of $1 million enough? Not enough to buy a house. That's true. Gu Changfeng also smiled bitterly. Shinbei had a lot of questions, and directly opened his mouth to ask, who are the people who attack me? Why did you attack me? Gu Changfeng's face was grave as he said, I just interrogated on my side, it's a follower of the Church of the Apocalypse. The Church of the Apocalypse? Well, it's a cult that preaches that the end of the world is coming and that the true God is needed to restart the world. Shinbei nodded. Shinbei doesn't know much about religion. But it is also known that religion's best form of brainwashing is doomsaying. This tone is very popular in foreign countries. If you add something about the earth being flat, it would be even better, and there would be even more blind believers. But the country is a bit of a watering hole. After all, it is a national conception that one never nourishes an idol god. As long as you can't make me rich and keep me healthy, then this god is a waste. Even if the earth were to explode tomorrow, I wouldn't believe it. Eschatology is simply not believed in the country. If Shinbei were to be the cult leader instead, he would definitely have to change the teachings, e.g., hand out eggs. The kills are absolutely awesome. Shinbei asked again, then why did you attack me? This. Gu Changfeng was a bit hesitant and thought for a moment before saying, actually, this sect seldom operated in Ningbai province in the past, and I'm not too clear on what the specific motives were. But these cultists, not for the first time, have attacked martial arts candidates, and based on past intelligence, they probably think that martial arts candidates are preparatory martial artists, the privileged class of society. Attacking martial arts candidates also has a greater success rate, so you're being targeted. Grass. Shinbei cursed, what the is this? When was I privileged? You call working every day a privilege? It's totally unmitigated, okay. If you have the guts, go to WU and attack those WU students, picking on the soft ones. Bunch of brain-dead psychopaths. He deserves it for poking his eyeballs out. After figuring out the reason, Shinbei let go of his heart. And at this moment, Gu Changfeng said with an appreciative tone. Shinbei, you are capable of creating miracles everywhere, worthy of being the pride of heaven, young and promising. I'm sure you're bound to have a great future and become a dazzling supreme martial artist in the country. Well, it's getting late, I'll take you back to the hotel. Gu Changfeng gave a high hat and blew all the words and techniques. And Shinbei was as if his but was stuck to the chair, not moving at all. I've heard. Shinbei's eyes flashed with the light of gold coins, that there are rewards for assisting the government in catching criminals, especially martial arts criminals? Gu Changfeng didn't even think about it and directly shook his head to deny it. There's no such thing, you're overthinking it. Shinbei used to don't take anyone for a cutie, illiterate look, looking at Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng sighed heavily, well, there is. That's not all. Shinbei rolled his eyes. The corners of Gu Changfeng's mouth twitched, so I'm praising him for nothing? After thinking about it, Gu Changfeng still explained, but one has to go through the procedures. This kind of assistance mission is available, but it's only for martial arts students. The police department sometimes has insufficient manpower and needs assistance. It will cooperate with the WU. Together with the release of the task, we only deal with the WU, rather than targeting individuals, otherwise it would not be chaotic. Shinbei sniffed but understood. There are not a few martial artists in the society. If everyone can be the same as the police department, holding the power of judgment, then why do we need the judgment office? The police department only works with WU for this kind of thing. The same is true for some missions, including those of the War Department. In the eyes of everyone, WU is also one of the government organizations, and the students of WU, too, are in the same system as them. It just so happens that WU also wants students to have more opportunities to practice, and the two sides are mutually beneficial, which led to the opportunity for the Lord's Eagle, Wang Yi, and their mission. Though it didn't get any calendars, it was snatched up in a pot by itself. Only then did Shinbei get up and said, it doesn't matter if you go through the procedure, don't forget and don't be too slow, I'm in a hurry to use the money. Gu Changfeng. Then you wait slowly. Gu Changfeng thought in his heart that the last time $1 million bounty was approved by the director, his hands were trembling, and he almost spat blood. No one thought that someone would actually manage to capture Yu Wu Chang in person. It's still over budget to this day. Cafeteria food is down. Walking out of the inquiry room, Shinbei stopped and instructed another sentence. I'll have Ms. Gu Shinru come by from time to time to remind the reward progress. Gu Changfeng made a stern face and chimed in, I'll have my sister educate you more on what is the correct outlook on life. Shinbei. Chapter 43 Adults should open the door to the new world. When Shinbei heard it, Gu Changfeng was not wanting to take the reward as a matter to do. Of course, Shinbei also knew that the reward would definitely be given, but when it would be approved, it was impossible to say. That's not good. Although taking care of the apocalypse cult was an accidental occurrence. Not receiving verbal hires and assignments. But essentially, the police department is in it for the long haul for this bounty. That is, it's kind of a job or a task. Must be able to activate the daily settlement panel. These are attribute points. And if the reward money is not available, the system will determine that this task is not completed. It can only be postponed indefinitely. Shinbei naturally couldn't accept it, and instead wanted to have a good chat with Gu Changfeng. And just then, two beautiful figures suddenly walked in outside the door of the police station. Their presence made the police station instantly glowing. Brother! It's Gu Shinro. She looked furious, with her natural suppression of her brother. What are you doing arresting my student? Explain that to me. Shinbei's heart was happy. Take a look. See? You, Gu Changfeng, are not as good as me in Gu Shinro's heart. Shinbei looked at Mr. Gu. She was wearing a high-waisted skirt at the moment, simple in style but stylish. The hem of the skirt fell just a hand's breadth above the knee, subtly revealing a slender section of thigh that looked like carefully sculpted porcelain, white and shiny. Her calves were not the kind of muscular lines obtained through deliberate exercise, but carried a natural slimness and slenderness. It's like it's been well polished and exudes an air of grace and elegance. And Shinbei said bitterly, it's so unreasonable. As soon as those 5 words came out, Gu Xinruo immediately glared, stretched out her small white hand, and stepped forward to strangle Gu Changfeng's neck. What have you done to my student? Quickly say it, asshole. Gu Changfeng was completely speechless with a helpless face, the corners of his mouth twitching like a wooden man. And the other girl is Jane Child. She had changed her costume again at this point. Wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, above the ankle revealing a section of snow-white slender calves, youthful skin in the light looks more smooth and delicate. Her steps were light and firm, each one revealing her determination and tenacity. Her skirt doorway poured in the night wind, while dancing lightly with the wind, white dress fluttering in the wind, can vaguely see the tall figure. At the same time, his eyes flashed with hostility towards Gu Changfeng. However, when looking at Shinbei, the light of his eyes changed, like a deep, bottomless lake, which was now filled with undischarged tears. Those watery eyes, as if containing stars, leisurely fall in the corner of the eyes of the teardrops, mapping out endless sadness, as if a pearl is clear and bright. It seemed that she guessed that Shinbei must have been tortured and was heartbroken. At this moment, Gu Changfeng held his hands up high and said with an innocent face, "Sister, can you stop it? This is the police station." Gu Xianro's expression was holy and angry. What's wrong with the police station? My students would never commit a crime. Can I not know the students I trained? You must have arrested the wrong person. Ask him if I won't let him go. He's the one who won't go. Gu Xinruo froze, slowly turned her head to look at Shinbei and asked, "What's the situation?" You said that too unreasonable wasn't wrong, da? Shinbei let out an ah. I didn't say it was torture and beatings either, but it seems that Captain Gu doesn't want to give me the rewards I deserve for redeeming them. This paragraph is finished. Gu Xinruo's entire face darkened. He couldn't wait to tear Shinbei's mouth off right now. Can you finish what you have to say in one breath? What a pisser. How can a crappy reward be as important as your life? Gu Xianro immediately changed into the look of a good sister in clothes, tidied up the collar of her brother's uniform, and said daintily, "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding, haha, then I'll leave first." Gu Changfeng Jun's face was expressionless. If you weren't my sister, you would have assaulted the police just now. Cut. Gu Xinruo knocked his chest. You're still taking it seriously. Gu Xinruo waved her hand. Go away, don't disturb my brother's work. No, I'm not done with my business yet. How come? Without waiting for Shinbei to finish, Gu Xinruo pulled Shinbei and ran out of the police station. Just take a cab and go. Teacher, that's my bonus. I want to go back and reason. Shinbei pounded his chest and wailed. Gu Xinruo gave a blank look. Don't you dare scream. Jin Tong also echoed, it's good that people are fine, that place is so eerie, why stay there? Women, you know nothing. Shinbei sighed. Back to the hotel. The 3 entered Shinbei's room. Gu Xinruo sat on the soft collapse, her legs elegantly crossed. Shinbei, did you steal and learn something again? I almost thought I was dreaming when Jane Tong came back and said that you poked a martial artist's eyes out. In Gu Xinruo's view, Shinbei, even if he cultivated in advance, even if he completed the 3rd level of the horse stance pile. Not a martial artist either, and still missing a martial art. How can you beat a martial artist? That must be Shinbei quietly making small moves in the back. Shinbei did not learn anything. It is Liao Zhangyang, this big bad guy, had to teach me a few moves. Alas, I just make careless friends otherwise my attribute points can break through 100 points, really hateful. Gu Xinruo looked at Shinbei suspiciously. As far as Shinbei had just said that paragraph, she was a punctuation mark without believing it. What kind of pissed off nature Shinbei was, as his teacher, he really knew too well. Every time he defended Shinbei as a good student and set it himself against his will, he had to be careful for fear of being struck by lightning. What was the origin of the man who attacked you? This was something that even Jane Child didn't know, not to mention Gu Xinruo. That's why there was the scene where Gu Xinruo bravely broke into the police station and pinched her brother without saying a word. Shinbei said seriously, it's the lunatics of the cult of the apocalypse. Jane Child gave a startled cry, the cult of the apocalypse? Shinbei nodded. Gu Xinruo let out an O of realization. No wonder, you are the top student of the current session. There are quite a few examples of those lunatics who believe that martial artists are a hindrance to the progress of society and the composition of the privileged class, and there are quite a few instances of attacks on martial arts students. However, Shinbei was a little puzzled and asked, Teacher, when I was fighting against the apocalypse cult, that madman even said that martial skills were useless. What is this saying? In fact, this doubt in Shinbei's mind was foggy. Martial arts are useless then. That is feedback to return to the truth, a punch to break all the laws? No wonder that cultist lunatic hadn't performed any appalling martial arts even though he was a martial artist. It ended up in the gutter. Let's put it this way, modern martial artists, there are three main categories. Without thinking, Gu Shinro immediately replied, first, martial arts students. Second, military martial artists. Third, social martial artists. Or you can add a category, martial artists of family heritage, though such people usually join the WU as well. Whether it's a martial arts student or a military division martial artist, the main focus is on actual combat, with rank as a supplement. These two, too, are the mainstream of society. The third category of social martial artists is actually not recognized in mainstream martial artist circles. Many people believe that social martial artists lack intelligence and the necessary combat power. A martial artist, no intelligence, no practical combat ability, can still be called a martial artist. This kind of person is not even as good as a martial artist. Wushu students, literature, and martial arts. A military division martial artist may be a bit lacking above culture, but their practical combat ability will never be weak. The only social martial artists, most of them are useless, just having a grade. Many things are not understood at all. According to what the cultists say, you don't have to take it too seriously. Shinbei owes a few times and rubs his chin. It's probably clear. This kind of martial artist, when they said they were martial artists, they were actually just hanging on to the name of a martial artist and enjoying some few privileges. In mainstream circles, a social martial artist was not recognized at all unless he proved it with his strength. Martial artists, after all, are all about strength. Sensei is a martial art, or culling out fancy, one punch kills. There is strength, then whatever you say is right. No strength, say flowers, get poked in the eye in one battle, say nothing. And to increase strength, martial arts were undoubtedly the fastest method. It's a pistol, and martial arts are bullets, absolutely deadly. But handguns can also be turned into fire sticks, and fire sticks can kill people. Depends on how it's played. Shunbei was thoughtful. Through this incident, the world is far from being as stable as it seems. The headhunters Yo Wunderkind, the apocalypse cult's lunatics, and the earthquake connections sea of hopelessness. The three of them talk for a while longer. Shunbei was a little uncomfortable. Several times, he yawned and kept reminding Ms. Gu Shinro that you should go back to your own room and not disturb his good dida. But Gu Shinro stretched her waistline, revealing her flat, gelatinous belly, and yawned as well. One second she was talking, the next she was crooked, as if someone had drugged her, and fell right back to sleep. Shunbei. Don't sleep here. Who do I sleep with? Shinbei had a helpless face and whispered in Jane Tong's ear, Jane Tong, let's go to your room, the big event can't be delayed. Jane Child heard some heart blush, gently blinking, standing in place in silence, also do not dare to raise their eyes to look back. Shinbei reached out and picked up the soundly sleeping teacher Gu Shinro and placed her on the bed. Of course Shinbei's eyes are quite rude, then the opportunity to explore the eyes down from the collar, that a touch of rounded snow white, almost let Shinbei explode in place. Put down Gu Shinro and cover up the quilt. Shinbei anxiously pulled the still shy Jane Tong straight to her hotel room. Everyone is an adult. It's time to open the door to a new world. Tonight, Shinbei is going to battle it out. Chapter 44, Teacher, please honor your promise. It was false that Shinbei wasn't excited. He himself achieved success and won the top prize in martial arts in Lingnan City. It's about time things got raw with Jane Child. Of course, both of them are in love with each other. It's time to taste the forbidden fruit. The two slipped out of the house quietly. Straight to Jane Child's room. However, unsurprisingly, accidents still happen. But see inside the corridor, there are quite a few patrolmen standing. Each of them blocked the entrances and exits with solemn, guarded faces. Hey! Don't come out, go back to your room. A patrolman bellowed. Shinbei blinked, not me. What's the situation? Just then, Gu Changfeng was walking out from the corner at the other end of the corridor. Gu Changfeng said slowly, it wasn't after you were attacked that the director felt that the cult of the apocalypse might still be able to launch an attack on the students, so he sent us to station us. Go back and don't come out wandering. Shinbei let out an oh-so-quiet sound, oh, well, we'll go back now. Said. Shinbei then pulled Jane Tong to continue walking. Gu Changfeng stopped it with a face that saw through Shinbei's little scheme, no need to send, we'll just send it back. Then as he pulled Jane Child away, he turned his head to his men and said, "Send this female student back to her room, lest she be eaten by the bad guys." These words made Shinbei quite unhappy. What's the point? Who's the bad guy? Shinbei hurriedly interjected, "No, I'll just send it." Gu Changfeng pressed his hand. "You were already a time bomb." Shinbei is up. Gu Changfeng, you ing did it on purpose, didn't you? It's obvious what it looks like, you're ing hitting on the lovebirds? You can't stand it when people are in love, can you? As a result, it was as if Shinbei and Jane Tong were ruthlessly divided into two worlds, and Jane Tong was directly taken away. But what else could Shinbei say? Does it mean that you can't stop me if you want to sleep with Jane Child? You can say that, but it's hard to say. Shinbei cut a glance and said, "The director's control is really wide. Wasn't the people from the Heavenly Enlightenment cult taken care of by me?" Gu Changfeng shook his head. "This cult is a weed that grows again in spring when it can't be burned out. And, by torturing them again, we unearthed a female member, who was not lowly and belonged to the backbone, but by the time we swooped in, the person had already disappeared. This is a situation where these lunatics could easily bounce back, and that's not something you can get away with. For your safety, we must be stationed here." Shenbei's expression twitched at his words. There was still a fallen fish? Listening to the description, it seemed as if the female member was more powerful than the man she had poked in the eye. Shinbei smashed his mouth. All right, have a nice vigil." Shinbei also lost interest in having fish and water sex with Jane Tong and planned to go back to his room. Although Jane Child didn't get it on. But there's still Ms. Gu Shinro in her own room. That can't be blamed. It's your great uncle who creates opportunities for himself. Thank you. Right. Gu Changfeng finally said, "The director has specially approved your reward." Really? Shenbei was overjoyed. Gu Changfeng nodded. "If we hadn't dug up information about this female member, it would be impossible to approve it for you so quickly." Shinbei hemmed and hawed. "I knew the police department was reliable." Back to the room. Shinbei probed his head to the bedside. The rooms arranged on the WU side are all single large bedrooms. There is no more place to sleep except the couch where one can lie down. At this time, Gu Shinro was already sleeping on all fours, without any image. This made Shinbei happy. The usually cold and dignified beautiful teacher, sleeping posture so exaggerated. Shinbei squatted beside the bed like a weird uncle, staring at Gu Shinru's delicate body and scanning up and down. Her slightly curved, plump lips glowed with a tantalizing luster that made one bend down to kiss her sweet lips and tongue. Shinbei gulped and shifted his gaze downward. Underneath the neckline was a snowy white that was fuller and more erect than normal, and the double heart necklace pendant was stuck in that deep gully. The clavicle that could hold a goldfish becomes a fascinating swirl. The rounded, perky S bumped the back hem of the dress into tantalizing curves that tantalized the mind. The outlines of straight, slender legs loomed and swirled under the covers. The fleshy bumps of those soft, fleshy calf bellies showed a delicate layer in the light. Her skin clearly understand crystal, but always let a person feel flooded with the color of light glass. The more pure and cold, the more seductive. What made Shinbei's blood rush the most was Gu Shinro's feet. Shinbei thought Jane Child's feet were perfect enough. But never would I have thought that Ms. Gu Shinro was even better. The white, jade-like sculpted back of the foot, with ice crystal jade pec toe bones connecting the toes. The fragrance is delightful, the arch is perfectly curved, the soles are pink and delicate, and the toes are like pearls. Charming petite body and small feet slightly tender that full of long and slender slightly arched fingers, seems to want to let a person immediately into the mouth to taste the flavor of the fingers. Neatly trimmed, lovely pink nails reflect a cerulean glaze in the light. The rosy pair of little feet are small and cute looking. Alas! Shinbei sighed softly after he had his fill. He wouldn't dare to do anything to Ms. Gu Shinro. It's not worth it if you get into trouble on impulse. It was likely that Gu Changfeng outside would give him a brutal beating and throw him into the prison. Then buckle up for all sorts of offenses and immediately die standing. Don't underestimate how ruthless a brother with a sister can be. Destroying the world is possible. Shinbei got up, took a quilt from the cabinet, curled up on the sofa, browsing for a while cloud harem. Then he drifted off to sleep. The next day. A great sun rises. Sunlight splashed into the room. Gu Shinro stretched. The beauty was awake, as if the whole world had come alive with it. Gu Shinro's messy green silk was draped over her chest, shoulders, and back. The white clothes clung tightly to the delicate figure, reflecting an undulating and falling stunning curve. Under the illumination of the rising sun, Shu Miao looked like a mysterious and enchanting jade statue. At a glance, Gu Xinruo saw Shinbei, who was lying asleep on the sofa. It blew up then. Why did you come to my room to sleep? Gu Xinruo's brain buzzed and exploded with skepticism, generally muttering to herself, nothing happened, did it? Gu Xinruo lifted the quilt to take a look and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the plum blossoms did not fall to the ground. Shen. Gu Xinruo just wanted to rebuke loudly, suddenly thought, it seems as if it should be yesterday at the banquet and the leaders of Wu University drinking a little too much. After all, he was going to enter WU as a teacher, and this relationship had to be made in advance. Then himself and Shinbei Jiantong fell asleep while chatting. This is Shinbei's room. Gu Xinruo blinked her eyes and watched Shinbei's quilt stub up old. Couldn't help but blush. It's too much. Gu Xinruo shook her head, her wet red lips half open, her fragrant tongue revealing its small tip in a surprised manner. Spinning around, he quietly got up and tried to slip away. Just then, Shinbei woke up instead and said naturally, "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning." Gu Xinruo put on her jacket. "Then I won't bother you I'm going back." Shinbei's arm supported his chin. "Teacher. Are you too irresponsible?" Gu Xinruo's heart thumped. What does that mean? Did something really happen yesterday? You can't, can you? You can't, can you? That's a clean bed. Shinbei's capital is so big that it can't be broken? Gu Xinruo was filled with suspicion. "Shinbei, why can't I understand you when you speak?" Shinbei let out a playful laugh. "Of course it is the promise that my teacher said to let me kiss when I passed the martial arts exam." Gu Xinruo. Chapter 45, Teacher's lips smell so good. Su Nuwa. After Shinbei reminded him so. In a trance, Gu Xinruo remembered that both sides did have such bets. And now, Shinbei not only got into Wuhan University, but is also the top student. Tentatively, a pink halo gradually floated on Gu Xinruo's crystal white face. I. Gu Xinruo stuttered, unable to speak. Shinbei hemmed and hawed, looking at Gu Xinruo. The delicate appearance can be described as a person to see, not worthy of the earth's perfect color. Shinbei jumped off the sofa and said very politely, "I'm going to brush my teeth, the sense of ceremony must be strong." Xinruo Gu. She was like a lamb to be slaughtered at this moment. The whole person was fixed in place, not knowing what to do for a while. Gu Xinruo sniffled and silently pulled out gum and mouth freshener from her bag. When Shinbei returns. The two stood facing each other. Gu Xianro hung her head, shyly, with a look of inviting Juning Ai. Shinbei was nonchalant, his fingers lifted Gu Xinruo's chin, and their gazes slowly locked. At this time, Gu Xinruo's dignified and beautiful face was already a scarlet red, her soft green silk hanging down casually, and her bright and clear eyes were filled with love and timidity. Beauty. Bokumi. Explosive beauty. In speechless silence, Shinbei slowly approached. And Gu Xinruo trembled her eyelashes and slowly closed her eyes. She, for one, is going to keep her promise. Next moment. Shinbei gently sealed her red, fragrant honey lips. Both sides are a bit inexperienced, but haven't you ever seen a pig run before? Shinbei bit her lips, and the sudden kiss made Gu Xinruo tremble. Even though her red lips were tightly closed, she still inevitably let out tantalizing gasps and cute sniffles. Gradually, Gu Xinruo's starry eyes were half closed, her cherry lips slightly opened, and her pink tongue stretched out from time to time. The two are considered to be completely soft lips, fragrant and dark. Gu Xinruo cannot help but jade arm around the neck of Shinbei. A snow-like white dress has been wrinkled. Embracing the fairy-like Shinbei was also emotional. Promise for a few minutes. Hot and fiery. For a long time. Only then did the two men gasp and separate. Gu Xinruo pushed Shinbei away and said with a shy brain, gaining an inch, Shinbei heatedly giggled, "Can't help it." Immediately, Gu Xinruo resumed her icy appearance and said in a light tone, "After breakfast, take the bus back to Chengtu County, hurry up. Don't let the others wait for you." Shinbei said in a serious manner, "Yes." Instead of going to school immediately after the martial arts exams, there is a period of vacation, after which school starts uniformly. During this time, it is natural to go home. At this time, Gu Xinruo caught a glance at Shinbei and left in a panic. Shinbei licked his lips, the aftertaste lingering. What a great way to start the day. However, unsurprisingly, accidents happen again. Between Gu Shinro just running out of the room, she ran head-on into Gu Changfeng, who had finished his night duty. Ah. Gu Changfeng looked at his sister's somewhat flustered-looking sister with a stunned face. His heart was like a volcano erupting, and his face became even more hideous and terrifying. How could he not know that this was Shinbei's room? His own sister stayed in Shinbei's room for a night? Early life. What the hell happened? Gu Changfeng could not even think about it. It hurts. You come out here. Gu Changfeng reached out and twisted Gu Shinruo's ear, asking with incomparable pain, "Why did you run to Shinbei's room?" Gu Shinruo ouched a few times. "I drank too much and fell asleep." What? Gu Changfeng's teeth cackled. You're really pissed off. Get back. Gu Shinruo spat out her tongue and ran away in a huff. Shinbei looked on with a heave-ho. It turns out that Ms. Gu Shinruo also had a day when her ears were twisted. Later, Shinbei watched Gu Changfeng walk into the room in a rage and with an expression that seemed to want to kill. How many times does this status mean? Gu Changfeng carried a boiling killing machine that he simply couldn't suppress, and the icy voice of his words practically came out from between his teeth. "You took advantage of my sister's drunkenness, and what exactly did you do to my sister? Tell me the truth. Shinbei. Am I that horny and unscrupulous?" Shinbei thought about it and felt that it was useless to argue. Straight away, he lifted the covers off the bed and spread his hands. "Look." Gu Changfeng took a look and breathed a huge sigh of relief, clean and dry. "I didn't do anything," Shinbei said rather innocently. Gu Changfeng's face was expressionless. "That's good. However, I'm warning you, brat." Gu Changfeng continued, "Don't think I can't see that it's impossible between you and my sister." Gu Changfeng was ready to strike Shinbei on all fronts and extinguish Shinbei's small mind. "My sister has to be handsome." Shinbei straightened his back. Gu Changfeng. It's hit the fan. Gu Changfeng waved his hand. "This doesn't count, you have to be a martial artist." Shinbei continued to straighten his back. Gu Changfeng. "I'm not sure what I'm talking about." Being angry and confused, Shinbei is a ing martial arts scholar. This doesn't count. Gu Changfeng thought for a moment and said, "It has to be someone who knows his roots." Shinbei continued to straighten his back. What grass up? Gu Changfeng, a pat on the head. "A student and a teacher do not know the root of the matter?" Ahem, none of the above counts. Gu Changfeng was embarrassed for a moment and intended to find a characteristic that Shinbei did not have. "My sister can't stand fighting between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, it has to be." Before Gu Changfeng could finish, Shinbei straightened his back again. The corners of Gu Changfeng's mouth twitched. He threw up his sleeve and turned away in a huff. "I don't care, do what you like." "Take care, big brother-in-law," Shinbei added. When Gu Changfeng heard this, he stumbled as if he had been crashed by a nuclear bomb and almost fell to the ground. After the nice interlude in the morning, Shinbei's divine sense sank. The daily settlement panel pops up. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Finish building scaffolding, gain money plus 5,100, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, constitution plus 1, fall damage 50, climb plus 20, air combat stability plus 20. Capture a member of the Apocalypse cult, complete the bounty mission, gain money plus 50,000, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, constitution plus 1, spirit plus 1, combat intuition plus 20. After Shinbei read the information, this reward for scaffolding work is not bad. Especially the special attributes are given quite a bit. The practicality is very strong. With the second bounty mission, Shinbei despised Gu Changfeng somewhat. Too stingy. Only giving 50,000, he seriously suspected that Gu Changfeng had deducted his reward, but there was no evidence. Bounty announcements are also available on the internet though. However, the word reward is the only word that can be used if it is not directed at anyone in particular. How much exactly? That's quantum mechanics. However, this quest gives all four-dimensional attributes all over again, which is also very nice. Good combat instincts too. According to Shinbei's understanding, it should be a kind of induction. Similar to the divine sense outreach and immortal cultivation, one could sense who in the distance had become hostile to them. Shinbei never minded how much to give rewards, as long as to give on the line according to the list. The WKU exams are over, and the next step is to prepare for WKU. However, this world is not as peaceful as it seems, and one still needs to become stronger. Take advantage of the time off from school and quench yourself. Shinbei set a small goal for himself, then went downstairs to eat. Breakfast was scrumptious. Shinbei's belly bulged from eating. This free stuff just doesn't hurt to eat. It tastes mediocre, but the more you eat it, the better it tastes, you just can't stop eating it. 9 o'clock in the morning. All students who to. Okay, the test traveled in a group on a bus and returned to their respective schools. After arriving at Changtu County First High School, Shinbei was shocked by the scene in front of the entrance of the first high school. Chapter 46, Flirting and Spitting Words Flying All Over the Sky. At this moment, a high school entrance has pulled on numerous banners. All of them are words of congratulations to the first high school in Changtu County for appearing as a top student. Shinbei looked through the car window, but saw that these banners had all whitened and faded under the wash of time. Moreover, the banner does not write who was the top student. It feels like a systematic universal banner that was prepared decades ago and can be counted on to come out today. And Principal Zhang and a group of students, holding flowers, watched with eager anticipation as the bus stopped. That group of students immediately exploded, with wave after wave of murmurs. Wow! It's a rare sight. There's still a top student in our first high school. This is the first time since the school was founded, isn't it? Guess who? This banner is not written. This school is really stingy. Cannot make some new banners written on the name of the students? Have to bring out the decades-old banners. What is the age of? People's Principal Zhang said it's saving. It's a good tradition, a 6. I guess it would be you, Choi. You're just not putting chi transmission in your eyes. What, looking down on Liao Zhangyang? At this time, Chi Chuanyu was the first to get off the bus. Those students flocked to the front, flowers and smiles were sent up. This could make Chi Chuanyu's face darken as if he was rubbing salt into his wounds. He waved his hand with a look of impatience and said, "Not me, get out of the way, get out of the way." The students froze. Huh? Not Chi Chuanyu? So that's Yu Chiui? After Yu Chiui got off the bus, students once again presented flowers. Yu Chiui favored a smile, her hair fluttering in the wind, her posture elegantly passing through the crowd, leaving without any flowery fragrance. The students were once again confused. Yu Chiui is not a top student either. Then there is only one truth. That would be the silly Liao Zhangyang. Nice guy. Usually look dull, play well, surprisingly won the first prize. However, when Liao Zhangyang got off the bus, there was no joy on his face, and without saying a word, he squeezed through the crowd and disappeared from view. What the hell? None of the three were first-place winners? Is there a dark horse in the first high school? It's not Principal Zhang buying a substitute test, is it? Why do I get the feeling that the message is fake? Amusing yourself, At this moment, under the collective dumbfoundedness of the crowd of students, Shinbei straightened his back and got off the bus with a triumphant smile on his face. However, the embarrassing. No students bothered him at all. Students are still craning their necks and peering into the car, looking for the person most likely to be the top student. Cough, cough. Shinbei hollowed his fist to his mouth and coughed a few times. Remind students to have a little eye candy. The serious scholar is standing in front of you, the ceremony is all about getting me up, And the students had a contemptuous glance at Shinbei. In their eyes, there was almost no impression of Shinbei as a student. Only ever saw the back of him skipping school. How can you be a scholar with this kind of stuff? When we are all cuties. Cough my ass off. Go aside, don't block the door and delay the scholar getting off. That's right, it's the scholar we're greeting, not you. Stop coughing, it's infecting me with a virus. At this time, Principal Zhang rushed forward, smiling like a pug, holding Shinbei's hand. 10 years under the stage, no one knows, one day flying into the top scholar. My good scholar, you can finally come back. Boom! Principal Zhang said this. All the students present, like being struck by lightning, their eyeballs exploded, their jaws dropped to the ground, and their bodies were all scorched by lightning. They collectively looked at Shinbei with an unbelievable, incredulous gaze. Let these students who greeted break their brains also did not expect, a high school ever, the first top student, actually is not well-known Shinbei. What? The top scholar, Shinbei? How could he? Somebody slap me, am I dreaming? How could it be the notorious Shinbei? This is too metaphysical, isn't it? Hiss, it's true that people can't look at each other and the sea can't be measured, it's my pattern that's low. What grass? Is this year's top scholar so worthless? Catch up with the good times? Yes, it's possible. It's not that our side is too strong, but that the enemy is too good. The students chattered and declared their incredible emotions. And Principal Zhang's questioning of the last two sentences of the last students, directly splitting his head and spraying spittle. What do you sophomores know? Shenbei's top student broke the historical record of Lingnan City's martial arts grand examination. The comprehensive attribute is as high as 90 points. This statement was made. All the students in the room were filled with horror and shock. Even, some students couldn't stop their teeth from chattering and their muscles twitching when they heard this terrifying combined attribute value. 90 points. What a terrible number this is. It's an unattainable existence. The students have sucked in a breath of cold, silky sound. Before their shock and awe wore off, Principal Zhang roared. Students flocked to the front of the room to give the flowers in their hands. The salute also rumbled at this moment. The scene was a sea of celebration. And Shinbei was high and mighty, shining brightly, surrounded by the crowd in the center, as if he was a nobleman. Honestly, it's a shame to play out of position and embarrass the first high school. Shinbei let out a very pretentious sigh. Principal Zhang slapped his thigh with an ouch. Modest, isn't it? This is already very good, far beyond expectations. No, it was going to break 100 points. 90 points is more than enough. That's just my bottom line. Really sorry for the cultivation of the first high school, I really worshipped inwardly, no place. My scholar, you mustn't say that. Shenbei and Principal Zhang just stood still and started blowing each other off commercially. On one side, Gu Xinrua and Jin Ton's faces turned green as they watched. Nice guy. Are these two men seriously ill? If you're going to blow, blow well. After a few sentences go down, it goes off on a tangent. The two of them chatted from scholar to Zhou Shuren, from Mao Runfeng to Little Li Fei Dao, and from Hatamaji's Xiao Wu Xianggong to the trade war between China and the United States. These two guys were flirting with Trump 1 second, and the next they were straight up flirting with the topic of the Divine Eagles. The two of them were so spittle-flecked that they were about to float to the heads of Jane Child and Gu Xinro. The students around them were listening in awe, and even more bored to the point of yawning. In the end, Gu Xinro couldn't hold back any longer and clenched her fists, letting out a low growl. Enough. It's all chatting out of the galaxy for a while. Shenbei hemmed and hawed. Principal Zhang and I are sympathetic and have endless things to say. Don't bull me. Gu Xinro wrapped her arms around herself and gave a blank look. Shinfei smashed his mouth and waved his hand, then play the music and then dance. Gu Xinrua reached out, interrupted, and said, Principal Zhang, hurry up and proceed to the next step, we're all poking and prodding here awkwardly. Principal Zhang owed a few times, and then he took the tray and lifted the red cloth. This is the school's reward for the top students. There are chi blood pills, deshang pills, and other fine gift boxes, as well as cash of 100,000 yuan. Shinbei naturally would not shirk, and took it beautifully. Gu Xinrua coughed and whispered in Shinbei's ear, scholars should also know how to be polite and at least say thank you. The top student is what I deserve. And it was an accident that First High picked up a top student, so Principal Zhang should say thank you to me. Shinbei said with a straight face. The corner of Gu Xinruo's mouth twitched. Backtalk? Shinbei stroked his chin and said with extreme seriousness, it's not too good to have a lot of people now, right? Gu Xinruo? Chapter 47 More cost-effective. The greeting ceremony ended quickly. Shinbei's batch of graduating students returned to the classroom, packed away their own things, and then they could leave directly. Students who do not get into WOU can either continue their cultural studies with liberal arts students and become a knowledgeable social marginalizer. Either that or simply enter society to make a living. And those who get into WOU just have to wait for the new WOU session to start. On the way out, Gu Xinruo pulled Shinbei aside. Her face was tangled, slightly curling up her plump lips that glowed with an alluring luster, and she tentatively asked, at yesterday's banquet, there came many Lingnan City Martial Arts University teachers, which teacher did you choose to follow? Shinbei looked at Gu Xinrua's posture and almost couldn't help but lean down and kiss her sweet lips and tongue. That passion in the morning really brought back a lot of memories. Shinbei gulped and said, I wasn't there at that meeting, and afterward I heard that the teachers at WU didn't have a very high opinion of me, saying that my attributes were too average and had no bright spots. Upon hearing this, Gu Shinro's heart leapt with joy and her face blossomed with delight. That's right. Your attributes are just too average. No one but me can teach you to become talented. It's a deal. After the start of the Wudong University, you'll enroll in my school class. Shinbei cocked his head. Nice guy. So that's what you're up to, teacher? It is important to realize that among the martial arts universities, students can choose their preferred teacher for the martial arts journey. The more prestigious and experienced the teacher, the more students and the more pronounced the siphoning effect. It is said that there are famous teachers who can have hundreds of students under them. Though lesser. That would only be bare bones. This is why teachers from all walks of life came to the WU banquet. What a way to grab students in advance. And a new teacher like Gu Shinro, who had just transferred to WU, was naturally unpopular. It could be said that wanting students to choose her was purely gambling with their own martial arts future. And teachers without students are relegated to subteaching. To put it bluntly, it's a handyman. Shinbei touched his chin, his words were full of threats. Although my attributes are relatively average, but at least I'm a top student, there must be teachers who want it. Gu Shinro's pair of clear eyes containing water mist seemed to be sobbing and not sobbing as she looked at Shinbei. You can't be ungrateful. Shinbei licked his lips and looked around. No one was there. At that moment, he said, actually, I'm still willing to follow the teacher. Really? As long as the teacher lets me have another kiss. Gu Shinro's pretty face raised a blush and stomped on the teenager's foot, blushing. Get lost. I'd rather be reduced to an assistant teacher. Shinbei looked at Gu Shinro's delicate appearance can be described as human, worthy of the earth's perfect color, he smile, anxious. I'm just asking if you're coming? Come on. Then it's a deal. Gu Shinro smiled lightly as she stretched her waist, stretching her subtle and playful curves. The stone in her heart fell to the ground. With Shinbei as his student, he was still a teacher in name only. And Shinbei was indifferent to this. Shinbei's real card is the daily settlement panel, and whether there is a teacher or not, or even whether it is Gu Shinro's student or not, has little impact. Shinbei, who had returned to the classroom, was reduced to Jane Tong's drudgery. Jane Child also didn't know where she had packed her things from, a whole big bag of various items. Here, carry it. Jane Tong's gaze exuded intoxicating tenderness as she placed her backpack on Shinbei's shoulder. $50. Shinbei directly opened the price. Jane Child's expression became stagnant, her eyes slightly open in confusion, and she said in general dismay, this also costs money? That's my work ethic, don't make a counteroffer and hurt our relationship. Jane Child black and silky hair at this time and a little messy scattered on both sides of the head, gently incited small nose own graceful pink cheeks peach cheeks, you have hurt. Shinbei shrugged, then you carry it yourself. You. Jane Tong's eyes were angry, her brain hurt, but finally she took a deep breath and gave in. Okay, let's go. Out of the campus. Both looked back at the same time. A high is still a high. Sending off one group of students after another, while the first high school remains. Ms. Gu is looking for you, she must be asking you to follow her, right? Jane Child asked halfway across the room. Shinbei nodded. Jane Tong pouted, good thing too, it's the gold itself that shines. Jane Child's meaning was also clear. He was worried that Gu Shinro could not teach Shinbei at all, but believed that Shinbei could strengthen himself. Shinbei didn't say anything. The two chatted all the way through thinking about the future. Passing by the food stalls. Shinbei bought 2 cooking cakes, come on, have a taste. Cookies are rare in Chantilly. It's not that you can't afford it. Rather, it's a habit of life, and neither is a big fan of pasta. It's like the people of East Canton who don't eat salted tofu brain. What fresh food! Jane Child took a gentle bite. Shinbei tasted it and it didn't have much flavor. Even less round and full than modern buns, and not as soft to pinch. On the way, I bought 2 cups of Wushu Ice City milk tea. It's only $10 a cup, and it coaxes Jane Child to crunch. Right. Jane Child sucked on a mouthful of milk tea and said, I'm going to follow my dad out on vacation, so don't come looking for me. Shinbei's nostrils erupted, damn it. You guys don't even take me with you when you go on a trip? Is this still a family? Don't be so hard on yourself. Jin Tong's willow smoke eyebrows that resembled distant spring mountains raised, still not married, what family? Furthermore, Dad went to visit a comrade in arms, who is said to have super high spiritual attributes and unique insights into this area, and is going to teach me to enter the way of a martial artist in advance. Oh. Shinbei nodded, so that's how it is. I wish you success. These students who have been admitted to WOU will not be idle this vacation. Generally speaking, they all began to carry out the basic cultivation method, qi and blood condensation, and quenching the roots and bones. After all, already being a student of WU, there was no need to worry about dropping attributes. And Shinbei had already completed this step ahead of time, and had even mastered the basic punching technique. Shake the lead. Send Jane Child home. Shinbei and Jianshan chatted about something or other for a while, and then went home alone. Pass an alley with a flashing red light. Shinbei was a bit impressed. Jane Child is going out and won't be seen for a short while. Gu Shinlo had even less time, and had to be busy with handover procedures and filing tutorials. Shinbei, this young hot fire, nowhere to vent off. And the alley in front of me, that's where the men are having their fun. Those very poor young ladies were all unclothed and looked so cute. It's usually just a short-lived life and death relationship that costs some bills. Fun and inexpensive, next time. It's not that relationships are unaffordable, it's just that. More cost-effective. Shinbei shook his head and still left. While there's time. Shinbei went to the labor market. You can't stop working. Today's part-time job only accomplished one thing, and that was to help Jane Child carry her bag. Thinking about it with your toes, you know that there is bound to be nothing rewarding about it. That's not good. It's almost worse than killing yourself. Therefore, even though Shinbei was a martial arts scholar, he worked part-time as usual. I had just arrived at the labor market and started squatting on the job when I saw an acquaintance arriving in a van. It was Boss Chang, yelling at the laborers to go to work. Boss Zhang! Shinbei shouted playfully. Boss Zhang shuddered, I'm dropping my mom. Shinbei? Why are you still here? Squat work. You're in a position where squatting is more than enough, and you're taking odd jobs? You need to get used to who you are. Boss Zhang persuaded bitterly. You're a quasi-martial artist now, and you're still earning 180%, isn't that a waste of money? Cherish your feathers. What's the job this time? Shinbei didn't have time to wink with him and asked directly. Although Shinbei could put in a good effort, he wasn't able to do all the work. For example, a craft job like carpentry is not something that Shinbei can do. Go to Sun Mountain Reservoir to clean up the water debris. Boss Zhang responded. Add me one. Boss Zhang. Chapter 48, I'm fighting a 4th grade martial artist. Sun Mountain Reservoir. Boss Zhang could no longer remember how he drove here with his workers. After all, there was a quasi-martial artist sitting in the car, and this oppressive force made the air inside the car as if it was substantial, leaving one breathless. Even though Boss Zhang had dealt with Shinbei a few times. Moreover, Shinbei did not display the kind of condescending and bullying posture of a martial artist. Completely a wage earner. But the atmosphere was just tellingly off. Boss Zhang could see fear and caution in the eyes of the other workers, afraid that they would provoke Shinbei and have their heads slapped. At this time, Mr. Zhang took out the tools for salvaging water surface miscellaneous surface from the trunk. There are rope hooks, mesh pockets, clips, etc. Above the reservoir, there is also a wooden boat provided by the employer. Other workers received tools and carried out salvage operations, according to the waters assigned by Boss Zhang. What about me? Shinbei pointed to his nose, where do I work? This. Boss Zhang scratched his head and said, I declare that you now become the foreman, captain, foreman of these workers. Anyway, you can use whatever you like to call them, just watch them operate. Shinbei. Shinbei almost spit out blood in anger. Is that what I want? It's active work to activate the settlement panel. You're delaying my rise. Stumbling blocks on the road to success. Shinbei said in a serious, extremely serious manner, if I can't do the job today, I'll throw you in the water and feed you to the fish. Boss Zhang's teeth ached. There were 100 things in his mind. What was wrong with this Shinbei? You're addicted to work, aren't you? If he has this kind of free time, he's studying the lower martial arts styles, doesn't he smell good? Boss Zhang barked, then you go. Over there to work on the water bend. Shinbei hemmed and hawed and patted Boss Zhang's shoulder, that's right. Saying that, Shinbei carried the rope hook and walked along the path on the reservoir hill for almost half an hour before arriving at the intended place of operation. This small bend in the water is very secluded and is part of a branch of Sun Mountain Reservoir that even the fishing guys don't want to come over because it's so remote. Shinbei took a look out. There was quite a bit of debris above the water. Various colorful plastic bags, rotting tree roots, mineral water bottles, etc. Shinbei is quite ethical and educated as a wage earner. Straight to work. For debris closer to the shore, use clips. For the more distant ones, swing a flying rope hook and throw it into the water to hook roots and other debris onto the shore. After about half an hour of continuous work in Yuya, behind Shinbei in the dense forest, suddenly came the messy running sound. Faintly can hear the low roar of "Don't run." Shinbei looked back suspiciously. Sun Mountain Reservoir gets a lot of daily visitors, but it's not exactly a scenic attraction. Only anglers who can't stand the demands of their Stepford wives use the excuse of fishing to spend their time here. But anglers don't come to this bend in the water to fish. Some of them are far away, not to mention backed by shade. Fish don't like the waters and naturally there are no fish to fish. With doubts, Shinbei dropped the tools in his hands, sought out a large tree, climbed up it with agile hands and feet, and looked over to the place where there was a sound. Through the layers of dense forest branches and leaves, a glance was taken, but two silhouettes were seen chasing each other in front of and behind each other, traveling through them. The man at the front was dressed in dark gold, very tall and sturdy middle-aged man, constantly running and jumping, 3 times faster than the fastest cheetah. Gimme! Gimme! With his speed, between his runs, his flesh unexpectedly tore the air out in a long wave of air, which surged and crackled like a river stirring. The fastest 1,000-mile horse is not half as fast as him. And the man chasing behind was even faster. As he ran, his legs slammed into the ground and catapulted up. A large number of stone fragments on the ground were all of a sudden shaken up into the sky, splattering in all directions, all like concealed weapons, hitting the air with a cracking whine. It could be seen that the power contained therein was great. Boom! When this man landed again, he had already appeared before the escape route of the man in dark golden clothes. This landing, the ground immediately to the center of the landing point of his feet cracked out countless fine spiderweb-like gaps. The soles of most of the shoes did not go into the hard rock. Shinbei watched from afar, his pupils shrinking slightly. Martial artist. The two are on a chase? Fong Ming, you can't run away. Hand over the 7-star fist and the map of the Sea of Hopelessness. If you join my Apocalypse Divine Sect, not only will you be spared from death, you can also enjoy riches and honor. With your status as a third-grade martial artist, you will definitely be honored as a superior guest amongst my church of Ningbei province. The man stood with his arms folded, and between his words, the aura of mastery arose, dressed in the black robes of the Apocalypse Divine Sect, and despite his sideburns being gray, his face had a kind of vicissitude of seeing through the world's affairs, and his eyes were particularly bright, reflecting light, like jewels. Luo Chang Yuan. The dark golden-clothed man Fong Ming carried a boiling killing machine that simply could not be suppressed, and his icy voice of words almost came out from between his teeth. You think you can cut off the others with just you? Do you really think we headhunters are all trash? Shinbei in the distance was once again shocked. Neither of these two seemed to be any good. A notorious headhunter and an apocalyptic cult that seeks to turn the world upside down. Nice guy. It's a dogfight over some 7-star fist and a map. Shinbei had little interest in maps, but the 7-star fist sounded like it was a bit dangling. I don't know if I can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, if I can mantis the cicada, yellow bird in the back, pick up a leak or something. Shinbei concealed his figure and lay on top of the tree trunk, opening the mode of eating melon and watching the show. At this moment, Luo Chang Yuan's eyes were ferocious and he let out a vicious laugh. Strong and weak, who are you if not a waste? It's better to obediently hand it over, little child Huayu, you know what will happen to you. Deep within Fong Ming's pitch-black pupils, an extremely abnormal scarlet-red color flared up, and the red light became more and more prevalent. Luo Chang Yuan, you're only a 4th-grade martial artist, even though your attributes are quite a bit higher than mine, but how many % can you exert? If I were to counterattack from a desperate position, fight for my life, and explode with all my might, I might not be inferior to you. In the distance Shinbei was thoughtful. In the martial arts world, there is a saying that not based on data. Simply put, a martial artist has 100 points of strength attribute, but in the middle of a real battle, he or she will not necessarily utilize 100 points of strength. You will not be able to utilize 100% of your power due to your condition, environment, fighting skills, mental quality, and so on. It's possible to only hit 50 points, 70 points, or even 30 points. This is why, at the time of the WKU exam, teachers repeatedly emphasized that you must relax your mind and never get nervous, which can affect your normal performance. In Shinbei's opinion, if Fong Ming put to death to survive, the strength of the play is bound to be a full-blown explosion. Otherwise there is only death. And it's hard to say about Luo Changyuan. As of now, it's unknown who will make it out alive. And at this moment, Luo Changyuan's lips flushed with a sneer. I like it when you take your life to test my bottom line. The aspect's eyes suddenly narrowed, and in the slits of his eyelids, refined light shot out. Rumble. His body rushed, his clothes hunted and shook, his body resembled a swimming fish, resembled a dragon, tens of paces away, surprisingly a snatch, directly in front of Luo Changyuan. However, a raging white wave of air was seen accompanying Fong Ming's thunderous explosion-like figure, emitting an ear-piercing shrill whistle. He pushed out with a fist at a brisk pace, and the airflow around him seemed to have risen up in an astral wind, violently exploding, and the ubiquitous air was fiercely squeezed and discharged by the sheer force, emitting a violent sonic boom. It was as if the sky was collapsing, as if the sky was pouring down. 4th grade? I'm fighting the 4th rank. Give me death. Chapter 49, The Sphincter Muscle is Truly a Magical Organ. Facing Fong Ming's Jedi counterattack. Luo Changyuan hooked the corner of his mouth, face-teasing, an explosive sound, the whole person took a big step. The ground that was originally compressed and sunken once again printed a deep footprint. A circle of debris on the ground that crumbled open was bounced by the powerful recoil force to vibrate and fly, once again bursting out a circle of smoke and dust. Your insanity is a joke in my eyes. Luo Changyuan, his arm swelled violently, his muscles tangled and entangled, much thicker, vaguely as if he could see the color of blood constantly flowing. Lightly lifting his hand between them, he beckoned to Fong Ming's punch. Boom! A violet air current visible to the naked eye bulged endlessly from the spot where Luo Changyuan and Wang Ming exchanged blows, as if a 12-step typhoon was blowing up, and the leaves and branches of the surrounding trees were all blown to pieces. Even, the air was rubbed at high speeds to emit ear-piercing sonic booms and burnt smells, and the place where they were had large pieces of debris rising up into the air, and on both sides of the trajectory unexpectedly rose a curtain made of stone fragments, and the vertical and horizontal whistling winds suddenly blew and swept in all directions. Grass! Fong Ming hissed in pain. He, who had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in terms of attributes, was blown away by Luo Changyuan's punch despite grabbing the first attack. Fong Ming was like a rag doll, flying directly backwards. Between rolling, Fong Ming's blood spurted wildly as he staggered and climbed out. His face was covered in blood, like a small, slithering snake, crawling all over his face, displaying an extremely ghastly look, and his eyes were almost cracked open as he let out a harsh roar that was as hoarse as a beast on the verge of death. Again! He. Luo Changyuan took a leisurely step with faith, walking towards Fong Ming step by step. Why are you so stubborn? As long as you hand over what I want, your life is saved. As a member of the headhunters, life is most worthless. Then, Fong Ming once again erupted here, entrained with a horrible killing intent accompanied by fierce fist wind from the sky. This killing intent is as strong as substance. Fong Ming's aura was like a blazing fire in the cold currents of an icy ocean, or like a dying beast in a desperate situation, painful and cold, silent and fierce, crazy and tough. Even Shinbei, who was watching from afar, was able to feel the determined aura of dying together and burning with the jade. And that Luo Changyuan was obviously much tougher than Fong Ming's combat qualities. When both sides were once again in physical combat, Luo Changyuan once again easily defused Fong Ming's moves. At the same time, Luo Changyuan's shoulders, elbows, fists, palms, fingers, legs, knees, feet, and even his hard head were all instantly transformed into vicious and ferocious weapons for killing. Point, claw, slam, tup, whack, boom, twist, snap, lock, a burst of machine gun spray bullet-like combos. Crackle! Countless concussive superimposed forces blasted into Fong Ming's body from various parts of his body without mercy, and before he could react, he was already spitting out blood furiously as he retreated back and forth. After that, he was bombarded by Luo Changyuan all the way to close and connect, like a puppet on strings without being able to do anything about it. Just a few moments of work. Fong Ming could no longer fight back. Luo Changyuan's hands transformed into ferocious claws, with an almost mournful wind sound, manifesting countless shadows, at the joints of Fong Ming's limbs, at the 126 bones of all human limbs, as big as the arm bones, leg bones, and as small as the fingers and toe joint bones, all of them were pinched and twisted in a ferocious manner. In a flurry of crunching sounds, the joints of Fong Ming's entire body were all strangely twisted and misaligned, and the skin at the place where the bones met sprouted a piece of unusual bumps, and the entire person just like a puddle of soft mud fell to his knees again. All the bones and joints everywhere were all misaligned, and there was not a single intact spot to be seen. Jagged bones topped the skin and the whole thing became oddly shaped. Anyone who saw him in his current state would feel incomparably terrified. The pupils of Shinbei in the distance tightened. Is this a battle between martial artists? Scary as hell. However, Shinbei's heart was aroused by a competitive mindset. Strong. Only the strongest can be situated at the top of the undefeated and not have their lives played with by other martial artists. Shinbei took a deep breath and suppressed his agitated state of mind as he continued to look over. At this very moment, Fang Ming was almost crippled, no longer able to resist, and could only let Luo Changyuan hold him. Luo Changyuan's eyes were sharp, with a faintly sinister aura, as he grabbed Fang Ming's neck and lifted him up. Now, what's your choice? Fang Ming's eyes flowed with blood tears, and his vertical pupils were forbidden. You also? Know that I am not alone, you are chasing the wrong person. In the pupils of Luo Changyuan's eyes, a black aura flashed vaguely. He naturally knew that the group of members of the Headhunter clan were fleeing separately in the face of the pursuit of the Apocalypse Divine Sect. Then you are worthless. As soon as the words fell, Luo Changyuan's fingers snapped and pinched Fang Ming's throat, strangling him alive. Fang Ming's face was black and purple, his body convulsed a few times, he let out a cackling sound of unknown significance, his head tilted, and he died of extinction. However, Luo Changyuan didn't let Fang Ming off the hook either, dropping the corpse, stripping it down to its bare bones, and searching for it. Except for pills and a trashy martial arts skill, there was nothing to be gained. Luo Changyuan kicked the corpse away, craned his neck, and muttered to himself, I hope the others have something to show for it. He shook his arm, a line of blood dripping down the palm of his hand from the crook of his arm. Luo Changyuan cursed, rabbits will bite when they are anxious. Even shocked one of my blood vessels. After staying in place for a few breaths, Luo Changyuan turned around and left, disappearing into the dense forest. And when Shinbei in the distance saw this scene, he did not go forward, but continued to lie on the tree. Shinbei knew that with his own strength, he was completely no match for Luo Changyuan, and even Fang Ming couldn't beat him. If you venture down there, you could easily end up dead. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Luo Changyuan's figure once again appeared at the edge of the battlefield, looking around, seemingly confirming whether anyone had come or whether Fang Ming had swindled his way to death. Luo Changyuan waited for a full 5 minutes before he left with peace of mind and completely disappeared. After Shinbei was sure that Luo Changyuan wouldn't be killing back, he jumped down from the tree trunk and touched towards Fang Ming's corpse. Shouldn't be able to pick up the slack, right? Shinbei turned Fang Ming's body back and forth for half a day. Generally speaking, martial artists like Fang Ming at this level would carry some pills and martial arts techniques on their bodies. Needless to say, elixirs simply mean combat endurance. However, Fang Ming versus Luo Changyuan, the two sides are simply not in the same level, even pulling cannot be talked about, completely crushed, high on drugs is useless, it is even too late. The martial arts feats are a bit more interesting. Anytime and anywhere, you can participate and grow your understanding and perception of martial arts. There is a deeper role to play, and that is to abandon the car. According to Shinbei's understanding, it is the Volvo car collision after the lose the wheel to save life. Sometimes, one can trade martial arts feats for a dog's life to survive. Shinbei's gaze slowly moved down to Fang Ming's buttocks. Shinbei stroked his chin meaningfully, is that possible? It's a bit buried to play straight down and pull out. Shinbei sniffled and ran back to the waterfront to fetch the rope hook. Then turned Fang Ming's body over. The rope hooks were not very sharp, but they were perfectly adequate for hooking through flesh and blood. Pust. Shinbei directly disemboweled Fang Ming. Fighting back the nausea and stench, he pulled out the guts, pulled out all the intestines, and squeezed them repeatedly. There is a piece of raised hardness in the softness. Strip. A hard white object about the length of your middle finger fell out. Wipe the top clean, it's a plastic wrap wrapped around a roll of paper. Shinbei looked puzzled, the sphincter is truly a magical organ. And really let myself pick up the slack. Chapter 51 of the 8 Great Assassins. 7-Star Fist. Sea of Hopelessness, Kagoshima Map? At this time, Shinbei placed 2 modest pieces of paper in his palm. However, because of paper limitations, they are all reduced versions, and both the font of the 7-Star Fist and the scale of the lines on the map are very small. Looking at Shinbei, his head was spinning and his eyes were starry. No. Shinbei rubbed his sore and stiff eyeballs, it's too small to read, it needs to be enlarged. Shinbei is not doing useless work, but put the 2 pieces of paper carefully, intending to go back to expand the print before. Shinbei had also considered whether to take away this pickup. After all, the map was too far away for Shinbei. And the 7-Star Fist is completely unreadable, and it's hard to tell what exactly is effective. But one fact was certain: once it was found out that he was the one picking up the pieces, it would inevitably attract the ring of the Apocalypse Divine Sect and the Headhunter clan. If you put it back, at least you're safe. Think about it for a moment. Shinbei still decided to collect and pick up the pieces. Now that we have done it, we cannot look back and forth, we must follow through to the end. After all, Yu Wu Chang's arrest had offended the Headhunters. The two sides were also feuding when they counter-killed members of the Apocalypse Divine Sect in Lingnan City. Not bad for picking up the slack. As for Fong Ming's corpse, Shinbei did not even look at it and directly turned around to leave. It is really a miserable, bloody mess that has been tossed by itself. For those who don't know, they think there's another sadistic maniac in Chantilly. Back at Sun Mountain Reservoir, the work of clearing debris from the water is nearing completion. A few workers smiled and squatted on the side of the van, waiting for Boss Zhang to distribute the money for their work. Shinbei, $200, take it. Although Boss Zhang was very fearful of Shinbei, the settlement of wages was one size fits all, and did not increase a penny because Shinbei was a martial artist. A matter of principle, taken to death by him. This time the work is considered to be successfully completed. Shinbei along with the crowd ride back to the county. Just as it gets dark, 3 men dressed in gold-colored clothing came out of the dense forest of Sun Mountain. From their clothing alone, one could recognize at a glance that they were dressed in the same way as Fong Ming, belonging to the Headhunter clan with their scandalous reputation and poor track record. The faces of the 3 men were hidden in their hoods, dim and unrecognizable. They looked from side to side as if searching for something. Are you sure Fong Ming fled from this direction? That's right, there are still marks left by him on the branches and leaves, this can't be wrong. In Hong, expand the search area. The man named In Hong reached up and removed his hood. It could be seen that his hands were surprisingly bloodless, a pair of grayish, withered bone and white claws. The knuckles crunched between twists. His chest was half buttoned open from the top down, revealing chest hair covered, kinky, well-developed pecs. The hawk-like nose coupled with the deep gray eyes gave him another heroic charm full of power and otherworldliness. Eagle Hong sniffed his nose and instantly stood still in place, his pupils shrinking. There's the smell of blood. Could it be Fong Ming? Who is the Apocalypse Divine Sect chasing him, and how many grades of martial artists? Before we parted ways, I saw that it was 4th grade martial artist Luo Chang Yuan. Bad. After a few brief conversations ended, the 3 of them began to run furiously, surging through the dense forest. 3 wild winds formed behind them, blowing the surrounding trees to the east and west, their branches and leaves dancing wildly. A few moments later, In Hong and the others had arrived at the place where Fong Ming and Luo Chang Yuan were fighting. At a glance, In Hong saw a dark shadow lying on the ground. After the dark clouds on the sky dispersed and the moonlight spilled down, the 3 of them finally saw that it was Fong Ming's corpse. And, as if being gutted by wolves, all kinds of internal organs were spilled out all over the place, which was horrible and unbearable to see. One of the men stepped forward, and immediately reached into Fong Ming's sphincter, his face suddenly clouded over. It's gone. The other man narrowed his eyes, and a deadly essence light shot out. Luo Chan Yuan, right? I want him to die 10,000 times worse than Fong Ming. In Hong took a deep breath. Luo Chan Yuan is the end of certain death, there is no need to doubt that. But the current situation is that the 7-star fist and the map of the Sea of Hopelessness are gone. The loss of the 7-star fist is not that big. The man crouching by Fong Ming's corpse continued in a somber tone. The key is the map of the Sea of Hopelessness in the underground cave, which is said to be a new map of the island. In Hong, leave this side of things to us, we will hunt down Luo Chang Yuan and snatch back the map and martial arts. You continue to lurk at Lingnan City Martial University. In Hong nodded and said rather worriedly, the map of the Sea of Hopelessness is an item demanded by our Headhunter clan's 8 assassins, the 9 lives of the Hanging Crow. Get it done as soon as possible. When the 9 lives of the Hanging Crow arrives in the country and doesn't submit the map, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to escape. The other 2 nodded, naturally aware of the ruthlessness of one of the 8 assassins. 9 lives Hanging Crow. Time is of the essence. The 3 of them sunk Fong Ming's body into the Sun Mountain Reservoir and left in separate directions. Hey, is that my little boy toy? After Shinbei returned to the county, he made a call to Jane Tong. A tiny voice came from across the phone. Nonsense. You call me and you don't know who I am? Where are you? Shinbei asked curiously. Provincial city, in a private room. Shinbei let out an oh-so-subtle sound. Didn't ask any more questions. According to Boss Zhang, in this world, marrying a daughter-in-law without checking her rooming records is a male virtue that contemporary men should abide by. Not to mention the private rooms. Jane Child's voice came again, hurry up with your farts, I'm in the middle of a dinner party over here. But Jane Child's face went green with anger. You Shinbei, you're playing hard to get, aren't you? This farting sound that pushes the lower limits of the human mind is hardly something that humans living within our solar system can handle. I'm hanging up. Jane Child growled lowly in annoyance. Don't. Shinbei smiled playfully, I've got business, do I remember if you have a scanning printer at your house? There is. Lend it to me. No one's home, they're all out of town, you can't get in. Do you want to hear what you're saying? No smashing windows. The key is pressed in a flower pot under the door. Okay, you go about your business. Shinbei hung up directly. Rummaged through a few flower pots at the door to find the key and open the door. After returning from the Sun Mountain Reservoir, Shinbei had wanted to find a print store to expand and print both the 7-star fist and the map of the Sea of Hopelessness in his hand. But on second thought, the print store was too crowded to be safe. You know, this is not some textbook exercise, paper exam. Rather, it was something that caused a fight between the Apocalypse Divine sect and the headhunters. If this was exposed, or if the staff at the print store left a copy, there would be absolutely no rest for myself. Under comprehensive thinking, Shinbei still decided to come to Jane Tong's house. Jane Child followed her father to the field, visiting martial artists in the spiritual realm, just as no one was at home. Easy to make, no, easy to print. Turn on your computer, scanner, printer, etc. Shinbei placed the 7-star fist paper on the scanner. Half a dozen times. The computer presents the scanned content. Shinbei will adjust the effect in font, the font is enlarged, the effect is clear, and then print it out. The printer spits out A4 paper. Shinbei bound them one by one according to the serial number. Soon, all of the 7-star fist technique is organized. Not many pages. Shinbei counted, and it was just over 30 pages. Shinbei roughly read through, summarized, 7-star fist. Moves are not many, is to the sky group of stars running trajectory, created all kinds of boxing, to the physical body to communicate with heaven and earth, moves contain the trajectory of the heavenly star, the physical body structure of the subtle. Shinbei took a deep breath. There is nothing wrong with understanding though. However, if you wanted to cultivate the 7-star fist, you still had to do some body hardening, which was a prerequisite. One could only cultivate if they reached a quenching pass, otherwise they would forcefully cultivate and would have their meridians broken, their muscles necrotic, and even jeopardize their lives. At the thought of this, Shinbei immediately came to the backyard of Jane Tong's house. It and be done with it. Drill up. Chapter 51 Crazy Cultivation. At this moment, if Shinbei wanted to formally enter the martial arts through practicing the 7-star fist, the body also needs to be hardened and polished. In this world, cultivating any martial art required attributes to support it. For example, the minimum standard for the cultivation of this 7-star fist is that the physique, strength, and agility should all reach 20 points or more. This was definitely a deadly presence for the freshmen of WU. As is normal, students have more radical attribute points. Either high strength or strong physique. If you want to cultivate this martial art, then you need to get purposefully high. This process time stretches. But Shinbei completely ignored it. In the opinion of Mr. Wudi, Shinbei's attributes are too average and have no outstanding points. Despite being a top pick, it's arguably mediocre. However, now, the 7-star fist martial art was as if it was customized for Shinbei. Extremely comfortable. Of course, a martial artist must remember the credo, don't judge a man by his stats. Although Shinbei's 3 attributes were up to standard, it was unknown how many attributes he could utilize. Even though Shinbei's physique attribute was 25 points. But the true body mass for resistance may only be 15 points, 18 points. This was the need to constantly polish the chi and blood and the root bones, so that the surface data and the real data would be consistent, before it could be considered completely safe. It's late at night and quiet and deserted. The backyard of Jane's children's home. This backyard is not small, not only does it have a swimming pool, but it also has a rockery with strange rocks on display. At first glance, it was a plaything that Jinsan usually returned to with care. Once the man reaches middle age, he's either fishing or drumming up rarities. Up! A 30-pound green-colored boulder was lifted up by Fong Shinbei with both hands, then he kept squatting, and after squatting to the limit, he jumped violently as if he was a frog. This is an extremely special method of practicing power, golden toad diving. It can greatly exercise the body's strength, but it has to consume a lot of physical strength. It is easy to sprain the tendons and bones, resulting in disability. It is not a person with excellent physical attributes, it simply cannot be practiced in this way. Shinbei had once seen Liao Zhongyan using this method of exercising in the first high school gymnasium. Just straight up steal from the best and bring in the best. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shinbei kept jumping, and whenever he felt exhausted, he stopped and knocked on one of the qi and blood pills that he had gotten from Yu Wuchang's side, moisturizing every inch of his body's sinews and flesh before continuing the drill. After jumping hundreds of times, Shinbei gritted his teeth, never stopping, and began to frantically hit the hard stones with his fists again. Bang, bang, bang. Shinbei's fist kept smashing on top of a mountain stone, punch after punch, fierce and violent, as if it was a mad cow. Blood and flesh flew, the bones clicked and clacked, seemingly about to be broken. The intense pain, drilling pain, made him about to faint, but he gritted his teeth and held on for dear life. After his hands were bloody, he flew up his left and right legs again, kicking hard. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The legs kicked against the stone, all swollen, bruised and skinned. Then body slam, all parts of the body, back, bladder, waist, belly, chest, neck, against hard stones. Hit all over the body. Wow! After these trainings were completed, Shinbei again ignored his physical injuries and ruthlessly jumped into the dark pool, swimming non-stop, fighting through the swirling rapids in the middle. By all means, train intensely and destroy your body. This was definitely a devilish workout, even for the students in the martial arts university. To carry out such a devilish training, it is physically unbearable. More importantly, the will can't take it. Who could eat the pain of dying and living every day? But Shinbei clenched his teeth and persevered. He treated the expensively valued qi and blood pills as if they were candy balls, knocking them up without caring at all and providing a constant stream of blood qi. At the same time, Jane chilled home reserves of those ginseng, bird's nest, deer antler also unceremoniously into the Shinbei stomach. No matter how much damage he had sustained in the midst of his training, breaking his bones and tendons, he immediately recovered as if he were still alive after a good night's sleep. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Shinbei goes out every morning to squat work in the labor market. The daily billing panel cannot be stopped. Most of the evening was spent with devilishly intense training to destroy his body, thus quenching it and bringing his real and data attributes into agreement. Gradually, his body became stronger and stronger, and his muscles, which were originally somewhat dry and lean, plumped up, a piece of sinewy flesh, tightly knotted, and his limbs were supple and powerful. On the surface, though, he just looked a little sturdier than he had before, but he knew for himself that the sinews, the tightness of the bones, were much larger, and that he had gained a good 20 or 30 pounds in weight. 10 days later, Shinbei practiced that golden toad diving. He also gradually can carry 50 pounds, or even 80 pounds of boulders, jumping everywhere. Practicing power is the most basic, but also the most important part of the whole cultivation, which directly affects the achievement of practicing martial arts. The more refined the strength was practiced, the greater the achievements would be in the future. 100 pounds. 15 days later, Shinbei fully carried 100 pounds of boulders on his back, and the whole person easily and freely learned to jump like a frog. A jump is 4 or 5 paces away, and jumped 36 times in a row. His face did not turn red, and he did not gasp for breath. A deep circle of his footprints was left on the ground in the backyard. Hi! Subsequently, he put this piece of 100 pounds of stone up a throw, enough to throw 2 or 3 people high, whistling down when he raised his hands, the whole body tendons creaking, actually hard to catch this piece of stone. Break! With a low roar, Shinbei held 100 kilograms of boulder with one hand, and with the other hand, he fiercely punched and smashed on a bowl-thick small tree, and immediately the small tree immediately broke its wood and was cracked raw. Bang! Throw 100 pounds of boulders. Shinbei stood on the spot. The body stood tall, but also vaguely showed a few points of the momentum of the martial artist, is no longer the original kind of a glance looks, is the appearance of a child. By this moment, he had finally completed his strength training, working out every inch of his entire body, limbs, waist and abdomen. Shinbei cupped his fists, his bones crackling, and in his voice, he was full of confidence. Also comparing arm strength, Shinbei was able to lift 100 pounds of boulders with one hand and make all kinds of movements, while those of the freshmen in martial arts could not. Next, cultivating various moves and stringing together the power of the entire body, there was no telling how ferocious it would be. Shinbei's entire body now, all parts of the muscles, as if a group of tigers and wolves that had not yet united. After the practice of the moves, these tigers and wolves became a call to action, the head and tail of the elite, that would be even more ferocious and unparalleled. This night, looking at the stars in the sky, Shinbei took a deep breath and sat down on his knees, looking out with his eyes, observing the trajectory of the astrological movements, understanding and comprehending the various moves of the 7-star boxing technique as stated in the secret book of martial arts. Shinbei felt that he had already reached the basic attribute of being able to cultivate the 7-star fist. Chapter 52, Gas Pumping Past. Feet on the 7 stars. It was another night, just when the cold stars were shining under the night. Shinbei in the backyard of Jane Tong's home, looking at the trajectory of the stars, the body of the whole body tendons and muscles surging, such as a group of stars, the river rushes, 1 step, foot on the 7 stars, snatch and go, swish 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 7 steps, weaving through, and then exploded into a foot. Kuei-shing kick fight. A run, a kick, a bomb. The strength of the leg ripped through the air, emitting a heart-rending sound that was conveyed far and wide, extremely sharp. Bang! A bull-thick hardwood tree was barred and kicked off. Click, 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 click. Subsequently, Shinbei kicked out 13 legs again, and all of a sudden between the whole body, the leg shadows flew, just like a sharp knife and big axe, ruthlessly splitting on the surrounding trees, and those trees, all of them, were split off. Kicked off 14 trees in a row, the breath does not gasp and face is not red, a closed fist, the mud and sand under the feet was shoveled up, the left hand drew a rounded circle, the right hand drew a square square square. Stay down, feet rooted, like a 1,000-year-old pine tree, roots ruthlessly coiled into the rock, motionless, tough. Drawing circles with my left hand and squares with my right hand, rigidity and flexibility, I can't imagine that in 3 days and nights, I was able to practice the stances purely, so it's true that the basic attribute has given me a solid foundation. It seems like my breakthrough to martial artist isn't far away. At this moment, Shinbei swallowed a chi and blood elixir, a hot stream of aroma flowed along with the blood, flowing all over his body. The pain that he had just experienced because of his legs kicking off the trees was immediately recovered by this hot stream. Shinbei had laid a solid foundation in more than 10 days of devilish strength training. Now 3 days to practice the moves, immediately practice pure and familiar, the 7-star fist, foot on the 7 stars, Kuei-shing kick bucket, 2 big killing moves, exercise perfect, killing power is very great. The 7-star fist does not have many moves, but all of them contain the trajectory of the heavenly stars and the mystery of the structure of the physical body. Feet stepping on the 7 stars was arcane footwork, and Kuei-shing kicking the bucket was a powerful leg technique for kicking and killing the enemy. Shinbei practiced one by one. Those other martial artists, to reach such proficiency as Shinbei, it would take at least 3 to 5 years of hard practice day and night, and that was still fast. But Shinbei just 10 days of work, in the self-correction attribute help, and no one guidance, and reached such a realm. It can be scary as hell. Another night. Shinbei continuously exerted the divine power of his physical body, casually dodging, jumping, running, a soaring step, advancing more than 10 feet, the body and then pulling, shrinking back, the whole body, casually running, but it was harsh and fierce, extremely fast, like a fierce tiger cheetah. The 7-star fist is very powerful, just take a look at the 2 moves, foot on the 7 stars and Kuei-shing kick bucket. Suddenly a claw, toward a large tree grabbed, Shinbei 5 fingers like a crane claw, surprisingly at once the bark of the tree, the trunk of the tree gouge a large piece of trees down. This claw would definitely bring down a large chunk of skin and flesh if it were to grab onto a person's body. The power, once again, grows. At this moment, Shinbei withdrew his momentum and prepared to rest for a while. But suddenly, he noticed that something strange was happening to his body. This is... Shinbei's pupils shrunk slightly and his face shook. He could feel the beating of his heart, slowing down, twice as slow as before. But more powerful. It was as solid and powerful as a hammer. This is entering the first-grade martial artist? According to what the caretaker teacher had said, a para-human who wanted to break through as a martial artist was, to put it bluntly, a self-breakthrough. The most typical representation of this is the slowing down of the heart's beating rate, and the sheer power of life and strength. Shinbei exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. This is a martial artist. I'm now a first-grade martial artist. Shinbei immediately ran back inside the villa. Turn on the property detection device. He wanted to test if his attributes had grown. As stated in the knowledge from taking care of Xin Rose teacher's classroom, after breaking through to martial artist, the attributes would be increased by an additional bonus. At that moment, Shinbei began to test the 4 mainstream attributes of strength, physique, agility, and spirit. As for other miscellaneous attributes, they are called mysterious side attributes in this world. It is undetectable, but it is real. There are no specific values, only to be estimated and comprehended. Generally in the course of battle, even though the mainstream attributes play an overwhelming number of roles, but the mysterious side of the attributes, but also often a close call to obtain the absolute advantage of the conditions. The most typical is the anti-poison attribute. Different martial artists have different reaction times to poisons, poisonous gases, and so on. When a martial artist fights against a martial artist, or a martial artist fights against a grotto-like human, or a grotto-alien, victory or defeat comes in a fraction of a second. And the ones that are resistant to poison have a clear advantage of being far ahead. Moments later, the result of Shinbei's attribute detection was displayed. Strength, 45. Physical fitness, 45. Spirit, 40. Agility, 40. Shinbei stroked his chin and looked at the attribute data on the report sheet. These days, I go out to work during the day to activate the daily settlement panel, and at night I practice the 7-star fist. Shinbei snapped his fingers. After the martial arts university examination, my thinking attribute is 20 points or more. Even though you work part-time for many days, the daily settlement panel rewards are actually not much. The prognosis is around 30 points. And now it's fully straight above 40 points. This means that I've officially broken through to the first grade of martial artist through the martial arts 7-star fist and gained the breakthrough bonus attribute. At least 10 points. Shinbei laughed freely. I, Shinbei, can have today's achievement. I'll rely on my own efforts. Though the tone of his voice was getting lower and lower, even a little understated and hypocritical. However, it had to be recognized that Shinbei had now broken through before he had formally studied the relevant courses at Wuhan University. If Jane Child knew that Shinbei had become a first-grade martial artist, he would definitely have to transform into a wooing monster. Gu Shinro, needless to say, just lie flat as a vase and be a teacher with nothing to do. As Shinbei grew stronger day by day, his comprehension of the 7-star fist became deeper and deeper, and a sense of pride arose. Shinbei counted the days, and it just so happened that tomorrow was the opening day of the martial arts university in Lingnan City. Shinbei intends to go home and pack his bags for the start of school. Glanced at the interior of the villa. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. At this point it was as if the house had been charged en masse by 100 huskies for a night of revelry. The refrigerator was swept clean of food. There are grocery trash bags all over the place. Shinbei smashed his mouth. Leaving like this, he would definitely have to be poked by Jian Shan. Shinbei rolled up his sleeves and began to clean. Bags of trash were removed. He worked until dawn to clean the villa. I'm such a good hard-working boy. Shinbei stretched. Go out and press the key under the flower pot. Clap your hands and leave. It was not long after Shinbei left. Jane Child and Jane Hill also drove home from out of town. Father and daughter get out of the car. Jian Tong quickly got off the car, was shouting, Shinbei? Are you still there? Jian Shan smiled. Silly child, Shinbei is just borrowing the printer. How could he stay in our house for 10 days? Jane Child poked her tongue out with a sheepish look on her face. Jian Shan said, I've been away from home for many days, and I'm kind of craving the treasured abalone. By the way, my back garden needs to be looked at as well. It needs a bit of fixing up. However, but after Jian Shan entered the house, opened the refrigerator, the whole person immediately like a lightning strike. It's so empty inside that it's practically cleaner than a dog bowl lick. Where's my golden abalone? Where's my Boston lobster? Where's the 1,000-year-old ginseng I soaked in wine? Where's my canonical bird's nest? Jane Hill rattled on for over 10 whole minutes about not repeating items. Miserable, heartbreaking, like a child's lost toy hiss resounded throughout the villa. However, that's not the worst of it. Jane Child screamed from the backyard, Dad! Our backyard has been razed. Janosen rushed over at the news. Eyes shocked again. Odd rocks and trees that you've managed to collect on your own. It's like being run over by a bulldozer. A mess. Debris littered the ground and trees fell. Who the did this? After shouting these words, Jian Shan's anger and fire attacked his heart, his eyes blazed, and a mouthful of old blood that had been treasured for decades sprayed out. A crunch. Smoking the past. Chapter 53 The Apocalypse Cult's Pursuit. Shinbei. You're really hateful. My dad is all pumped up with anger. On the bus to Ridge City. A hint of annoyance appeared on Jane Child's saintly face. Shinbei put away the knife for peeling apples and nibbled on an apple. I cleaned the villa. Father-in-law, this is a cleanliness fetish? Jane Child's expression immediately became stiff, full of anger, gritted teeth. That is the problem of cleaning. Eat and drink even if you put the backyard into what kind of trouble? Husky possessed? Shinbei smashed his mouth. It's a long story. Then you make a long story short. It was a dark and windy night, and all of a sudden, a thief slipped in and tried to steal from your house. Shinbei began to make up stories and continued, then I can spoil his problems? Going up is a chase and beat, you know, when I do this, it's the sky falling. Jane Tong listened to Shinbei's nonsense and pressed her hand. Is there a purple gold hammer? Shinbei. The two bickered for a while, and it was kind of over. Jane Tong also did not pursue Shinbei. She also thought that those broken stones and trees in the backyard were in the way and not worth money. The bus rattled along, making its way to Lingnan City. Passing through a service area. The bus needs to be refueled. Passengers get off the bus and are free to spend some time in the service area. Shinbei and Jane Tong sat in the shade eating ice cream. Shinbei took a bite out of a milk ball. And Jane Child took small licks, like a cat licking water. This action is really a bit of a foul. What did you learn when you went to the provinces? Shinbei asked curiously. The smile on Jane Child's face was sweet, smug and full of bragging rights, hardening the body, of course, and spiritual tamping. It goes without saying that hardening the body is a necessary process that every student has to go through. And spiritual tamping is similar to quenching roots in bones. Only spiritual tamping is to compress the spirit through meditation, so that it reaches the point where the invisible becomes tangible and the tangible converges into chi. And then it is formed. Chi is like silk, becomes a droplet, changes into a thin stream, resembles a river, is as strong as a lake, is as big as a sea, and is as white as a star. To paraphrase a common phrase, it's an extended blue bar. What direction did that go? Shinbei asked with a wink. Not as much as the direction of your own physical fight. Spirit-oriented martial artists can evolve into many branches. Elemental mastery alone can split in many directions. There were even other esoteric martial arts. Jane Child's beautiful face bloomed into a bewitching smile, her snow-white jawing, and she said mysteriously, thunder and lightning. Shinbei gave a thumbs up and said in admiration, awesome. Really awesome. Right? I didn't think I could go that direction either. You have to cultivate well. In the future, our family's electricity depends on you. You can save a lot of electricity bills. Jane Child. Jane Child's teeth popped, her fists clenched and trembling, her chest heaving. Are you speaking in human language? I'm a humanoid generator? Shinbei stroked his chin and clapped his hands. It's my oversight that the pattern is small. I think there is another use for it. Then speak well. Jane Child spoke with anticipation. Shinbei cleared his throat and looked around. No one was around except for a woman walking carelessly in her direction. It can be colored. Shinbei said, when we XXOO, you can release some electricity to increase the interest. Jane Child heard, full of stagnant face looking at Shinbei, probably have a few seconds of petrification. Like a chestnut dropped into a pile of coals, Jane Child burst into pieces, inside and out. You. Jane Child had not finished her words. Suddenly, a dark shadow pressed over the two men. Transient. A straight, long leg, kicked out of the air-breaking whistling sound, and kicked the unguarded, caught off guard Shinbei flying out. Shinbei felt like he had been hit by a large truck flying at full speed. Not being able to control his form at all, he spun around and around in the air as if he were floating up like a straw, his body thrown up to impact on the wall more than 10 meters away. Boom! Shinbei crashed through the wall and a piece of masonry spilled onto the ground. Grass! Shinbei's chest was vaguely painful, and it felt as if his ribs were about to break, and after breathing heavily several times, he managed to climb up. Shinbei shot a puzzled and angry look at his attacker. It was the seemingly lazy woman who had inadvertently walked in her direction. A serious first-class martial artist. But see, her appearance was also very delicate and colorful, extremely aggressive, especially a scar on her cheek was full of a different kind of attraction. Like a rose with thorns, a bewitching poppy, there was an unknown danger hidden under the beautiful appearance. At this time, Jane Child's face is incomparably panicked. She really can't understand. The two of them are here properly eating ice cream and chatting. An unfamiliar woman, come up and attack? Are you nuts? Jane Tong immediately took a few steps across and ran to Shinbei's side, asking with concern, are you alright? Shinbei pulled Jane Tong behind him. Don't move, I'll handle it. Shinbei craned his neck and walked forward at a steady pace. So you're the leak of the cult of the apocalypse? Shinbei's face was full of coldness and solemnity, and his gaze was cold and heavy as he asked. In Shinbei's opinion, he had never had a grudge against women. If he was forced to say that there was an enemy, it would have to be Luo Changyuan in the dense forest of the Sun Mountain Reservoir. It was also said that it was only through some series of coincidental investigations that Luo Changyuan was able to learn that he was present at that time. And this woman in front of him, extremely unfamiliar, Shinbei was sure that it was the first time they met. Then, there was no doubt that this woman was the leaky fish in Gu Chongfeng's mouth. The woman's eyes opened and closed, like an abyss, like a prison, revealing endless malice and fury, apocalypse cult. The blasphemy of these 4 words alone, your downfall is only to die without a body. Shinbei smiled, leaned his body forward, his eyes burning, looking straight at the woman in front of him with a very aggressive stance, and said, "Just a first-grade martial artist, a rat in the sewers, how dare you blatantly retaliate against me in broad daylight?" The woman laughed long and loud. Her laughter was like a tsunami surging and surging, agitating the entire void, violently boiling up. A martial arts scholar, not even a martial artist, coincidentally allowing you to capture a member of the Apocalypse Divine Sect, you think you can do anything? I, Bai Luo, will represent the Apocalypse Divine Sect to judge you, a sinful powerhouse. Return the world's truth. Any last words? The woman looked cold and arrogant, the scars on her face twisting like snakes as she continued, if not, then prepare to die. Good, good, good. A light smile spread across Shinbei's face. Next. Swish. In less than the blink of an eye, in the violent whistling of the strong wind, Shinbei had already arrived in front of Catherine, and at the same time, his 5 fingers spread out and grabbed down towards her shoulder. It's good to be the first to eat. Shinbei is not accustomed to her stinky problem, directly brutal up. Also, both are first-grade martial artists. How hairy are you, Bai Luo duo? Shinbei grabbed the first attack, this time as long as the grip was solid. With Shinbei's current strength and the sharpness of his fingers, he was immediately able to make the woman's shoulder blade pierce through and completely lose her resistance. That Bai Luo also did not expect that Shinbei not only dared to resist, but also struck so quickly. In the face of this ferocious grab by Shinbei, she who originally had an unbelievable face. In this instant of lightning, an extremely mournful, ear-piercing shrill whistle violently erupted from his mouth. Fresh. The shrill whistle seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable spiritual power. Everyone who heard the voice, including Jane Child, only felt this instant as if a steel needle had stabbed directly into the brain, and the pain was unbearable. The first to bear the brunt, Shinbei stifled a grunt, only to feel a sharp pain in the head. Drowsy, originally 10 sure pounce tackle suddenly lost accuracy, unexpectedly did not hold Bai Luo, but let the woman dodge the past, only left 5 deep blood slashes. The moment Shinbei barely stopped himself and turned around, 2 streams of heat flowed out between his nostrils. That's blood. Bai Luo glanced at the blood-drenched wound on his shoulder, his face sank, his eyes became very secretive, his face filled with extreme shock and horror. This invariably showed that he had made a mistake in his prediction, and that Shinbei, the top student, had already broken through to the first grade of martial artist. Ha! Although Bai Luo was shocked, he did not panic in the slightest. His eyes showed some sarcasm, as if provoking him to faintly say, "A martial artist, what a martial artist! However, you've been hit by my mental shock, and next, you'll feel what it means to be slow in thought and stiff in movement. Stand still, don't struggle, the faster you die, the less pain you'll feel." Chapter 54, taking 6 seconds, directly abolishing you. At this moment, the distant Jane Child seems to figure out the causes and consequences of Shinbei inexplicably being sneak attacked. The woman called Bai Luo is a member of the cult of the Apocalypse. It was the backbone that Gu Chongfeng hadn't caught that night. Never in a million years did she think that she would set an ambush on the two on their way to WU. When Jane Tong saw Shinbei's nostrils spewing blood and his spirit in a trance, his heart was in a great hurry. This service area location is just stuck halfway between Chantilly County and Lingnan City. Even if the police were called, by the time the police from the patrol house arrived, the battle would have long been over, and Bai Luo would be completely lost as he plunged headlong into the mountains. But Jane Child's heart was burning with anxiety, even though she didn't know when Shinbei had broken through as a martial artist. But at this time, Shinbei was hit. That's a mental shock. It can seriously interfere with the functioning of the mind, dulling the mind, and on the battlefield of minute life and death, that's absolutely fatal. Even though he himself had undergone body hardening, he was completely on a different level from the intensity of the body hardening of a martial artist who went for physical combat. And spiritual tamping is simply not useful at this point in time. You don't have any martial arts skills on hand. Empty blue bar, no skills. With this in mind, Jane Child copied a moving brick and rushed up with a wail, "Let go of the boy. Get out." Shinbei turned back violently and glared viciously at Jane Tong. "Don't you rush up here, it's pure mischief." Jane Child. At this very moment, Bai Luo's laughter was icy cold. Good death. Next, Bai Luo didn't give Shinbei any chance to catch his breath, as well as the whip leg side kick to the solar plexus went. This could explode Shinbei's solar plexus with a kick if the blow was successful. Right at this moment, in a split second, amidst the severe pain, a thought cut through Shinbei's mind like lightning, causing his heart to go cold. Spiritual resistance. Shinbei's pupils erupted in delight. If an ordinary martial artist is hit by the mental shock, his mind must be slowed down for at least 3 seconds. And Shinbei's many days of part-time work had led to countless encounters with oddballs and employers who could make people vomit blood. Day and night the attributes build up. Mental attribute resistance is extremely high. The mind is dulled for less than a second only, and then it comes to its senses. Moment. Feet on the 7 stars. Shinbei's posture was sensitive. Swish, 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 7 steps, weaving through. Dodge by Luo's whip kick. Almost. Shinbei shushed a mouthful. And opposite Shinbei, a trace of palpitations remained on Bai Luo's beautiful face, and her voice also seemed to be hoarse and abnormal from the bizarre outburst just now. She was careless. She never expected that Shinbei would come to her senses so quickly. Besides, what kind of footwork was that just now? How do you take 1 step out and the distance flashes to 7 paces away? What a pervert! Also, there should be at least 3 seconds of slow thinking, surprisingly. At this moment, Bai Luo stared at Shinbei, and at this moment, Bai Luo's eyes were full of undisguised malice and cruelty. Very well. My little darling, you've given me an unmitigated surprise, you thought. Cute your mom. Boo. Shinbei let out a sardonic laugh to interrupt Bai Luo nonsense, like a very hungry tiger pouncing on the hunt, ferociously pouncing on again. The sharp whistle unleashed by Bai Luo just now merely caught him off guard. With Shinbei's will only, that level of sound wave just now did not do much actual damage to him. In front of the Apocalypse Divine Sect, you're just lowly things. Who do you think you're facing? Who? In the face of Shinbei's ferocious and fierce pounce like a hungry tiger, Bai Luo's face turned blue, stepped fiercely, and her long and snowy jade leg swept out like a steel whip, unexpectedly kicking out a sharp air-breaking sound, and her movements were swift and ferocious. This kick went straight to Shinbei's head, not only did not have the slightest sense of charm, but instead filled with a kind of death-defying ferociousness, obviously the military style of fighting skills. Moreover, she was now wearing high heels with a sharp front section. With her martial artist's strength, this kick, if it was solid, there was no doubt that it would directly explode someone's head. She didn't unleash that weird sonic attack she had just done. In fact, that ability was something she had only just mastered. Just one launch in haste had damaged her vocal cords, and another would risk rupturing her windpipe, so she couldn't launch a second time on short notice. But even so, she was fearless in the face of Shinbei's pounce. Shiro has always been an ambitious woman who believes in the supremacy of God's religion, and is by no means as harmless as her gorgeous exterior. She spent most of her time in the church, besides praying, asking senior martial artists to teach her various combat techniques, and was very hardworking and made rapid progress, which made Lin Xiu, a church official in Lingnan City, very appreciative. With all of this, Bai Luo simply didn't think that a Shanbei who had just become a martial artist and hadn't undergone any training would be his opponent. Swish! Shinbei's reaction is equally amazing. In the strong wind drumming, sweat hairs all stood up, immediately perceived that Bai Luo this kick is powerful, flesh and blood body is difficult to block. He bent his head down and shortened his body, avoiding the fatal trajectory of Bai Luo's high heels on his head, but he still probed forward, carrying a suffocatingly ferocious aura, regardless of the fact that he slammed into Bai Luo's entire body. Stupid! Bai Luo's eyes contemptuous, she swept out a violent kicking blow in the air, but even changed in the middle of the move, snow-white glossy long legs reflecting the gleam of light, as if cracking the mountain, cracking the ground. Knife and axe general toward Shinbei had split down. Bang! Sweeping and slashing. Facing Bai Luo's swift change of stance, Shinbei only managed to deflect his head, and then half of his shoulder emitted a toothsome cracking bone-cracking sound, and even Shinbei's internal organs were trembling because of the ripple effect. In this instant, Bai Luo's contemptuous, quick-witted eyes also simultaneously met Shinbei's cold and fierce eyes. Within Shinbei's eyes, an emotion emanated clearly and incomparably. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Kuei Xing kick fight. Ah! Almost at the same instant, dull crashes, bone cracks, and mournful, resentful screams rang out simultaneously. Only to see Shinbei kick out, the calm air was instantly torn apart, and powerful air currents swept wildly. The tip of the foot swept out, suddenly lifting up a whistling gale, a might that made everyone who saw it chilled. Bai Luo only felt an unrivaled huge force coming. He was as powerless as a small chicken. Then with a loud bang, his eyes blurred and ears ringing, his body in severe pain, as if he had been hit by a locomotive, he flew out backwards. Ah! Ah! The extreme pain nearly drowned Bai Luo's consciousness, having merely learned the harsh fighting skills from the church cadre Lin Xiu, but without the will of steel and the experience of fighting on the line of life and death. At the moment when one of her legs was wasted by Shinbei's kick, Bai Luo instantly revealed the general vulnerability and panic of an ordinary woman. Swish! Shinbei arrowed and scurried. There was no nonsense, there was only the urgency and cruelty of your death. Shinbei endured the pain of his arms cracking bones and his internal organs shaking, and once again pounced on Bai Luo, who was screaming and struggling to get up on the ground. Vaguely realizing that danger was about to strike, Bai Luo instinctively wanted to dodge or even resist. However, the extreme pain, coupled with the fact that one of her legs had been shattered by Shinbei's kick, made it impossible for her to even stand up. Wait! Shiro screamed in horror. We can! Click! Without giving her a chance to finish, Shinbei swiftly and incomparably scurried across the room from several meters away, instantly stepping hard on her other intact knee, shattering it directly. Bai Luo's beautiful face was hideously twisted into a ball, as if a severe ghost once again issued a heart-rending scream. Any man who saw her tragic situation today will be unbearable. I know that martial artists have a stronger life force. Shinbei smiled sardonically as he stared at Bai Luo, whose hands were frantically striking and clawing at the air in an attempt to attack himself. You won't get a chance. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Shinbei drew out his own fruit knife and once again ruthlessly stabbed it into Bai Luo's elbow as well as both sides of his shoulder blades. Leave her arms and legs completely crippled, never able to fight back again. The clothes on Bai Luo's body were mostly dyed red with blood, and the whole person was still screaming desperately, hoarsely and miserably amidst the blood. And at this moment, less than 6 seconds had passed since Shinbei was sneak attacked by Bai Luo. Chapter 55, How Come It's You Again? What just happened? Fight, fight. This woman Slim is not bad, how so confused to join the apocalypse cult ah? When the anchor can also earn high ah. It's too fast, isn't it? This man is so fast. Hiss, I was just about to call the police and I got tackled? I think I've heard of this youngster's name before. He's the top student in the martial arts section, isn't he? How did he break through to martial artist? After Bai Luo was almost crushed and brutally beaten by Shinbei. The whole process took only a few breaths. Those passengers waiting for the bus to refuel each had shocked, eyeballs exploding, and scalp-numbing emotions floating on their faces. Especially but after Bai Luo confessed his identity as a member of the cult of the apocalypse. These onlookers, all of them were appalled and worried for Shinbei. What a bunch of people the cult of the apocalypse is. That's a concentration camp for lunatics. The world's largest collection and distribution center for psychiatric hospitals. A bunch of fair and square talk. But actual murderous cowboys. It can be said that if you mess with one of them, you won't be able to live peacefully in your life. There are only two ways to fix this. One is to join the cult of the apocalypse, and the other is, like Shinbei, come one to beat the other. For martial artists, there is still the bottom line so-so. But for the general public, there is no choice but to join if they want to be free from a swarm of flies. Otherwise, to the point of death, this group of lunatics will have to dig up your grave, pry open the coffin boards, and ask you if you're willing to join the Apocalypse Divine Church. Shinbei. At this point Jane Child snapped out of her trance. Now she was confused the entire time. From the moment Bai Luo appeared, sneaked in sharply, and kicked Shinbei away. It became clear to Jane Child that Bai Luo was bound to be a martial artist. However, she never expected that Shinbei had also promoted to martial artist during this period of vacation. Ego breakthrough. Without a teacher or a martial artist to watch over him, he was promoted to a first-grade martial artist. This is too exciting, isn't it? It's like a miracle that you can't believe. Shinbei's performance in this period of time was really fancy and surging. Self-improvement, little man. Love, love. Jin Tong ran to Shinbei's side in a few steps, his eyes full of shock and incomprehension, looking Shinbei up and down. Are you alright? Shinbei revealed his snow-white teeth and an arrogant smile floated on his face. It's no fun, I'm just warming up, and this guy just took a break. Alas, I really can't figure out what Gu Changfeng is doing for food, wasting national rations. Jane Child. If you let Ms. Gu Shinru hear this, you are bound to twist your ears. Next. Jane Child started to call the police. The police would definitely have to deal with the aftermath, and the two would have to take a bus to WU for enrollment and a whole lot of other things to do. You can't just carry members of the cult of the apocalypse around the streets, can you? It looks strange, not to mention affecting the cityscape, but also disturbing the small world of two people. And Shunbei is much more affordable. Start searching straight away. Shiro struggled, looking extremely resistant. Shunbei was not accustomed to problems and went up with a slap. Be honest with me. You're a loser. Bai Luo stared at Shunbei with an extremely hateful, wanting to eat people gaze, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Can we discuss this? Shunbei didn't care at all. Keep going through her coat pockets. Bai Luo whispered, as long as you let me go, I can use my martial arts skills as compensation. Delusional. Shunbei only gave her 4 words. At the same time, several bottles of elixirs turned out from Bai Luo's coat pocket, and Shunbei licked his lips. This is the loot. Collected. Rummaging through again. Shunbei only found a folded up A4 paper on Bai Luo. Shunbei looked puzzled. Where are the martial arts? Just a piece of paper? Bai Luo's eyes flickered, his body grunted in pain, and he forced himself to say, the martial arts skills are naturally not on his body, but I can tell you where they are buried, provided you return this piece of paper to me and set me free. Shunbei tilted his head and grunted, don't play the ruse at this time. I'm afraid that if I go over according to the location you instructed me to, 100 or 80 raw dudes will be waiting for me, right? Just throwing myself into the net, right? Bai Luo bit his lip in death and didn't say a word. Shunbei opened the A4 paper and scanned it. It was densely packed with numbers. There are a couple of code names mixed in. Without even thinking about it, this is bound to be a cipher text. Shunbei can't afford to crack it, so he can only hand it over to the inspector's office. Soon. Jane Child called the police and told them about this side of the story. The rich city constable's office was out of the police force out fast. It didn't take long. Several police cars came and stopped at the highway service area. The first one to come down at the head was Gu Changfeng. After Gu Changfeng learned that someone had captured a member of the Apocalypse Divine Sect, and that it was the same one that had slipped through the net last time, Gu Changfeng jumped up and down in excitement. What a great crowd of enthusiasts! You know, some martial artists eradicate their enemies all in passing. Not seeking fame, not seeking profit, where is Shunbei like this, fall into the eye of the money cannot get out. The one who called the police this time was a lesbian, and there was no doubt that there was absolutely no relationship with Shunbei. Another credit arrives. He was spirited. He was valiant. He was glowing. He had power in his heart. Get out of the car. Just a quick look at the scene. That familiar back shadow made the corners of Gu Changfeng's mouth twitch, and the original desire to pick up the credit instantly vanished. At the same time the eyes were flickering violently, confusion tumbling in his mind. Shunbei? Heck of a lot. How come it's him again? Moreover, looking at the situation, it seemed like it was Shunbei who had captured the members of the Apocalypse cult. Wait. Gu Changfeng froze for a moment and muttered to himself, according to the intelligence, isn't this woman a first-grade martial artist? Shunbei is playing evil again and putting down ecstasy? But a most reliable answer rose in his mind. That is... Shunbei broke through the martial artist. Gu Changfeng gulped. Half a month ago, Shunbei was still a quasi-martial artist who had condensed his chi, blood, and roots. This is going to be a magnificent transformation into a martial artist? Gu Changfeng was depressed in his heart. He thought back to the time it took him to go from quasi-martial artist to martial artist, 5 whole months. Holy, man to man. Secretly poo-pooing it, Gu Changfeng rolled his eyes. Turn around and be on your way. Ugh. Captain Gu. Shunbei was extremely enthusiastic, pulling him in and saying excitedly, what a coincidence. So it was you who went out to the police. Gu Changfeng's face instantly became incomparably gloomy as he gritted his teeth and said, why are you everywhere? Is that a problem? Let you do all the work you're not supposed to do, and the chief will think we patrolmen are losers if you screw up like that. Is that a problem? Gu Changfeng. can't talk, really can't talk. Gu Changfeng coughed and greeted the other inspectors, take the members of the Apocalypse cult into custody. By the way, check the belongings and put them away. The other patrolman shrugged and replied instantly, grossly. Gu Changfeng turned his head to look at Shenbei and stretched out his hand, anything on a criminal is evidence, you know that, right? Shenbei nodded and cooperatively handed over the A4 paper. And? Gu Changfeng glared and continued to beg. Shenbei looked innocent, what? Pills, martial arts techniques, etc. No. No way. As a matter of fact, she's that poor, ask Jane Child if she's just a piece of paper if you don't believe me. Gu Changfeng looked at Jane Tong, a youthful beauty, slim and pretty, with a few moments of her younger sister Gu Xinru. Jane Tong nodded and said good-naturedly, really, it's just a piece of paper, if I hadn't stopped it, Shenbei would have wanted to go to the toilet and use it. Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng was depressed in his heart. It sounds like a lie at first. How is this Shenbei like locusts? How many times, a little bit of oil and water are not left, every day to wipe your ass, annoyed ah. Gu Changfeng waved his hand, forget it. Then, Gu Changfeng opened the A4 paper and read it. Shenbei came over and asked curiously, what's written on this? Gu Changfeng's face was violently grave. Chapter 56. This author's brain has been kicked by a donkey. These densely packed numbers are the secret communication messages within the Apocalypse cult. Gu Changfeng's statement verified Shenbei's conjecture. It would take a professional who deciphered the cipher to decipher it. If the cult of the Apocalypse hasn't changed the codebook, nothing unexpected should crack it. Gu Changfeng immediately took a photo and transmitted it back to the police station. Shenbei questioned, how did the police department get the codebook? Gu Changfeng smiled mysteriously, naturally, it's lurking, do you think the country is a dry meal? Shenbei let out an oh-so-subtle sound. So it seems that within the Apocalypse cult, there are still nameless warriors who are silently giving their lives. This type of person was one that Shenbei extremely admired. He couldn't help but show a heartfelt admiration in his eyes, giving birth to a feeling of high admiration. Between life and death, they also have to steal information to ensure that they are not suspected. This requires a huge heart to bear the pressure, but also need to be fearless in the face of danger, flexible and adaptable. Shenbei had to admit that if he were to be replaced by himself, this secretive and great job would definitely be incompetent. A moment's work. Ciphertext decryption complete. Gu Changfeng's expression changed rapidly, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. What is the content? Shenbei asked in a small voice. Gu Changfeng took a long, soothing breath, forcibly pressing down the irritation in his heart. In addition to some normal communications, it mentions that the Headhunter clan, the 9 lives of the Hanging Crow, may be entering the country. 9 lives hang in the balance. When this name came out, Shenbei was immediately nonplussed. Shenbei didn't care about martial artists at all in the old days. After all, one's own attributes were just too trashy to hope for the journey of a martial artist. It wasn't until the daily settlement panel was activated that this officially put all the focus on the path of the martial artist. However, spare a thought, Shenbei had heard of the 9 lives of the Hanging Crow in the past. That's the character with the most topics of discussion among the students. He, whose real name is unknown. It is rumored to be born dead, and to come back from the dead. Extremely tyrannical and murderous, with a passion for flaying his enemies. The more handsome the enemy looks, the higher the level of exuberance of the 9 lives Hanging Crow, and the more miserable the death. Shenbei couldn't help but be jittery. Your police department didn't hear anything ahead of time? Shenbei questioned. Gu Changfeng shook his head, the price to pay to infiltrate the headhunters is too great. Shenbei nodded in sudden realization. Take Yu Wuchang for example, he was only a peripheral member and still needed to kill people to join. If the police send in infiltrators, it would have to kill people. It's not up to you to choose who to kill as a throw-in, it's an order from above from the headhunters. Moreover, the target of this killing does not care whether the other party is of good or bad character. This is unacceptable for both the state and the police department. Gu Changfeng sighed again and said, it's not like we haven't been sent to infiltrate the interior of the headhunters in the past, and even wrongfully killed a police officer before we were able to get in, but it failed. There's more to this story? Shenbei became interested and asked, why did it fail? Gu Changfeng smiled bitterly, mutiny. Shenbei's mouth opened wide with an incredulous look of dismay. What? It's so hard to be indiscriminate, kill in people, enter the headhunter clan, and then go rogue? 4. Why all? Shinbei's heart shook and he couldn't help but ask. Gu Changfeng waved his hand, don't bother asking, this is a state secret, an unpleasant past. Shinbei barred his lips and didn't ask more questions. This also mentions a character. Gu Changfeng quirked his eyebrows, this person is afraid that he hasn't shown his head for 5 years. Who? Don't know his real name, only a code name, Shepherd. Shinbei blinked. Code name. It's a term specific to headhunters. It's like the 9 lives of a hanging crow. Gu Changfeng clenched his teeth, and even had tears of grief in the corners of his eyes, with a face of indignation. 10 years ago, when I was still attending Wu University, this shepherd dog brutally killed more than 50 students. Then it sank down and lost track and clues. I didn't expect it to appear again at this time. Where did Shinbei know about this past? But he vaguely felt that Gu Changfeng's level of hatred towards the sheepdogs was comparable to the wrath of the heavens, and he didn't know why. Another piece of information is the disappearance of the 7-star fist and the map of the Sea of Hopelessness. There's also Luo Changyuan's intention to mobilize the church's forces to find these 2 items, and also has the full support of Church Cadre Lin Xiu. Gu Changfeng scratched his head, a little puzzled, a martial skill, a map, as for the headhunters and the apocalypse cult to fight? Can't figure it out. Shinbei sniffed, his face did not move, pretending to be bewildered. Yeah. There's something to fight about. The map is not readable on its own. Martial arts. Can give a 5-star review. Well, that's it, I'm taking people back. Gu Changfeng seemed to be in a hurry to rush back as well, and it looked like for the appearance of the sheepdog, it might have ignited a powder keg in his heart. Shinbei gave an oh-so-subtle, final reminder, don't forget about me. What is it? A master at pretending to be confused, admirable. Shinbei bared his teeth and smiled. Gu Changfeng blanked out, bounty huh? LOL, you really are the police department as an ATM. Doesn't it deserve it? Please. Gu Changfeng arched his hand, give us a chance to catch some criminals, they'll all be captured by you and we'll have to retire early. Shinbei shrugged. Patrol officers come and go quickly. They weren't accustomed to Bai Luo either, and she hissed in agony as her bones broke all over her body and her muscles and meridians shattered. Gu Changfeng found a piece of broken rag and disliked it directly into his mouth. Treatment? Treat your grandma's leg. The bus restarted. Shinbei leaned on the car window, his eyes looking out the window. This unexpected and premeditated incident had allowed Shinbei to touch the veil of many hidden secrets about martial artists. Renegade infiltrators. Sheepdogs who have been immersed for years without showing up. The 9 lives of the hanging crow may enter the country. Luo Changyuan is looking for the 7-star fist in the map, and will probably launch a bloody purge as well. Shinbei took a deep breath, and there were dark clouds looming in the sky. Shinbei, look at this novel, it's so touching. Off to the side, Jane Child looked at the scar literature on her cell phone and moved her ego. Shinbei asked, what is it about? A girl is blind in both eyes, and the boy who loves her so much, gives his eyes to the girl so that she can see the world again, while the boy is blind, woohoo, so touching. Under Jane Child's messy black hair, her eyes were bright and seemed to shimmer with watery light, simply stating the story. Shinbei barked, this author's brain has been kicked by a donkey. Ha? Jane bared her teeth and said in a milky voice, what do you mean? You're not touched, are you? If I ever lose my eyesight, you'll definitely run away. Shinbei spread his hands, don't take my character and test the author's intelligence. I just want to ask how this author's brain grows, why did he transplant 2 eyes, 1 for each, don't they both see? Jane Child. After Jane Child sniffed, her beautiful eyes instantly opened, stared round, stammered, good. As if what you said is very reasonable. Jane Child gives this book a straight-up bad review with the message, insult to intelligence, hot eyes, yuck. Jane Child disheveled for a while, sighed and said, Shinbei, if there is no love, what is the meaning of living? Shinbei looked at Jane Tong Riley. Another teenage girl poisoned by Joan of Arc novels. Shinbei thought for a moment and said, the meaning of life is to leave behind what is denied to be remembered, and in most cases, to leave behind one's children and grandchildren, to create replicas of oneself, to produce seeds, and to pull them up. Jane Tong froze for a moment, not expecting Shinbei's answer to be so real. Shinbei continued, we always forget that safety is only temporary, and danger is forever. Being alive is not something we deserve, being alive is a gift. Air. With Jane Tong's IQ, she really couldn't pick up Shinbei's words of a philosophical nature. Still, Shinbei was an opportunity for Jane Child to speak. Shinbei asked with an empty heart, "How much do you know about the cult of the apocalypse?" Chapter 57, I'll stick 2 knives in my brother's honor. The cult of the apocalypse is a holy relic worshipping secretive sect with no clear tendency to personify the worship of gods. Jane Child's cherry red lips pursed her white fingers as if she were reciting a text and continued. The supreme leader of the order is called the high priest, and below him are the bishop, the officers, the priests, the senior members, and the ordinary members. The sacred relic of the order is the scales of truth, the basic doctrine of which is very vague and consists of only 10 words, namely, equality of the world, justice of the truth. Within their order, there is a passion for sacrificial rituals, which are claimed to be a fair exchange to bring balance to the world. After all this book knowledge, Jane Child gave her opinion. To be honest, although I have read some information presentations, I still half understand them, and some conceptual things need to be understood separately. Shinbei nodded. The so-called holy relics are actually the things that come out of the grotto. Unusual martial artists only looked at whether they could be refined into a potion to rapidly increase their attributes. Most of the things that couldn't be made into medicine were disposed of as waste and didn't have much use. Or rather, it was utilized with little effect, and was usually not the object of a martial artist's attention. The cult of the apocalypse, on the other hand, regarded these things as holy relics. Differences in philosophy create distinctions in populations. Shinbei didn't care about this for the time being. 1 hour later. The bus stopped at the entrance of the Wushu University in Lingnan City on its way to the passenger terminal. On this bus trip, only Shinbei and Jane Tong got off. Shinbei looked out at Lingnan City Wude and could not help but be surprised. There were a lot of students coming in and out because they were in time for freshman orientation. The crowd is loud and bustling. Various limousines congested the entrance as new students, accompanied by their parents, carried their luggage. Even, Shinbei also saw a private helicopter rumbling through the sky, landing on the Lingnan City Wu University tarmac. In comparison, Shinbei and Jane Tong's transportation was a bit poor. However, what secretly surprised Shinbei the most was the gate of Lingnan City Martial Arts University. A gate alone is nearly 100 meters wide. Is it still a gate? Family sedan, come on, 50 cars can get in side by side. Do WOU students go in and out of flying aircraft carriers? Standing in front of the school gate, Shinbei couldn't help but chant. 100 meters wide, it is not impossible to open an aircraft carrier. Open such a large door. Shinbei cannot understand the aesthetics of WU. Although men like to be big. Well, women like it too. But the school is large enough that opening such a gate doesn't seem completely unacceptable. With a gate that is 100 meters wide, the height is naturally not low, and the gatehouse is at least about 10 meters high. Above the gatehouse, 7 big characters carved with dragons and phoenixes: Lingnan City Martial Arts University. The font was also extremely large, which made Shinbei feel like he was a dwarf when he arrived in the land of giants. Standing in front of a school gate like this, one can't help but feel a sense of insignificance. Just as Shinbei was stunned, someone behind him said with a smile in his tone, "Shocking, isn't it?" Shinbei listened to the voice with some familiarity. Turning his head to look over, it was no one else but Chi Chuanyu. That's a pretty tawdry look for him today. That hair was permed into wool curls with smoky makeup, leather pants and lanyards were the essence of the look, and intricate floral prints created an overall sense of vibrancy with a decadent vibe. The style of a little Japanese smoker. Shinbei froze. What kind of blow was this? Can't you be a little more human? Shinbei bobbed his fingers up and down, pointing at Chi Chuanyu's clothing. Do you want to do an MRI and look at the brain? Chi Chuanyu had some annoyance on his face. No, I can't do it. I have a will of steel. Add a bottle of medicine? I consume. You don't like the way I dress? That only means you're old-fashioned. Shinbei coughed. Wearing clothes is an important evolution for humans, not for you to evolve a fork. Chi Chuanyu grunted. It's called a trend. What do you know? Shinbei and Jane Tong looked at each other and took a step back, fearing that they would lose face if others knew that they knew him. Chi Chuanyu didn't care and turned back to the previous topic. When you see the school gate, don't you feel small? Having to admit that the gate was just too big, Shinbei nodded, a little. That's right. When the school was built, the reason it was built like this was so that the students would learn to recognize themselves. Chi Chuanyu was like a tour guide, popularizing, we are very small, this is just the door of a school. Even standing in front of the door, we feel small. What about after entering the door? The world inside the door is much wider, much more dangerous, and much more interesting. Shinbei somewhat disapproved, shaking his head. I think that doing so can add to the project budget, a piece of pork to touch, that is also quite substantial. Chi Chuanyu asked in confusion, touch it? It's not like you're eating it in your mouth, what's so objective about it? Shinbei smiled as if looking at a little cutie. Like looking at him. Jane Child giggled on the side and covered her mouth, of course there's grease. The corner of Chi Chuanyu's mouth twitched. Shinbei, you're using the heart of a villain to measure the heart of a gentleman. Shinbei waved his hand and walked into the gate while saying, who is a villain? Who is a gentleman? Who stipulates that a person can only play one role? Chi Chuanyu was bewildered for a moment and stammered, unable to speak. The trio traveled all the way. Come to the new student reporting office. Exchange your acceptance letter for a copy of your student information file and cardboard bag. Information files are filled out truthfully. Obtained a student card from Lingnan City Bukkyo University. And inside the cardboard bag were various school rules and notes, and about the number of individuals receiving benefits. Wait. Chi Chuanyu looked at the student card in her hand, compared it with Shinbei's student card, and turned her head to ask the staff. Why are ours different? Getting special treatment? Everyone else's student cards are silver. It has personal information burned into it. And Shinbei's students were surprisingly golden. The staff member explained, people are top students. Shinbei also took a bite of the student card and exclaimed, pure gold. Chi Chuan language jumped up and down, pure gold? What's wrong with the top student? Isn't it a student, right? It's not fair. Take it easy. Shinbei smiled and pulled out the room card from the cardboard bag, a single villa dormitory. Chi Chuanyu looked at his room card, 2 people. Grass. Not fair. The first prize is more than gross. People are top students. The staff personified the repeater. Shinbei took another look at his school benefits and once again exclaimed, every month, you can receive 5 Chi and Blood Dan, 5 Tyrannosaurus True Grade Dan, and 5 Hegemonic Body Solid Dan. Grass. Chi Chuanyu stared at the staff with wide eyes and questioned, how come I only have 3? People are top students. Shinbei continued to look through the cardboard bag, and Stop. Chi Chuanin pressed his hand and twisted his smoky makeup ghost face, don't say. Bye-bye Yuna. Chi Chuanyu rolled his eyes and squeezed out of the crowd. At this moment, Du Ziting and Bull Standards squeezed in. Once the 3 met, they could not help but greet each other's entire family account women. Chi Chuan language 1-on-2, spraying that called spit flying. Eventually it was the disciplinary pickets from the school that came over and kicked one of them a certain amount of heel before separating the 3. And as Du Ziting and Nyochengdu filled in the information, they glanced at Shinbei, their gazes dim and uncertain, and bared their teeth in a smile. Shinbei was puzzled and returned, what are you looking at? Du Ziting and Bull's eyesight froze. Those are 3 words that people don't normally dare to say. Easily beaten. Bull gave a forehead, an enemy's enemy is a friend, we are brothers hey. Shinbei let out an O and seemed to understand, then said, 2 daggers for a brother? Du Ziting nodded, I'll make you my brother. Shinbei spread his hands, however, I like to stick 2 knives into my brother. Benny the Bull. Du Ziting. Chapter 58, I've been cut over 8,000 times. After the freshman report was over, Shinbei sent Jane Tong to the girls' dormitory building she was in. Road. The 2 of them wandered through the flowery boulevard, the early summer sunlight spilling down through the gaps in the foliage, creating a beautiful column of light that showed a beautiful Tyndall effect. Under the warm sunlight, Jane Child's bright smile seemed to be more dazzling than the sunlight, her eyes were as bright as black gems under the sunlight, her beauty was unattainable. Shinbei came to have some fun, broke a few weeds on the lawn, aligned the 2 sides, and between the flipping fingers, a grass root weaving necklace was completed. For you. Jane Child blushed and wore it around her neck, and although it tickled a little, she asked gleefully, does it look good? Shinbei stretched his neck to look down, praising as he did so, pink openwork floral lace, nice. Jane Child. Where are you looking? Jane Child's face was so red that it was dripping blood, her gaze shy and angry. Shinbei was also helpless, it's really not possible to help. Get out. Jane Child blanked. To the dormitory building. Generally speaking, the girls' dormitory building is off limits to boys. At WKU, there is no defense at all. Although there are also dormitory moms to watch the door, but not like the Earth University, the sight of boys to bare their teeth, a husband and a wife thing. Not to say that it's a free-for-all, but as long as there's a valid reason, boys are allowed in and out. Jane Child's dormitory building was on the 3rd floor, a 4-bedroom apartment. Once inside, there were already 3 girls inside cleaning their rooms and beds. Shinbei greeted briefly, "Hello, beautiful ladies." The 3 girls smiled and nodded. Of the 3 girls, 2 were relatively mediocre. The other wore a light blue jacket, underneath the pleated skirt white hem just covered to the calf slightly upward part of the legs, revealing that wearing white stockings beautiful legs, giving the first impression like a nimble and sensitive deer general. A pair of small coffee-colored boots were set on those small feet. It's not what makes her tick. Her most conspicuous place is? There are still 2 dots on the front body left and right. Shinbei looked at 1 eye, then 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. At the end of the eyes simply cannot move. Good guy, round beach volleyball is not so huge. Shinbei felt that this if she let her give herself a breast enlargement slippery chicken. Then why don't you take off? Jane Child was also somewhat shocked and looked down at her chest. No comparison at all. So handsome. The student named Yu Pan blinked her eyes and complimented Shinbei. Shinbei coughed and said in a serious manner, "Handsome is the adjective of a person, and I am the adjective of handsome. I am like the flower on the balcony, not worrying about food and drink in my life, but only lack of sunshine and love." A sentence that drenches the teenagers in the quiet and sadness of the afternoon. Old, scarred literature now. Another girl named Zhou Qi exclaimed and looked at Jane Tong, "He's your brother? Then I'm not polite." That big-breasted girl, Hulun, also had a change of heart. After all, there was only one drawback to Shinbei's looks, and that was impeccable. Jane Child was about to blow a gasket. "Nice guy. You're on a blind date with us?" Jane Tong ruthlessly pinched Shinbei's waist. Her face was furious, and her whole body was twisted. "What the hell are you up to?" Shinbei hissed and continued to joke, I want to get a prettier ghost if I can. Speak humanly, asshole." Shinbei wrapped his arm around Jane Tong's shoulders and said in an extremely dignified manner, "3 beauties, if there is a chance in the next life, we will renew our relationship." The 3 girls naturally understood and giggled, looking at Jane Child with envy. Jane Child rolled her eyes. That was more like it. A few people talked and laughed for a while longer. Shinbei put Jane Tong's luggage down and then left. The crowd will have to change their uniforms for the opening ceremony in a little while. Shinbei didn't mind changing school uniforms together, but he was afraid that Jane Tong wouldn't be willing. "Go back to your quarters." A small villa. There were quite a few small villas in this part of the country, rows and rows of them side by side. Shinbei's residence is number 9. When he came to the door, he sighed, "The treatment of the top student is good." "Yeah." There was a crisp chorus of agreement from behind him. Shinbei turned his head to look over. Surprisingly, it's Yu Chioi. She was wearing a black long-sleeved dress with ink-dyed ice silk stockings today, and her pure and elegant temperament of pure desire with some seduction was tantalizing. The beautiful long hair swung gently in the breeze as the young girl moved. The sunlight fell on the satin hair, giving it a touching luster, like the moonlight illuminating a sparkling. The lake, again, looks like a sea dotted with golden light in the setting sun's rays, and you can't help but want to get lost in it. Shinbei drifted off for a moment and asked dully, "Why are you here?" Yu Chioi giggled, "In addition to the scholar here staying for free, all the other small villas can be paid to stay, just have the money." Shinbei staggered for a moment. "Nice guy. Thought the villa here was a teacher's residence. I didn't realize it was a place to generate income." Then it was not surprising that Yu Chioi could appear here. After all, her grandfather was the governor of Ning province. "I live across the street from you." Yu Chioi spoke again. Shinbei nodded and did not say much, turning to open the door of the room. Before entering, the number plate above the threshold was shaken and a nail fell off, spinning halfway around, changing the number from 9 to 6. Shinbei. What a quality. Shinbei didn't bother and went straight into the house. The room was very clean, though. Apparently there is housekeeping that cleans daily. Simply tidy up the bedroom. Shinbei changed into the uniform of Lingnan City Martial Arts University. It should go without saying that the aesthetics of school uniforms in this world are similar to Earth schools. That's no longer a matter of hot eyes, it's a matter of the designer's brain going off the rails. Dead and lifeless. Looking at the time, there was still half an hour to convene the opening ceremony. Shinbei copied his cell phone and started looking for nearby listings. Shinbei needs a house with a lot of privacy. As far as the current villa is concerned, the cleaning lady can come in at any time. Even when you go to the bathroom, you push your way in and clean the bathroom. I've seen it all before, and I despise you with a look that says, I've seen it all before, why are you so shy? Look up 10 minutes or so. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. The listings near WU are downright shameless. Shinbei had thought that he had some money, with a deposit of upwards of $2 million, so how could he buy a residence? Results. Lot pits. Sure enough, the cheapest home prices in the country are only on domestic TV series and water drop chips. Shinbei sighed. However, as long as you stay away from the WU neighborhood, the prices of the listings are normal. Give it up for now. Shinbei decided to go online to buy some daily toiletries. Initiate. Spell Yuki. After some busy work, Shinbei walked out of the villa and went to attend the opening ceremony. After rendezvousing with Jane Child, Shinbei said with a heavy face, I was cut more than 8,000 times? Jane Child looked stunned. You got into a fight with a meat grinder? No, spell Yuletide. Jane Child. Serves you right. Jane Child did not sympathize in the least. At this time, freshmen on campus were rushing to the auditorium one after another. Shinbei and Jane Tong happened to run into Chi Chuan Yu and Liao Zhangyang. Once the two sides met, originally Liao Zhangyang wanted to say hello. After all, our Changtu County, a high school students, in the future this is the hometown. But Shinbei dang jang to a sentence, do not play with you two I have a dense phobia, you two this hard ice too much. Chi Chuan Yu? Liao Yan? Thick gift crab special. Chi Chuan Yu's mouth is all twisted in anger. Chapter 59, Commencement Ceremony. After thanking Chi Chuan Yu and Liao Zhangyang for traveling all the way, Shinbei was a bit bored and swiped the video while accompanying Jane Tong towards the auditorium. Jane Tong looked a little upset. Can you stop watching videos of beautiful women? As if you can eat it. Jane Child still had a grudge in her heart. Followed by a beautiful woman not looking at the goblin inside the video? At the mention of goblins, Jane Child couldn't help but think of Yu Choi. More angry. And Shinbei said frankly, the young ladies inside these videos, selling their efforts to find angles to make videos to please me, one does not cheat me of my money, the other does not cheat me of my feelings, but only in exchange for a minuscule point of praise from me, what's wrong with them Jane Child. Jane Tong felt for a moment that what Shinbei said was quite reasonable, speechless, and unable to refute. Jane Child also pulled out her cell phone and started swiping the dude's videos. Shinbei. Stop brushing, we're at the place. Shinbei grunted a few times. Jane Child gave him a blank stare. Come on, hurt each other. In the auditorium, the freshmen greeted each other, heckling and making noise. Then several figures walked in. Instant silence. Walking in front of the most is the principal Zhang Doan Stout, national character face, not angry. Sitting in the first row, sticking out, like an oval marble ball laying there. One after another, other teachers of the Lingnan City Martial Arts University followed into the auditorium. It also includes Gu Xinru. And up on stage to preside over the opening ceremony was a young man of about 27 or 18 years of age. The young man who introduced himself as a freshman adjunct instructor at WOU had a warm smile and spoke in a calm tone. My name is Hu Haipeng, I am your para-educator for this time, and I am very happy to meet you all and to start my 5th para-education experience with you. One thing is rather unfortunate though, the time I can be of service to you all will not be too long. Because, my application was just approved, and by the time your semester is over, I will also be starting the first time in my life that I will be going to the front lines of combat in the underground caves. Hu Haipeng said this and smiled heartily and happily, then turned around and opened an uncomplicated set of movie video projection equipment. However, the image that appeared on the screen was not any movie. These are, in no way, real historical images that you could have seen when you were ordinary people. Like the narrator of a historical documentary, Hu Haipeng said solemnly. In the next second, gasps exploded in the large auditorium. The camera shows a ferocious beast or an inhuman from the crypts of the earth, launching a fierce attack. A time of earth and stone splashing, bumps of earth and sand, the world within the lens, like the end of the world is depressing and heavy. And the martial artists who were human got up from the trenches, eyes closed or open, swearing or just shouting madly. These martial artists, a dozen or so of them, and a dozen heavy machine guns, first swept wildly. So much so that almost the entire frame is covered in a dusty haze rising from gunfire and bullet strikes. But when the dust mist clears, those ferocious beasts and foreigners from the underground caves had few deaths and injuries. Most of them were unharmed, only being forced back a few dozen meters away. They turned around leisurely, and with an extremely disdainful gesture, they sprinted wildly, grimly charging head-on with their bloody mouths. It's too fast. They're too fast. In an instant, the ferocious beasts and the Inhumans had already killed in front of the trench. In the next scene, the machine gun and the human body shattered together, and the limbs of the martial artists, like ears of rice scattered during harvest, spilled into the ground. Then in the next scene, more martial artists were frantically counterattacking. All kinds of martial arts and secret techniques were flying all over the place. Kill. Defend the home. There is death and there is no life. Counterattack the grotto. Draw your swords. Charge. If I die, the mountains and rivers will be there. But in vain. The flesh of the ferocious beasts was extremely strong, stooping and charging, constantly folding back, and each time they impacted, they plowed a path paved with blood and flesh through the crowd. The figure of the foreigner was even more changeable and erratic, and every time he showed up, a martial artist's corpse was separated. Soon, this wilderness was already full of broken bodies, rivers of blood, and dead silence. The dead martial artists are already dead and are lucky. And the injured and absent are still wailing. It was a scene that might not even be described as purgatory. I apologize for bringing you these. Hu Haipeng said. The room was full of silence, when suddenly, from nowhere, the first choked sobs, and then, more, erupted from almost every row, from every area. There are many students here who have forgotten their roots since they were admitted to WU. The state training of martial artists and giving them preferential treatment is only one aspect. The most important tasks were to resist the grottos, and to preserve the country's borders from invasion. And under the evolution of time, some people have forgotten the original mission, only thinking about becoming a martial artist, that is above ordinary people, to become a human being. Even though there are students who are unforgettable and passionate, after seeing the image records, they are also trembling with fear, actually facing and unable to withstand the bloody cruelty of such a battlefield. Amidst the cries that filled the room, Hu Haipeng's voice was clear and firm. I'm sorry, but really, this is our enemy, the one we still don't know enough about, an alien civilization that is constantly poking around in the grottos, searching for the sea of hopelessness, and doesn't know when it's going to invade on a large scale. Shinbei under the field looked heavy. There's nothing wrong with starting the school year with a patriotic education. It was a reminder to all the students of what a true martial artist was. But gore is all mosaic. Some of the students threw up. This flavor is too strong. Just when Shinbei thought that Hu Haipeng would continue the patriotic education. After the boisterous students finally quieted down, Hu Haipeng changed his standing position, somewhat casually, and sat down at the edge of the stage, then opened his mouth in a very relaxed state, smiling. Next, we talk about another topic. Love. This turn of the field for a while a variety of reactions, some people laugh, some people indifferent, some people shy, and some people pretend to be a serious face. Who would have thought that the Martial Arts University opening ceremony, which was a brutal martial arts battle 1 second, would turn to the topic of love the next? Shenbei gave a thumbs up in his heart, worthy of the basic national policy. No country can last without love and babies. A martial artist for a day, a martial artist for a lifetime, this is our destiny. So first of all I would like to say that the WU campus is not against love. Secondly, I can honestly tell you that here, for certain objective reasons, love, in fact, tends to happen more easily. Amidst a low laugh and mingling of voices, Hu Haipeng grimaced, spoke in a heavy tone, and raised his voice. And in the end, what I'm going to tell you for the record is, it's also easy to lose. Even more easily than it happens? Suddenly, it is lost. Have you ever had a neighborhood sister? In a tone of a friend chatting, Hu Haipeng, sitting on the edge of the stage, suddenly said, just the kind, 3 or 4 years older than you, her age of jumping ribbons, you crouch aside to watch, when she picked up her school bag to go to school, you look at the eye, she grew taller, you're still just a little tiny. You followed and envied the sister. I had one, from the same village as me. I watched her skip, followed her to pick ferns, and watched her go to school. Until one day she grew up first, became a big girl, and stopped taking me to play so often. We became less close, only occasionally bumping into each other to say hello and ask to speak a few words. Chapter 60, halfway to the top. But that's okay, because I'm also getting used to it without realizing it, slowly having a life of my own. Later, she finished junior high school and did not continue to go to school, with relatives to go to work in a factory that I heard was very far away. Put her 16 years old tie a ponytail and wear a shirt, parked in my memory. And then gradually blurred. And then later I went to high school and got into WU. Into the United Martial Arts Forces. It was more than 5 years ago at this time, my new recruit period, miserable. Bearing fear, eating raw meat, being scolded, heavy training, and being bullied by old martial artists for 3 days, the whole thing was depressing and painful. That's when, all of a sudden, one day, I met her again. I was helping an older martial artist with her laundry when she passed by and turned back, stopped, stood there, and hesitantly called my name. She was the martial artist who had rotated back to recuperate that summer. And so we met, again, and you can imagine the closeness of meeting here. I was almost in tears. Sister was also very excited. My sister was a fighter on the front line of resistance against the caves of the earth, with many injuries, even a ragged cut on her left cheek, a shallow scar, but still beautiful, possibly even more so, and with a brighter personality. I said the original "You are not going to work ah." She laughed out loud and said so it was. Said you a coward, Reed Lang, why did you also come ah? She said, go, I buy you a beer, you tell me how our village is now. I would like to go, but I am afraid, saying that I helped the old martial artist to wash clothes. She said, just throw that. Whoever finds you trouble, I will find him trouble. Sister said that with her, don't be afraid, said she can be powerful, and is now a vice captain. We talked a lot that day and had no qualms with each other. We talked about the past, she told me. In fact, at that time she also regretted that we were no longer close. I told her about what happened later in the village, the little ones who did what, who married who. Suddenly a question came to me and I asked, by the way, sister, are you married? She laughed up and said, you did not eat the wedding candy? A few years ago, I went back to host a wine ready to invite you, but the aunt said that you were about to take the college entrance exams in those days and could not come. I also left you more wedding candies. I said, oh, come to think of it. I ate your wedding candy. My sister said then laughed and said, actually, it was family leave, so to reassure mom and dad, I got a war buddy to pretend to be an out-of-town groom and marry me off. I say then you guys. My sister laughed and said no, just act it out, I can't see him. In those later days, my sister came to me often, and I often braved her after training. She bought me clothes, familiarized me with everything about the grottos, and shielded me. My sister fought the laborers who came after me to protect me, and she won in just one sparring match. My sister is really strong, she said, and I wouldn't have wasted my physical strength if it wasn't for the opportunity to teach you a lesson in what my sister has learned in actual combat. One day while chatting, my sister's comrade suddenly said, why don't you two make a pair? How hard it is to meet someone close to you here. If this was outside the army, a girl would be shy, right? But in the barracks, my sister wasn't. She smiled up and looked at me and said, coward, college boy, do you still see my sister? I nodded my head vigorously. It didn't take too long, my sister's vacation was over and she was going back to the first line of combat in the underground caves. The day she left, I had to train and couldn't see her off. She came to the side of the training ground, waved to me, and left. I was waiting for a letter from her, 5 days, 10 days, half a month. Until one day the instructor suddenly said that the regimental chief of staff was looking for me, and I went, and in the office they told me that my sister had been sacrificed. They said that the ashes will be sent back through our special channels soon, and that none of her comrades are on the 9 military mountains, the Yingling Wall, so you can send your sister up. 9 military mountain Yingling Wall, tens of thousands of small grids, photos and names are not out there. But these 5 years or so, any time, I can still clearly remember, sister she is in the place, do not need to count, no. It was only the day after the delivery of the ashes that I received a letter from my sister saying that she wanted us to have a child. Do you guys know what a meltdown is? I sat on the wall of the inferno for a whole week, wind or rain. As soon as the army leadership saw me in this state, they returned me to my original home. Up to this point, I had not seen my sister's ashes for a long time. If any of you have graduated from WKU and entered the military, make sure you go to the Wall of the Spirit of Valor for me and see your sister. Hu Haipeng's narration ended. Without adding any reasoning or advice, he just told the new students a true story about what he had just talked about, the love of a martial artist. At this moment, the whole room was silent. There is a heavy stone weighing on every heart. The love of a martial artist. comes fast and goes even faster. Today it may be on the phone, tomorrow, that familiar number permanently becomes busy. Jane Tong clutched Shinbei's arm in death, her tearful eyes, obviously a strong sense of substitution. It was close to crying out. Shinbei sighed lightly. The people under the stage looked at Hu Haipeng, and suddenly remembered that at the beginning of the day, he went on stage and said happily, "However, my application has just been approved by the Ministry of the Army. We'll go to the front line of the battle in the underground grotto." Turns out he was really happy. Presumably, as a counselor in short supply among the WU, he has been applying for 5 years, and it is only now that he can finally go to the place where his sister has fought. Hu Haipen retired first. Next, the principal, Zhang Daoan, walked onto the stage and began a moderate speech. Pull up the depressing atmosphere and ease it. The last sentence, the mission of a martial artist is to protect the family and the country. As a conclusion, this was followed by class placement. This placement is where the individual teachers pick the students while the students pick the teachers. The process is not mandatory, but rather optional. However, each teacher specializes in a different direction and has been teaching for different years. A large screen with individual teacher career resumes is available for student reference and selection. Of course, it's okay for students to pick the wrong teacher in a moment of confusion, they can still be replaced. The teacher will also give advice based on the student's high school attributes and the martial arts path they want to take. One by one, teachers and students began to identify followers. It was Shinbei's turn to go on stage. The teachers on the stage dissimulated a bit. Shinbei. This session of the top student of the college entrance examination, which one of you fell in love? But the attributes are also too mediocre, I'll pass. I specialize in the spiritual realm, and my best student, Jane Child, has already received it, so Shinbei is better off. It's really hard to get a student with 1,000,000 gold oil, there's no salient points, and I guess there's not much growth in the future, so why don't you ask for Shinbei, the new teacher Gu Shinru, since you don't have a single student recruited at the moment. Otherwise you will be reduced to an assistant teacher. The teachers chattered and discussed. Although Shinbei is the top student, there are almost no teachers who are optimistic about the prospect. For martial artists, it was better to highlight an advantageous attribute rather than all other attributes. Fine one, that's enough. Gu Shinro on the stage gently nodded her head. She had long ago said to Shinbei that she would inevitably join her class. Assistant professor? Never in my life will I be an assistant coach. However, just then, halfway through the day, there's a program. A male teacher whose hands were all dead and bony said. Shinbei, right? I'm teacher In Hong, with more than 10 years of teaching experience. I'm very optimistic about you. Come to my class, I'll create a customized path for you as a martial artist. Chapter 61, Look at your poor and downtrodden appearance. At this moment, Shinbei, who originally wanted to select Gu Shinro as his teacher, was given a set of words by Mr. In Hong and wanted to cut him off halfway. Gu Shinru's eyeballs nearly exploded when she saw this scene. Nice guy. In Hong was a third-grade martial artist, and he even had more than 10 years of teaching experience. It is the most popular teacher among the freshmen. Besides, he's already got quite a few new students this year. How can you be so shameless? Gu Shinru's cheeks were bulging with anger, and she looked straight at Shinbei, signaling with her eyes, don't play the set of mutiny ah. To be honest, Gu Shinro had no bottom in her heart towards Shinbei. After all, Shinbei's character is too jumpy, and a temporary change of heart is not impossible. And at this time, Shinbei faced the temptation of Mr. In Hong, and indeed his heart moved a little. Customizing the martial arts path for yourself? That's top-notch treatment. But In Hong's flaws are too obvious. Shinbei coughed. I'm sorry, Mr. In Hong, I already have a lover. On one side, Gu Shinro's face suddenly went from haze unknown, smiling as a brilliant flower. Wait. Gu Shinro muttered in her heart, what intended victim? Can you talk? It's too revealing. In Hong looked at Shinbei and asked tentatively, it's the intended teacher, right? Well, I won't force it, but can you tell me why you didn't choose me? Shinbei is straightforward, not the slightest ink, because you are not a female. In Hong. Grass. You're sexist, you're just an old colorist. In Hong cursed in his heart. In all my years of coaching, this is the first time I've heard such a ridiculous excuse. Icy cold flickered in In Hong's eyes, then he laughed, good luck with your martial arts journey. And at this time, the others simply couldn't understand Shinbei's choice. There was a little twittering. This Shinbei is really joking about his martial path, not choosing In Hong and choosing the newcomer Gu Shinru. There's no comparison between the two in terms of teaching experience. This is the choice of the top student? Joking around like a family, huh? Weakness exposed, near beauty. A fatal flaw. It can't become an atmosphere. Unexpected hiccups end. Shinbei followed the agreement and chose Gu Shinru. Spit as spit into a nail. There was no other way, the two sides were just too familiar with each other. Even if she skipped class, Gu Shinru would not make a fuss. Much less deduct your own credits. After the commencement ceremony, the teachers left with their own students and most of them walked out of the school to go to an outside restaurant or hotel to have an orientation meal and get acquainted with each other. Generally, this kind of banquet is for students AA to invite teachers. Shinbei and Gu Shinru were no exception. Today Gu Shinru was just wearing a plain dress. But highlighting the beautiful curve of the dress and the night wind swaying, hiring ting 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 Qianqing turned instantly, emerald-colored skirt fluttering around his wife, like a lotus flower like a gorgeous blossom, a glimpse of people, pleasing to the eye. The two of them came to the street side hot and spicy. 2 $8 spicy hot pots. Shinbei waved his hand rather ostentatiously, my treat. Shinru Gu. $9, please. Gu Shinru didn't mind what she ate, but she had to add $1. It's too risky to eat $8 worth of hot and spicy food. Shinbei smashed his mouth, just because of the dollar you added, I'm broke. Don't be poor. Gu Shinru rolled her eyes. Gu Shinru took out her small notebook, her finger scratched on it, and said, there are some things I have to talk to you about in advance. After the school year starts, it's not straight to classes, but to military training. Shinbei frowned and took a sip of Diao soda. Is it okay not to have military training? No. Besides, this military training time is not fixed, it could be daytime and nighttime. So sick? It's normal. Gu Shinru said in a serious manner, when the earth cave appears, that's not punctual and on time for you to wait. As a martial artist, at any given time, you must be ready to be called upon. Shinbei let out an oh-so-subtle sound. He realized that the teaching philosophy at WKU was completely different from high school. High schools are 100 times more lucrative, urging students who have the strength to take the martial arts exam. This process naturally involves the fact that it is the martial artist who is the man of the people, the martial artist is the most promising profession, and the martial artist is a symbol of honor and prestige. And after arriving at WU, the style suddenly and abruptly changed, and the martial artists had only one mission, to settle the country and destroy the grottos. What wealth, what status, what fame? Don't mention it. Whoever mentions it is in a hurry. But Shinbei was not willing to have military training. It's a serious squeeze on your part-time job. Shinbei has a clear mirror in his heart, and he can grow up, which is entirely due to the daily settlement panel. Military training may seem like a wool-grinding exercise for other students. But it was completely useless to Shinbei. At this time, Gu Shinru also found that Shinbei's eyeballs were dripping, and he seemed to be thinking of some ghost idea to not go to military training. Gu Shinru slapped the table and said with a serious face, what are you thinking? I'm warning you, if you don't get the military training right, you'll lose disciplinary points. This is my assessment indicator as a teacher. But you make a mess, and you'll see what I'll do to you. Shinbei spread his hands and said with an innocent face, teacher, you also know, I'm short of money, I have to work to earn money. Martial artist is a promising career, isn't it much better than working odd jobs? Gu Shinru asked rhetorically. But Shinbei shook his head, teacher, you still don't understand society. In today's era, if we say which profession has a low threshold and still makes money, then naturally it's that group of sea cucumber eaters. Really, if it wasn't for the fact that kicking a soccer ball doesn't allow martial artists to participate, I could have kicked it with my eyes closed and it would have gone into the opposite goal. Shinru Gu. Gu Shinru held his forehead and said with a helpless face, in short, I don't care what excuses you make, this military training must be in place. Shinbei rolled his eyes. After a few moments of work, the two of them finished eating and went their separate ways. Gu Shinru went back to school to prepare for class. Shinbei, on the other hand, went to a pickup point near the school, picked up the small electric donkey that he had shipped over, and started running takeout orders. Hard work, that's the fine tradition. Take orders, work part-time. I have to say that Lingnan City is just more prosperous than Shantou County. It's delivery order after delivery order. You don't have to grab it at all, and you can even pick and choose what to deliver. After delivering 3 orders, Shinbei came to an upscale hotel to pick up a copy of the dish. Just out. Coincidence. Just in time to see Jane Child appear in the doorway. Meanwhile, there were boys standing around her, chattering about something the whole time. And Jane Child looked impatient. Shinbei. After Jane Child unintentionally saw Shinbei, she hurriedly waved her hand in greeting. Shinbei walked over smilingly. Why are you here? Jane Child brow corner smile into a crescent moon, hugged Shinbei's arm. I'm not attending the teachers and classmates of the welcome banquet, you're. Jin Tong looked Shinbei up and down and let out an indistinct cry. Delivery ah? Right. Shinbei said greatly, must make money. Ha! At this moment, the boys on one side snorted with disdain and said in a conspiratorial manner. If I'm not mistaken, you're this year's top student, aren't you? Are you poor and downtrodden like this? Delivering food on the first day of school? You don't even want to lose your face as a martial artist. Do you want me to reward you with some pocket money? Saying that, he pulled out a few piles of bills from his bag and waved them in front of Shinbei. Chapter 62. Give it to a dog, the dog won't even eat it. Is this a relative of our family? You're giving them a gift just for coming up? Shinbei asked at Jane Tong. At the same time, nonchalantly, he reached out and took it, putting it in his bag. Jane Child snorted and giggled, covering her stomach. The boy also never expected Shinbei to be so shameless, saying that he would give it. The male went green with anger. I wanted to pretend in front of Jane Tong, but Shinbei is really not accustomed to dishes ah. His name is Yu Hao. Jane Tong stifled her smile and introduced, Uncle Yu and my dad are old acquaintances. Right. Jane Tong added, he was the top martial arts student of the previous year, and is now a sophomore at Lingnan City Martial Arts University. Shinbei was quite surprised and looked Yu Hao up and down. This person is average looking, his appearance is unimpressive, his body is dry and thin, the most prominent pair of cock eyes. Left eye on the right eye on the left. It gives an extremely twisted sense of immediacy. Cheating, right? This guy can be the top student? Shinbei said with some contempt. Yu Hao sniffed and his forehead veins rippled. How can you talk? That's the actual top scholar. Shinbei smashed his mouth. Can you look me in the eye? I thought you were talking to someone else. Yu Hao. At this time Jane Child pulled Shinbei, whispered in the ear, do not in his general understanding, this guy can be annoying, has been pestering me, at a glance is not a good heart, if it is not uncle you saved my father's life in the first place, I would like to call the police, let's go. Shinbei instantly understood. The matter of the father's generation, so that Jane Child is not good to tear his face, and bear no small pressure. A digger came out of nowhere, trying to dig me up. Don't even look at what you look like. Too much blind confidence, right? Don't talk nonsense to me. At this moment, Yu Hao said with an annoyed face, now leave, don't delay me from talking to Jane Tong. Why? You took my money, don't you know anything about this human condition? Don't get it. Grass. You're playing a scoundrel with me? Yes. Yu Hao's expression was as vicious and hideous as an evil ghost. You're too shameless, aren't you? Give me back my money. Shinbei reached out, stopped Yu Hao and said, don't move, this money belongs to me in name, you are now robbing, I'm not light or heavy. When Yu Hao heard this, he suddenly burst out laughing, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. You're just a freshman, I'm a sophomore, and I'm still a second-grade martial artist. Yu Hao's gaze was cold and his tone was hard, you're not light or heavy? Are you stupid? Shinbei's eyes were indifferent and unfeeling, as if he was silently sneering, delivering takeaways is merely my part-time job. Burial delivery is my proper occupation. In an instant. Both sides are at swords drawn. The smell of gunpowder. Be quiet. At this time, Jane Tong had to stand out, fearing that Shinbei and Yu Hao would clash further. One slip up and it has to turn into a brawl. You should know that Yu Hao was a second-grade martial artist. Even though Shinbei's cultivation progress was rapid, that was not something that Shinbei could be heroic about. Jin Tong pushed the two away, then mercilessly accused Yu Hao. Yu Hao, aren't you going a little too far? Yu Hao's face suddenly changed, greatly surprised, unbelievably asked, Jane Tong, you help him not help me? He is taking my money and not doing anything. Be reasonable, okay? Jane Tong was rather helpless, you didn't give me that money by playing it cool. Yu Hao immediately felt worse than eating. That's what I'm paying for. Who in their right mind would answer that? Neuropathy. However, Yu Hao was too lazy to pursue the tens of thousands of dollars, or rather, didn't care at all. He only cared about one thing, and that was Jane Child's attitude. Yu Hao asked, Jane Tong, we have known each other for more than 10 years, we often strung together when we were young, we all know each other, tell me, what is your relationship with this guy Shinbei? You're a good man. Jane Child's cool eyes condensed, and she uttered 5 words in a simple and clear manner. And Yu Hao was struck by lightning, his entire body stiffened. A shocked, unbelievably bizarre look filled his countenance. Yu Hao faced little by little twisted deformation, physical and mental chill, such as spitting ice slag general word by word, Jane Child. Can you afford to let my father save Uncle Jane in the first place? My heart fed to the dog? Shinbei let out a laugh with a teasing look on his face, give it to the dog won't even eat it. Shinbei wouldn't take a step back. The father's favor, that's between them. Threaten Jane with submission? What an age this is. Taking Jane Child to repay the Yu family's favor, I, Shinbei, am the first to disagree. Yu Hao's gaze changed fiercely in an instant, and with an overwhelming, chillingly ferocious aura, he deadlocked Shinbei from head to toe from afar. You have the balls to say it again. Shinbei Fan was naturally not accustomed to such provocation, but just as he wanted to speak, Jane Tong reached out and pressed down. It's late, go back. Yu Hao still hated Shinbei. In his imagination, he is the suppressed protagonist of the novel, the childhood friend snatched away from the lovable man. And Shinbei's persona, a proper villain. Jane Child was just confused and disoriented. He's his true love himself. But out of respect for Jane Child, Yu Hao still suppressed his anger and said, Jane Child, I'll send you back. With that, he pulled out the Mercedes-Benz Marshall Elite car key and pressed it. The headlights of a black Mercedes flashed outside the hotel door. And Shinbei was no better, pulling out his electric car key and pressing it. The taillight of the electric car outside the door flicked on, making a ticking sound. Yu Hao grunted and laughed at the poor man. You are also a top student and you don't even have a car, so you have the nerve to be in true love with the goddess Rob? This wave, win hemp. Get in the car. Yu Hao invited Jane Tong. But not to be thought of. Jane Child straight followed Shinbei on the electric car. Yu Hao's eyes snapped open, his orbits crumbling, and his eyes were filled with an extremely twisted and resentful look. What? Yu Hao was once again confused. He really couldn't figure out that he couldn't compare to Shinbei except for his face value. What in the world has he lost to him? Jane Child would rather sit in an electric car and laugh than sit in a Mercedes and cry? Grass. 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 Yu Hao had a bellyful of fire. In his eyes, there was resentment towards Shinbei that could not be washed away even if he poured out rivers, lakes, and seas. The more he looked at Shinbei and Jane Tong's inseparably intimate appearance, the more his heart ached and his liver ached. There's a sense of being cuckolded. Vaguely, a devilish thought bubbled up in his mind. The only thing that could bring Jane Child back would be if someone perished. Yu Hao sat in the car, the pupils of his eyes were as hostile and gloomy as a viper flashing through red light. The middle of the city. The little battery-operated car sped along. Jane Tong held Shinbei's back waist in death, and her entire body was pressed against his back. The long, flowing hair flew like a black rose in bloom. You're going to breastfeed the car seat if you stick this close? Shinbei came in with a bang. Jane Tong almost exploded with anger, her face darkened. You talk so disgustingly, admit your mistake to me. Shinbei forehead, jokingly said, my attitude of admitting my fault depends on the scale of your dressing, really can't. You go to my villa at night, let go of the scale to be generous to me a little bit. A few months later I will also send you a big belly, how about it? Get out. Jane Child's eyelids rolled up to the back of her head, and she was speechless. Jane Tong accompanied Shinbei to deliver the last takeout order. Back to WU. Jane Tong said with some concern, if Yu Hao finds you in trouble, don't try to be strong, call me, I'll solve it. Shinbei waved his hand indifferently, it's just a clown, don't put it in your eyes at all. That's a second-grade martial artist. Jane Tong emphasized the point, anyway, listen to me, okay? Shinbei shrugged, okay. Jane Child laughed and bounced into the girls' dormitory. Midnight, 3 a.m. Shinbei is playing chess with Jogon. Suddenly, the door to the room banged. It was kicked off with a strong kick. Shinbei. Get up for me. Chapter 63, Midnight Military Training, Takes a Life. Shinbei fluttered and got up in a defensive stance. A wary look at the door. Initially, he thought it was Yu Hao who had suffered from holding back his anger and was annoyed, seeking revenge late at night. As a result, the electric lights came on. The visitor was not Yu Hao, but a big man wearing a military uniform, as if he was a pale and ancient pine stout. His facial lines were rigid and distinct, with thick eyebrows like swords, a straight nose, and an angular jaw. A hint of coldness flashed in the military man's eyes, and his face was displeased. What an abomination! You dropped your door number and didn't say to clean it up, causing me to kick in the door of Villa 9's room. Shanbei. Then, the big military man smiled skin deep and said, I'm your military training instructor, Cheng Liaoyuan. Of course, you can also call me Instructor Devil. 3 minutes, meet at the playground immediately for military training. 1 second late for extra practice. Having said that, the big military man turned and walked away. With Shinbei in a daze, he heard the door of the villa room on the opposite side of the room being kicked open, and there came Yuchui's screams as well as the sound of the military hunk's heckling set. Shinbei sniffled, this ing. Also thought that the middle of the night military training is a joke, I did not expect to play really. Hurriedly, he put on his clothes and ran to the playground. The playground was lit up under the darkness of the night. There were already quite a few army instructors with their hands behind their backs, like wolves, looking at one student running with a playful expression. Shinbei didn't say a word and found a backward line to stand in. When he could see the students around him, he froze. Shi Chuanyu, Liao Zhongyang, Ben Nyo, and Du Ziting were all standing in a row with Shinbei. Du Ziting yawned and said lazily, it's a real tosser, whereas the military training in the early hours of the morning, it's too inhumane. The sentence was met with nods of approval from the others. A military training, a walk in the park, pretty much. Liao Zhongyang buzzed in, but I've heard that the last military training was supervised by the school's own teachers, and this time the military was invited. What kind of crazy is this? Shi Chuanyu muttered, the officers are all perverts, there's no good for us. Bullpen scoffed in a small voice, what, scared? Pull out your white panties, hang onto a branch and hold it up, hey. Why are you everywhere? Shi Chuanyu's liver was on fire and his face was unhappy, be careful in the future, don't get sacked. Nyo Sally hummed, you're starting to act like a bully before you've even become a martial artist, aren't you? Sack me? If you have the ability, you can set it now, hey. You. Shi Chuanyu pulled on his sleeve, compete? Originally called up in the middle of the night for military training on a belly full of fire, 3 words, no one is convinced. Scared of you? Nyo Tendency squinted and stalked his neck, old do, give me a heave-ho. Don't. Liao Zhongyang on one side rushed over to pull the fight, this is military training, it's easy to get caught as a typical Shi Chuanyu glared, Liao Zhongyang. What the kind of gang are you in? Give it to me. Shinbei saw that the situation was not right, and these 4 fools were about to fight, so he immediately took a few steps back. What a brain fart. Fighting under these circumstances, how can that officer be spoiled for you buns? Don't get me involved. The shouts and curses from this side instantly startled a few instructors in front of them. But they were so happy, they could barely hold back their laughter. At once a couple of officers ran over and pulled away from the 4 fools by punching and kicking them. It was a punch to the gut, and the 4 fools wailed and cried. But the way a few of the officers beat up people, that was pretty professional. The injury does not move the bones. It looks like a bruised nose, but there are no internal injuries. After tackling the 4, as if they were the death row inmates, they were escorted to the center of the field. Kind of. At this moment, Cheng Liaoyuan stepped on his leather shoes and stared around at them. That's not right, I remember the last row being 5 students. Cheng Liaoyuan's gaze crossed over the other students and landed on Shinbei. Shanbei. It's none of my business. Shinbei hurriedly waved his hand, showing a face of a casual acquaintance, I don't know them. Do you believe it yourself? Cheng Liaoyuan snorted coldly, the warning in his eyes growing thicker, fine-skinned little goody 2 shoes, step out of line for me. Shinbei rolled his eyes. One grinding step at a time, he made his way to the center of the field. Looking at the 4 big goofballs and harboring a fire in my heart. It's still being spared. At this moment, Cheng Liaoyuan temporarily ignored the 5 and turned to look at the other students. His mellow voice rang out. There must be people who are disgruntled about this surprise military training, but the disgruntlement has to be held in. I don't care what kind of education you had before, what kind of temptation made you want to become martial artists. In my eyes, martial artists have only one mission: to protect the family and the country, and to eradicate the underground caves. Any value attached to martial artists, that's all bull. My mission today is to destroy your chaffing thoughts of glory and wealth. Don't think that just because you've gotten into WU, you can be above others and be high-minded. Today, if I don't train you all to be dogs, you'll never know how much of a loser you are yourselves. 10 laps. Start running. You have to run even if you're spitting blood. If you can't run, you're out of school. The country doesn't need trash. Begin. The playground at WU is not just any playground, it's quite a bit larger than the playgrounds at unusual schools. 2,000 meters a lap. Even though the students of WU have higher attributes. But fitness is not exactly the same as endurance. What's more, the surface value of an attribute is not equal to the true attribute value either. The difficulty is still there. A wail rang out from the students, but they could only start running laps one after another. Chang Liaoyuan turned to look at Shinbei and the others, his face expressionless. The top few in the martial arts exams have all been gathered. It's really a rare sight. I just love rowdy students, it makes military training extra fun. You guys. Chang Liaoyuan hooked up the corner of his mouth, paused, and said sorrowfully, 20 laps, absolutely no problem, right? Shinbei raised his hand and said, I was dragged into it, and their fight had absolutely nothing to do with me. Well. Chang Liaoyuan's face instantly flared up in fury. If your teammates were killed in the underground cave, is it not also none of your business to look on coldly? Say, isn't it? This is different. What's different? Shinbei was somewhat speechless and dumbfounded. Run. Chang Liaoyuan gave the order. Shinbei sighed and thought that he would have to stay away from these 4 moldy gods in the future. From a collective perspective, this task was absolutely impossible to accomplish. Shinbei knew it very well, so he didn't try to be brave. After 5 people have run 15 laps, they just can't run anymore. One by one, they vomited and collapsed, or stopped, or even fainted, and Shinbei sat down limply on the ground. Chang Liaoyuan walked over, looked over, bent down, stretched out a hand, grabbed Liao Zhongyang's collar, and lifted his entire body up, hanging in the air, his gaze forced. What are you? His voice trailed off. Liao Zhongyang didn't say anything. What are you? Chang Liaoyuan asked again, his gaze stern, his voice not violent but full of oppression. Liao Zhongyang held his breath for half a day before finally speaking, I'm a freshman. No, you're a waste that has vain attributes and can't utilize your true attributes at all. A waste that will almost certainly get your teammates killed when you enter the underground cave in the future. Liao Zhongyang's entire demeanor froze for a moment, followed by a violent struggle. I won't. You will, because you are a waste, you can't even run 10 laps. Chang Liaoyuan's entire eyes suddenly became violent. Come on, say it, say that you yourself are a waste. As long as you say it 10 times, I'll let you go back to sleep. Liao Zhongyang didn't say anything. Waste. As he spoke, Chang Liaoyuan let go of his hand. Liao Zhongyang, who had already exhausted himself long ago, paralyzed on the ground. What about you? Chang Liaoyuan looked at Qi Chuanin. I don't care. Qi Chuan said. Ha, Chang Liaoyuan laughed and turned to Du Ziting. What about you? I'm not. The sentence was yelled, and Du Ziting seemed to be incredibly offended by the word, and his first reaction was, well, a little intense. Chang Liaoyuan returned and pointed to the track, run through it. Du Ziting struggled and stumbled to his feet. Chang Liaoyuan approached and looked at his eyes condescendingly, see? No matter how tough you talk, you're still a loser, and someone like you will definitely get me killed if you're my teammate in the future. You'll definitely get a lot of people killed, including yourself. Chapter 64, Do you see me as a drama queen? At this moment, late-night surprise military training. The other freshmen were paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air, but their gazes were directed to the center of the field. There's a big show. It had not occurred to these new students that having become quasi-martial artists, they could already achieve a certain status in society, and could speak with unbridled brutality. But in the eyes of the officers in the military training, he was scolded as a punk. Such words, unusually harsh. Especially Qi Chuanyu and the others, among the martial arts department, their achievements were one race after another, all of them were existences that the other students needed to look up to. And here in the officer's place, they are judged in 2 words, waste. At this moment, Chang Liaoyuan stood up in the gaze of many students. Looked at Shinbei. Are you guys disconcerted? No one squeaked. Come on, I'll give you guys a chance, all 5 of you together. If one of you can hit me a little bit, we'll call it a day. Chang Liaoyuan finished speaking and stood there with his hands behind his back. Not too far from the center of the field, a portion of the instructors were watching with great interest. Old Chang is at it again. Yeah, it's still the same thing after all these years, high pressure and high pressure again, striking people in the first. And then showing you the mastery and giving you hope. Well, by the way, Team Ching is in another city military training freshman. Has anyone ever hit him? How can that be? Chang Liaoyuan is a third-grade martial artist, okay? He's been hacking away at the ferocious beasts of the Earth Cave and the Inhumans for more than 10 years. You think you've fallen behind after being an instructor for a few years, huh? Ha, these freshmen are nothing more than attribute qualified quasi-martial artists. They're not even first-rate martial artists, so how could they beat the Daocheng team? The other novices heard the whispers of the officers and their curiosity and admiration grew even more. No bones about it. One of the freshmen present counted, and after graduating from Lingnan City Martial Arts University, they would be thankful if they could reach second-grade martial artist. When I got to the provincial capital, WU, the pressure was even greater. It was highly likely that in his entire life, he would only be a second-grade martial artist. A third-grade martial artist was worthy of the freshman's admiration and respect. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The important thing is that Chang Liaoyuan is still alive after chopping in the gutter for more than 10 years. What the new students saw in the first lesson of the opening ceremony was the grueling extent of the fight in the grotto. That scene, a presence that could wake you up in your dreams. And Chang Liaoyuan didn't know how many battles he had fought in the gutter. There were no missing arms or legs, which all but showed that his combat experience was superior to the heavens. What? Don't dare. In the center of the field, Chang Liaoyuan's condescending gaze swept around the circle, then said, "Give this bunch of losers a stick, they're afraid their hands will hurt." Click. The officer on one side dropped the round wooden stick on the ground. "Pick it up, hit me, go back to sleep. No one's moving. Wastes, cowards, and trash." Chang Liaoyuan cursed, then chose a random person and forced the stick into his hand. "Take it, if you don't even have this much courage, can you stand up to the Inhumans?" "You!" Chang Liaoyuan cursed, when those inhuman cholera that rushed out from the underground caves, even the ordinary local residents dared to take bricks up and smash them, and as a quasi-martial artist, you even dare to take a stick? Why don't you go to hell? Ben Neo carefully argued, "You're a third-grade martial artist, I'm merely a quasi-martial artist, I don't know anything, you're asking too much." "Is it high?" Chang Liaoyuan growled with force, "When the Inhumans kill and abuse, are they not going to kill you because you are a quasi-martial artist? When all of us ranked martial artists are dead and it's your turn to go into battle, how can you defend your country?" Disappointment. What a disappointment. The defense of the country is in the hands of a bunch of losers like you. The country is not going to be a country. Bullseyes held his hands, too scared to take it, and the stick fell to the ground. If you don't dare to take it, admit it, you're a loser. I'm wasted. At that instant, no one could see the loss and pain on Chang Liaoyuan's face. "I'll do it." Liao Zhangyan walked over, picked up the stick and held it in his hand as he looked at Chang Liaoyuan. "Come." Chang Liaoyuan stood in front of him. Liao Zhangyang hissed, taking his stick and frantically smashing it towards Chang Liaoyuan. Liao Zhangyang is practicing the basics in advance. Swinging a stick is still a good idea. "You punk, I'm not a punk." Wrong body, wrong body, wrong body again. Chang Liaoyuan didn't move significantly at all. Almost every time, he thought he was going to hit, but every time, the stick grazed his body and fell short. It can be seen that Chang Liaoyuan's basic skill of controlling himself has reached a state of exaltation. Liao Zhangyang was sweating profusely, arching his back to catch his breath. Chang Liaoyuan indifferently glanced at him and nodded instead. Turning to look at the others, he asked, "Who else is coming?" "I'll try." Du Ziting seemed to have learned martial arts, but hadn't yet reached the point of specialization. He attacked, stabbing mainly, but the result was the same, missing once. It is in a state of half a caddy with Liao Zhangyang. It was finally kicked over by the impatient Chang Liaoyuan. You see, it's because of the noisy fights during military training that you're now victimized like this. Retaking the stick in his hand, Chang Liaoyuan walked over to Qi Chuanin. "Don't you feel guilty? Aren't you going to do something about it?" Qi Chuan, you acted like a pussy, with a kind of weepy vestigial feeling. "I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, don't. Chang Liaoyuan scorned a glance, turned around, and said, "A bunch of wa." The words were not yet finished. A cold smile spread across the corners of Chi Chuanyu's mouth, taking advantage of Chang Liaoyuan's unsuspectingness. Quickly copied the stick and directly backhanded it over. Phew. I'm just putting on a show for you, but you're still serious? You really think I can't hit you? Sneak attack. I have to say that Chi Chuanin disguised himself very well once his ghostly mind came up. After showing weakness, he suddenly stormed in for a sneak attack. Even the officers on one side exclaimed in shock at the swing of the baton. This guy is so damaged. The battlefield is ever-changing, just enough moves. It looks like Team Chang is going to be planted. And Chang Liaoyuan's ears twitched as the strong wind behind him pressed in, drumming his eardrums. Chang Liaoyuan was unperturbed, as if he had eyes behind him, and with a relaxed demeanor, he carried his hands behind his back and leaned back to let it pass. Get over it. There were vibrating gasps from the freshman on the floor. Again. Chang Liaoyuan turned around, his face didn't show any chagrin, but rather, he smiled and hooked his finger. Chi Chuanyu licked his lips and his mouth cannon attacked non-stop. You instructor, hide a hair. I'll see how long you can hide. Chi Chuanyu once again swung the smashing wooden stick down. No hit. Waste. No hit. Tired? Loser. No hit. Go tell the inhuman you're tired, get on your knees, beg it, and see if it helps. No hit. Punk, you'll get your future teammates killed, you will, you know? You sure will, because losers like you will get us all killed. No hit. Chi Chuanyu was so tired that he could barely move, but Chang Liaoyuan was still provoking him over and over again, humiliating him over and over again. Until Chi Chuanyu, who had collapsed on the ground, couldn't even move a single finger. Is this a martial artist? Chi Chuanyu muttered. For him, although there were martial artists in his family's elders, he had never been in a real battle with one. Unceremoniously, a third-ranked martial artist against a quasi-martial artist is a martial artist against a civilian. And in the distance rang the whistles and laughter of the instructors. Next. Chang Liaoyuan snatched the stick from Chi Chuanin's hand and threw it backhandedly to Shinbei, who was standing aside. Come. Bang. Full house, far and near. Freshmen, unlucky foursome, instructors. All. Ravens are silent. Chapter 65. How did this douchebag suddenly get up in the middle? Just now, the military training site already had a serious antagonistic atmosphere and a sense of oppression. Then instructor Chang Liaoyuan had been verbally provoking Chi Chuanyu to strike out again, humiliating him all the time, and the process had a constant progression in tempo and degree, making the entire atmosphere and mood of the scene continue to stack up. Then again, Chang Liaoyuan bent down and drew the wooden stick from Chi Chuanin, who had fallen to the ground, flung it to Shinbei, who was standing at the side and back, and turned around while saying, "Come." Bang. Just hit it. Chang Liaoyuan's face was stunned, and his pupils shrunk violently. Tried to recall the whole thing too, then slowly raised his hand and carefully touched his scalp. It was a little swollen. Of course, with over a decade of fighting, injuries weren't enough. That fast? Or am I just too relaxed? Chang Liaoyuan raised his head and glanced at Shinbei, and there were a few moments of confusion in the coldness of his gaze. You know, you are a third-grade martial artist. Shinbei was only a quasi-martial artist. How can you hit me? Chang Liaoyuan broke his head and could not imagine that not only Shinbei, along with the unlucky four, there is one that counts. Long before the martial arts examination, they had carried out quenching the chi in blood, and quenching the roots in bones. But the unlucky foursome is nothing but slow progress. Failed to break through to reach the first grade of martial artist only. And Shinbei. Because of the attributes provided by the daily settlement panel, not only did he break through the martial artist, he even mastered the martial arts. A serious first-class martial artist. If the two sides were in a state of killing, Shinbei wanted to touch a hair on Chang Liaoyuan's head, it was still more laborious. But now it's military training, and it's the freshman that Chang Liaoyuan despises. Carelessness coupled with disdain earned him a hard blow to the forehead. There was a silence. Cough, cough, giggle, giggle, giggle. A kind of strange laughter containing various emotions such as weak, suppressed, can't help it and painful came from the mouth of Chi Chuanyu, who was lying on the ground, breaking the calmness of the scene. Laughter came from the mouth of Chi Chuanyu, who was lying on the ground, breaking the calmness of the scene. The other freshmen and officers at the scene were also shocked and shaken, and they all set their eyes on Shinbei. In their gaze was an expression of extremely complex emotions. There is envy, surprise, shock, disbelief, and sourness. Finally, in the midst of the oppressive silence, the crowd erupted into booming vibrations. Hiss. How is this possible? A freshman actually beat the Chang team? Damn, dreaming, I must be dreaming. Just now we were making flags, and in the blink of an eye, the face slapping came too fast, didn't it? Is Shinbei, the top scholar, so fierce? It just happened? A quasi-martial artist actually beat up a third-ranked martial artist? Aborted, I'm a bit confused about this world. There was a chittering like a tsunami. It was as absurd as a civilian slapping a martial artist to the ground with a move. Martial artists aren't those crunchy college kids. The whole room was shocked. At this moment, in the center of the playground, Chang Liaoyuan slowly raised his head, hooked the corners of his mouth sidelighty, and said, again. Still coming? Shinbei frowned. There were doubts in his mind. It's been a few days of going out and doing odd jobs for a lot less time though. There is no record of exactly how many attribute values were harvested. Had his attributes skyrocketed? We'll have to get it tested sometime. And in the face of Chang Liaoyuan's aggressiveness, Shinbei instead leapt forward. This kind of absence of life and death could allow one to recognize the gap between oneself and a third-ranked martial artist. To others, Shinbei was wrestling to stay out of military training. The actual pattern is low. Shinbei wants to test how much strength he has. With this thought, Shinbei really struck out. Phew. Chang Liaoyuan concentrated and flashed through, saying, not bad, not really slow. Again. Phew. Again. Phew. Probably a lot of people were silently expecting to win again, including the unlucky group of 4 such as Chi Chuanyu. Or even a few other officers standing off to the side, because then the day would seem to be even more ridiculous and interesting. But no. Snap. Another time, the stick that fell out of Shinbei's hand was held by Chang Liaoyuan's outstretched hand. Then a sudden burst of pulling force came from the stick. Shinbei decisively scattered. But almost at the same time, Chang Liaoyuan's left hand had grabbed at his collar. Shinbei did his best to dodge towards the side. But it didn't work. The speed is just too fast. So fast that Shinbei's eyes blinked and he still didn't know what was happening. Chang Liaoyuan's hand changed its trajectory halfway through, and even appeared as a shadow. It would be better to put it in simpler terms, it was fast, so fast that it was amazingly fast and unavoidable. The fast-moving arm was moving laterally, grabbing Shinbei's collar with a precise hand. Then a tug and a release while the left fist pops over like a powerful retractable whip. Bang! Shinbei, who had temporarily lost his center of gravity because he was pulled, received a punch on his left shoulder. Instructor Chang must have collected his strength, but he still stumbled. Immediately following, almost did not give any time to react. The height must be more than 1 meter 9. Chang Liaoyuan Zhang, chief instructor, surprisingly to a freshman, directly lifting the right leg sweep. Shinbei only had time to put his arms up in his haste and dismay. Puff. A leg sweep. His entire body was swept away and rolled on the ground several times before coming to a stop. In a once full silence, Shinbei barely managed to get up from the ground, patted the dirt on his body, and raised his head, his gaze somewhat incomprehensible as he looked at Chief Instructor Chang, who had just blatantly struck out. The freshmen in the room were a bit incredulous, worthy of being a devil instructor, so graceless? Direct retaliation on the spot. What are you looking at? Chang Liaoyuan suddenly opened his mouth and roared, I'm saying that you guys hit me and call it a day. Did I say I wouldn't fight back? Get back to bed. After saying that, Chang Liaoyuan turned around and left the training ground first with a sullen face. The 2 officers rushed to follow. The rest of the students dispersed from the training ground, grabbing their time to go back and catch up on their sleep. And Shinbei flung his arm, pondering in his mind, if Chang Liaoyuan is really an enemy today and wants to kill me, is there any possibility for me to resist or escape? He reviewed the process he'd just gone through carefully, and the answer was, no. Shinbei had to admit that this was the gap. The suppression of tears between martial artists. Insurmountable. Shinbei let out a light breath, his gaze gradually firming up. One must also continue on to the higher levels of the martial artist to have the fundamentals of standing. At least a 3rd-grade martial artist. According to Shinbei's understanding, a 3rd-grade martial artist could ignore guns. Not ignoring the whole thing, exactly, but the most a bullet can do to your body is to break the skin and bleed, with little effect. Or, just too much bad luck and the bullet gets stuck in the crack of a bone. But it doesn't pose a lethal threat. And the 1st-grade, 2nd-grade martial artists were still a bit weak. There are only two paths to becoming stronger: working and practicing. Shanbei. Jane Child was the first to run over to him and looked him up and down. Is everything alright? This instructor really has no manners. Shinbei revealed his white teeth, right? In comparison, my character is simply radiant. Don't flatter yourself, grab some time to go back and catch up on your sleep. Maybe this big perverted instructor will torture us again sometime. Jane Child informed a sentence and left with her roommate. The unlucky foursome also gathered around. Ben started to act like a bully again. You're stealing all the scenery, so angry, hey. Shi Chuan Yu instantly cursed, you gutless piece of trash. Says who, hey? Wasn't it you who said you were trash? With gritted teeth, Ben Nyo carefully flung his arm and turned to leave. His figure disappeared in the darkness. Du Ziting pointed at Shi Chuan language scolded, this is called to know the time. The backbone is certainly necessary, but life is more cost-effective. You know the game. Shi Chuan Yu grunted. Liao Zhongyang scratched his head, looked at Shinbei a few times with some scorn, and left with Du Ziting one after the other. Finally, Shi Chuan Yu said in a tone of defiance and also some envy and jealousy. Shinbei, you're awesome, breaking through to martial artist without saying a word? Wait out, I'll get you started and run for a while. I will surpass you. Shanbei. How come this is suddenly middle-aged? Chapter 66, Shinbei is the object of our suspicion. At the same time, outside the playground of Wu University, Shan Liaoyuan, who was already walking on the dark path, suddenly stood still and asked, this guy Shinbei is somewhat interesting. By the way, what's the name of the freshman who just acted out a scene with me and wanted to sneak up on me? Called Qi Transmission. There's also Bullish, Liao Zhongyang, and Du Ziting. The officer simply looked at the list with the 1-inch photo in his hand and reported the names of those who had just moved. Well, you guys, will you think that I was a little over just now? Chang Liaoyuan asked, then paused and said, over is right. You guys go back to rest too, you don't have to follow me. After saying that, he lowered his head and lit a cigarette. Chang Liaoyuan walked forward along the long pathway alone. The two officers stood still, looked at each other. One of them took out a cigarette, sent one to the other, gave it a light, and then lowered his own head and lit one. Following that, the two moved a few steps closer to the corner and slowly smoked it. This is your first time with Captain Zhang this year, right? Is it because you think he's weird? One of them opened his mouth and said, I have been following for many years. I am a son of the 9th Army. The other removed the cigarette from his mouth. Well, he became an instructor because he got kicked out of his squad 3 years ago. Ha! Surprised, right? There's more for you to be surprised about, because the squad that Instructor Chung used to be in, you must have heard of it. The 9th Army doesn't call it a numbered squad, there's only a few of them in total down through history, and his one, it's called the Red Slate Eraser. With this sentence, the eyes of the one on the other side of the room were suddenly exaggerated, and the cigarette in his mouth shook, the ashes fluttering down. Because in the 9th Army nearly 50 years of history, all cannot call the number of the squad, but with colors and eraser instead of the squad, almost all of a long period of time, battle, strength are recognized as the strongest squad, counting, so far, there are only 4. Then why did Instructor Chang get kicked out? He asked in a low voice. This is also what my dad told me when he was still around. The son of the 9th Army hesitated for a moment and said in a very low voice, have you ever noticed what Instructor Chang's favorite thing to say when he curses? Waste. And? You're going to get your teammates killed. Yeah, I heard that Instructor Chung used to get his teammates, and the captain, killed in Operation Earth Cave. My dad wasn't sure what exactly, but anyway, it turned out that Instructor Chang was kicked out, returned to the base, and started doing training for new students at Wushu University, and also changed into a different person. The squad died some people, without the old captain, after kicking him, soon also dispersed. The 9th Army from then on no more red slate. Sons and daughters look a little emotional, probably, Chang Instructor now still alive comrades, has not too much, but the remaining people, the same so far have not forgiven him. At this very moment. Inside a hidden house somewhere in Ridge City. A dim incandescent light hung in the slightly gray room. Orange light hit the round table below. Around the table, 3 people sat. Their faces are hidden from the light. One of them tapped the table with his withered and bony fingers and spoke in a low voice. What is the matter with calling me here in the middle of the night? Shepard, I have an important message from the police department. Oh? A member of the Church of the Apocalypse named Whitelaw has been captured. What kind of important news is that? The inspector's office catches these fools every now and then. The point is that Bai Luo had fought a man named Shinbei before he was captured. Shinbei? Shepherdine Hong frowned slightly. Isn't this a student from Wushu University? Chasing horse, what's going on here? There was something shaking inside of In Hong the shepherd. Bai Luo was a first-grade martial artist. Shinbei is only a quasi-martial artist if Shinbei can defeat Bai Luo. Nothing indicated that Shinbei had already made a breakthrough on his own. This sort of thing is a bit surprising, but not too shocking. Every year, there were demonic students who appeared, students who went to school to be first-grade martial artists. Within the country, there were not hundreds, there had to be dozens. At that moment, the face of the man codenamed Chasing Horses emerged from the darkness, both ears were nowhere to be seen, and the middle-aged face with a weathered face appeared in the light. He continued, originally, I hadn't paid much attention to Bai Luo, I run a glass business, and when I went to replace the broken glass in the highway service area, that's how I learned that Bai Luo and Shinbei's original battle site was here. The supervisor of that service area even painted a vivid picture of the battle to me. The rest is not important, what is important is that the supervisor mentioned depicting an extremely specific scenario. In Hong, the shepherd, pursued, what scene? Although Chasing Horse's voice was low, his bite was exceptionally clear. According to the supervisor's depiction, when Shinbei used two moves, it was somewhat like the first move of the 7-star fist in Fong Ming's mouth, the feet stomping on the 7 stars, with 1 step out and 7 steps away. In Hong froze and pondered for half a moment. You mean that Shinbei's set of moves is the 7-star fist? There are other martial arts that are similar or can do the same. I'm not sure. Chasing Horse said with a dubious tone, the main thing is that the supervisor's body movements are distorted too much, but with no other clues at the moment, Shinbei is very suspicious. Shepherd In Hong narrowed his eyes. If Shinbei doesn't take the initiative to say, no one will know what's going on. Yes, the only Fong Ming who has seen the 7-star fist has been killed by Luo Changyuan. Consider it a suspect. At this moment in the gloom, another man opened his mouth and continued to speak. Shepherd, look for an opportunity to test Shinbei. The 7-star fist is dispensable, but the map of the hopeless sea in the underground cave is most important. Shepherd In Hong nodded and suggested, generally speaking, freshmen who come to Wudong University will buy life items online. Honey Badger, you run this business of courier, check if there is any courier of Shinbei intercepted, you send it yourself, take the opportunity to enter Shinbei's villa and feel the bottom. The man codenamed Honey Badger bared his teeth. May. Early morning. It was never the rooster crowing in the east that woke up Shinbei every day. Instead, it's a daily billing panel. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Completed delivery job, gained money plus 35, car skill plus 1, spirit plus 1, agility plus 1. Nope. A bit shabby. The rewards given are pretty good, though. Normally, the most you can add to a delivery is car skills. Occasionally, we encounter clients who need to climb stairs, which adds to the physicality. And this time the added spirit and agility came when Shinbei nearly collided with a car while on a delivery trip. Shinbei with car skill proficiency, electric door and brake manipulation at the same time, a curve acceleration and beautiful dragon tail, which is to avoid. Activating spirit and agility is also extenuating. After washing up, Shinbei left the villa and ate breakfast in the cafeteria. I have to say, the WOU cafeteria is just great. The ant who fires the food never has shaky hands. And no dark dishes like mooncake stew or apple fried rice. Various cuisines are dangling to be made. The price is also extraordinarily cheap, with a sense of immediacy of the organization's cafeteria. It's one of those super affordable $3 for a $30 meal. It can be seen that the country's investment in martial artists is not only pills and martial arts skills but also cultivation. All parties are investing in careful care. At this time, Gu Shinrua carried the dinner plate, came to Shinbei's seat, sat down opposite. She was wearing a pale yellow dress today, and her snowy legs were hidden between the fluttering hems. Like a dancing beauty butterfly, it brought up a fragrant wind that blew into Shinbei's nostrils. Military training yesterday? Shinbei raised his head and nodded with a smile. He looked at Gu Shinrua, a pair of eyes like a calm pool, with which he couldn't help but indulge in. The outwardly curved eyelashes are long and slender, butterflies spreading their wings in general, appearing very seductive, while below the small agaric nose are lips coated with red lipstick, revealing hydration. Bright eyebrows and white teeth, the air is like an orchid. Hitting someone, right? Gu Shinrua's mouth sketched out an absolutely beautiful arc as she asked. Shinbei corrected, strictly speaking, it's a cut. Gu Shinro then looked back at the almond eyes shallow droop, a wisp of tassel brushed to the forehead, lifting the finger. Dandy, you have a number in mind on the line, deduct my class points, I'll deduct your credits. It's under control. Shenbei responded. Had breakfast. Shenbei came alone to the testing hall of Wuhan University. Wanted to test the value of his attributes. Chapter 67 I'll take this job. WU's testing equipment was different from Chengtu County's first high school. The testing equipment at Chantilly First High School is not on 24/7 and is only on at certain times. In order to reduce the psychological pressure on students, a workout to tap into the attributes, hooking students to be hopeful and stay in the best shape in the martial arts exams. After all, even emotions can affect the level of attribute values, and the more you test, the more psychological stress you experience. And it's different when it comes to WU. Testing must be done from time to keep track of your attribute values. This relates to an extremely important point, which is the cultivation of martial arts. Some martial arts require a specific attribute value that must be met. Otherwise, the consequences of forced cultivation would be unimaginable. For example, Shinbei's 7-star fist required that the 3 attributes must reach 20 points or more. Anything less is out of practice. Of course, the specific attributes needed for a certain martial art were also groped and excavated by the predecessors. This process naturally involves sacrifices and prices paid by martial artists. It can be said that every step of the martial arts is the bloody experience and path that previous generations of martial artists have traveled with their flesh and blood. Shinbei, these juniors, it is not too much to say that they were influenced by the residual shade of their predecessors. Those predecessors who had sacrificed their lives and left behind valuable assets for future generations of martial artists were worthy of respect and admiration. Enter the testing hall. There were quite a few students in there. And, all sophomores waiting to be tested. Fortunately, there was also a lot of testing equipment, and it didn't take long for Shinbei to queue up before it was his turn. When you get to the window, use your student card and submit a request for testing. The staff member was also a young woman. She had a pretty face, wearing a well-tailored black sheath dress with a white shirt inside, flesh-colored socks with high heels, and delicate makeup, a mature elite white-collar outfit. Only the young woman was in a bad mood and sobbing on the phone. Sounds like a fight with your own husband. Because what? Male best friend? Hello? Requesting use of testing equipment. Shinbei said. The young woman put down the phone, raised her head, the original face of the sadness, suddenly stretching open, smiling as blooming chrysanthemums? Hello there, classmate. The young woman blinked. How good is it? Shinbei asked with an expressionless face. Young women. The young woman jammed for a moment, stepping out from behind the counter. I'll take you to the test. Come to the corner of the testing hall. The young woman took advantage of the time within the startup equipment. Nothing to find a topic. Classmate, you say, there is no pure friendship between men and women? My husband is really annoying. He has to suspect that I have something with my male best friend. Shinbei touched his chin. There is a pure friendship between men and women. Right? You think so, don't you? The longer you're married, the purer the friendship. Shinbei added. Young women. This one sentence once again left the young woman speechless. Half an hour later. Shinbei's attributes are detected. With the property inspection report in hand, he walked out of the inspection hall. Name, Shinbei. First year of Bukkyo University, Lingnan City. Power, 47. Physique, 45. Spirit, 41. Agility, 41. Evaluation, first grade martial artist. Not much has changed since the last time it was tested at Jane Child's house, and the increase is not significant. It can't be helped that there is so much going on around the start of the school year. Too much time squeezing. The good thing is, after last night's military training brightening up my hand, I've had plenty of time to work and pick up odd jobs in the last few days. As for the evaluation piece, the value is said to be large or small. That follows a martial artist can grow. Not only will it grow over time, but so will doing tasks. The more, it means that the martial artist is a veteran within this grade in terms of practical combat experience, coping ability, mastery of oneself and so on. It is somewhat similar to the relationship between rank and service in the Department of the Army. Comparatively speaking, the same first-grade martial artist goes on the same quest. One is and one is. Employers prefer to hire. Nothing else, lots of experience. All are brats like Shinbei. Next. Shinbei noted down his attribute values and threw the test report into the shredder. Just leave. He met Yu Hao head on. Shinbei tried to focus his gaze with Yu Hao's. But Yu Hao is cockeyed. No matter how mighty you are, how powerful you are, you can't make Yu Hao look at you squarely. The two rubbed shoulders. Yu Hao's voice twisted a bit. Shinbei, be careful for me lately. What, are you going to pay me more? I'm a come on. Shinbei responded. Afraid you won't have the life to spend it. Shinbei laughed silently and left straight away. Shinbei crossed the playground and went straight to the outside of the school. Part-time job. Earn attribute points. And on the playground at this time, freshmen were lined up early and basking in the sun. But whenever the posture of the station a little wobble, ushered in is the instructor a small whip. Smoked them wailing. Teachers on one side of the room were pleading with the instructor to never be broken. But Chung Liayuan didn't give face at all and yelled, "You want cultivated martial artists, while the country wants strong-willed, indomitable martial artists. It's just a standing position, sweating is better than bleeding." All the teachers rolled their eyes. That's where the difference in philosophy between the two sides comes in. The task of a teacher is to produce martial artists with qualified attributes. As for whether or not a martial artist will is strong and how well he or she can fight, that has absolutely nothing to do with his or her performance. Ugh. What's wrong with that student? Not only did he come late, but he didn't even show up for military training? He's so arrogant. Instructor Chang, do you care? He'll lose class points. A teacher immediately protested when he saw Shinbei's figure. Chang Liaoyuan's face slightly twitching, lips tightly closed to show a high degree of arrogance, before finally saying, class points cannot be deducted, because, He Several teachers look forward to what follows. He's what? It's all about saying My stomach hurts, I'm leaving first. Chang Liaoyuan directly dumped the pot and ran away. The teachers barely caught their breath and turned their heads to look at Gu Shinru. Shinro Gu. At this moment, Du Ziting in the queue heard in a daze as if the instructor was shouting his name, and immediately took a step out. I'm here. The corners of the other instructors' mouths twitched as they lashed over with a whip. Instructor Chang meant the stomach ache, not your name Du Ziting. Du Zitang. Extra practice. Run 10 laps. 4. Why? You can even mishear words. How are you going to comprehend superior orders on the battlefield? You'll get your teammates killed, you know. The officer growled loudly, in back talk, 20 laps. Du Ziting was shaking all over. Ridge City Labor Market. Shinbei quickly mingled with the laborers around him. No matter where you are in the country, if you are grounded, you will soon be integrated into the labor community. A few moments of cheeky chatting. A greasy boss with a big back haircut came to recruit laborers. Shinbei was about to step forward to grab the job. A middle-aged laborer pulled him back, squeezed his eyebrows and said in a serious tone, "This boss is nicknamed Thunder Tiger, don't you?" Where did Shinbei have time to listen to him push? Don't take the job, right? You have to grab it. Chapter 68, Money or Life, either way. At this time, Lei Tiger yelled loudly, "Recruitment! Boil the corn, and then send it to the cold storage. The work is not tired, it is only about 3 hours work, give 500 yuan. That's a high price to pay. It's almost like a ceiling for odd jobs. Of course, it can't be compared to cleaning glass at high altitude, but glass cleaning comes with a certain degree of danger. And boiled corn is fairly safe now. But here and now. In the face of such attractive wages, the workers in the labor market are all indifferent. Not a single person stood up to follow Thunder Tiger. It seems that they all know that following Lei Tiger as a laborer is suffocating and a loser. Shinbei looked at the crowd with some surprise. Such a good job is not even grabbed? It's too Buddhist, isn't it? If this is placed in the Chengdu County labor market, there is such a good job, the dog's brain are not playing not finished. Next moment. Shinbei ignored the unfinished words of the laborers around him. Straight away, he stood up and said with a smile, "Boss, I'll do it." The many folk instantly widened their eyes, all with incredulous looks on their faces. Wanted to make a sound to remind Shinbei once again not to have a head iron. However, in the way of Lei Tiger's brutality to suppress the conflict, they shut up and did not make a sound. Fine, just you, get in the car. Lei Tiger said with a leathery smile. Soon, Lei Tiger drove Shinbei out of the labor market and went straight to the corn processing plant. And the laborers erupted in boisterous murmurs. Grass! Didn't you just tell this little brother what's going on? I was just about to speak, and this kid didn't give me a chance at all. Didn't even finish his sentence before he stood up. Alas, it's true that if you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer. I estimate that the wages are not to be thought of. Lei Tiger will definitely not give it, this kid, if the temper is stubborn, or maybe it will be beaten, and the cost of the soup and medicine will have to be paid out by himself. Thunder Tiger is a first-grade martial artist. He's been in this segment for a long time, and he doesn't even know how many stars are hanging behind him. Pray that the little dude does his job and leaves, never talk back. The laborers let out a sigh, somewhat worried for Shinbei. But in his heart, he was also angry, although the words were not all said, but it was clear that the stakes were all pointed out, and he had to go to odd jobs. Do you really think the world is full of good people? Especially the martial artists in the community, the term good guy is extinct in the eyes of the laborers, a phoenix in the sky. For them, they would rather starve to death than deal with martial artists. You reason with him, and he plays the hooligan with you. If you're a hooligan, they'll really beat you up. A moment's work. Shinbei had arrived at a corn processing plant in Lingnan City. Lei Tiger pushed open the big black iron door and arranged Shinbei to work. Your job is to boil the corn, blanch it until it's 7% cooked, then fish it out and put it in cold water to cool. Just push it in the cooler. Shinbei nodded. Lingnan is known as the end of the universe. Prolific entertainment stars. But it also produces a lot of food and is known as the Great Northern Silo. Corn is one of them. It used to be worthless, but later, with the development of logistics and the internet, corn cobs can be sold at a high price. Shinbei entered the workshop. Sizzling vapors came to the surface. There are still a number of workers laboring inside. These workers, all bare-chested and wearing shorts, churn raw corn in a steamy cauldron. You just work on the pot and see what everyone else does, as long as they're not cuties. All of them. After saying that, Lei Tiger cursed that it was damn hot and ran out of the workshop with a disgusted face. The other workers turned their heads to look at Shinbei, a new face, and bared their teeth. That smile was full of otherworldly meaning. Shinbei also hemmed and hawed, took off his clothes, hung them outside, and began to work. The workflow is simple and brainless. Easier than hitting a screw. The only thing you have to put up with is the hot steam. After the baskets of corn were cooked, Shinbei followed the workers and started wearing cotton coats, tugging the cooked corn and sending it into the cold storage. What two extreme environments! Shinbei exhaled in the cold room, frost all over his eyebrows. Lad! An old worker said with a cheeky grin, looks like you're not very nice. Shinbei glanced back sideways and asked, what does that say? Didn't anyone at the labor market warn you that the work here is not good? Pretty good job. The worker was briefly staggered for a moment. That's not what I meant. You know it's not good to get paid for your work, and you still come? Shinbei frowned. Not good at getting paid for your work? It was only at this time that Shinbei suddenly remembered that the laborers in the labor market looked and acted strangely. Hoping to. Ah. Shinbei smashed his mouth, no one dares to owe me money. That's premature. The old worker chuckled. Shinbei shrugged. About 3 hours later. Shinbei's job assignment is complete. Taking off his cotton jacket and replacing his own clothes, he and a group of workers squatted in the sun. The time at this point had come to noon. The other workers went to the cafeteria to eat, while Shinbei came to Lei Tiger's office. Boss, job done. Thunder Tiger hummed without raising his head or opening his eyes. Shinbei rubbed his hands together. It's time to settle the wages. I won't keep you for dinner. I said, wages, $500. Why haven't you left yet? How am I supposed to leave without a check? I'll walk you. Saying that, Lei Tiger's face was filled with an impish smile. The entire person's aura changed in vain, and the corners of his mouth flared up with a scowl. Reaching out, he grabbed Shinbei by the shoulders and leapt down from the third-floor office window. Boom! Stirring up a cloud of dust. In the twinkling of an eye. Tiger Lei then threw Shinbei out of the factory gate. Off! You still want your wages from me? Lei Tiger's face suddenly became violent and morose. Where in the world is there a 3-hour 500 job? Learn from your mistakes, this is a cannibalistic society. With this lesson, it will be good for you. Shinbei scratched his head, should have paid. Lei Tiger laughed out loud, are you out of your mind? What does it mean that I jumped off the third floor with you unharmed? Shinbei answered truthfully, you are a martial artist. That's right. Lei Tiger was smug, old me is a first-grade martial artist. Hang 3 stars. You don't even bother to inquire who dares to ask me for labor money. Get lost. After saying that, Lei Tiger closed the black door with his backhand. A gate. It's like 2 worlds. Inside the door, Thunder Tiger shook his head and shook his butt, his heart happy. It's a good idea to fool one. Who made himself a martial artist? Just awesome. Social status is just high. Transcendence of the ordinary. Beat up anyone who dares to clamor, that's what martial artists are all about. And outside the door, Shinbei had a leisurely look on his face, is this a martial artist? Meh. Next moment. Everyone in the entire factory heard a loud noise like an airplane falling. Boom. Thunder Tiger's complexion changed drastically and he turned back violently. But see. The factory's black doors exploded in a cloud of billowing dust, caught in the sound of ripping steel, and flew straight toward itself. Grass. Thunder Tiger was shocked, the reaction was extremely fast, the body did not make any pendulum floating action, but the whole person directly to the left side to fly out. And the gate brushed against the Thunder Tiger and smashed into the workshop, a mess. Lei Tiger glanced back, his forehead veins bursting like an enraged lion, who dare to smash my factory. At this point, the workers who were still eating in the cafeteria were also startled. They ran out clutching their rice bowls, looking on with astonishment and curiosity. And at the gate, Shinbei's figure was held up by the rolling dust and smoke, walking like a monarch of countless grey mist evil beasts. Shinbei smiled faintly, and his smile was endlessly eerie and secretive. Now, I want 2 things. One is your life, and the other is wages. Shinbei slowly raised his head, his gaze ghostly, like a candle flame in the 9 heavens. Please choose between the 2. Chapter 69, The Bad Battle continues. What? This kid seems to be a martial artist as well. A martial artist still comes out to work odd jobs? How short of money is this? There's a good show to watch, this is the first time that Thunder Tiger has been provoked. Seeing that this kid is quite young, he should also be a first-grade martial artist, right? What a head iron, Lei Tiger is a martial artist with 3 stars, this is not looking for a fight. Alas, the young never know what it is to suffer. Workers at the corn processing plant crouched under the eaves, picking at their rice and watching the play. They have seen a lot of various people who have been tricked by Thunder Tiger into doing odd jobs. I have also seen a lot of ways to beg for wages by crying, and hanging. The only thing I've never seen is Shinbei like this. I can't help but stretch my neck individually and use the next program as my next meal. At this very moment, Thunder Tiger faces Shinbei's 2 choices. Eyes couldn't help but narrow into slits. He seemed to have a smirking expression, as if he had seen a sheep that was provoking a lion with a sense of amusement. A martial artist, you're a martial artist too, haha. Thunder Tiger clapped his hands, but his large, vicious face was filled with cruelty as he laughed maniacally. How poor, martial artists still come out to work, this is the first time I've seen it. Shinbei's eyes were tyrannical, and his domineering, wild, and unrivaled body stood, what a lot of nonsense, have you chosen? Thunder Tiger grunted. In his opinion, the aura that Shinbei had just released was that of a first-grade martial artist. WU students no doubt. The poor ones are all ing out of work. Natural kryptonite can't afford elixirs. Well, the attribute points are naturally low as hell. Compared to himself, a veteran first-grade martial artist, he was simply not enough to look at. That's all, and you want to be violent to get your paycheck? With a decision in his heart, Thunder Tiger's chi surged up, and his hands formed fists that cackled. His face was tinged with teasing and disdain, I choose your grandma's big chicken leg. Screaming with me, Thunder Tiger, your impulsiveness will only let you know what it means to kick the bucket and regret it. Shinbei's gaze was brutal and the corner of his mouth hooked up, I respect your choice. Next moment. Shinbei's Tyrannosaurus-like strong body trampled on the iron plate, and the chi energy under his feet exploded, leaving a huge depression in the original place, lifting up a whistling gale, and hammered down with an explosive punch towards Lei Tiger's head. The vision in front of him darkened instantly, as if there was death laughing maniacally in the wind. Unprecedented death crisis pressed straight to come, Lei Tiger's heart instantly alarm bells were ringing loudly. This aura. This killing aura. This gesture. Definitely not a new martial artist. Or rather, he's experienced life and death struggles. Only after experiencing a life and death crisis will a different kind of aura break out. Like a WU freshman or something, it's nothing more than a flurry. Training and actual combat are two completely different things. And Thunder Tiger was simply too late to dodge in his frenzy of horror and fury, and in his haste he could only cross his arms with both of them and let out an explosive cry. Iron Snake Spring. Moment. Thunder Tiger's arms suddenly changed, glowing with a metallic cold color. His arms turned into springs in an instant. Dang! Shinbei's fist blade landed on top of Thunder Tiger's spring arm, and there was a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. The spring-loaded arm was violently compressed to its limit. And the power of Shinbei's fist blade was absorbed in large quantities. Nonetheless, Thunder Tiger still felt as if he had been hit head-on by a heavy cannon. His face violently twisted for a moment, and with a muffled grunt, he stomped backward and retreated furiously. Under a fist beckoning, Lei Tiger only felt as if he had been hit by a truck. His arm was in severe pain, and the bones in his entire body instantly clattered. At the same time, the inside of the ears were buzzing, as if a dozen gongs were banging in the ears, and the whole person seemed to be about to fall apart. Grass! Thunder Tiger's eyes were bloodshot and his complexion twisted as he struck, just one strike. With his own martial arts absorbing so much power, he still failed to resist. Who is this scumbag? How did he get so powerful? What exactly are the power attributes? Despite his heart being stuffed with raging hatred and tyranny, Thunder Tiger felt such a change in his body and immediately understood that the other party's power was surprisingly steadily pressing down on him, and had to humiliatingly leap back violently to avoid the front for the time being. And Shenbei faced a Thunder Tiger storm retreat. Do not even look at the five fingers pinch, instantly stomping, wildly rushed, the air burst sharply, once again a fist sprinting after. It blasted out towards Thunder Tiger's doorstep. Even the inspector's office wouldn't dare to owe me money for my work, just you? Shenbei had completely turned into a brutal human demon at this moment. Part-time jobs don't pay, cut me off from activating the daily panel. That would be a sin beyond pardon. Evil wind gusts, in the face of Shinbei's poor pursuit, Lei Tiger's heart beating wildly, gritted his teeth and fiercely stomped, the whole body suddenly erupted, double fists together diagonally rushed up, the same makes the surrounding wind an explosion, visible its counterattack of fierce and vicious. Boom! The two fists that also flashed with metallic color and Shinbei's fist of flesh and blood collided together, like a bomb bursting in the air. The violent wind suddenly whistled and blew, and it seemed as if an 8th-grade gale was blowing in the entire factory. And the concrete slabs under the feet of both Shinbei and Lei Tiger twisted and deformed at the same time, bursting apart. The two figures also retreated violently in the opposite direction under the collision. However, the only difference was that Shinbei had only withdrawn 5 or 6 steps, while Thunder Tiger had wildly withdrawn more than 10 steps. Phew! Stopping the impact, he felt that Thunder Tiger's furious punching power had shaken his incredibly defensive physique. Shinbei spat out a mouthful of airflow that was vaguely tinged with blood, raised his head openly, and stared at the Lei Tiger with a gaze that became excited. Not bad, strong enough? And more than 10 meters away, Lei Tiger's appearance could be much more miserable than Shinbei. The corners of his mouth and nostrils carried blood, especially the arm of his martial arts transformation spring, which was completely deformed at this moment, and its original shape was almost no longer visible. Not only that, at this moment, he only felt that all the tendons and bones of his body were trembling and numb, and one pair of fists were even more painful, which can also be seen how domineering Shinbei is. Thunder Tiger's self-confidence and pride were dealt an unprecedented blow, and he even felt a thrill from the bottom of his heart. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Hee, it's really the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the front. You are obviously going to be stronger than me, but do you think that you are winning? No matter who you are. In the next moment, no longer dwelling on Shinbei's identity and strength, a hoarse and suppressed low roar came out of Lei Tiger's mouth. I, Lei Tiger, am not in the habit of settling wages for laborers. Shinbei craned his neck, his gaze sullen. That $500 is for you to buy a coffin. Thunder Tiger let out a laugh, a wild laugh that sounded like rolling thunder, shaking the void. Kid, it's too early to say this, the warm-up is over. Swish. As soon as the words fell, Lei Tiger's hand wiped from between his belt and lightning-like took out a small thumb-sized vial of a ghostly blue potion before tossing it into his mouth and chewing it in one bite. As Thunder Tiger chewed the ghostly blue potion in his mouth in one bite, in the next moment, a bizarre, vicious, tyrannical aura like some top predator breaking free from its cage erupted from him. At the same time, a ghostly blue line steeply climbed and surfaced on his face, while his pupils also violently contracted, all of them turning into the whites of his dead eyes. Almost in the blink of an eye, the lay tiger, whose breath had previously been withered and not lightly wounded, had pale eyes, his face was covered with ghostly blue lines, and his body was seething with a secretive and violent aura, as if he was a demon in human skin. Shinbei's pupils shrunk and his heart suddenly pounded. What's this guy knocked up? How did it come to this? Chapter 70, My Boss is a Shepherd. Hiss. This Shinbei's strength seems to be even fiercer than Thunder Tiger. Simply unbelievable. How could Thunder Tiger, who was much more experienced in combat, be hung up by a new martial artist? What potion did Thunder Tiger just knock out? I don't know what it's called, but one time Thunder Tiger showed it off and it was worth over $3 million. What? Knocking over $3 million worth of potions for $500? This. Hee, do I need to tell you what kind of character Tiger Lay has? He would rather lose his pants at the casino than give a penny to the laborers. The workers in the distance were talking in the face of the changing situation on the battlefield. They couldn't think of it even if they broke their heads. Lay Tiger, who no one had ever dared to mess with, was actually forced to get high by Shinbei. At this very moment, Thunder Tiger knocked down the potion. The disheveled aura of being hung by Shinbei earlier was swept away. That's what Thunder Tiger has been bottoming out on, hyper-modified adrenaline. From the hands of the big-name Headhunters organization. It was a reinvented gift given to him by members of the Headhunter clan that operated in Ridge City. This potion is also almost as valuable as the Night Demon potion, which is exclusively used by the Nine Life Crow. Unlike ordinary adrenaline, its effect is to greatly enhance the user's life force, nerve reaction, and cellular metabolism speed in a short period of time, not only allowing the user's strength, reaction, and speed to increase dramatically in a short period of time. It also quickly repairs wounds on the user's body, causing their combat strength to skyrocket. The only drawback is that its effect only lasts for 10 minutes, and at the end of the effect the user will be completely disengaged and at the mercy of others. However, such drawbacks are nothing to Thunder Tiger. Lay Tiger's character is such a bullseye. No one is going to break their own rule of not paying laborers. Here's the bottom line. Whoever disobeys or tramples, Thunder Tiger is bound to strike back. Even if it's death. Under the bone-deep hatred, in the face of Shinbei, a great enemy who had suppressed him, he did not hesitate to use this bottom card, that is, he had sufficient confidence to end everything in the shortest time. Without saying a word, the two sides once again tangled together. The entire factory workshop, the house, rumbled and collapsed as the two fought. From inside the factory, the fight went to the wasteland outside the factory. And this time, Shinbei did feel the oppressive force brought by the Thunder Tiger. It was almost like being chased. Say, do you still want your money? Lay Tiger let out a wild laugh as the chi energy under his feet suddenly exploded, turning into a mountainous and massive force that propelled him to charge across the room toward Shinbei, stirring the air as he blasted out with a fist. Shinbei was somewhat wretched, his face was cloudy, and his eyes were not half relaxed, but instead filled with a deep heaviness. Initially, Shinbei thought that Thunder Tiger was also the Great of the Apocalypse cultist by Luo Glance. Now look at. Underestimated. Stone is hanging. On the side of Shinbei's waist, a loud sound resonance abruptly erupted. 1 step out, 7 steps away. It's the foot on the 7 stars. That was the sound made by his inhaling, bowing, and punching in a matter of moments, his inhuman strength and speed kicking the air directly. Kue Xing kick fight. Then Shinbei's explosive kick crashed lightning-like on top of Thunder Tiger's blasting spring-loaded iron fist just when there was no time to lose. Boom! A large and a small, a fist and a foot collide again, like a grenade detonated in mid-air. The spring-loaded arm in Lay Tiger's hand was completely shattered, and within a few meters around the two of them, all the debris and stones on the wilderness violently bounced up, and then were blown in all directions by the sharp explosion of the fierce and powerful wind. Stomp! The tendons and bones of his body exploded, and Shinbei's internal organs were shaken, his throat was sweet, and he retreated a few large steps. Thunder Tiger, on the other hand, only stifled a grunt and withdrew a mere 3 steps. This time after a hard fight, both sides of the strength and weakness of the contrast was completely reversed, the same as the power of the fight, Shinbei even fell into the wind. However, immediately afterward, the same huge force shook the sinews and internal organs of his entire body, but Thunder Tiger's recovery was undoubtedly faster. 1 step out, 7 steps away? Why is there a familiar feeling? Lei Tiger tilted his head, suddenly remembering something. He flung his arm and the spring attached itself once again. What kind of martial art is this? What is the relationship with the 7-star fist? Shinbei suddenly froze at his words. Wait. How did Tiger Lei know about the 7-star fist? It shouldn't be. At that time, Sun Mountain Reservoir, the fourth person at Allah. Shinbei's tone was extremely grim, as if he was spitting ice slag, and said in a low voice, I don't know what you're talking about. Ha! Lei Tiger raised his head, his gaze was like a sharp spike. My good big brother lost something. I happened to listen to the strike. What with 1 step out and 7 steps away? Tell me, is the 7-star fist something you took away? I can make an exception and settle the wages to you. Who is your big brother? Headhunter Shepherd. Shinbei's eyes changed. A shepherd? How come it's him again? Last time, I still heard about this character from Gu Chongfeng's mouth. My big brother said that back then, Fang Ming had seen the first move of the 7-star fist, and before he could learn it, he was chased by Luo Chang Yuan, and in the end, he was undefeated and fell. And the first move is characterized by 1 step, 7 steps away. At the same time, the Apocalypse Divine Sect has not obtained the 7-star fist. Shinbei hummed, much ado about nothing, other martial arts can do the same. Yeah. Lei Tiger's eyes got even hotter, but you are very suspicious. At this moment, the Thunder Tiger's face covered with bizarre lines had a sardonic smile on it, and when Shinbei was still confused, he spread his 5 fingers and pounced on him. Who cares if you're the guy who stole the martial arts? Submit to me first. Between the stretching of his 5 fingers, one could actually vaguely see the tips of his fingers seemingly spewing out 5 ethereal blue rays. Sharp blue ones vibrated and cut through the air, emitting a snorting air-breaking sound straight to Shinbei's throat. The timing of this strike is exquisite and unusual. Just when Shinbei's old force has not gone, the new force has not been born. And look at this claw ghost mani spouting strange fierce evil. Let a person have no doubt that as a thick steel plate may also be pierced. I'll catch you first, and we'll take our time torturing you. It was too late to dodge and avoid, in this moment of extreme danger. Shinbei, however, had a fierce light in his eyes and advanced instead of retreating. Feet on the 7 stars. Whoosh! Shinbei's figure disappeared in reverse. It suddenly appeared behind Thunder Tiger. And at this time Shinbei quickly pulled out the Qi and Blood Dan, without looking at it, and without distinguishing between a few grains, he directly poured all of them into his mouth. A large amount of Qi and blood instantly began to boil. It was like a volcano that had been silent for 10,000 years suddenly erupted. Shinbei blinked away the disease and recovered to the most perfect state. Dog, if I can't hammer you to death like this, I'll lose. Must die. Thunder Tiger must die. He had guessed for no apparent reason that the fist of the 7 stars was in his possession, despite the lack of stonewall evidence. But Shinbei also didn't want to attract the attention of the Apocalypse cult and the headhunters at this stage. Kill, silence. Boom. Wind sound, Air Force stirred wildly. Shinbei once again performed Kueishin Kick Do bombarded between Lei Tiger's arms. Thunder Tiger's eyes bulged violently, his left leg bent violently and uncontrollably, and his right foot retreated a step violently, only to feel as if he had been smashed by a mountain, and all of a sudden, his miserable white eyes exploded with blood. Uing. Thunder Tiger let out a silent growl inside. At this instant, like being hit by a piledriver on the head, Lei Tiger's body, which had not fully recovered, trembled madly, and his chi and blood seemed to have been dispersed by Shinbei's kick. The sinews, muscles, and even every hair was trembling unbearably, and it just felt like he was carrying a mountain. However, Shinbei in front of him would not pay attention to his inner activities at this moment, condescendingly looking at the bruised and twisted Lei Tiger in front of him. Again! At the same time as the words rang out, Shinbei followed Thunder Tiger's foot back and stepped forward again. The quixotic kickboxer. Anyway, there was a chi and blood elixir to replenish the chi and blood, and the storm was over. Shinbei's foot brought up the airflow blasting like wind sound explosion, fierce and unrivaled again when the head pounded down. There is not the slightest gap between these two blasts. Shinbei's foot just disappeared like lightning, the next foot has already split down, and every inch of the body under the violent vibration of the Lei Tiger simply do not have the slightest way to do anything, can only be veins rippling, continue to stave, hard to block. Boom! There was another loud bang. Both arms were in severe pain, and the ferocious strong wind exploded on Thunder Tiger's face. His face was blood red and he clenched his teeth in death as his body shook violently and splintered. At the same time, under the violent shaking, scarlet blood snakes violently gushed out of his mouth, eyes, ears, and nostrils, flowing down the stream, making his face as terrifyingly terrifying as a stern ghost. Pain, 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 pain. Even the miraculous repairing effect of super-modified adrenaline was completely unable to catch up with the accumulation of the damage he had suffered at this moment, and the bones and internal organs in his body that had not completely healed were ruptured once again, so it could be said that the injuries had snowballed. Like the great waves of the Yangtze River, before the first wave is extinguished, the next wave is born again. Staring at the Thunder Tiger, who had lost in succession and was forced to only receive his whacking blasts hard, Shinbei laughed maniacally and retracted the strong martial art. Like a solid iron pillar, once again a fist, split and smashed down, fast to the extreme, also fierce to the extreme. Again. Boom. Again. Boom. The speed of Shinbei's successive whacks was even faster than lightning, bringing up fierce winds that viciously lashed at Lei Tiger's blood-drenched face, blowing countless beads of blood splattering. Loud noises kept exploding in his ears, like a bomb exploding above his head and between his arms. Thunder Tiger's muscles were crumbling all over his body, his internal organs ruptured, and he was already having trouble breathing and his ears went deaf. In front of the eyes are all blood color, no thoughts in the brain, what hatred, resentment, intelligence has been swept away, everything returned to blank. Under the severe pain, his consciousness had blurred. Only his physical instincts were dictating his feeble defense against the furious bombardment. At this moment, a bellows-like breathing sound was emitted from his throat, and despite suffering such horrific injuries and blows, Thunder Tiger still didn't die immediately. He was as breathless as a swimmer, 7 blood snakes flowing down his face became horrible and abnormal, his head moved slightly with extreme difficulty and reluctance, as if trying to lift up. I was wrong, I'll give you the money for the work," he said, pulling out $500 and dropping it on the ground. Shinbei's face was filled with a ferocious smile as he pretended to say, "No, you don't know that you're wrong, but you know that you're going to die. It's no use begging for mercy. Must die." Shinbei's final kick completely exploded his head, splattering his brains in all directions. Shinbei picked up the wages and his gaze gradually calmed down. With one last look at Thunder Tiger, he turned and walked towards the factory. Shinbei knew inwardly that he was in trouble. But not because of Thunder Tiger. Rather, it was the time he fought Shiro in the highway service area. Must be on the suspicion list of the headhunters and the cult of the apocalypse. Phew. Shinbei spat out a mouthful of bloody air. Murmuring, "I need other martial arts to fall back on, the 7-star fist should never be used until it's absolutely necessary." Chapter 71, You're awake? Your surgery was a success. At this moment, after the workers inside the factory saw Shinbei walking out from behind the collapsed wall bathed in blood, an incomparably strong look of surprise could not help but appear on their faces. In particular, Shinbei was emitting a fury aura that was like a piercing long needle that pierced into their minds. This does not indicate that the kryptonite Thunder Tiger lost. And Shinbei eyed no one as his figure gradually disappeared at the gate. The workers looked at each other, dropped their food bowls, and ran to the wall in a flurry. A tragic scene appeared before their eyes. The Lei Tiger, who was rampaging and oppressing the good, had his head stomped on. Vomit. Thunder Tiger surprisingly didn't lose, but died. Hiss. Once martial artists clash with each other, they really don't stop dying. It's too tragic. This Shinbei is too tyrannical, isn't he? Call the police, call the police. The scene in front of me was bloody. The death of Lei Tiger was so miserable that it was unbearable to look at. It's hard to say if it's worth it to give your life for a measly $500. It didn't take long. The police from the patrol office arrived in droves. Leading the way was Gu Changfeng. A group of police officers pulled up a cordon. Some officers began exploring the site, asking questions, and looking for Thunder Tiger resources. After a bit of tossing and turning, the police officer ran to Gu Changfeng's side and reported the clues that had been sorted out. "Captain Gu, the general process has been sorted out." Say. Gu Changfeng leaned against the wall, leisurely smoking a cigarette. For him, let alone a case with eyewitnesses like Thunder Tiger. It was the martial artists who died horizontally in the streets and alleys at dawn who had seen many of them. This kind of small case couldn't alarm Gu Changfeng one iota. Just follow the step-by-step survey. The officer quickly said, according to the description of the workers at the scene, Lei Tiger hired a laborer to work for $500, and at the end of the laborer's work, Lei Tiger didn't want to pay the money, and the two sides clashed over it. Wait. Gu Chongfeng's originally calm face gradually became somewhat surprised. What the hell? $500 for labor? That's not the point. The point is that Thunder Tiger isn't having other disputes with martial artists. Instead, it's for working odd jobs. What kind of martial artist comes out to do odd jobs? Dropping the price. And a death over $500. This caused Gu Chongfeng to think of a particular person. A Chantu County household registration, long thief handsome, but also special skin of a student. Gu Chongfeng shook his head, denying his guess. At this time of the year, WMU should be in military training, and there is no way that student would run out to do odd jobs. But Gu Chongfeng still asked, "Who is it?" Said the officer, scratching his head, "It's a little unbelievable to say. It's Ing Shinbei." Boom! The cigarette Gu Chongfeng held in his fingers snapped and fell to the ground. The corners of his mouth twitched, the corners of his eyebrows jumped, and the back of his grooves seemed to be in sharp pain as if there were electric drills jutting through the nerves of his teeth. What? Gu Chongfeng froze for a full minute before he slowed down, slurring his words as he continued, Shanbei? The constable nodded. Grass. Gu Chongfeng lit a cigarette again and took a sharp drag, his fingers trembling a bit. That's right, apart from Shinbei, the big oddball, there didn't seem to be any martial artists out for odd jobs. Collecting protection money is more dignified than working. However, what made Gu Chongfeng horrified was that this Shinbei was growing a bit fast. Although in the country, there were newcomers who were even more perverted martial artists than Shinbei. For example, Ba Ziyang from a few years ago, this guy was promoted to second-grade martial artist before the martial arts exam. 1 semester to promote a third-grade martial artist. Simply appalling. But Shinbei said nothing when he defeated Bai Luo. This will up Thunder Tiger again. The god of killers? Gu Chongfeng's gaze was grave as he asked, what is Thunder Tiger's status in the database? That is the focus of the characterization in this case. Generally speaking, the police department handles martial artist death cases, usually following a characteristic that does not ask the fault of both sides, but only looks at the database of both sides. If the deceased was an unscrupulous, non-serving, conscripted gutter martial artist, the police department generally didn't care. But where the deceased has contributed to the state and society, then the murderer must be apprehended. That's how the police department treats the martial artists of the community. Straight across the board. After all, there were quite a few martial artists in the community, and even more causing trouble. How can the police department have the energy to chase a murderer for thousands of miles? The dead man was a bully and deserved to die. The police officer immediately flipped to the second page of the information and said, the last database update was a year ago, Lei Tiger, a first-grade martial artist, hanging 3 stars, no conscription experience, pure and simple social martial artist. Also, Lei Tiger's reputation is extremely poor, relying on himself as a martial artist, he often cheats people to work for him for nothing, and those laborers dare not speak out in anger, but can only eat dumb losses. Gu Chongfeng's heart was relieved. Good. It's good that it's a piece of. It's hanging on to 3 stars, but that's from time growth, not doing country missions, so that's good. Gu Chongfeng commanded, then what's the point of investigating, call it a day, go back and eat hot pot. Yes. By the way, send a banner to Shinbei. Huh? The officer was a bit confused, a banner? To rid the people of evil. Gu Chongfeng said calmly. But it has never been the people who have given us banners, there is no precedent of the Bureau giving banners to martial artists. With a meaningful look, Gu Chongfeng patted the officer's shoulder, then make an exception. In truth, Gu Chongfeng wanted to say, you are still too young to know how difficult this Shinbei guy is. Ask the Bureau for another ING bonus for ridding the world of violence and we won't even be able to eat chicken legs for dinner. Never mind whether Shinbei would want it or not, let's plug his mouth first. Wudai, Lingnan City. At this time, Shinbei stumbled out of the school. In that battle just now, Shinbei had also suffered a loss. Especially after Thunder Tiger got high. Shinbei's internal organs were shaken and misplaced as if they were skewering each other. When you're fighting, the adrenaline is so high that you can't feel anything out of the ordinary. Now the backlash is coming. Shinbei was a little dizzy and his throat was flooded with nausea, wanting to faint and vomit. At the same time, on the arm, a gash had been scraped out at some point, and the blood was still dripping as the flesh flared out. Finally, under the sun's exposure, Shinbei took one step and 3 wobbly steps and fell down on the military training playground. Passed out. Shinbei, wake up, your surgery was a success. The eyelids fluttered slightly, gradually regaining the faint perception of the body. Shinbei opened his eyes little by little. The eyes slowly converged, finally taking in the surroundings. Shinbei found himself lying in the school medical room. In addition to the doctor, there was also a hard-faced teacher, Gu Shinro, by the bedside. Saved. Shinbei shook off his head and looked at the doctor, asking dully, "Doctor, what did you just say?" The surgery was a success. The doctor spoke in a smooth tone. Shinbei's brain buzzed. Hands went straight down to the crotch. A touch. Shinbei let out a light breath, the baby was still there. It's almost scary. Gu Shinro on one side looked at Shinbei's movements with some confusion and asked, "What are you touching?" Shinbei coughed and peed. "Let's see if girlfriend Happy Bird is still around." Teacher Gu Shinro's face flushed red, like a boiled crab. Seconds. Gu Shinro's white teeth bit her red lips, and she yelled lowly in her fiercest tone, "You bring it out." Shinbei? This isn't very good, is it? The doctor hasn't left yet. Are you in such a hurry to visit? Gu Shinro will Shinbei hesitate for a moment, and instantly realized that Shinbei thought wrong again. I said, "Take your hand out." What are you rubbing through the quilt? Shinbei. It had to be said that Shinbei liked Gu Shinro as an old driver, not teacher. What one says is bound to be understood in seconds. Unlike Jane Child, pure and still have to think for half a day, even without explanation do not understand the stems. Gu Shinro wrapped her arms around herself, narrowed her eyes, and questioned, "You killed someone?" Chapter 72 Settlement Reward, surprisingly surprising. At this moment, Gu Shinro also shook out a banner. Previous, getting rid of the violence and pacifying the people. It is addressed to the Ridge City Patrol. What a way to get rid of the violence and put you in a position to do so. Gu Shinro blared at Shinbei and continued, "What, are you a scavenger?" The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched and said, "The higher the face value, the greater the responsibility." Shinbei found a lofty excuse on his own and continued, "However, I like the elegant name of scavenger." Without much thought, it must have been the workers at the corn processing plant who called the police, and Gu Changfeng handled the case. Backhandedly, he got himself a banner. That's going to seal the deal. One only needs to investigate to learn that it is not once or twice that Tiger Lei has bullied laborers. One only has to ask around in the labor market to know that the victims are oozing. This is afraid that he is pulling laborers to block the patrol bureau to ask for the bounty. This guy's IQ has risen. He even knows to catch me off guard. Shinbei muttered in his heart. He spat fiercely, feeling that the depressed air in his heart was dispersed quite a bit. You call you a big head? I'm asking you. Gu Shinro said with a light frown on her brows. Shinbei revealed an innocent and bewildered smile. It's not my fault, the part-time job doesn't pay. I wanted to teach Lei Tiger a lesson. He played with me for his life, and as he played himself to death. Gu Shinro's pretty face stiffened slightly. Call the police. Call the police next time this happens. Not enough to make a case. Gu Shinro weihan in the posture of a person who has been there, revealing a superiority smile to forcefully resist the urge to pick up the corners of his mouth. That's my brother, I say enough to file a case is enough. Is the police station run by your family? Gu Shinro was choked, the corner of her mouth twitched a few times, and instead of dwelling on this issue, she said with some delight, "You broke through to become a martial artist, how come I didn't know? Where did you get your martial skill? What is it called? Let me hear it." Shinbei gave a forehead. The fewer people who know about the 7-star fist and the map, the better. Shinbei sidetracked the topic. Let's leave this aside for now. I'm in dire need of a martial arts skill right now. Teacher, let's start practicing? Gu Shinro's red lips moved, her eyes coldly scrutinizing him. Your progress is indeed fast, beyond my expectations. But if you want martial arts, you still need to test them. Testing? Right, the attribute values required for each step of the martial skill are different. Moreover, it's still surface data, exactly what the real data is. It's necessary to feel the bottom, otherwise it's purely a waste of time to cultivate, and there's also the possibility of unforeseen consequences. Shinbei stroked his chin. How do you test it? Have you ever been to the Hall of Measurements? Been there in the morning. Report me the data. Shinbei told Gu Shinro his 4-dimensional attributes. There was nothing unusual about Gu Shinro's face after she had a number in mind. This data was quite okay. Still nothing that stands out, as average as ever. Still, the overall attributes are frighteningly high. I'll go back and check the databases for martial arts that might match yours. Gu Shinrua finally said, after the military training is over, the new students are ready to take the test, so just follow along. Shinbei also did not ask to test anything, and listened to Gu Shinro arrangement is. Then, Gu Shinro got up and left. Then some more people came in. Among them was Cheng Liaoyuan. He just glanced at Shinbei, patted him on the shoulder, said a word and left. Kill when it is time to kill, the thought is clear, do not hesitate, do it and do not be afraid. Shinbei nodded. Then it was Jane Child who looked worried, twisted her small waist and walked in, visiting Shinbei with her eyes brimming. Bring a lot of fruit and nutrients. Jane Child just doesn't like to get to the bottom of things. What Shinbei does and what he is willing to do, Jane Child supports it brainlessly. The main thing is that Shinbei can just be peaceful. Shinbei asked for a piece of Jane Tong's hair. Jane Child felt puzzled and didn't ask much. After Jane Child left, in came the unlucky foursome. Shinbei let out a cry, really don't want to see them. Don't get too close. Shinbei unfolded his right hand, and the index finger of his left hand drilled in the palm of his right hand, gesturing a stop finger. I'm afraid that your bad luck will affect my recovery. Shi Chuanyu rolled her eyes. We all asked the doctor, your biggest wound is the mouth on your arm, to put it mildly, you came back a little later, the wound is compounded. Look at that, it's ing human talk, and Shinbei wanted to jump up and slap him in the face. Benyo was very honest, pulling things out of his bag and smilingly said, we're not like Shi Chuanyu, I bought you some food, spicy duck neck, spicy boiled shrimp slider, hot and sour noodle, and spicy crayfish hay. Wei Liao Zhanyang scratched his head, somewhat confused and puzzled. I remembered that patients can't eat spicy food. Ben Bull's voice, can't you eat it? Forget it then, I'll eat it myself. Hey. Shanbei. You. Absolutely sincere. At this time, Du Zidong gazed at Shinbei without blinking, frowned and contemplated for a long time, said, Shinbei, killing is. What does it feel like? Addicted and now wanting to kill. Shinbei's face was joyless and sad, but his eyes became more and more surprised, smiled and nodded and continued, now you want to kill for? The unlucky four. Aw. I remembered I still have my pants to wash, bye. Look at you, making a joke is so scary. Hot damn hey. Get some rest, bye. After the unlucky four left, the medical room was completely cleared. And Shinbei fell into deep thought. He felt an invisible pressure squeezing at him from all sides. Like substance, even the air was sticky. 7-star fist. Map of the Sea of Hopelessness. Shinbei narrowed his eyes. If it wasn't for Lei Tiger's reminder, Shinbei himself hadn't noticed the loophole in the highway service area. However, Shinbei knew that neither the Apocalypse cult nor the headhunters had substantial evidence. At best, they list themselves as suspect. Then, the following should be a mutual trial by all parties. Shinbei let out a light breath. A new martial art is imminent, huh? The following day, the settlement panel arrived as promised. Yesterday's settlement panel rewards are as follows. Finished processing corn, gain money plus 500, strength plus 5, constitution plus 5, agility plus 5, spirit plus 5, resistance to high temperature plus 50, resistance to low temperature plus 50. Shinbei's pupils shrunk violently. How much? Plus 5 points? Usually they add 1 point, how come today's settlement bonus is 5 points? Shinbei was greatly shocked, touched his chin, thought carefully for a while, and came to a conclusion. That is, there's an extra bonus for killing people and killing employers who don't settle their paychecks. My goodness. That's a good thing that doesn't happen very often. Shinbei made a simple calculation. Plus bonus attribute values. Power, 52. Physique, 50. Spirit, 46. Agility, 46. In addition to the bonus of 4-dimensional attribute points, the attribute of resistance to high and low temperatures is also very nice. For martial artists in this world, attaching a flame attack or a cold ice attack, that was the most common setup. Because, these two natural elements are the best martial arts to cultivate and learn. Easy to learn and the cap is not bad. It is a popular bestseller. And resisting high and low temperatures, that's gospel. Shinbei's mind was a little agitated. Stronger again. A few days later. Shinbei is in good physical condition. Sweeping away the decadence and coming alive. After brushing your teeth and rinsing your mouth, make your way to the cafeteria. Had breakfast. Shinbei followed the instructions of taking care of Xin row and came to the testing hall. Freshmen are lining up at this point. By taking care of the new soft, the inspection hall is detecting surface properties. And the test halls are mapping the true attributes. Upon entry, not only the new students, even Shinbei was secretly surprised at the content of the testing grounds. It's simply sick. Chapter 73, A Ghostly Test. At this moment, as the freshmen entered the testing hall, this is an arena the size of 2 soccer fields. People stood in it feeling especially small, especially in the deepest part of the hall. There was a blackened portal, and inside it, vaguely, there was a pair of crimson eyes staring at all the people, revealing a ferocious, overbearing, brutal, and bloody aura. What is in that portal? Shinbei was stunned in his heart and felt that what was deep within that portal was definitely not good. Like him, both the unlucky foursome and the other freshman also looked curiously into those crimson eyes deep within the dark portal. Stump. Military training instructor Chang Liaoyuan, teacher In Hon, Gu Shinru and others walked in. Chang Liaoyuan pressed his hand, the venom of a devilish instructor, these freshmen know it well. Almost by reflex, the students quieted down instantly. In fact, when it comes to military training, it's really just high-intensity staking. Some students hallucinate when they stand on stakes and feel like they are growing several legs. Even so, Chang Liaoyuan did not allow rest and had to stand on piles. You can't rest until you're covered in blood, or you pass out. It can be a hell of a drill. Bad reviews are like snow. His tone was smooth, but his voice was unusually loud. Gentlemen, according to the progress, you will be tested for your true attributes. I won't say much about the probability of surface and real attributes, I'm sure your teachers have already answered that. And today you will be tested against the inhuman golem. And the prototype of the inhuman puppet is an underground inhuman. Bloody and brutal, powerful and invulnerable to swords and spears, after being captured by our military department, it wiped out its sanity and practiced into a puppet, possessing infinite divine power and brutal nature, a murderous weapon of killing. I don't care how you fight, just play your hearts out and the teachers present, including me, will keep you safe. This statement was made. The students on the scene were not calm. Even with Chang Liaoyuan pressuring the scene, he couldn't stop the crowd of students from trembling and letting out exclamations of shock. What? Inhuman puppets? Refined by the inhumans of the Earth's cave? That seems to be over the limit, doesn't it? That's not how the last seniors played. Yeah, last term it seemed like it was just enough to fight against the teacher, and now they've come up with a senseless killing machine that doesn't have a light hand. I'm so hard. Shinbei's expression also moved slightly. Isn't that a little sick? Come up and make a big move. That's a bit much, even if you have someone to protect you. Shinbei felt that the inhuman puppet was definitely not to be messed with based on his intuition. It was only much more hideous than a fierce tiger, a ferocious beast. At this time, Chang Liaoyuan's voice rose a few decibels, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and his flood beast-like breath enveloped the hall as he spoke again. The way of martial arts is the fearlessness of the heart, killing all demons. The path of martial arts is a path of thorns and thistles. This is definitely not bland, but a path to fight for your life against the heavens. Now, resist with all your strength and try to take advantage of it. This will affect what level of martial arts you will be practicing for the first time, so please take it seriously. Shinbei's state of mind was enlightened and intentional. The path of martial arts is not a cloudy one, it is a path of thorns and thistles, a path of fighting with the heavens for one's life, so well said. Martial artist, definitely not just let me get away with it, fast and easy, and then you can achieve the 9th grade, practicing the god of martial arts, where in the world is such a good thing? It must have taken 10,000 labors and 1,000 trials and tribulations to achieve it. Shinbei was also stimulated by Chang Liaoyuan's few words, and his whole body had a feeling of boiling blood. At this moment, Chang Liaoyuan pointed his finger, you, Sichuanyu, first. Sichuan language. Sichuanyu felt like he was being targeted. Those who thought the same way were Liao Zhangyan, Ben Niu, and Du Ziting. The three of them were a little foul, but they weren't stupid, and the dogged instructor was sure to call their names after Chi's message was over. Sichuanyu huffed, originally wanting to see how the other students dealt with the inhuman puppets and learn from the experience. As a result, he or she has been typecast. On one side of the weapon rack, he took out a longsword and hardened it. In a few steps, he stepped into the center of the field and faced the dark portal with those bloodshot eyes. Open the door and let the dogs out. Chang Liaoyuan shouted. Wow! The mist that had been blocking the pitch-black portal dispersed at once. A figure that was as tall as 1.5 people jumped out and landed on the ground, incomparably ferocious, violent, shocking the entire scene. Shinbei took a slight look to see clearly the appearance of this demonic shadow. It's a humanoid form, and the Earth Cave-in human is a lot different in form. And this alien body is pitch black. The skin seems to be a layer of black shell, full of scales. There are 2 meat horns bulging on the head, fangs and broad mouth, both hands sharp claws like hooks, 2 eyes blood red, scales below the muscles, as if the steel plate, a piece of bulging, a little force, the sinews and bones will send out a crackling sound of the explosion. Especially this inhuman puppet, its legs were very long and extremely bouncy. Oh hoo! This inhuman puppet was released. The demonic power is fierce, as fast as a cheetah, tendons long and strong, only to see a black shadow flashing, 5 fingers towards Chichuanyu, grabbing down on the head. Puffing. Sichuan language seems to be fierce and violent. Gas shock, action is slightly slow. Dodge, a shoulder of the clothes were scratched. Crack, appeared 5 long blood marks. If not dodge fast, the head was scratched through, immediately died. Ah! This thing is so raw. Hiss, is it really not dangerous? Don't hesitate to open your cell phone app and get yourself an accidental death insurance policy. It's atrocious, it's just atrocious. Seeing such danger, many of the new students present let out a gasp, and even Shinbei felt that it was indeed thrilling. That inhuman puppet was simply a zombie demon. Only a second-grade or higher martial artist could easily deal with it. A single negligence on the part of a first-grade martial artist would have to fall into a dangerous place. In an instant, the inhuman puppets chased after Chichuanyu and killed all over the center of the hall. That's a move that cuts through the heart and breaks the brain. Chichuanyu wailed, also looking for an opportunity to counterattack. At the same time, once the inhuman puppets rushed out of the field, the teachers and officers outside would come up and kick them back to ensure the safety of the freshmen. And at that moment, outside the venue, there was a high-speed moving camera that was constantly detecting and transmitting data back to Chichuanyu. Several teachers gathered around the computer screen watching and muttering at the same time. Peak agility is 45, surface attribute value is 47, a difference of 2 points, not bad. Spiritual peaks are much worse, originally 12, peaked at only 6, down by half. It seems unsuitable to attach elemental martial arts. Where's the power? It hasn't come out yet. This guy keeps running and hasn't even hit the inhuman puppet. It's still a good test. Life and death are in front of us. It can greatly stimulate the true attribute potential. Inside the grounds. At this moment, Chichuanyu, who was being chased all over the place, found a chance to counterattack. Puffing. A sound. The long sword pierced into the puppet's brow, but the puppet violently grabbed and locked Chichuanyu's throat as well. Then, this inhuman puppet grabbed it and was about to tear it apart. Dare! An officer, with an explosive cry, raised his hand, and a white sword light shot out, directly chopping off the puppet's head. It puts Chichuanyu out of harm's way. The golem then fell to the ground. Chichuanyu lightly exhaled in his chest, his face a little pale. It was too damn scary. And the teachers who tested the data came to a conclusion after seeing Chichuanyu's strength attributes. The stabbing and raiding direction of martial arts was more relevant to Chichuanyu's actual situation. In other words, Old 6. Testing continues. One by one, students line up. In a burst of ghostly cries from the freshmen, various data were printed out and distributed to the lead teachers of each class. Up to this point, not a single student in the entire room had been able to complete a kill on the inhuman puppet. None of them were saved by the officers and lived to tell the tale. Finally, it was Shinbei's turn to go on. Chapter 74. 1 Test 1 No Squeak. At this moment, one by one, the entire field of freshmen were pushed up to the center of the field to be beaten. That inhuman puppet, even when it had reason, was all hostile to humans and fought more than once. Now it's even more irrational, simply one-sidedly crushing and beating these freshmen. There's one rookie in this class who got beat up by his own mother. Even Jane Child was hit and cried, yelling about breaking her face, boing boing. Now, it was the turn of the last Shinbei to take the stage. Shinbei hurriedly made a fist with both hands and stood in the center of the field. Don't you use a weapon? The officer took a look at him to see that he was actually empty-handed and was slightly stunned. The other students will more or less choose a weapon from the weapon rack to attack with. There were also students carrying shields and hammers. But it's the first time I've seen a freshman with empty hands. I don't need a weapon, Shinbei said honestly. As a muscle man. No weapon is untrustworthy, the only most reliable weapon is one's own fists and teeth. The officer, however, nodded. Not bad, no need for weapons, that's very courageous. While Shinbei waited for the gates to open the alien puppets. The onlookers were craning their necks and talking. Too much head iron, right? Not. Real meat fighting, ah? That thing how buried, ah, look at it is disgusting, this if let touch a little, I have to wash my hands 100 times, feel dirty. That's not the point is that the inhuman puppet must be defeated. Can Shinbei really do it? Didn't he give Instructor Chang a stick? These are two different things. How can you confuse them? I am not looking forward to it, Shinbei is too capable of death. Meanwhile, the unlucky foursome think differently from the other students. They rolled their eyes. But inwardly, the strength Shinbei had shown was still worth recognizing. Let's just say that it's hard to watch Shinbei play hard to get. Why am I not the one who has to act like a pussy? Release the demons. The officer saw that Shinbei was ready and roared. Boom! The portal was wide open, the alien puppet roared out, black shadows flashed, and a green-colored giant fist broke through the air and whistled, bombarding Shinbei's head. Hi! Shinbei at this time, it was too late to make any movements, and summoned up the strength of his entire body to make a hard catch with his fist. Explosion! The air exploded between the clashing fists. Shinbei's whole body seemed to have been hit by a hammer, and his chest suffocated as if a mouthful of blood was about to spurt out. It's so damn strong. It's really much stronger than Thunder Tiger after getting high. Shinbei's breath went down low, and the chi and blood that had been shaken and churned was forcibly suppressed, and the whole body was a little more comfortable. That inhuman puppet also seemed to be stunned, but also did not expect someone actually hard to catch its fist, but it is after all a puppet without feelings, and does not stop, once again pounced. I'll tear you apart. When Shinbei saw such a situation, his heart fiercely fumed, and without dodging, he took the momentum of a punch and fiercely struck the waist of the inhuman puppet, while his own chest, once again, was hit by a punch. Bang! Shinbei was hit so hard that he almost flew out of the field and slumped on the ground, while the inhuman puppet, too, was knocked back a few steps. So brutal. Surrounding students see Shinbei such a brutal, are looking at each other, feel that the officer does not step in to stop Shinbei dead. But what they didn't anticipate was that the officer on one side really couldn't stand to watch, and just wanted to make a move to kill the inhuman puppet. But Cheng Liaoyuan wore a wry smile and pressed his hand, watching the show with interest. The corners of those officers' mouths twitched normally. By this point, the test should be over. However, Cheng Liaoyuan intervened, and the few officers had nothing to say, so they stood aside and did not move. Cheng Liaoyuan turned his head and asked Gu Shinro, "What's the real value?" Gu Shinruo looked at the data returned from the computer. The current peak is Strength 35, Physique 25, Spirit 27, and Agility 30. According to the data of the surface attributes detected by Shinbei, except for the strength, the other attributes are still a lot worse. This figure is quite poor when scaled. Gu Shinro couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Even though Shinbei's attribute values were relatively high. But the true attribute percentage is just too low. It's so much lower than the rest of the freshman percentage. In other words, a freshman is considered good only if he has 100 surface attributes and plays 90 points or more. 90 of the total indicates that the available attribute values are extremely effective. But look at Shinbei. Almost half of the attributes are lost. Gu Shinro sighed. But Cheng Liaoyuan smiled and waved his hand. Continue. Next, Shinbei fiercely made a carp and climbed up again, jumped like a tiger, and fiercely punched the inhuman puppet on its chest. At the same time, he took a kick from the puppet. One person and one puppet, in this instant, unexpectedly touched each other hard. Shinbei was like a god of war that simply wouldn't fall. With endless, long and deep stamina, the more you fight, the more refreshed you become, the tougher you get. Even an Iron Man is broken. A few examiners, too, were shocked. What martial arts did this Shinbei practice? Hardened physical strength and sinews so strong? Bang, bang, bang. The inhuman puppet hit Shinbei with 10 punches, and Shinbei returned 10 kicks. The inhuman puppet kept getting knocked over and getting up, while Shinbei kept getting knocked over and getting up again. Finally, the inhuman puppet, seemingly exhausted, was lifted up in the air by Shinbei in a single advancement, grabbing the body alive. Ow 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 ow. Shinbei, this exchange of hands, the fight is unprecedented, the blood in the fighting gene penetrate into the depths of the bone marrow. Lifting the massive inhuman golem in one motion, he let out a ferocious howl and slammed it hard, sending the inhuman golem crashing to the ground. This puppet, strangled alive, killed by him. With his bare hands. Without weapons, raw with fists and feet to the cave alien refined into alien puppet to death, the presence of freshmen dumbfounded, collectively dumbfounded, all feel that Shinbei is really too powerful and domineering. Is this ing human? Or a freshman? Are we really in the same world? Just now, everyone had been beaten by the inhuman puppet, wailing and crying. But on the contrary, Shinbei. Straight to death. What no one could do, let Shinbei do. Can't help but make the freshmen collectively skeptical. At the same time, for the strength of Shinbei's sinews and bones, they all rose up with a feeling of unimaginability. Cam. This guy's not human. It's too strong. Really too strong. Shinbei has the strength to take on a second-grade martial artist? It's hard to say, an inhuman who has lost his mind has a bit more instinct and a total lack of tactical use. But strong is really strong, stronger than us. Good. Very good. I have a goal now, and that's to defeat Shinbei. Wake up, buddy. At this very moment. A couple of teachers looked at the computer screen and one didn't squeak. Shinbei had gone through a second sparring session with the inhuman puppet. Peak attributes did improve. But not at all at the 90 excellent baseline. Only 60 utilization efficiency. There was sadness on Gu Shinro's face. It's too inefficient. But among this group, only two people had the most clear-cut minds. Chang Liaoyuan narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, pervert. This guy is definitely perverted. What exactly is the martial art he cultivates? Why did you kill the inhuman golem by only exerting 60 of its attributes? The other man, In Hong the shepherd, also narrowed his eyes. Years of teaching experience told him that it is not that Shinbei did not achieve more than 90 utilization efficiency. Rather, inhuman golem is not worth 90 of his play. Just 60 is enough. That means opponents are too weak. Chapter 75. What do you think you're pretending for when you have nothing to do? A test for the freshmen's selected martial arts ended. The students began to follow their teachers to select their martial arts techniques according to their initial class placement. Shinbei was about to leave with Gu Shinro. But Ching Liaoyuan followed. Is there anything else, Instructor Chang? Gu Shinro asked with a wink. According to the normal arrangement, the mission of these military training officers has been accomplished and they can now leave. And Chang Liaoyuan said with a smile, Shinbei is going to choose a new martial art, right? I'll come and participate. Gu Shinro deflated, that's not necessary, I know what's in my heart. No. Chang Liaoyuan's tone was hard, you don't have it in your heart to go. Gu Shinro and Shinbei exchanged glances and followed, heading to the Wudon Resource Library. The so-called Resource Vault is a heavily guarded basement. The whole is made of super strong alloy steel plate as the main structure. It takes 3 people to open the gate alone. One person controls the key to the mechanical lock. One person controls the combination to the electronic lock. One other person mastered the fingerprint lock. It houses a variety of resources for WU in Lingnan. For example, martial arts, pills, weapons, etc. These materials are divided and distributed uniformly by the state. The staff inside is under the direct management of the state and is completely independent of the leadership and dictates of the WU school. After a tedious check of formalities, the 3 entered it. Shinbei raised his eyes. The entire basement resource library is very large. However, what made Shinbei somewhat dismayed was that big was big, but it seemed very empty. The contents are a bit small and out of proportion to such a large basement. It's like a big super heavy mining truck, capable of carrying hundreds of tons of the big guys, pulling just one brick. Not only did Shinbei freeze, even Chang Liaoyuan was stunned for a moment. Chang Liaoyuan rubbed his eyes and asked with some incredulity, is this ing looted? A prefecture-level martial arts university with only this much stuff? A staff member on one side of the face of embarrassment explained, although the resources are allocated by the state, but also have to fight for the other municipal martial arts university strong sum, we can get on less. Chang Liaoyuan let out a forehead. There's nothing wrong with that statement. There are local and municipal WUs with more talent and more resources needed. Others are more chaotic at the local and municipal level, requiring WU to send students to assist the local patrol bureau in suppressing the situation. Not to mention giving or not giving favors. In the course of a mission, injuries also require elixirs, right? It's natural to tilt resources. There are also frequent grottos at the prefecture level, and the WU's resource pool is about to be transformed into a material transit pool. The state has to focus even more on slamming resources down. But resources are limited. So, like Lingnan City, this kind of martial arts university, eating meat is not eaten, can have a mouthful of soup is good. The three men came to the resource library computer. Start retrieving martial arts techniques that match Shinbei's. Gu Shinro was following Shinbei's peak in the measurement setting to input the real attribute values and retrieve the martial arts. Power, 37. No. Chang Liayuan interrupted Gu Shinro's data entry, enter 41. What? Gu Shinro was stunned for a moment, a little angry, pinching her waist. This is not a joke. The real value is 37, how can you input 41? Listen to me right. No way. Gu Shinro's eyes fluctuated dramatically, and her voice seemed incomparably low. If this breaks Shinbei's practice, you'll compensate me? In fact, Gu Shinro had a vague feeling that something wasn't right from the moment Chang Liayuan followed her over. It was possible that Shinbei's test data with the inhuman puppet just now was wrong. But she didn't want to take any chances. She would rather be conservative than let Shinbei practice and break her body. Maybe. Will come in handy later. The sexual well-being piece has to be held. Chang Liaoyuan laughed. There's no need to worry too much, although you're a teacher, I have a lot of real-world experience. Shinbei scratched his head and asked, just pull it full directly. No. Crazy? Gu Shinro and Chang Liaoyuan spoke out at the same time, vetoing Shinbei's death-defying behavior. Shinbei shrugged. In fact, he wanted to say that when he was practicing the 7-star fist, he had practiced by stepping on the minimum requirements for surface attributes. And you're still in one piece? What does that mean? It means that the attribute values that the daily settlement panel gives you are all real attributes. Pull it straight full, no problem. Gu Shinro conservative, in Shinbei's view, completely all is more than a concern. Chang Liaoyuan was radical and did not follow through with his radicalization. In the end, Chang Liaoyuan and Gu Shinro argued a bit and agreed according to their experience. Enter 40 points for all attribute values. In the additional condition close combat, Gu Shinru gently pressed the enter button. The computerized database began to retrieve eligible martial arts techniques. Wait a little while. 3 martial arts that met the requirements popped out of the interface. They are Pine and Crane Manju Fist, Flying Spirit Soft Bone Fist, and Dragon Flying Tiger Steps. Come here, let's see which one you fancy. Gu Shinruwa pulled Shinbei to the computer, like a young couple buying clothes at the mall. Pine and Crane Wansho Quan is a boxing style that, after practicing, not only masters martial arts skills, but also strengthens internal organs and organs like iron. Flying Spirit Soft Bone Fist is a kind of body technique, which exercises the whole body to be as soft as boneless, as soft as silk. It can be said to be 2 diametrically opposed directions of martial arts with the Pine and Crane Wansho Quan. The Dragon Flying Tiger Steps, on the other hand, was an extremely subtle step. Shinbei took a general look and realized that the mystery of this martial art was not below the foot stepping on 7 stars of the 7-star fist. Shinbei had trouble choosing, he smashed his mouth and asked, couldn't it all be either? Gu Shinru shook her head. According to the rules, a student can only choose 1 martial skill, while a teacher can use their authority once to grant another martial skill, up to 2. You have to realize that some students become martial artists not to serve their country, but to pursue glory and wealth, so it's impossible for the country to give you all of it out of its heart. Shinbei let out an oh-so-subtle sound. The state nurtures you under all reservations, but not all of them. If you want more, then join the army and fight the grotto. This is exactly what the saying goes, martial artists, dare to fight for everything. At the same time, it seems that there are many benefits to having small classes. The teacher's authority is only once, this if more students, to whom more than 1 martial arts, is a blatant favoritism, the other students will certainly not be willing, diaphragm. But Shinbei had no such concerns when he followed Gu Shinro. He's the only one in the class. Shinbei's fingers waved around on the 3 feats, and he was a bit reluctant to give up any of them. All of it. At this moment, Chun Liaoyuan suddenly came from the side. The 2 of them, Gu Shinru and Shinbei, cast their gazes on him in unison. What do you mean? You're not a teacher at WU, What authority do you have to take it all? Chang Liaoyuan handed his officer's card to the staff member on one side and said in a rather heavy tone, with the honor and points from my 12 years of enlistment in the army, I will exchange martial arts skills for this student Shinbei. The staff froze. Do you really want to do this? The army's points are hard to come by, and that's all in exchange for lives. That's right. Chang Liaoyuan said with a dignified expression, I look favorably on him, and it's worth the effort. The simple, extremely plain words made Shinbei's heart and mind move. There are no grandiose words, only the emotion of a king looking at a green bean and seeing it in the right place. Chang Liaoyuan surprisingly the battlefield with flesh and blood, killing to get the army points for Shinbei exchange martial arts. Shinbei's expression and mood appeared incomparably complex and confused, opening his mouth to speak out, not you, instructor. This. Chang Liaoyuan pressed his hand and said with bravado, no need to say more, here, just take it. Just then. The staff trotted back, his face hung with embarrassment and embarrassment, Team Chang. You don't have enough points. Chang Liaoyuan? Shinro Gu. Shanbei. You say you have nothing to pretend. Chapter 76, Teacher, you sit on my whip. What? Chang Liaoyuan's face was extremely ugly, his face reddened, his eyes suddenly widened, the wrinkles in his eyes were instantly stretched out, and his mouth snapped open like a lion's roar. A hefty and ferocious might like an evil dragon opening its eyes spread out steeply, and he hissed at the staff nonchalantly. How can you not have enough points? Do you look up points? The sound was tremendous, laced with angry lust, and spread through the basement, deafening. The staff member was startled and hurriedly explained, originally you had enough points, but someone scratched your points. Who? What Chang Liaoyuan's gaze revealed was also incomparably solemn and wary. He also seemed to know that someone had punked himself. The staffer forehead, it's Miller of the 9th Army. Upon hearing the name, Chang Liaoyuan just set it back. Shinbei didn't understand the reason for this and didn't want to understand it, coughing, then I won't bother your awe. Chang Liaoyuan's chest rose and fell, but his eyes were calm, dead, and solemn, no way. How can I fail to do what I promised you? Next. Chang Liaoyuan's stubbornness welled up, pulling the staff aside, muttering for half a day, signing a few agreements, and then walking back. He patted his chest and said, it's done. All 3 martial arts can be copied. Gu Xinru stared at Chang Liaoyuan in a daze, her eyes bright under her messy black hair, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she stabbed Chang Liaoyuan in the chest. You shouldn't be selling out, should you? Chang Liaoyuan. How can you call a martial artist's business selling his body? Then, Chang Liaoyuan said some more words of wisdom, something about martial artists not being for sale, martial artists being righteous, and so on, causing the crowd to laugh. Soon. 3 copies of the Kung Fu are finished. Chang Liaoyuan's military training mission this time is considered to be over. Shinbei sent off at the entrance of the WU campus. The 2 men stared at each other for a moment. Shinbei only said a short sentence, thank you, take care. Chang Liaoyuan patted Shinbei's shoulder and laughed, I like this kind of peace of mind energy of yours. So I'll sensationalize it? Don't, I hate that, for me, it's ing manly to take revenge, fight every battle, and bleed without tears. Shinbei shrugged. The officer on one side of the room chimed in instead. This time Team Chang owes an assload of famine. Boy, are you lucky. Is this love? It feels like Team Chang lost a lot of money. That's because your pattern is low. Actually Team Chang is on the 5th floor. How? Unspeakable, prepare to fight after Team Chang. When leaving, Chang Liaoyuan also gave Shinbei a sentence, genius is not equal to talent, what the country needs is talent, not a genius with an empty flowery frame. Shinbei nodded solemnly and watched the line of officers drive away. Classroom. A classroom that only belonged to Gu Xinyo and Shinbei. Gu Xinro was wearing a simple and light white dress, with her clear black hair and fair skin, standing on the podium like a pure and clear little white flower. Flip through the textbook, then write 2 big words on the board, grotto. Shinbei. Pay attention to the lesson. Shinbei sat down, looked at the empty classroom, yawned, not. Do we need to be so formal? Nonsense. Gu Xinro rolled her eyes, it's teaching time. The sense of substitution is too strong, isn't it? Shinbei pursed her lips, teacher, you sit on my whip so I can learn better. Gu Xinro crossed her eyebrows and said unhappily, don't pull the homophone egg with me. Shinbei went up and pulled Gu Xinru, and the 2 of them sat together. The distance between the two was very close, and the cold and clear scent of Gu Xinruo's body mixed with the beauty's warm body scent, it smelled so good. Her body seemed to be draped in a layer of ethereal sunlight, and the glistening shimmering light shook Shinbei's eyes. This is the real ice skin and jade bones, right? That is enough to charm all the body. Still with a cold meaning, Shinbei felt that he was beside Gu Xinru, as if it was a woman carved by ice and snow. Shinbei began to flip through the books in a serious manner. Teacher, you say? I'll listen. Gu Xinru looked unsettled, seemingly smiling. Then our first lesson was about the underground cave. Although Shinbei had some understanding of the underground caves, the systematic learning was still too poor. In history class, I once talked about the point in time when martial artists were first exposed. Do you remember? After Gu Xinru finished speaking, she realized that she had asked redundantly. Shinbei's history class. Are big duck eggs Sure enough, Shinbei was confused for a moment. Forget it, I'll just say the answer directly. Gu Xinru held her forehead and continued, it's 19XX. It was a year of natural disasters everywhere, with droughts, floods and earthquakes. In the same year, the provisional government decided to formally establish the National Capital Martial Arts Society, which was the predecessor of the current National Capital Martial Arts University. And it began to train martial artists on a large scale and in a systematic manner to resist natural disasters and earthly harm. Shinbei listened drowsily. Don't they talk about grottos? How did it even turn on the martial artists? Soon enough, the highlights came. Grotto. The lesson about the underground caves was taught by Gu Xinru for a whole hour. Shinbei summarized after listening to the lesson. Simply put, the grotto is located underground, as if it were an underground world, but it is different, as if it is not underground at all, because the government has organized excavations, the most famous excavation being the polar bear's Kora ultra-deep borehole. Even after digging as far as 10,000 meters, there was no sign of the grotto. Once a grotto moves, it will react on the surface, most visually in the form of an earthquake. Depending on modern scientific probes, higher dimensions in space may be involved, which are not so well understood by humans. According to the Kara Shinro, the grottos are all over the world, not simply only in the country. Moreover, although the entrance and exit of the underground cave is underground, the world may not be underground. The underground grotto, which could be an alien space, another dimension, or maybe not even a space in the same universe at all, just has its entrance open underground. At the same time, the underground caves were not only for martial artists to enter, ordinary people could enter as well. But thermal weapons will fail, so ordinary people going in there are just going to die. When a martial artist enters, they can only utilize their own strength to clear out the inhumans or ferocious beasts. You can use fists and feet, swords and knives, even bows. The source of power, to come from itself, not heat, electricity, wind, solar energy. So many years down the road, experts analyzed that in the underground caves, only martial artists can function. And all other external energy sources lose their effect. Because the power source of technological weapons would be completely ineffective by the time they reached the underground caves, which was why the status of martial artists was elevated after the caves were discovered. In short, in the world of the Earth Cave, there were some foreigners, some monsters, who were thinking of breaking out of the door of the Earth Cave and entering the world of humans all the time. Once upon a time, one of the grotto doors was destroyed and was rushed out by the monsters of the grotto world, with extremely tragic consequences. So letting martial artists guard the underground caves, letting martial artists enter the caves and go deeper into the caves, and stifling the possibility of these inhumans rushing out of the ground ahead of time, this is the best way to protect the world and guard the human race. After Shinbei had a systematic understanding, his knowledge of the underground caves was raised by one level. Right. Before class ended, Gu Xinru put on her coat and said, "If you see the courier coming, let me know. I can't wait for the courier to dispatch." Courier? It was only then that Shinbei remembered that he had been slashed by pieces of CC for more than 8,000 times, and how many days had passed since then. How come it's not here yet? Shinbei scratched his head. I also made an online purchase, and this courier is too slow, right? I must give the merchant a painful lesson, come to a refund only. Gu Xinru smiled. It's better not to make things difficult for the merchants. The main reason is that there are underground caves in Shanhaiguan, the courier can't get through, and it's delayed. It just calmed down a couple days ago, and the express should be here soon. As the two left the classroom, Gu Xinru's cell phone rang. It's a WeChat message from the president of WU at all teachers. Gu Xinru looked at it and frowned for a long time. Raising her long hair, she said with a playful tone, "You students may be in for a rude awakening with the principal's thunderous wrath." Shanbei? Chapter 77, I'm still the flower of the motherland. Gu Shinro finished reading the cell phone message and said something inexplicable. Before Shinbei could understand what it meant, he was brought to the Wodan auditorium by Gu Shinro. At this times there are a lot of students sitting underneath each of the teachers. Shinbei took a look. In addition to the freshmen, there were even sophomores. What is this scene? What happened? Soon, Principal Zhang walked into the auditorium with a sullen face and an icy gaze. Obviously not in a good mood. He stood on the stage with little or no build-up. Straight to the point. There are two main things to say to all the students gathered here today, so prick up your ears and listen carefully. First, at the end of this year, the WUs in the country are going to have an exchange tournament. There have been such exchanges in the past, but they have been small in scope, such as the provincial exchange tournament held in Shenin City, the capital of the province. There were few across provinces, let alone nationwide. But this year, unlike in the past, it's a national exchange tournament. It's the first time it's been held in the country. I have to give a death order to all of you here. Whether you're freshmen or sophomores, you have to play your way into the top. Principal Zhang paused here, his eyes scanning the students below as he spoke forcefully once again, break into the top 20 in the country. This statement was made. The corners of the teachers' mouths below twitched, and their complexions were overwhelmed with crotch-pulling. Isn't that goal a bit too ambitious? You know, the country is home to 293 prefecture-level cities, plus 4 municipalities, plus provincial capitals and regions, and the league. That's 333 WUs participating. Exchange tournament of a national nature, playing in the top 20 out of such a large number of teams. Honestly, it's easier to dream. As teachers themselves, they know what state the students in Lingnan City are in, and they still have a bit of a B number in their hearts. Other than that, a small place like Lingnan City, if it wasn't mentioned by some star at the Spring Festival Gala, who knows where it is what it is. Compared to a city that economically advanced, it's the brother of brothers. The economy is failing in talent is a concern. And Principal Zhang didn't allow the other teachers to be of any opinion, almost growling, I don't care what methods your teachers use, if the students can't reach this goal, they will all have their wages and performance deducted. Teachers are green in the face. The students, however, were talking. What? The national exchange, in the top 20? I've heard that in the coastal prefecture-level city of Wuda, the government is subsidizing the students in various ways, and the most ordinary students are given 5 attribute elixirs a month. Casting is truly an art. Hit the hammer, that's too high a target, 200th place is more like it. Principal Zhang wants to save face too. This face is not good to earn the provincial capital of the WU alone is 23. That is, this goal, we beat at least 4 provincial capitals, this is not a rip-off. The students can see much more thoroughly than the principal. Liberal arts colleges, it's not easy to say who's first and who's second, and it's not easy to argue about that. But WKU, sometimes it's more obvious. A simple calculation reveals that this is an impossible task. But Principal Zhang didn't care, the task was pressed anyway. Try to add luck. Then, Principal Zhang announced something else, I'll be quiet, I'll talk about the second thing. All of you may have heard that some days ago, the cave in the ground at Shanhaiguan appeared as a cave in the ground. According to the statistical report, the military lost more than a dozen third-grade realm martial artists, and more than 100 martial artists below the third grade. 3 instructors also sacrificed their lives at the Shanhaihua University. Several students have not been heard from so far. For this reason, the state allocates excess resources to Shanhaihua University for subsidization, of which there is a portion of resources that should have been originally from Liubei Province. I'm sure you've all seen that the resource pool of our Lingnan City Martial Arts University is almost empty. Anyone who covets the resources allocated to the Yamaha WU, we're all human, if we think so does everyone else. You are students and treasures of the family, and their students are students and treasures of the family. But people are fighting for their lives. What did we do at Lingnan City Martial Arts University? We didn't contribute anything. We have no right to be upset about this. But no matter what, since we're from Lingnan City, we have to think about Wuda. Principal Zhang spoke in a tone that was vaguely tired. This is a time when people don't want to argue or fight. But it had to be fought and fought. Who wants to die? Nobody wants to die. Being strong gives you a higher probability of surviving. However, there are only so many resources in the country, and there is a limit to the number of pills, weapons, and other resources useful for cultivation that are manufactured each year. If you have more, I have less, and if you have less, I can have more. For the school, I didn't want to set such a high goal at the national exchange, but I had to. Huang Jing's face suddenly turned a bit cold and said, "If you don't fight, our Lingnan City Martial Arts University will have no say in the national martial arts universities, and there will be fewer and fewer resources to allocate in the future. The fewer resources you have, the slower you will grow, and this will be in a vicious circle. The only people who have to step forward are you people. Stand up for yourselves. Of course, we can't just sit around now, we have to do something. In a word, a peaceful environment does not create strong people. I declare that in a month's time, all freshmen and sophomores will be disrupted, and sophomores will take freshmen to assist in military and patrol missions. We, Lingnan City Wushu University, must make a name for ourselves and show the people above us that we are not just rice buckets who do take resources and don't work. Whichever team completes the most tasks and finishes the best will get an extra reward. Specifics have been distributed to all teachers, so please plan ahead and adjourn." Principal Zhang swept a final glance at the entire staff and his figure disappeared in the doorway. At this point in the auditorium, without the principal's pressure, the students' clamor became even more violent. There were even some students who were scared into a wimpy state, their voices shrill and thin, just short of snot and tears. "Wow! What the hell is this? Why are you going out on a mission when you're fine? Wait, what is this mission? Cleaning? You have a hole in your head? The mission must be interacting with the military and the patrol. Hiss, it wouldn't be a fight with a villain, would it? You're all snatched up. Isn't that a bit of a risque decision? I'm still a flower." The students are numb. Especially the freshmen, who had just completed their stance, martial arts, although they had been picked out under the guidance of their teachers. But a month's worth of time to cultivate was just too short. In the face of martial arts thugs who do nothing wrong in society and are brutal, they are almost powerless to fight back. It's almost like putting your life in the hands of a sophomore. And the sophomores were physically and mentally gutted. It feels like Principal Zhang is playing a bit big for resources. Even though the sophomores were all martial artists, there were even a few second grades, and very few third grades. But with the thugs between life and death struggle, completely inexperienced, well. A great uneasiness and fear spread among the students as if it were substance, weighing them down. At this moment, Gu Shinro's fingers picked at her hair and scratched it to her ear, whispering, "Shinbei, what do you think?" Shinbei's voice was unhurried and soft, and his answer was direct, "Look with your eyes." Gu Shinro's lips mumbled a few times, blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "Can there be a surprise?" Shinbei didn't make a sound and bared his teeth in a smile. At this time, the unlucky four were sitting in all corners of the auditorium though. But their gazes, coincidentally, looked toward Shinbei. Sucking. This is the Thaya. Chapter 78. I am vindictive, only I, Shinbei, can eat people. Shinbei left the auditorium and was intercepted by the unlucky four. "Shinbei?" Chi Chuanyu heatedly smiled, "As soon as I guessed you needed teammates." "I." "Hold your tongue, I definitely agree." "Shinbei." Shinbei still had the same inscrutable tone, "I need women." Chi Chuan language. Shinbei snorted, "The principal has said that freshmen and sophomores are mixed together, what did you guys hear?" Bull's head couldn't be lower and his voice was also low, "Rules are made by people, this will be said when the time comes, we're all pretty fierce, hey." Du Ziting and Liao Zhangyang nodded in agreement. Liao Zhangyang also showed off his muscles to show that he was useful. Shinbei looked hot-eyed and waved his hand, "Good dogs don't get in the way." The unlucky quartet showed their teeth and moved out of the way, watching Shinbei leave with a six-parent step. If Wang Duoyu got Zhuang Chang and Big Smart, he got Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Then the unlucky foursome for Shinbei is Yuan Xiao getting Gua 2, SKT being happy to get Shan Nai Rua, and Kuroda Taijun hiring Captain Jia. No good. Back to the villa. Found delivery motorized carts parked in front of the door. And the doors to the rooms in the villa were in an open position. The cleaning lady is here? At Lingnan City WU, housekeeping ants are standard in all dormitories. Responsible for cleaning the dormitory, which is a benefit given to students by the school. Otherwise, some martial artists are really careless about hygiene and can turn the dormitory into a zoo. Go inside. The cleaning lady is mopping the floor. Just then, from the basement came a strange man. He wore courier clothing. The man's face grew a circle of steel needle-like beard, appearing the whole head is bigger than others, whiskers and hair are grayish-white, the face looks but only 30-something years old. Hello, Shinbei, right? I've put all your deliveries in the basement for you. The courier chuckled. Shinbei frowned, just put it in the living room, why put it in the basement? The courier was smooth-faced and said, this is not afraid of delaying the cleaning ants to clean up. Shinbei tilted his head and had a very bad feeling about this courier. Even though the courier has to deliver the goods, they are used to this kind of behavior. But Shinbei had a hunch that this courier might be carrying other purposes. Shinbei signed the courier sheet, and the courier left straight away and continued to make deliveries on campus. Shinbei hooked the curtains and watched the electric car scurrying around the school, and it seemed to be a really regular courier. Is it possible to overthink yourself? Shinbei headed to the basement at that moment. The villa dormitories at WU in Lingnan City all have basements. A total of 2 spaces. The outermost is a storage room for miscellaneous things. The other space is the cultivation room. A highly secretive room made of super strong alloys. It is mainly for the use of students who have the need to practice alone. The other students who lived in the dormitory buildings and wanted to practice martial arts could only go to the on-campus cultivation arenas. The venue is quite large and well equipped with all kinds of equipment. The downside is that it is crowded. There was no privacy, everyone mingled and hoo-ha to practice their martial arts skills. To put it mildly, people who have been observing for a long time will know when and what angle your next move is. This was more or less a disadvantage for a martial artist. And there is no problem with the villa area on campus. A separate practice basement for one person. How else would the dead expensive villas be exceptionally sought after? Go into the basement. Shinbei's purchases on piecing shishi piled up into a small mountain. Didn't look much. Shinbei continued to walk inward. Come to an iron gate. Shinbei glanced down at the doorknob. Complete and undamaged. But one of the strands of hair that Shinbei had bound to it was missing. Look carefully and realized that it fell to the ground. It's in a state of disconnection. This is the kind of detail that people don't usually notice after all, the strands of hair are just too small, and with the lighting, it's not easy to spot. One had to know that Shinbei had never used the cultivation room since he had enrolled in school. The point is it's not working. And the cleaning ants only do superficial work and never clean the basement. Naturally, no one will move the doorknob. Shinbei squatted down and looked at the broken strands of hair with a somewhat playful gaze. Next moment. Push the door open. There are a few tables and cabinets in the practice room. Obviously there are signs of rummaging. Generally, within the basement's cultivation, the students' own books on martial arts were kept. You can always watch it while practicing. However, Shinbei had not used the basement at all, and the 7-star fist had been kept close to his body and hidden. Looking for something, huh? Can't it be that the courier is from the cult of the apocalypse or the headhunters? After all, the only thing that could attract their attention would be the 7-star fist and the map of the Sea of Hopelessness. How did you find out and suspect me? Shinbei stroked his chin and thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. That is, one is from Chantu. If one had bothered to ask around, one would naturally know that one was cleaning up trash near the Sun Mountain Reservoir at the time. Think about it. Shinbei directly took out his phone and called Boss Zhang. Asked if anyone had asked him about himself recently. Boss Zhang answered quickly, with only one word, yes. Shinbei squinted and hung up the phone. It's almost ready to be stoned. Owners are being watched. However, they should have no proof, at most they are suspicious. Shinbei ran through the cause and effect before and after. Come to the conclusion that both the enemy and us are in a passive state. If the enemy wanted to do it the hard way, they would have to consider the consequences of killing a scholar. Headhunters aren't brainless, twisted and crazy thinkers like the apocalypse cult bunch. And Shinbei was passive. It's like a balloon that keeps blowing up, not knowing when it's going to explode. But Shinbei at least had a goal now, and that was the courier. Shinbei examined the entire basement in detail. Standing in the silent basement, he felt an invisible pressure squeezing at him from all sides. Like substance, even the air was sticky. Then, the following should be a mutual trial by all parties. After making sure there are no monitors or bugs, close the door to the room. Glancing at the vast number of deliveries, he found a large woven bag, put it all in it, and dragged it up to the living room. "Auntie, don't want this garbage." "Huh?" The cleaning auntie looked at the bag inside all the unopened express, a kind of defeatist gaze at Shinbei. "Then I'll pour it for you." Cleaning ants love this kind of show the most. Mouthing off, he stuffed the woven bag into his cart. Shinbei didn't have time to go from one to another to check whether the express had been cheated and installed something. Solely a stream of them all thrown away. Saves time, effort, and energy. Then, Shinbei was not delaying. Scrambling to start practicing martial arts. In fact, there were many moves behind the 7-star fist, but it was exceptionally difficult to develop. At this time, learning other martial arts to protect yourself is more effective. Of course, Shinbei was thinking more about taking the initiative, and the opening that could tear the enemy apart was in the courier. Remove the copied feats. Shinbei spent 3 whole days on sensing and reading through. As for classes? Take a direct leave of absence. Anyway, Gu Shinro was one of her own, so she didn't have to worry about having her points deducted at all. It's 4 days. Shinbei attempted to cultivate the dragon-shaped flying tiger martial art. Tiger pounces and dragon swims. With a long whistle, he performed a pace, and the phenomenon of a green dragon and a white tiger appeared in his head, as the dragon and tiger swam in the abyss. The body was like a swimming dragon, the chi was like a fierce tiger, the breath flowed around the body, and in the internal organs, a real sense of rhythm was struck. Dragon sucks. Tiger swallow. Dragon essence. Tiger fierce. Between wandering around, in a trance meditative, Shinbei entered the realm of forgetting things again, and the internal organs, as if they were shrinking without limit, shrinking again, condensing into a ball. Inside, solid as iron. Pust. Suddenly, the breath surged up, and Shinbei felt a thick phlegm stuck inside his throat, tugging on the bellows like uncomfortable, so he let out a cough, and then he really spat out a large mouthful of thick phlegm with blood. After spitting out the blood-tinged thick phlegm, his whole body was relieved. Shinbei tongue against the upper jaw, immediately between, full of mouth, as if the mouth has agar jelly general, a slight movement, that between the tongue agar jelly gurgling out, as if the breeze airflow general, winding around the body, the whole body internal refreshing. Practicing hard. 1,000 times the hard work. It's imminent, a black cloud is looming, and a storm is coming. Whoever threatens me, Shinbei, I am vindictive. Only I, Shinbei, can eat people who dares to pry a finger at me. Extinction. Chapter 79 Crazy Cultivation. This day, Shinbei sought out Gu Shinro. The 2 men went to the private basement of the villa. Shinbei uttered a strange request, "Teacher, I want you to help me practice." Gu Shinro's clear face froze, her curved moon-like eyebrows raised, and she looked at Shinbei with a hesitant, mustard-containing gaze. "How can I help you practice?" "Take out your weapons and kill me, let's engage. I need real battles, lots of real battles, to work on my own. You don't show any mercy, just kill me," Shinbei coldly said. The corners of Gu Shinro's mouth twitched a few times. It's full of Shinbei being bad, isn't it? Even though within these days, Shinbei was not attending classes. But luckily it was hiding in the basement and practicing martial arts, not going out to work odd jobs and getting on with it. Gu Shinro didn't say much, but came over from time to take a look and give some pointers in the meantime. As a teacher, Gu Shinro's sensitivity is still very high, always able to see where Shinbei is wrong and correct it. In other words, Gu Shinruo was somewhat like Wang Yuyan in the 8 Books of the Dragon. A profound theorist of martial arts. But let her actualize, MMP. It wasn't that there was no real-world ability, at least, not much worse than Shinbei. But naturally, her growth ceiling couldn't be compared to Shinbei's. After all, Gu Shinro's focus was not on actual combat, but on teaching. And now Shinbei was actually asking her to accompany her. Gu Shinro's face looked as if she had seen a ghost, with a jaw-dropping expression. "Are you sure you want to fight in real life?" Shinbei nodded. "It has to be real." Gu Shinro took a deep breath, wanting to refuse, but saw the viciousness of Shinbei's gritted teeth, as if he wanted to swallow the person. Taking another look at the 3 martial arts techniques on the desk that were already on the verge of being torn apart, he couldn't help but draw a short sword. "In that case, I'll be polite. Although I'm a teacher at the martial arts university, I once followed my brother Guangfeng in order to train myself and killed martial arts outlaws as well." Moment. Gu Shinro's entire aura changed. From a gentle and elegant big sister, she turns into a hunter who harvests lives in the darkness of the night. The body showed an assassination-chilling aura, stimulating Shinbei's head a cold. Swish, swish, swish. Between the sword light in Gu Xinru's hand, it stabbed at Shenbei's eyebrows, eyes, ears, throat, wrists, and arms. Shenbei felt the murderous aura and hastily dodged. Puffing. On his forehead, a long bloodstain appeared, and blood flowed down so that one could see the eerie white bones inside. How big is the difference between having a sword in your hand and having bare hands? Especially when two masters are dueling. Viciously wiping his head, the wound stopped the blood. Shenbei continued to move his hands, dodging left and right, fiercely counterattacking, but in a short while, there were a few more sword marks on his body. However, he didn't care about being injured in the slightest, exuding boundless energy, trying his best to dodge the sword light and find a counterattack from it. 10 minutes. 1 hour. 2 hours. At the end of the day, Shenbei's whole body has been everywhere bloody, as if being cut by 1,000 cuts, lingering death in general. It was shocking to watch. Stop. You're bleeding too much, do you need a bandage? Gu Xinru stopped. Good. Come back tomorrow. Shenbei also felt that it was almost time. It had to be said that the high-intensity actual combat had made Shenbei's understanding of the three martial arts to a higher level. A martial art is only a killing art if it is practiced. No bloodshed, that's just fancy. Gu Xinru's entire body went numb. It completely felt like Shenbei was a madman. Usually cheeky and dirty jokes come out of his mouth. How come it seems like he's been stimulated by something since he killed Thunder Tiger? The whole thing went deep. It's as if something is on fire and fighting for time. But Gu Xinru didn't ask much. Not curious what the secret is either. If a martial artist can't hide secrets in his mouth, then woes naturally come frequently. Just like what martial arts skills Shenbei relied on to break through as a martial artist, Gu Xinru asked, but Shenbei didn't say, so there was no need to get to the bottom of it. Secrets that martial artists are reluctant to tell are usually tied to life and death. It's not good to talk about it, and it's not good for those who hear it. The next day, the two reappeared in the basement. Gu Xinru found that the wounds on Shenbei's body were all healed, leaving only some faint traces, and secretly praised Shenbei's physical recovery ability, and her heart was too strong. Suspect that Shenbei is high on drugs. But in reality, Shenbei's pills had all been used up long ago in the battle against Thunder Tiger. And the benefits that the school is supposed to give each month have not been honored. After all, the deaths in the grottos that appeared at Shanhai Pass were really tragic, resulting in the truncation of all the supplies that the state should have allocated to Lingnan City. On a national level, there is no war in Liaobei Province anyway, so a little less is fine. And Liaobei Province feels that there are fewer supplies, then the province's WU naturally discharged successively, prioritized. Ridge City it is then. It hasn't produced any famous students in all these years anyway. There's nothing wrong with suffering the students a little more. This was the reason why Principal Zhang was furious and wailing in a hurry. The reason why students and teachers who are directly forced must take action to fight the reputation of the martial arts university in Lingnan City. Otherwise, the next time supplies are distributed, it's still going to be Lingnan City WU at a disadvantage. Persimmons can be soft. It's a universal truth everywhere. Lingnan City Wushu University itself does not support the prongs up, in the material piece, forever have to be bullied by other prefecture-level City Wushu University. Therefore, Shenbei did not enjoy any benefits in terms of pills at all. Shenbei recovered so quickly from his injuries, but it was also due to the fifth-dimensional mysterious attribute that he had obtained from his regular part-time job. The fifth-dimensional mystical attribute cannot be detected though. But the status is definitely not lower than the other four-dimensional attributes. At this moment, Shenbei and Gu Xinru exchanged blows again, still ending with Shenbei's scaly and bloody body. At night, he was also practicing hard. Exercise all kinds of moves, don't kill yourself practicing hard. Day 3. Day 4. Day 5. Every day, he was cut to a bloody pulp by Gu Xinru's sword during the day. It makes Gu Xinru's brain hurt, and she sleeps at night with nightmares and blood hollering. While Shenbei was practicing hard and again at night with a physical strength that completely surpassed the limits of normal people. He wanted to allow himself to be completely overdrawn, to stimulate all of his body's potential attributes and thoroughly integrate them into his body for control. Gu Xinru also admired Shenbei's perseverance more and more. Enduring the pain of 1,000 cuts and blood every day was no longer something an ordinary person could endure. 10 days passed. 15 days passed. 20 days passed. Finally, this one night, Shenbei felt his powerful blood running and roaring up and down inside and outside his body. The highest sense of the Pine Crane Wancho Quan martial art seemed to transform into a golden light that wrapped around every organ in the body, as if it were cast in gold and shaped like steel. And the Flying Spirit's soft bone fist transformed into the light of the Green Spirit, stretching and kneading Shinbei's entire body's root bones and meridians to the limit, with bones seemingly boneless and meridians as soft as silk. At the same time, the thousands of dead skin traces of sword wounds on Shinbei's skin kept falling off, as if a dragon snake molded its skin. The new skin was even tougher and stronger, and a thick layer of membrane was opened inside the sebum. Diaphragm. The whole body, filled with endless explosive power. After 20 days of cultivation, Shinbei disregarded life and death, regardless of success or failure, day and night to bear the pain of Lingji, and finally will Pine Crane 10,000 Lifespan Fist and Flying Spirit Soft Bone Fist, all cultivation complete. Underneath the skin of the body, a thick and dense membrane was practiced, like cowhide, most resistant to blows. Physical strength is increased, and God's courage is unparalleled. Shinbei felt that even if he didn't use the 7 Star Fist moves, he could still regain his peak actual combat condition. Otherwise, how can it be called heroic? Shinbei is not a gentleman, his status is humble, and if he didn't get the hang-ups, he would be a social sidekick in this life. He is obviously a villain, so he hates to have revenge immediately. A night cannot wait, now enough to wait for 20 days, a mouth of resentment in his heart, can be said to be overwhelming, pouring out the water of the 5 lakes in the world, it is difficult to wash away. Corey, you're right. Shinbei's eyes were deathly silent and generally sullen. It's my turn to find you. Chapter 80, Going to the Coal Mine for Odd Jobs. At this time, although Shinbei had accomplished his cultivation, but he has a clear perception of the current situation. Once you get yourself into a hard fight with a courier, it's a matter of pulling the strings. It also needs to be done slowly, never impulsively. Otherwise the situation will get out of hand. Shinbei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, thought left and right, and finally decided, for the time being, to dive deeply without moving. Once a good opportunity or situation occurs that can be a point of entry, then wait for the opportunity to strike. This day, Shinbei resumed his normal part-time job mode. While there are still 10 days to go, grab any part-time job opportunity to raise your attribute value. In 10 days, it will be the day when the entire student body of Wushu University in Lingnan City will mix and go out on a mission to make a name for Wushu University's prestige. None of the other students were very attentive. Even though Principal Chung is passionate, he is stingy and disdainful in mobilizing emotions, especially in terms of rewards. The students were not very motivated and most of them had a perfunctory attitude. But Shinbei is serious. Whether it's a War Department mission or a patrol's most wanted, that's a bounty, and your own plug-in doubles the bounty. Don't look at it as a society dominated by martial artists, but money is good for business, and it's a universal hard truth everywhere. Especially the chi and blood elixir that nourishes the body, and the blood-stopping elixir, and a series of various other elixirs. Shinbei is also in demand for it. The school resource base is poor. What if you can't send it out? You'll just have to go buy it. Pills don't fall from the sky anyway. Arriving at the labor market, a few laborers who had had a meeting with Shinbei looked at Shinbei with unblinking eyes. Move over, let me crouch and see. Shinbei was extremely thick-skinned and grabbed a good position to squat down and wait for the job. Soon, Shinbei was well integrated into the labor group. Hip-hop kibitzing. Even touched a handful of other people's melons and had a good time eating them. This group of ordinary people are all simple and honest, simple after all. Selling one's physical strength for a meal is much nobler than selling one's character. As long as you don't speak in a literary way, you can get along with them. Of course, a little dirty talk on the lips would be even better. You are the center of the conversation, melons and cigarettes that will never break for you. Soon, Shinbei received a big job. A contractor contracted a roadway to be dug in a coal mine on the outskirts of the city. It's also known as the outsourcing team. Normally, when you go down to work in a coal mine, you have to be a professionally trained professional worker. No one ever hires temporary workers after all. The workers who work down the wells have to have certain skills as well. But in recent years, coal mining has entered a golden age. A lot of capital came in to start mining black gold. With the profit motive, it doesn't matter what training is or isn't available, and it doesn't matter how the self-rescuer is used. It is not uncommon to see 1 or 2 men who have been in the coal mines before working down the shafts with 20 or 30 white men. It's working down the shaft, but it's just clearing debris in the lanes and tidying up the lanes for subsequent equipment entry. Afraid that the crowd wouldn't understand, the contractor once again said, just imagine it as cleaning. If my team of workers hadn't been stuck in the mountain pass for several days, I wouldn't have been able to come out and look for temporary labor. Everything is safe down the well except that it's a little darker. 8 hours, $400. Any takers? Few responded. Honestly, it's a good price. Formal coal miners, as long as the downhole operation, followed by the odd jobs, out of the force, every month is only 10,000 out. Skilled trades, such as roadheader drivers, electricians, equipment repairmen, etc. may pay a little more, around $15,000. As a temp going down the shaft, clearing the alleyways and cleaning up, $400 is a pretty good deal. But the point is, coal mines are a bit dangerous. There are all sorts of dangers, too numerous to count. Although the safety of coal mines nowadays has improved linearly after the country's reorganization, explosions, water penetration and other accidents happen every year. In spite of the contractors yelling in dry mouth, not many laborers, only 5 or 6, dared to go down to work. At this moment, Shinbei raised his hand. I'll go. For Shinbei, working odd jobs to make money is one aspect. The important thing is to earn attribute values. And the more you don't do, the more you add weird fifth-dimensional attributes. Yes. Contractor Lee Kuan Yew patted Shinbei's shoulder and said, "The young guy is good, just want to break into the world, maybe you will also like the underground work." After some more recruiting and a complete lack of response, Lee Kuan Yew waved his hand and drove Shinbei and other workers to the Tunding Mountain coal mine. Modern coal mines are different from the broken coal kilns of a few decades ago. The ground environment goes without saying. Built as a neighborhood. Shinbei curiously looked, surprised to find that, in addition to the office building dormitory, the factory area, a variety of gardens flowing, like a ing park. But the only thing that was missing was any coal stacked on the ground. Shinbei also asked a question, "Where's the coal?" Lee Kuan Yew laughed, pointing to the dozens of meters high coal silo in the distance. "The coal that comes up goes into there for screening, the coal doesn't fall to the ground, and the direct train pulls it away." Shinbei let out an oh-so-subtle sound. Indeed, it is different from what one imagines, and thought that the coal mine was in a mess, with water pollution and silt all over the place. Getting up to speed. Lee Kuan Yew led Shinbei and the others to the locker room. For mines, workers' clothes must be pure cotton, and between friction, no electrical sparks can be generated. Boots were on his feet. Black mining cap. The miner's lamp is stuck on the cap. The lunchbox like self-rescuer is attached to the belt. Go to the depot and pick up your tools. Shinbei was given a shovel. "Come with me, I'll take you down the shaft." Lee Kuan Yew checked the equipment of the workers on one side and led Shinbei and the others to the wellhead. The entrance to the shaft was a large slope with steps on one side and the rails of the mine cars on the other side, which went right up to the working face. Stepping down the steps. It took almost 20 minutes of walking to get to the bottom ground plane. Shinbei glanced back at the well. It had turned into a tiny point of light. "Watch your step, don't walk on top of the railroad tracks, there's a mine train going by any minute. Follow me, don't slip and get lost, this is a maze for you." Lee Kuan Yew instructed, walked ahead and went straight to the working surface. Shinbei looked left and right, everything was full of novelty. Braced steel beams on the roof of the shed, arranged on the walls, wrist-thick cables, huge wind turbines. After half an hour and 7 turns, the group walked to the work surface. "Here is a brick wall in a sealed state." Lee Kuan Yew patted the brick wall and said, "Smash it for me, just load the bricks into the minecart and push it into the underground parking lot. Note to self, smash outside, don't go in, it hasn't been ventilated in there for a long time, toxic gases are deposited and can render a person unconscious in minutes. Fire away." Lee Kuan Yew instructed some precautions. Shinbei and the others swung their sledgehammers and smashed the brick wall down. Boom! Dust and smoke. Masonry collapse. Smashing walls is a basic skill for laborers, pushing them down in minutes. Then it was time to start crashing the bricks into the car. Wrap it up. Lee Kuan Yew went to the distribution room and connected the ventilator wires. Ventilation is activated to send a constant flow of fresh air into the tunnel. And Shinbei and the others hid to the side to rest. Half an hour later. The gas quality inspector enters the tunnel with a gas mask and measures the lower gas. Air qualification. Lee Kuan Yew beckoned, "Come, go in. Clean out the garbage, sleepers, scrap iron, and so on inside, and the work is done for today." Chapter 81 Coal Mine Accident, Unexpected Occurrence. The miner's lamp swung back and forth in the tunnel. Shinbei and the others began to formally clear the alleyway. Rotting sleepers, crumbling chute troughs, rolls of transportation belts, piles of anchors. Shinbei and the others were like ants clearing out the debris bit by bit. It's not a long alleyway. Just about 300 meters. The 7 workers weren't slow to clean up. After all, this kind of darkness is really quite a test of the laborer's ability to endure. About 3 hours later, the alleyway was cleared of all large objects. Only a few piles of coal on the floor remain, just clean it up and level it off. The crowd began to rest for a while. Conversation is rare in this environment, and once there is no more sound, people will unconsciously fall into a state of wanting to sleep. They're all men, and they talk about women. Lee Kuan Yew don't look like a contractor, in fact, is also a category of people who do not share the same day with gambling and drugs. He was quite excited, and with his hands open and cupping the air, he said with a long, retrospective look, "I went to college." Boss Lee is also quite cultured. A laborer smiled and chimed in. Lee Kuan Yew coughed, "I just have a high school education." There was a dawning realization in the crowd. Lee Kuan Yew said again, "The elasticity of that ass, tsk. At that time, my brain was down, not thinking at all, full of brains are smashed with money, even if bankruptcy, but also to go to college students once, willingly die for its essence." Shinbei stroked his chin and said in a slightly thoughtful manner, "The person who wrote about dying under the peony flower and being a ghost, I guess he also did it for the sake of having a good time, not having a good time dying. But the S determines the head, the ass is 2 halves, the head is 2 halves, and who can think when they see a good-looking ass? Boss Lee is sexed up." Lee Kuan Yew gave a thumbs up, as in thunder, the heroes see the same thing. "You guys talk about these 2 things in a man's life." Lee Kuan Yew said non-stop, "One is to make money, one is to make money to play women. And then look at this network, the wind is bad there is always what call themselves fairy jump out, accusing men, what part of the man every 7 seconds on the brain will engage in a color?" Lee Kuan Yew said here, raising his voice, putting the S fart, "What I think in my heart, how would she know about it? Isn't this a false accusation?" The crowd returned the favor, and there was only one thing to say about Lee Kuan Yew, the sex packer. Just then, outside the alleyway, a group of people came walking. Generally, workers wear their miner's lamps on top of their heads for ease of work, and this group had them in their hands. Lee Kuan Yew immediately stood up with a flutter, "All get up. The red hat mine leader is here." Sure enough, all that came was a group of mine leaders in red hats and white scarves. Generally, strict mines have black hats for the workers and red for the leaders, used to differentiate identity. After all, working underground is dusty and quite sweaty. Their faces were so blackened with carbon that it was impossible to tell who was who. "Leader inspecting the work, huh?" Lee Kuan Yew catered with a smile piled on his face. One of them, a middle-aged man, shook Shinbei and the others with a mining lamp and asked, "Are these your workers? Aren't they blocked at the Shanghai Pass?" Lee Kuan Yew smiled, "This is not to catch up with the project well, recruited a few people over, just do cleaning work." The middle-aged man sniffed with little expression, "Pay attention to safety, and the mine is not something that anyone can enter, only cleaning is allowed, no other work can be done." Well, leader. Next time. Mine leaders did not make things difficult for Lee Kuan Yew, turned around in the tunnel for a while, said the construction standards, the installation of tunneling machines and other precautions and then left. Send off the mine leaders. Lee Kuan Yew sighed a few times, this leader is a 3rd-grade martial artist. Ha! Shenbei was flabbergasted for a moment, a 3rd-grade martial artist doing coal mining? Lee Kuan Yew said, "This you do not understand, people have their own aspirations, martial artists are distributed in all walks of life, especially in state-owned enterprises, how can you control people without a bit of authority?" Shenbei smashed his mouth and felt that Lee Kuan Yew had spoken correctly. People have their own aspirations. A martial artist doesn't have to join the army to cut down a crypt monster. It can also put light and heat in other industries. Why don't you ask me if I'm a martial artist? Lee Kuan Yew straightened his back and seemed to be getting ready to play hard to get. Shinbei looked at him wryly, "You're also a martial artist?" "That's right." Lee Chuanyou's breath exuded and his face was proud, "A 1st-grade martial artist. Otherwise, what makes me a contractor here? You know, the person who competed for this project in the first place, there was also the brother-in-law of the electrical and mechanical mining director, and he was directly crushed by me. I thought you never went to college? Didn't pass the exam back then." Lee Kuan Yew lamented a bit, later earned some money, knocking pills knocked up. Shinbei nodded instead. It turned out to be a social martial artist. Shinbei's heart was in the right place, the natural position of a martial artist was truly superior. Connecting the works are a plus. After a little more idle talk, the laborers got to work again. About half an hour later, Shinbei is pouting his ass off leveling the floor and cleaned the cinders off the tracks. Just in time. A slight vibration occurred under Shinbei's feet. The rumble would not have been loud. But after spreading through the empty alleyway, the sound was invisibly amplified. Like the floor was ripping up. The laborers were startled and stood still, not knowing what to do, wailing. What's the commotion? Why is the floor still shaking? It's not an earthquake, is it? No way? At this time Lee Kuan Yew's calm pressure hand, nothing, it is estimated to be inside the other working surface discharge. Shinbei and the others were then put at ease. Coal mine gunning is an important production method. Presumably, it involves drilling holes in the coal walls, then filling them with explosives, blasting them, blowing out the cinders, and then cleaning them up to form a roadway to push the workings inward. However, as mechanized production increased and explosives were controlled by the state, coal mines seldom used this high-risk production method. However, when rocky working conditions are encountered and roadheaders are inefficient, blasting is the only option. Keep working, Lee Kuan had urged. The words just fell. The mouth of the alleyway suddenly rumbled loudly. The top plate came crashing down. Huge amounts of debris and cinders slammed down, creating a blockage of hundreds of meters. Lee Kuan Yew staggered back, hissing and yelling, "Stop it! Stop it all! It's topping out!" Without him saying it, Shinbei and the others who were within 200 meters of the alleyway were equally dumbfounded. They are trapped inside. Lee Kuan is expected to be blocked dead alleyway, the heart thumped. This is what the quality of engineering the top plate of the anchor does not work? Lee Kuan has fear in the occurrence of the roof, pulling a few laborers back, looking for a better position of the roof plate in situ. The laborers, who had never been through such a thing, shouted at once. What to do? I don't want to die. It's really bad luck to have encountered such a thing. We just wait? Save yourself, we have to save ourselves. Let's dig out. Don't panic at all. Lee Kuan Yew kept saying, there is a rescue team in the mine leaders know that we are working here, they will come to rescue us soon, don't move now, the rescue will take time, keep your strength. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. Is one's luck so bad? Ridgecrest. National Ground Motion Monitoring Agency. A piercing alarm sounded throughout the building. Dazzling red lights flashed extremely fast. The staff member who was on duty originally slept and snored. With a sudden jolt, he jerked his head up and looked at the monitoring computer screen. At this point he was still confused. There's a malfunction in the operating equipment? In this staff's perception, Lingnan City has never had an earthquake and is a dry, flood-prone, feng shui site. Faced with a sudden alarm, his first thought was that the testing equipment had gone woozy. He tried to get the system to self-test. However, the system simply could not execute the commands and frequently popped up warning boxes about ground shaking. Can't turn it off at all. This staff member finally reacted to the fact that it wasn't the equipment that was operating abnormally. Instead, there was an earth tremor in Lingnan City. Not good. He practically fell to the ground and regained his footing, his face twisted and horrified as he ran towards the director's office. The ground is moving. The earth moves. The earth is moving. Chapter 82 Splash of Riches? The entire team entered the battle state. At this moment, Director Liao stood in the monitoring room, staring at the red dots constantly flashing on the computer screen. Sure the equipment is okay? Nope. I'm using the standby self-test system and it's all up and running. Liao Jiangwo took a deep breath and squinted at the data displayed on the computer, level 1 ground shaking. Location near the Tuning Mountain coal mine. Pass on my order, gather combat martial artists and press on to the Tuning Mountain coal mine. Director, the staff whispered, the other day Shanhaiguan ground movement, people are transferred. Hiss. Liao Jiangwo's face stiffened, but he had forgotten about it. For him, since he took office, this director has become an idle vacancy. The ridge is really windy and never has ground shifting imagined. When things go wrong at a moment's notice, the nervous brain goes blank. Liao continued, then transfer martial artists from Shenin. It's because Shenin City's martial artists went to support the ground movement in western Sichuan that caused our Lingnan City's martial artists to be drawn to Shanhaiguan. Liao Jiangwo's teeth cackled, and after a quick thought, he did pull out the phone. Principal Chang? There's a level 1 earth tremor near the Tuning Mountain coal mine. You guys put out some martial artists, you want big twos? Fine, as soon as possible, I'll be right there. Putting down the phone, Liao put on his clothes and said, you continue to monitor here, I'll go to the front line. Wudai, Lingnan City. Principal Zhang put down the phone, looking nervous and excited. Finally, I've been given the chance to show my face. It's rare, it's so rare. It is important to realize that the current students of Wushu University in Lingnan City have never been involved in a battle in the underground caves. At best, they'll play an exchange game with the province. And this time, it's a face swipe. As soon as the grottos are quelled, after exaggerating the damage a little, the state will have to pay back the supplies it owes to the schools. A level 1 earth movement, it's like a novice village practicing spot. Principal Zhang felt that it was really a sleepy person who was given a pillow. This side is thinking about getting missions to build a career in the military department and the inspectorate. In the twinkling of an eye, a grotto sprang up. According to the law summarized in the data, the intensity of ground shaking is closely related to the intensity of grottos. The most ferocious beasts and alien strengths that appeared in the grottos that appeared in the first-level earthquakes were of the first level. There are also second orders, but not many. That is, the higher the intensity of the ground shaking, the more dangerous the grotto is. For example, this earth tremor in Shanhaiguan is as high as level 4. And the ground shaking that took place at the Tuning Hill coal mine was barely a level 1, and the sophomores within the school were perfectly capable of dealing with it. But for any secondary, tertiary ground movement, Principal Zhang wouldn't risk his students' lives. Immediately, President Zhang began to gather the sophomores. The alarm was pulled. Principal Zhang shouted from within the loudspeaker, his voice almost distorted, all sophomores, gather in the playground. Speed. The sky-splitting riches are coming. The school was in an uproar. Especially the teachers who were teaching, all of them were confused. Keep in mind that none of them have been within the school for a short period of time. Never heard the sirens go off. If it wasn't mandatory by the state, the broken speakers would be torn down. It really doesn't work and takes time and effort to overhaul. Everyone knows that when the trumpet sounds, the battlefield of the dead. But what kind of madness is Principal Zhang, and what is he shouting about the splash of riches? The unlucky foursome who were freshmen had just finished training. Was crouching in the corner in the sun. However, it is obvious that Qi Chuanyu, Liao Zhongyang and Niu Changben and Du Zidang's two groups still have a sense of borderline. Qi Chuanyu tilted his head as he listened to Principal Zheng wailing over the loudspeaker, looking confused for a moment. What happened? Liao Zhongyang raised his eyelids and crossed his arms into his sleeves with a look of indifference. Ben Niu was not in good shape at the moment, his pale face was so weak that it looked like he had been severely drilled by a vacuum cleaner at full power. He huffed, I don't think it's necessarily a good thing, as staggering as Shinbei ha. Mentioning Shinbei, Du Ziting did ask, I haven't seen this guy for some days, where did he go? No one is hitting on him. Du Zitang felt like he was being targeted. You guys are silent when it's my turn to talk, aren't you? Du Ziting gave a blank look, each and every one of you are ing rich. Qi Chuanyu came to be interested, how so? Silence is golden. What's the point of putting it aside to save money? Qi Chuanyu laughed, what else is there to talk about regarding Shinbei? Haven't you guys heard about it? Bulls tilted his head, every single one of his little yellow hairs filled with gossip. What's the situation, hey? Qi Chuanyu loosened the waistband of his pants and was just about to speak. Ben came to me with a voice, why are you unbuckling your belt? Why are you taking off your belt? This XP is too weird, right? Can you shut up? Qi Chuanyu continued without any good humor, this guy Shinbei didn't know when he messed with Yu Hao, and the other party placed a life and death challenge. When the others heard this, their eyes immediately exploded and their pupils shrunk slightly. Liao Zhongyang, who had been silent all this time, said with an incredulous face, the previous top student, Yu Hao? Qi Chuanyu nodded. Ben Niu frowned and spoke, I don't know why there's a fight between the two of them, but something like giving a war letter is too much of a drop in the bucket, isn't it? What era is this? Mizoku wouldn't even make such a vile script, hey? Du Ziting nodded, nowadays, web novels don't write such disgusting bridges. The room was silent again. Du Ziting cursed, you guys, the moment I speak, you get cold feet, right? I'm not playing with you guys anymore. After saying that, Du Ziting turned around and left. Ben Nyo shrugged his shoulders and said to Chi Chuanyu, "You and Shinbei are old folks, you'd better persuade them. Yu Hao is a second-grade martial artist, it's not a joke, impulsiveness will only come at a huge cost, hey." With a warning, Ben Bull headed off after Du Ziteng as well. Liao Zhongyang asked Chi Chuanyu, "What do you think? This guy is sick, he always talks with a hey, it's so annoying." "I was asking about Shinbei. Also sick." Chi Chuanyu barred his lips and continued, "Within the school, what else can one fight over? Women. Who is this woman?" Liao Zhongyang asked curiously. "Nonsense, who else could it be?" Chi Chuanyu said with incomparable firmness, "It must be the school beauty Yu Choi." "Liao Yan. I suspect you're a thief." Chi Chuanyu stood up and patted the dust on his ass. "Wait for the banquet." "Not right." Liao Zhongyang shook his head. Chi Chuanyu grunted, "As powerful as Shinbei is, can he still beat Yu Hao of the second rank?" Liao Zhongyang corrected, "I mean, the woman is wrong, it's definitely not Yu Chui. Love whoever the you want, it's not like I'm the one who died." WU Playground. A group of sophomores standing in a collective formation. Principal Zhang didn't have time for nonsense and yelled through his neck, "All martial artists who aren't of the second grade, get the hell out of here." Wow. Walked out a good chunk of it. Principal Zhang's face instantly pulled down. Looking back at the sophomore teacher, there was indignation in his eyes. "This is what you teach?" Principal Zhang is going to be pissed off, it's ING's sophomore year. Surprisingly, half of the students were still stuck at first grade martial artist. No wonder WU can't get any resources for this pace of teaching. "I'm embarrassed to go out and say hello to my peers." Teachers have a good excuse too, you can't make a piece of into gold, can you? If we had that, we'd still be hanging out at the prefecture level Wudong University? It's long gone to the national capital, Wudu. Principal Zhang knew that time was running out and didn't have the time to pull some useless crap and said directly. "There was a first-degree ground shaking near the Tune-Up Mountain coal mine, and we all know what that portends. Without further ado, Lingnan City is understaffed and needs us Wushu students to step up to the plate. The country doesn't raise trash. Remember your mission. Depart." At this point, an individual student raised his hand. "Principal, I have diarrhea, can I not go?" Principal Zhang looked at it indifferently, his tone mercilessly rejecting it. "Hold it for me. It's better to let the enemy beat the out of you, no one should try to escape. Yu Hao. In. Lead the way." Yes. Chapter 83, Don't Panic, It's a Grotto. Tuning Mountain Coal Mine. After the working phase where Shinbei was on the roof, the mine's safety officer noticed the anomaly at the first opportunity and reported it to the mine's central control room. Efficient activation of the coal mine emergency program. All workers working in the well were raised. That's not to say that the workers weren't allowed to participate in the rescue, but they had been working for a long time. Physical strength can't keep up and secondary injuries can easily result. And for the rescue brigade from the coal mine started down the shaft. However, just then, Liao Jiangwo, President Zhang came with support from the WU team. Their appearance caused the mine leaders to momentarily freeze. "Director Liao? What brings you here?" Liao frowned and said, "Tell your rescue team to stop moving and leave the rest to us." Mine leaders froze briefly and immediately realized that the vibrations that had just occurred underneath the coal mine? Could it be earthquake? Otherwise, this kind of safety and production accident can't alarm the people from the Ground Motion Detection Bureau. The ground grotto? That's right, we've detected ground movement right at the Tunneling Hill mine. What's going on down there? There's an alleyway that's roofed over and the people inside are dead or alive. Liao rubbed his chin. "Can you be sure that the grotto will appear in this alleyway? You know, don't look at the coal mine's floor is just a dark, sloping hole of about 5 meters. Once down there, the various alleys and passages below, that are crisscrossed, the main alleyway can be up to more than 10 kilometers long, occupying a very large area. And the exit of a level 1 grotto is only about 3 meters. It requires labor-intensive searching. Especially in the dark, searching for the exit of a grotto can be hazardous." The mine leader at this point shook his head. "This can't be determined, we just assumed that the ground shaking was caused by the discharge of artillery, and if it wasn't for the fact that there was an incidence of roofing, it would still be in normal production." Liao frowned tightly and turned his head to Principal Zhang. "One group of 3, all of them go down the well and look for the entrance to the underground cave. Once they are found, all of them press on, do not let the ferocious beasts and the foreigners escape from the well. Principal Zhang nodded and went to the locker room to change into his work clothes under the leadership of the mine staff. At the same time, Liao gave an order to the coal mine. Now I announce in a wartime state that all the workers in the coal mine, all of them, will be evacuated. The mine leader nodded and immediately directed the coal miners to evacuate immediately. Even some of the workers, who were still washing their bodies in the bathhouse, could not even put on their clothes when they heard about the appearance of the grotto and started to run away with their buttocks bare. A question arises at this point. With everyone out, what about the risen roadway? Rescue teams are also ordinary people. In the face of a sudden attack by inhumans and ferocious beasts, there is only one end, death. After all the messing around, no one cares about Lee Kuan Yew and the others whose lives and deaths are unknown. Of course, the mine leaders had the intention to manage it, but they didn't have the manpower. There was a desire to borrow some students from Liao to dig the alleyway, but Liao's attitude seemed to care more about the underground caves than the lives of a few workers. The mine leader sighed. Everything must give way before the grotto. In front of martial artists, ordinary people have to give in. Even though Lee Kuan Yew was a martial artist, just being a social martial artist was far less important than the matter of finding the exit of the underground cave. After all, if you find the underground cave a little earlier, you can fight a little earlier and nip the crisis within the cradle. So, those on the scene were selectively ignoring the roofed alleyway. Soon, hundreds of WU's second-grade martial arts students began to descend into the well. Yu Hao took the lead, staring at the map in his hand, constantly assigning teams to enter the appropriate alleyways to search. Yu Hao paused in his footsteps as he passed the roofed alleyway. Think it's too much of a waste of time and labor to dig in. In case there's no grotto in there, it's a waste of work. Then left. At this point, Lee Kuan Yew calmed down the laborers and said, all of you turn off your mining lamps and leave only one illuminated. This is also to preserve power and keep the lights on for as long as possible. People will go crazy in this environment once they lack light. Then, Lee Kuan Yew picked up a piece of coal gang, came to the coal wall, just want to knock and smash the compressed air pipeline, outward signal. Instead, it was discovered that the pipe had broken open and was buried deep in the messy cinder. Grass. Lee Kuan Yew's sad face emerged and returned to the crowd, sitting on his butt on the floor and not speaking. Time passes slowly. Shenbei felt that a second was as long as an hour. Shenbei could not sit still, stood up, carried a shovel, and began to dig. Lee Kuan Yew shouted, don't bother. With our strength, we can't dig at all. Can't stay, can we? Shenbei's answer was simple. Then, Shenbei's words just fell. Inside the alleyway that originally had only one pillar of light, white light suddenly bloomed. The brief white light was as if the sun had fallen, dispersing all the darkness in the alleyway and making it as bright as day. But the vision lasted only a second before disappearing. Lee Kuan Yew and Shenbei and the others turned back violently. Anyone could see that the white light was coming from deeper into the alleyway. What the hell? Almost blinded me. What happened in there? How come it's so bright? Boss Lee, what's going on? Isn't it a dead end in there? Several laborers yelled in panic with horrified faces. It's not normal. It's not normal. Even if it continues to bubble over, everyone can accept it. An extremely intense light emerged from the depths of the partial alleyway for no apparent reason. And it's a dead end in there. It's more like no one exists. Lee Kuan Yew was also confused. Although he was a martial artist, he was merely a social martial artist and had not received systematic education at all. Moreover, by becoming a martial artist, he was merely enhancing his status, not joining the army for his country. I don't know. Lee Kuan Yew only felt that the space in front of him all seemed to darken, the original confident face was gone, and a feeling of unprecedented terror filled his heart. And Shenbei put down the shovel and looked openly, his eyes shook dramatically, his face froze into ice, and an uneasy feeling hit his heart. If may have guessed correctly. It's a grotto, right? In other words, the ground just shifted, and it wasn't a discharge, it was an earth tremor. Moreover, according to the knowledge imparted by taking care of Shinro, before the grottos appeared, they would all release light. The light was very brief, almost blinking away. It's usually not easy to spot during the day. But it was so extraordinarily harsh in such a dark alleyway. Shenbei took a deep breath and looked back at the blocked alleyway, then at the alleyway hidden in the darkness. The corners of his mouth twitched. It was truly a time of bad luck when you could not even drink a mouthful of cold water. Just then, Under the gaze of a crowd of people, the darkness suddenly flickered with an extremely abnormal scarlet color, and the red light became more and more intense. Like the pupils of some unknown animal. Sasha. Tap. Footsteps sounded in the darkness. The scene unfolded in such a way that the laborers completely pissed themselves. Even though the thing in the darkness had yet to show itself, anyone could guess that there could be no other creatures under the coal mines except those in the underground caves, which could suddenly crawl out. Even though there are rats, they don't come out red. That floor vibration just now wasn't a cannon, it was the ground moving. Boss Lee, you're screwing people over. What to do, what to do? It's going to kill me, it's going to kill me. It's finished. The exits are blocked, and the damn grotto is still in this alleyway, we're all going to die. The laborers, each with eyes bared and faces blue, shaking like sifting chaff, let out intermittent, frantic hisses. At this time, Lee Kuan Yew gulped, his face twisted into a ball, shifting violently, and his mouth said intermittently. Don't panic. Old me is a martial artist too. All hide behind me, if you wanna die, I'll be the first to die first. If I survive, I promise to get you out of here. Now. I'll top the front. Saying that, Lee Kuan Yew resolutely erupted an aura of jade and stone, then said, Shinbei, you lead the people to dig a survival passage, quick. Shinbei. Chapter 84. Why are you spitting up blood? There's a lot of blood, is there? Dig? It's not like it's a garden planting flowers. Is it too late to think about digging a channel? Shinbei's eyelids fluttered fiercely, then he said in a low voice, that depends on how long you can last. It was important to realize that once the underground caves appeared, it wasn't a single ferocious beast or alien that crawled out, and there was no way to be sure of the numbers. But Shinbei already had a guess in his mind. According to the intensity of the earth tremor just now, it was only a level 1 earth tremor at the end of the day. Judging by Lee Kuan Yew's strength as a first-grade martial artist, he really did have the power to fight. Of course, the power of a battle here means that Lee Kuan Yew has real battle experience, not an empty shelf. At the very least. Have to have killed someone, right? Transient. The thing in the darkness was as if it had torn through the darkness and slowly emerged in the light of the miner's lamp. It was an ape-type species with white fur and flared fangs. Its arms hung to the ground, a bloody mouth took up nearly half of its face, and there was also a hideous sarcoma growing on the top of its head, which, together with its blood-red eyes that were bigger than copper bells and its suffocatingly huge size, was simply described as a ferocious flame. When the crowd saw the appearance, each of them had their pupils contracted violently, just like 5 thunderbolts. Although this thing wasn't an inhuman, it was still considered one of the ferocious beasts, one of the more ferocious ones. If Shinbei remembered correctly, it was a ferocious beast called Exploding Ape. According to the information, it was especially close to Shinbei's state when converted to human martial artists. A jack of all trades with an excellent balance of offense and defense. At this moment, Lee Kuan Yew's face looked unsightly, but he still waved his hand calmly. You guys do your job, I'll escort you. But Shinbei and the others didn't work with their hands either. All of them placed their eyes on Lee Kuan Yew. If Lee Kuan Yew could defeat this thing, everyone would have a bottom line in their hearts and would inevitably be riveted to digging for a survival passage. If it fails, then there is still digging a fart survival channel. Directly dig a pit and bury yourself. Next moment. The exploding ape let out a biting hiss and regarded the crowd like tasty, delicious cupcakes. Both arms pounded the ground and pounded his chest as an incomparably ferocious and brutal aura erupted. Those fangs were even more exposed and shocking to the soul. Its expression was twisted and hideous, and the light of its eyes was filled with a demonic blood color, giving people the feeling as if it contained a hell where mountains of corpses and seas of blood were all over the place. Roar! The exploding ape landed on all fours and charged out violently. And Lee Kuan Yew corner of the eye jumped, hard, legs a step, violently stirred up a piece of coal dust, to the while charging over. Fierce your mom! Taste my old rapid-fire repeating cannon. Lee Kuan Yew's arms swelled open violently, every pore was stretching, not only devouring the air, like an inflated car tire bulging. In the blink of an eye, Lee Kuan Yew's arms had swelled as much as 5 times. The skin becomes almost transparent, and even blood vessels and veins are visible. Both sides close in at close range. Lee Kuan Yew's explosive fist continuously blasted out at the explosive ape. Each blast produced a white stream of air that exploded and bared itself with the sound of steam opening up like a cauldron. If Lee Kuan Yew's arm was replaced with a vapor kinetic arm, it would be a steampunk drawing. Boom boom boom. In just 3 seconds, Lee Kuan Yew surrounded the exploding ape and blasted hundreds of punches one after another. The scene. Shinbei and the others who watched them sucked in a breath of cool air. Unable to help, his face blossomed with great surprise. Boss Lee is so fierce. How many years of kung fu must this little punch be? Hiss, the speed of this punch, I can't even see the trajectory, I can only see the residual shadow. Awesome. It. Hammer it. Shinbei's expression was also somewhat intent. I have to say, that was a magnificent punch by Lee Kuan Yew. Especially devouring compressed air, that huge arm that throws upper white punches in 3 seconds. What fairy can afford to do that, may I ask? True, a man of irony. It should be stable, right? At this very moment, Lee Kuan Yew reversed the jump and stood in front of the exploding ape to wrap up, and his pores began to deflate, spewing out gusts of steam as his arm returned to its original state. But Shinbei saw that his arm was already blood red and began to ooze beads of blood. A brief second passed. The scene that the crowd expected, that the exploding ape should explode all over its body and shatter into pieces of meat, did not appear. Instead, the exploding ape scratched his head, then raised his large hand. A slap in the face. Slap Lee Kuan Yew straight away. Smacking him Thomas back in the air, he spun around several times, snapped, and crashed to the ground. Shinbei. Labor. Dumbfounded. Collective dumbfoundedness. Just now, he had watched Lee Kuan Yew's offense was ferocious and unstoppable. The speed of the punch was so fast that the exploding ape didn't even react. Results. Hundreds of punches down to the exploding apes are dumbfounded, slapdash, scratching? Damn, it looks good but not useful, Shinbei muttered in his heart. Wow. At this moment, Lee Kuan Yew suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyebrows, his hair, every part of him trembled, and his eyes seemed to be cracking open. But he raised his hand and wiped it away, turning his head to smile easily at Shinbei and the others and said, "A small matter." Then he spat a second. Third. A field of blood. Lee Kuan Yew very stubbornly braced his hands hard on his knees and stood up somewhat shakily, waving his hands and saying, "I'm fine." Then, his facial muscles and eyebrows, visible to the naked eye, twisted for a moment, as if he had experienced the most horrible torture in the world. He then fainted. Without a word, he fell backwards. The whole thing was simple, direct, empty and boring, without any twists and turns, without even a shudder. This reminded Shinbei of his chemistry teacher in junior high school. That day, the old man stood on the podium holding a test tube while adding and said, "This experiment you see, make it, because there is a danger of pouring in too large a quantity, get it wrong will blow up." Finished, he blew up. Dissimilarity. With the fall of Lee Kuan Yew, the laborers on the scene were suddenly gripped by an air of despair, their minds nearly broken. The original fear of exploding apes became incredibly wooden at this point. Instead of yelling and screaming, they sat quietly on the ground, found the most comfortable position, and waited for the scythe of death. In the minds of laborers, the only martial artist, Boss Lee, couldn't even manage to get the exploding ape, so you can only imagine where the others ended up. He could only blame himself for being greedy for money, and it was his destiny to encounter the appearance of the underground cave. Recognized. Resigned. For a while, the oppressive atmosphere was like a tidal wave, coming from all directions. Just then, Shinbei stepped out and slowly walked towards the vicious and abusive, blood-sucking and whittling teeth of the creature of the underground cave, the exploding ape. Each step taken was both a raging footstep, with the dragon swimming and the tiger running, but also seemed incomparably light and leisurely. A hint of a rakish smile appeared between Shinbei's eyebrows, and his pair of eyes seemed to be as bright and dazzling as stars, as if he was leisurely strolling around. Only the fists of his hands grew tighter and tighter, exploding with crisp bone clicks. "Shinbei! You come back!" At this time, Lee Kuan Yew awakened, saw Shinbei walking towards the exploding ape, and shouted with a horrified face, "Do you want to send death? Come back!" Only then did the other laborers realize that Shinbei had already walked to a position less than a meter in front of the exploding ape. Instantly, their jaws dropped and they were silent, but they couldn't help but be excited out loud. It's better to die than to play dead. Don't provoke. Resign yourself to the fact that ordinary people can't fight against the grotto. And at this moment, Shinbei's eyes were glowing with excitement, anticipation, and eagerness to try. An officer once told me that the populace who were brutalized by the creatures of the underground caves also dared to raise their slates to attack the ferocious beasts and the inhumans. I'd like to try it too. The words just fell. Shinbei pulls his right arm full. A fist sprinted and pushed out. The airflow around him seemed to have risen up in an astral wind, violently vibrating and exploding, and the ubiquitous air was fiercely squeezed and discharged by the sheer force, emitting a violent sonic boom. It's as if the sky is falling, as if the sky is pouring down. Pine Crane Manju Fist. Boom. One punch, just one punch. That explosive ape's chest exploded. Chapter 85. You're so capable of fighting, but don't scare us. Wow. Rotten, crushed flesh, fetid blood, and broken bone stubble spewed through the alleyway. That exploding ape looked down at his chest a second before he died. A fist-sized cavity that not only blasted the heart, it also pierced the back. Rumble. The exploding ape didn't even let out a miserable scream, directly dying of extinction and falling to the ground. Shinbei turned around and bared his teeth. It's a bit crunchy. A little crunchy. Point crisp. Crisp. When these three words were said, Li Chuanyo's entire body went numb. This Nima. Even though I haven't fought in real life, the power of the rapid chain cannon isn't low. Bleeding from a slap from Bakugo himself. And Shinbei surprisingly killed the exploding ape in seconds with one punch. Shocker. It's amazing. Panic and elation surfaced on Li Chuanyo's face at this moment. The panic was that Shinbei's strength was too strong. I'm glad that I didn't vomit blood for nothing, as if there's hope for survival. You are a martial artist? Shinbei nodded and spread his hands. No more pretending, I'll show my cards, I'm a martial artist. At least second grade, right? First class. Lee Kuan Yew? You call this the strength a first grade martial artist should display? You've adjusted the meter, haven't you? You're stepping on my face, aren't you? And a martial artist out for odd jobs? You've got to be kidding me. The corner of Li Chuanyo's mouth twitched. Count on you. And the other laborers, too, bursting with great hope of survival, spoke up. But if you had thrown one more punch, I wouldn't have been surprised to this extent. That's a real spike. If I make it out alive, I can blow a year. Little old me is awesome. What are you looking at, brothers? Hurry up and dig, the grotto isn't over yet, survive. The laborers couldn't get over the incomparable shock of Shinbei's blowing away the exploding ape with a single punch for a long time. But they soon realized that it was far from over. The exploding apes were just an appetizer for the grotto, and more grotto creatures were crawling by. They quickly grabbed their shovels and began to perform their jobs, digging survival routes to get out of the danger zone sooner. It was almost a moment's work. Within the depths of the alleyway came another rustling sound. Shinbei walked towards the depths with no expression on his face. Soon, a ferocious beast with an even-tailed body length of more than 20 meters, shaped like an earth dragon, with hard scales and armor that was comparable to a loi, crossed in front of Shinbei unexpectedly. Shinbei did not have any hesitation at all. The ground beneath him in a 1-meter radius suddenly collapsed under his foot, and a raging white wave of air accompanied the thunderous explosion-like figure, sending out ear-piercing shrill whistles. Straight up. A level 1 earth tremor, at most, produces second-order ferocious beasts and inhumans. Brainless bombardment and it's over. A straight punch. The sinews and muscles of the earth dragon let out groans of being overwhelmed, and under such a great force like that of Tarzan, the earth dragon's body could not be controlled at all as it bent little by little. But the next second, earth dragon counterattacked instantly. In a succession of crunching sounds, the tail of the earth dragon was like silk, directly curling Shinbei up in the air in a lock. Lift and slam. Boom. Boom. Shinbei was like a rag doll, constantly being slammed to the ground by the earth dragon, leaving behind one submerged pit after another. And vigorously strung out. Hiss 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 hiss. The earth dragon made a gurgling, strange noise. On the other side, Li Kuan Yew and the laborers were appalled when they saw this scene. Shinbei, who had just easily taken the exploding ape, would be locked up and taken by the earth dragon. The law that you can't be handsome for more than 3 seconds is so terrible. Bad. 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 This. Are we still digging the survival tunnel? Dig a ball. Wait for death. Li Chuanyo's face completely turned a vivid purple color, and there was even unparalleled fear in his eyes, which looked horrifyingly abnormal. The hope for survival that had just been ignited is just gone. He spat out a mouthful of blood once more and simply closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. At this very moment, Shenbei's heart is also a continuous voice. The strength of this earth dragon flinging its tail is really something. Especially lockdown strangles. Shenbei was surprisingly unable to struggle away for a moment. That is, Shenbei's physical attributes are high, otherwise this meal smashed the floor, not dead but also have to lose half a life. Shenbei once again supported the body of the earth dragon with both hands, wanting to break free from the tighter and tighter stranglehold. But Shenbei was in a state of undulating back and forth and couldn't use his strength at all. Moment. Shenbei gave up hard contact. Turning to the whole body, he let go of his chi. The body went down as fluffy as a marshmallow. Bared. Shenbei's figure almost instantly shrunk in general. Fall straight down. This was the body flexibility brought about by the flying spirit flexible bone fist, which could allow Shenbei to be like Play-Doh, controlling the softness of his bones and flesh at will. Shenbei out of the woods. Fists and palms changed, and with a flip and a toss, the earth dragon's large body seemed to float up like a straw. Then, the clothes on Shenbei's body bulged and made countless cracking brocade-like sounds. Shenbei's entire body was like an arrow shot by a strong bow, bursting out as he joined his fingers into a blade, his palm traced a scarlet trajectory, carrying a piercing and ear-piercing popping sound that broke through the air as he ferociously chopped towards the body of the earth dragon. But on the way down of the earth dragon, Shenbei, with the help of the internal battle-like iron effect brought about by the Sung Hwansho Quan, his fingers were like scissors, directly opening up his body and slashing it from head to tail. That earth dragon was like a balloon being punctured, blood spurting wildly. Under the crush of such a domineering, merciless streak, the earth dragon directly severed all vitality. It hit the floor with a loud thud and died a horrible death. Shenbei took a deep breath and calmed his agitated mood. His eyes fluctuated little as he continued to walk towards the interior of the alleyway. Still, I'm being gullible, these underground cave creatures each have their own strengths, and must be treated with caution or else they'll turn over in the gutter. Shenbei conducts self-corrections and reviews. Blasting the exploding ape with a single punch did make Shenbei somewhat proud and despise the creatures of the earth cave. That's it? But, after all, he was too strong for his own good. But this Geoduck is a head-on blow of its own. If he hadn't learned the flying spirit soft bone fist, which allowed him to control the softness of his body, he was afraid that he would have been smashed alive by the earth dragon. At this very moment, Li Kuan Yu and laborers saw Shenbei overturned and killed the earth dragon in one fell swoop. A hanging heart fell from the throat to within the chest. Scared the hell out of me, thank goodness I won. My goodness, those fingers are like steel, aren't they? Keep digging. Shenbei is definitely a miracle worker. Li Kuan Yu somewhat disagrees with the term miracle worker. One must know that every time an underground cave appeared, no matter what level it was, the country used a crushing number of martial artists to suppress it. So far, no martial artist had accomplished the task of handling the underground cave alone. Moreover, there was no telling how many numbers of monsters would emerge from this grotto. Shenbei is no longer able to fight, but there is a limit to his physical ability. In Li Chuanyo's opinion, Shenbei bought time for the crowd just fine. Once the survival passage was dug out, it would be fine to leave the subsequent matters to the other martial artists. Think about it. Li Kuan Yu flung his arms out and carried a shovel, spitting blood as he dug. He is now on the verge of spraying the spade handle until he can't hold it in a sticky grip. Urgently needs to salvage it first. Deep in the alleyway, Shenbei traveled all the way and killed more than 20 ferocious beasts before he reached the exit of the underground cave. It was a plane of light waves parallel to the ground, similar to a mirror. About 3 meters in diameter. Shenbei ate a piece of chocolate to replenish his strength. I was going to take the elixir. The school doesn't give it out. Just then, there was a fluctuation in the plane of light waves. Shenbei stared dead on. The out. Finally is not a ferocious beast. Instead, it's an inhuman. Chapter 86, is this a second-order inhuman? Doesn't look like much to me. Inhuman. Shenbei couldn't help but look over with his gaze coalescing. This alien looked similar to a human, not too far removed from its previous measurements to set up the real divine power alien. Only the ferocious aura was tightened up, and the pair of eyeballs were not round, but polygonal. The ghostly figure was erect and slender, and a pair of eyes released an eerie red light in the dimness, and was watching Shenbei as if he was looking at a slaughtered lamb. At the same time, there is one other very eye-opening point about this inhuman. That's... He went so far as to chain 4 scarred humans around their necks and make them crawl on their knees as mounts. Shinbei could tell at a glance that the mounts on the aliens' hips were human beings, because they were also wearing clothing with the Atavus icon. It's a brand unique to Earth. Those four humans' originally dull gazes instantly cleared at the sight of Shinbei. The immense humiliation wanted them to speak, but probably in the way of the brutal deterrent power of the Inhuman, they could only squeeze their eyebrows and send signals to Shinbei. Shinbei got 2 words from it: help. Shinbei frowned as he remembered Gu Shinro's teaching course. One of the descriptions in it says that while grottos are created by earth movements, some grotto entrances are permanent. There are several such grottos in the country. At the same time, mankind has established fronts in the grottos. Odds are, the 4 humans were captured by the Inhumans and used as tools for fun. Crimson, curry high bye. Curry fierce rub. The alien makes syllables of unknown meaning. Shinbei couldn't understand. Teacher Gu Shinro had said that the Inhumans within the underground caves were not some uncivilized savages. It's just that they go in different directions of civilization. It also has its own language. To communicate, you must learn the language of the Inhumans. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand. Shinbei looked at the 4 humans, wanting them to translate. Those 4 men had long since been trained to be dogs by the Inhuman, so how could they dare to open their mouths? Eventually one of the men yanked on the chain. One of the talents whispered, "His name is Red Red, he is the leader of a gathering place in the cave world. He is greeting you." "Greetings? That's dirty talk." Shinbei said with a calm demeanor, "Tell him that I greet his entire family of females with his radius." "Inhumans don't have the term huku." "Then tell him I'm a chow thief, and never say he doesn't have a wife." The man thought about it and translated Shinbei's words over. Moment. The ferocious light on the face of the alien god named Red Red was unspeakably cold and violent. Shinbei steeply felt the thick pressure of the foreigner, like a huge mountain pressing down and hard crowding over. However, he saw the alien Crimson get up and stomp on his foot, and with a thud, he directly crushed the body of the human who had translated the words. The human fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, his eyeballs exploding, and he died of extinction in an instant. The other 3 humans saw this scene and shrank in fear, not even daring to resist, only infinite fear rising in their eyes. And the alien took another step forward. The coal and stone under the feet burst with a roar, and was directly crushed into smithereens, stirring up in the dull sound of explosions. The air gave a person a sense of tidal surge, and every person's ears were suddenly windy, and the hunting wind came to the face. Almost at the same time when the coal and stone bursts rang out, Shinbei's eyes suddenly blinked, and he had already lost the trace of the inhuman Crimson in his sight. Immediately afterward, Shinbei was like being hit head-on by a speeding car, flying violently backwards, ruthlessly collapsing the survival channel that Lee Kuan Yew and the others were digging behind him, and then crashing to the ground. The alleyway was silent for a moment. Until Shinbei's figure crashed into the rocks like a cannonball, and then buried by the earth and rocks, the alien red shape that had disappeared without a trace in the original place was like a ghost, reappearing in the original position, with a cruel smile on his face. Shinbei. Lee Kuan Yew and the others had no idea what was happening deep in the alleyway. It's puckering its buttocks and digging. Shinbei was unexpectedly thrown out by an external force. Lee Kuan has greeted, several laborers immediately 7 hands and feet, digging Shinbei out of the messy rocks. Shinbei shook the cinders from his body. Yucked up a couple of mouthfuls. Anger flared in his chest. Lee Kuan had no shortage of worries and asked, "What's going on?" Shinbei waved his hand, "Don't worry about it, you guys dig yours." After saying that, Shinbei's figure disappeared into the darkness of the alleyway once again. Lee Kuan Yew and the laborers looked at each other, always feeling that something bad was happening. But they can't help, the only thing they can do is to dig a survival tunnel as soon as possible and ask for help from the outside world. Dig dig dig. Lee Kuan had gritted his teeth and started digging again. Shinbei's footsteps were raging, and the dragon swam and ran once again back into the depths of the alleyway. 2 words. The fiery temper suddenly erupted like a volcano. Shinbei's figure continued to accelerate, stepping over the floor coals. Large pieces of them rose up in the air. On both sides of the trajectory surprisingly rose a curtain composed of coals and stone fragments. Vertical and horizontal whistling gusts of wind suddenly blew and swept in all directions. Tearing through the darkness like a tiger descending a mountain, he suddenly appeared in front of the Inhuman. And that foreigner seemed to have thought that Shinbei was unable to withstand a single blow because he had knocked Shinbei away with a single blow, and had already broken and died, and had never expected that Shinbei was not only still alive, but also dared to counterattack. Hit the ground running. Shinbei swung his fist out, and the air was rubbed at high speed to emit an ear-piercing sonic boom and a charred smell. That alien red face panicked for a moment, and hastily raised his hand to stand up, trying to resist Shinbei's sudden attack. Boom! A ripple visible to the naked eye came out from the place where the two men exchanged blows, while the sleeves of the two men were twisted up one after another, flying endlessly in the air. Shinbei immediately opened his left fist. Cotton palm soft fist from Flying Spirit's soft bone body. A seemingly soft fist, but a powerful fist slammed angrily on top of the alien's face, heavy muffled sound accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The alien's nose broke, the face collapsed, the whole person was hit by this punch, flew backward out 2 or 3 meters away, smashed heavily on the ground, the body convulsed. As this scene unfolded, the three humans on one side all felt as if their heads had been hit by a boulder and their heads were filled with blankness. Shinbei unexpectedly made a move towards the incomparably brutal and irresistible Inhuman Crimson Chief and blew the Inhuman away with a single punch like a ragdoll. This unbelievable scene caused them to be completely stagnant and their brains were no longer able to think. At the same time, it made their three human brothers burn with a sudden desire to survive. Second-grade martial artist. This is a second-grade martial artist. Saved at last. Ooh-hoo. Shinbei slightly tilted his head. It was hard to believe that this foreigner was of second-order strength. It's a bit of a dish. Just then, a brutal scene occurs. The Inhuman climbed to his feet, grabbed a human, opened his mouth wide, tore at the aorta in his neck, and began to gurgle and drink blood. But see, the human was sucked dry in a short moment, like a dehydrated, weathered corpse of 1,000 years. And the injuries that Inhuman Crimson had just endured instantly recovered as if it were the beginning. It all happened so fast. So fast that Shinbei didn't even react, and the human died out. Shinbei's throat rolled, his eyes shocked, unable to speak. Is it surprising that the effect of human blood on Inhumans is to restore injuries? Good. That's the way to play it, isn't it? At this moment, that foreigner was like a demon born from an amethyst, and his eyes suddenly exploded with purple light, looking exceptionally surprised and cruel. There was a dead silence in the darkness. Shinbei met the other party's pair of eerie eyes that were glowing with a ghostly light and only felt that there was not the slightest human emotion in them, but rather revealed an unspeakable feeling of cruelty and hunger. It was as if it was a ferocious beast that had been starved for a long time, as if the Shinbei in his eyes was not a living person, but a fatty piece of meat. It made people shudder. Chapter 87, Blasted to the Limit, is the dazzling color of death. At this moment, the Crimson State is directly restored to its peak. Deathmatch Shinbei again. Every punch and kick brought great pressure to Shinbei, hitting Shinbei's chi and blood churning, tendons and muscles aching, as if it was being struck by a sledgehammer non-stop, and the bones creaked, as if they would be broken the next moment. A few rounds down, Shinbei took advantage of the moment when the alien's empty door was wide open to instantly get up. Feet on the 7 stars. One step in place, Shinbei's low-hanging right arm with stripes of muscles bursting out, and his right fist blasted out with a lightning-like punch. Boom! In the muffled loud sound, with the intention to count, Shinbei's sudden, fierce, and long-planned punch. And the alien was simply too late to dodge, immediately felt his chest hard as if it had been hit by a heavy artillery bombardment. First his eyes bulged violently, his upper body clothes burst and flew as much as they could, and then in the toothsome sound of bone cracking his body left the ground, and flew backwards with a whistling sound amidst the severe pain. Goo! And in the red in mid-air flying backwards, by a huge fist force of the shock of the bombardment, bones, muscles, internal organs rupture, mouth blood do not want a life wildly sprayed out, sprinkled in mid-air, only trance feel that they do not seem to be hit by a punch, but as if a high speed of the car hit the general, not dead also went half-life. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Inhuman's body flew straight out like a cannonball for more than 20 meters, ruthlessly crashing into the coal wall behind him, breaking a large hole right through it before being buried by the earth and rocks. Shinbei stared at the direction where the foreigner was blown away by his punch, and his face that had become ferocious was filled with a vicious smile. Dog, I've put up with you for a long time already. Now please go to hell. Boom. 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 Without any nonsense, completely ignoring the wildly horrified, stagnant other people present, Shinbei's body pressure burst the air, each step spanning nearly 10 meters, and trampled a pit on the ground. The whole person brought up a piece of gale ferociously and incomparably pounced toward the place where the red landed. Take advantage of your illness. The berserk figure rolled up a burst of flying sand, as if there was a god of death laughing maniacally in the wind. At this moment, Shinbei could clearly feel his heart beating violently, blood rushing between his veins and flowing between his limbs, providing his body with furious power. The air in front of him was like substance in the stirring of the gusts of wind, and it was evident that his strength and speed were fierce and fast under the full force of his outburst at this moment. Shinbei's entire body was like a humanoid bulldozer, spanning a distance of more than 20 meters in the blink of an eye, ruthlessly slamming into the alien who had just climbed up. A tricky position for Shinbei to hit. Next, the two fell together into the exit of the underground cave. This was Shinbei's helpless choice if he continued to consume within the alleyway, and then allowed Red to capture the human to drink blood and recover his status. Sooner or later, he would be played to death by Red. Flutter. Shinbei fell hard onto the floor of the grotto world. Before looking around and adapting to the line of sight, the ear-piercing sound of wind soared wildly, only to see a blood-colored figure as if it were an eagle pouncing on a hare, 5 fingers probing and grasping, and attacking wildly towards Shinbei's throat in a lightning-fast manner. It was the naked upper body covered in blood, a furious, vicious face of the alien who strongly dragged his heavily wounded body, waiting for an opportunity to kill back. Curry fierce wipe. The vicious wind pounded at his face, and the oncoming airflow was like a blade that whistled through his fingers. Red's speed is too fast, just stuck in Shinbei just fell into the world of the cave, vision from dark to light of the gap, visually also capture less than, look at this kind of momentum, if let Red this claw grab solid, Shinbei's flesh and blood and tofu there is no difference, directly will be torn apart. However, other first or second grade martial artists might not be able to react as well, but Shinbei had acquired quite a few fifth-dimensional attributes through his part-time job. The sharp 5 senses, however, made Shinbei's alarm bells ring loudly, and he immediately reacted, his 2 strong arms lifted up at the time when he couldn't make a breakthrough, and in the flash of lightning, he rammed straight into the Crimson's ferocious claws that were clasping. Dang! Claws and arms clashed, making a sound like metal on metal. Red Vicious' face changed dramatically. He this bloody grab straight gouge in Shinbei's arm above, however, he imagined that the scene of flesh and blood tear did not happen, his claw does not seem to grab in the flesh and blood on the body, but like grabbing a pig iron pouring Iron Man general, 5 fingers of severe pain at the same time, only in the arm of Shinbei to leave 5 channels of not deep and not shallow blood mouth. Dog, you've got something. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and he raised his head expansively, pounding his chest where he had been hit, and stared at the alien with a grin that was indescribably menacing. At this time, within the Earth cave world, accompanied by a hissing sound of a ferocious beast, a large number of footsteps were rapidly approaching in the open space. Shinbei looked out. This seems to be a small gathering place. Low houses, narrow streets. There were also a large number of inhumans driving ferocious beasts to arrive in black. These foreigners or ferocious beasts were all running to support the Crimson Chief. Shinbei immediately closed his 5 fingers and violently pinched his fist, and at that moment, the entire arm's veins exploded, the airflow rolled, and he violently blasted out a fist towards the wildly horrified Crimson. Just as Shinbei's vicious wind whistled and the extremely violent punch went straight to the door, Red's face was extremely distorted, and after feeling Shinbei's silent scorn, the long-accumulated shame and murderous intent in his chest completely erupted. Dang! The 2 men's arms collided, as if a cannonball exploded, the airflow explosion blew among the 2 men's hands where the ground soil and stone crumbled, bursting out an irregular shallow pit with a diameter of several meters. In the ferocious collision, Shinbei's figure did not move and did not shake, while Red's face twitched violently, and he fell back violently in the midst of the vibrations. Under the sparring without any doubt prevailed, Shinbei gained the upper hand, he did not stop his left arm lifted up around, once again set off the whistling evil wind, towards the redhead storm pressure. Shaking pain in the body to feel the vicious wind coming, Red heart extreme dangerous feeling, and between the lightning and flames he was simply too late to dodge, only in this instant of life and death, the expression of the grim lifted up his arms and crossed his arms. Bang! The ground shook violently, large strands of smoke and dust were blown in all directions by the wind of the exploding fist, Red hard to hold Shinbei fierce evil strike, the horror of the force by the intersection of the point of flow to the limbs and bones, the muscles, tendons and bones of the crazy trembling, and then a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. Arm bone rupture, the body originally did not completely healed internal organs once again appeared the trend of collapse, recovered 70% of the strength of the Red and Shinbei face to face under the hard fight, there is no doubt that the wind fell, once again negative trauma. Bang! 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 Huge rushing sound after another, like a heavy artillery bombardment under the fist, Red eyes want to crack, there is no chance to dodge, can only be forced to hard to catch, in the body of sinews and muscles overwhelmed by the cracking sound and fight and retreat. But no matter how can not get rid of Shinbei fierce blows, Red body shock, organs want to crack, but had to grit his teeth, desperately squeeze out every strength in the body, against Shinbei's heavy fists and feet bombardment. The 2 figures performed the most primitive and purest violence, colliding with each other and constantly collapsing a wall, just like 2 giant beasts rampaging and charging between the dilapidated buildings. After a tyrannical attack, Red was covered in blood and flesh, as if he had been salvaged from the blood water, and it was impossible to see his face. Moreover, the upper half of his body was twisted in a bizarre position, as if all the bones in his body had been broken, and it looked shocking to the eyes. "Boo medicine break me." At this moment, Red actually uttered a common phrase. Shinbei had a sardonic smile on his face. Where would he show any mercy? Click. Shinbei brazenly stomped his foot on top of Red's chest, completely collapsing his already shattered chest cavity, causing his resentful and fearful gaze to completely freeze in his scarlet eyes. He's dead. Then, Shinbei did not linger here either. Grotto World is very, very big. And the entrance located in the coal mine of Tuning Hill was temporary, and if one did not go back when the time was up, one would have to travel across a long, long distance to find the human's forward position in the Grotto World. The most crucial thing was that Shinbei didn't know which direction to go. Even if you know the direction, you may encounter some unknowable risks along the way. Therefore, Shinbei twisted Red's head off and carried it in his hands, while grabbing a small bag on Red's body, and didn't have time to check what was inside. Then they walked recklessly through the gathering area. Those other Inhumans who surrounded them saw the scene, their faces were horrified and they didn't dare to approach at all. And when those senseless ferocious beasts wanted to tear into Shinbei, they were also pressed into place by those foreigners. Shinbei also walked with his heart pounding. Fortunately, this gathering place only had Red as the highest combatant. Shocked hard. If there is another one, or if these foreigners are hot-headed and launch a siege, Shinbei will not have the stamina to fight, and he will be the one who dies. Back to the entrance of the grotto to Earth. Shinbei jumped right in. Next. Shinbei returned to the coal mine tunnel. Chapter 88. What the is this? When Shinbei returned to the coal mine tunnel, the two humans that were still alive were still kneeling on the ground, seemingly waiting for their fate to be pronounced. In fact, the two of them were more or less hopeless. This impromptu ground shaking is in line with the country's past modus operandi. At least dozens of people must be deployed for a crushing suppression. But at this moment, fighting, there was only one martial artist, who had also fallen down to the world of the underground cave, his life and death unknown. Without reinforcements, that's a slim hope. However, when they heard footsteps and looked up, instantly his face changed, and his gray, dead eyes gradually took on light. Shinbei was covered in blood, but he was back. Not only is he back, but he's carrying Red's head in his hands. Their minds vibrated endlessly at this moment. One must know that they were all second-grade martial artists who had been tossed to the dogs by Crimson. That old, unpleasant scene is a thing of the past. Little brother, you are so fierce. Yeah, one man singles out Red, domineering. Too domineering. I'll never forget the favor of saving my life. Thanks. The two of them stood up abruptly, and surprisingly, they were still a bit uncomfortable and almost didn't fall down. It's really too long to be on your knees. Shinbei pressed his hand and said, don't be too busy being happy. The two of them froze and looked at each other. Why did they feel that Shinbei had something in his words? Shinbei spoke again, look, my face is broken in order to save you guys. Shinbei nailed it. Those two understood the meaning of Shinbei's words as soon as they heard it, and immediately said, please be sure to leave your contact information. Shinbei brushed and wrote a series of numbers. The two of them took a look at it, and the corners of their mouths twitched as they asked, little brother, how come you have a 19-digit phone number? Here's the bank card number, just call me. Yes, our thoughts are sure to please you. The two men stated. Shinbei nodded with relief, understanding old iron. Shinbei also inquired why the two were captured by the Inhuman. Was it in the poor grotto world? The two of them chattered for half a day, you and I talking about the misery. They were originally a small group that went in from the southwest permanent grotto, thinking of exploring the grotto world for treasure. After all, when a martial artist is high on drugs with drug resistance, new raw materials are needed to make pills. The grotto is undoubtedly a place of treasure. The results play drift. Surrounded and captured by the Inhumans. It was trafficked several times and ended up in the hands of Red. Suffer abuse that wakes you up in your dreams. Even more terrifying is that Red has red blood boiling, which can heal wounds at a very fast speed after sucking human blood. To put it bluntly, they're Red's blood bags. Although the two did not say the exact process of abuse, Shinbei could tell by looking at their bodies covered in scars and even missing flesh. Must be unimaginable. Well, you two are safe now. Go ahead and dig up the collapsed coals, I'll keep watch here. Shinbei commanded. The two nodded instantly and ran towards the front of the alleyway. And Shinbei was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the underground cave. Let's see if no death-defying inhuman has rushed up yet. However, it had to be said that these inhumans were also able to tame a wide variety of ferocious beasts, which was something that Shinbei was quite surprised by. Expertise. Shinbei smashed his mouth. Soon. The exit of that underground cave, and indeed there were still inhumans trying to come out. However, as soon as he saw that just Shinbei was guarding on one side, before Shinbei could make a move, the alien directly jumped back the same way. So, Shinbei searched for a stick, and if he dared to venture out again, he would directly hit the gopher. One after another, Shinbei knocked back several inhumans who wanted to rush out. I don't know how much time has passed. The grotto shutter screen, which is parallel to the ground, appears to tremble. In the blink of an eye. Snap. With the point of light, it disappeared into Shinbei's field of vision. Deep in the alleyway, darkness resumed. The temporary grotto is over? Shinbei stretched down his waist, his taut nerves finally relaxing. While walking towards the entrance of the alleyway, he opened the small bag he had obtained from Red. There's only one thing in there. That's a small, greenish-purple colored fruit. The fruit is somewhat dried out. Sniffing, there was no odor. What the hell is this? Shinbei had never seen it at all. Regarding the various aspects of the underground caves, Shinbei still knew too little. For example, the distribution of the grotto inhumans, the grotto monster illustrations, the grotto herb illustrations, and so on. These are all lessons that Shinbei has yet to learn. Resisting the urge to eat one, Shinbei put the small fruits away, and had time to ask Ms. Shinro what this was. Back to the risers. Lee Kuan Yew had already led the crowd in digging out more than 20 meters of survival passage. But it's still more than 80 meters short. As Lee Kuan Yew learned that the underground cave had disappeared, his entire body instantly went soft on the ground. The laborers looked relieved and paralyzed on the ground in 7 pieces. The crowd admired Shinbei from the bottom of their hearts. A man destroyed a grotto. Terrible. It's just horrible. There's never been a precedent for this. Lee Kuan Yew gave a thumbs up. I think you can do it. If it wasn't for you today, there would be one or the other here, all of them would have to die. Shinbei relied on the wall, breezing, I am merely capturing the thief first. If Red doesn't come up first, it's a wheel battle. I definitely can't afford to wear it out. That's also your strength. Li Quan had said with a smile. Main alleyway. Liao, Principal Zhang, and the mine leaders kept summarizing the feedback from the students. The mine leader said with a furrowed brow, something's not right, all the roadways have been checked and there's no grotto. Principal Zhang was instantly displeased, no? That's not making fun of our WU. Principal Zhang is running for credit. Now you're telling me there's no grotto. Is there something wrong with the equipment at the Geodetic Testing Bureau that's making a big mess? Principal Zhang gazed at Liao Jiangwo, wanting an explanation. Liao Jiangwo habitually wanted to smoke, only to realize that it was a coal mine and did not allow smoking. Just break a stick off the wood, hold it in your mouth and say, the testing equipment is absolutely fine, is it on the ground? Impossible. If they were on the ground, the ferocious beasts and the inhumans would have come out long ago, and the guards on the ground didn't sound the alarm. What, the ferocious beasts and the inhumans are stuck in traffic? Ugh, hi. The mine leader then responded, if you say so, there is one place we really overlooked, and that's the roof-raising tunnel, the only place we haven't searched. Liao Jiangwo dropped the wooden stick and stomped on it with his foot. Then what are you waiting for? Call the people, bring the tools and dig for me. The mine leader pondered for a moment, then it might be stabbing the ground nest, it's been so long, I guess it's all piled up with ferocious beasts and aliens. That has to be done. Liao led the way toward the roofing tunnel. For a while, the student martial artists in the well converged at the entrance of the alleyway. Looking at the collapsed alleyway is no longer what it originally was. Each gulped. If that's where the grotto exit is located inside. There must be a whole bunch of enemies in there. Dig. Liao gave an order. Yu Hao led the students in digging. But everyone feels like they're digging the gates of hell. Hearts are bursting. Some even have sweaty foreheads. It's like digging your own grave. There is strength in numbers. 3 hours later. The collapsed tunnel just happened to connect with the survival tunnel dug by Lee Kuan Yew and was dug through ahead of schedule. Liao probed and peered inside. No hissing was heard, and no gusts of evil wind were felt. Even the signature red eyes of the inhuman were not seen. But it was the strong odor of blood that was detected. At the same time, if anything, the sound of talking could be heard in the distance. Li Quan had, Shinbei, do you think I can have a fight with Inhuman Red? Shinbei, let's split it 30-70. Li Quan has, am I that strong? Shinbei, your lifeline isn't as long as your toe cap, people unload 7 parts of you in 3 minutes. Liao? What's the situation? What the is this? Chapter 89. Who is the great hero Shinbei? Originally, each of the student martial artists outside the alleyway were scared and panicky-faced as they dealt with the unknown creatures of the underground cave. Their faces were almost white. Fearing that after the alleyway was dug, Liao Jiangwo and Principal Zhang named themselves as the first to charge and press in. As a result, Liao Jiangwo has a few points of responsibility. This hit the head he personally on. Liao Jiangwo set up a defensive stance, all ready to fight to the death. Results. The alleyway was devoid of a single grotto creature except for the straight beam of light from a single miner's lamp. This made Liao all confused. The promised invasion of the grotto, the promised grueling showdown, and pow, it's all gone? But the scene did have a strong odor of blood. Liao's mind instantly went blank. Froze for half a day. Looking at the miners gathered on one side, and the corpses of various ferocious beasts that were not far away in 7 or 8 places. Either he was disemboweled, or his head was hammered, or he was split into 5 horse corpses. Liao Jiangwo's entire body was jolted, his complexion was shaken, he was dumbstruck, and he was dumbstruck. This is nothing to suggest that the grotto was in this alleyway, but somehow the grotto was suppressed. Ugh! Stop chatting, the rescue team is here. Li Quan had roared, and only then did the crowd turn their heads to find that the collapsed alleyway had already been dug out. Several of the laborers almost cried. First the cave-in, then the geocache invasion. This bit of crap is so exciting to do. And the first to cry were the 2 gutter victims. The 2 of them almost had snot and tears flying out of their noses as they hugged Liao and cried bitterly about their bad news. At this moment, the student martial artists outside and Principal Zhang and the mine leaders also ran in. Seeing the scene littered with broken meat, a large bloodstain on the top plate is still dripping, like a slaughterhouse. Incomparable blood, all kinds of ferocious beasts were dead-faced tragic scene, as the greenhouse flowers of them, or suffered such visual impact. Some students fainted and collapsed on the spot. More student martial artists began to vomit. Only a handful of student martial artists were still able to stand by the wall. The students were all in a state of extreme shock and amazement, and they couldn't stop speaking out. Are we late? Scared the hell out of my baby. I thought there was going to have to be an unusually nasty fight. I had my last words ready. It's good to be okay now. Hiss, as far as I know, every time an earth tremor occurs and an earth cave invasion occurs, the country is tens of hundreds, thousands of martial artists to suppress it, and now there are only a few miners. This is something a miner can do? It's incredible. There must be a big handful of them. They're just unrecognizable with their faces covered in soot. Admirable, worthy of our admiration. The students chattered and their nervous demeanor relaxed. It was impossible to distinguish the faces of a few of the miners, but the fact that they were still in the mood to kibitz meant that the grotto was completely over. Shock is rare. With less than 10 people alone, no, make that 8, and the other 2 were still rescued victims of the crypts. It's awesome. Who the hell is this big hand? As if admiring down its honorable face. At this time, Principal Zhang's heartwaves of shock and horror violently surging, eyes filled with only extreme shock, horror, disbelief, almost out of character like a wild roar. What is this situation? Liao Jiangwo violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air as he pushed the 2 victims away and asked, are our Tuning Mountain coal mines recruitment standards so high? A few of their martial artists suppressed the underground caves? Liao's skepticism is most well-founded. The fact that the roadway was blocked without outside assistance can only mean that the miners took the suppression into their own hands. And the mine leader gulped, his tone distorted. Li Quan Yu. It's you, isn't it? Li Quan Yu? I remember that you are a first-grade martial artist. And the other laborers are all temporary workers you recruited in the labor market. There's no way they're martial artists, and it's impossible for a martial artist to go down the well to engage in this kind of dirty and tiring work. The name Li Chan Yao came up. Once again, the entire crowd looked twisted and shocked. The confidence and pride of the student martial artists were dealt an unprecedented blow, and they even felt a kind of horror from the bottom of their hearts, with deep shock in their eyes. Again, he exclaimed. What? A first-class martial artist? A level 1 earth tremor, but there will be second order inhumans and ferocious beasts. Li Quan has a full court shock. It's too powerful. The power of one man, the power of one man. It's taking off. It's true that there are people outside of people, and there is a heaven outside of heaven. Lee Kuan Yew is the sweeping monk in martial arts novels, isn't he? The strength is unknown. When you meet the strong, you are strong. There are 5 levels of merit for martial artists in the country, so you have to take at least a third-class merit. At this time, Principal Zhang was incredibly lost. Li Quan has the credit for suppressing the underground caves all by himself. WU amounts to a trip for nothing ing. Heartache. It hurts to think that the credit is gone. It's like missing out on hundreds of millions. And Li Quan had a confused look on his face as he stood up and looked at the mine leader, stammering. The mine leader laughed, patted his shoulder and said, "I really didn't misjudge you. If I didn't argue with you and let you contract this tunnel boring project, I don't know how many people would have to die. You deserve too much credit. Let's put it this way, in the future, if you want to contract any coal mining projects, you can just say so, and I'll give you a direct shot." Leadership. Me. Li Quan had felt bashful in the face of the other people's boasting. One does participate in grotto suppression. But he got at and spit out in the first ing round. There's no such thing as yourself. Nice guy. These people came up with a preconceived notion of themselves, this fierce praise, almost described as a god of war awe. This is not a slap in the face. Li Kuan Yew could not wait to find a crack in the ground at this moment. Li Quan has really cannot hold up, directly all the truth, in fact. Actually all this has nothing to do with me. Liao Jiangwo's face clouded over and seemed relieved. Who else could it be if not you? You're the only martial artist in the whole place. Don't tell me it was the laborers who smashed the ferocious beasts to pieces with their fists. Really not me, it's... Stop pretending, it's you. Li Quan had lifted his chi and collected his stomach as he shouted. It was a martial artist named Shinbei who suppressed it alone. The name Shinbei came out. The entire crowd was confused. There's such a thing as a hidden agenda? The mine leaders and Liao were clueless. Which one is Shinbei? Don't recognize it at all. Principal Zhang, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Shinbei? That name is so familiar. WU also has a student named Shinbei, or this year's top student in martial arts. But he's only a freshman, and he'll still be in school for this. Principal Zhang looked down at Yu Hao and said, "You're familiar with Shinbei, right?" "I'm quite familiar with Shinbei within the school." At the mention of Shinbei, Yu Hao was annoyed, a love rival. His fists were clenched, itching to go back and place a life and death challenge to Shinbei, and squarely obliterate Shinbei. Let Jane Child die and return to her arms. He gritted his teeth and continued, however, the Shinbei in Li Kuan Yew's mouth should have been renamed. How could Shinbei have this kind of ability? Principal Zhang did nod, but there was also a loss in his heart. How he wished that the Shinbei in Li Chuanyou's mouth was Shinbei, the top scholar of WU. In this way, Lingnan City Wu did this credit, will be beyond dazzling. Come to think of it, one person can't find many in the country to suppress the grotto. But Principal Zhang knew that was impossible. Shinbei is still a student, still going to school. Much less skipping school to work an odd job. One is a drop in price and the other is that in school attendance, not a single student was absent, all were in attendance situations. At this moment, Liao Jiangwo looked at the other laborers with deep puzzlement and suspicion, his tone accompanied by respect, and asked, "Which one of you is the great hero Shinbei?" Shinbei sniffs. Stand up. Chapter 90, Get up, it's my turn to act like a saint in front of people. Shinbei, stand up. All the gazes in the room were directed at Shinbei. Shinbei at this moment, although he was standing in the dimly lit alleyway, his face was covered with coal dust and could not be recognized. However, after this thick, magnificent, mobley-like figure was reflected in their eyes, in the eyes of the crowd, it was radiant up, extremely dazzling in. At this time, Shinbei's eyes were glowing with divine light, and his body stood upright, as if supporting this heaven and earth. He stood with his arms folded, accepting the reverent gaze of the crowd. I am Shinbei. The simple self-introduction was like thunder exploding in the ears of the crowd. Others may not have heard who it was. But Yu Hao, Lord Eagle, and Wang Yi, who were present, heard it clearly. Naturally, Yu Hao, needless to say, had clashed with Shinbei the other day. Even if Shinbei turned into ashes, he would recognize it. A thick haze surfaced in his heart, his brows deeply furrowed, killing himself. He did not want to believe that the martial artist who suppressed the underground cave was actually his enemy, Shinbei. Yu Hao's back teeth were about to be clenched, and his hatred for Shinbei was infinitely superimposed. It doesn't matter who steals the limelight, it doesn't matter if they all take credit. But only Shinbei. Every additional achievement Shinbei makes him look incompetent. The more Jane Child would be attracted to Shinbei. In this moment, Yu Hao seems to see Jane tong into Shinbei's arms, snuggling up to each other, and nibbling on the mouth to show love. Yu Hao is going crazy, this cuckold is so hateful. His eyes were instantly bloodshot, and the more he looked at Shinbei, the more hatred he felt. In his thinking, Shinbei was the villain in the novel, and he himself was the protagonist. But as the protagonist, he definitely wouldn't shout out some lame routine about 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Because, Yu Hao thought, he was the cool protagonist. It's time to get down and get me high. Give Shinbei a gift of an untimely death. Yu Hao pondered in his mind. The gaze on Shinbei was like a tiger or an eagle, like a jackal or a leopard. And Lord Eagle and Wang Yi had once assisted Gu Changfeng in capturing Yu Wuchang, although in the end things had developed to the point where there was nothing for them. But the two of them remembered Shinbei's vocal line. Lord Eagle and Wang Yi exchanged glances, savoring the emotions of extreme shock and incredulity in each other's eyes. The two men were more than shockable, they were bone-shaking. It's him. Definitely WU's Shinbei. Damn it, the last time I caught Yu Wuchang had nothing to do with myself because of Shinbei. This time, the suppression of the Earth's cave was still nothing to do with himself, and it was again because of Shinbei. Why is this guy everywhere? Lord Hawk muttered in a small voice. Wang Yi huffed, his voice even lower. Excellent martial artists like us are simply dwarfed by his aura. The corners of Lord Hawk's mouth twitched. Don't flatter yourself, excellent my ass. At this very moment, Shinbei had a dark sooty face, but that prevented Liao from expressing his respect for Shinbei. Hello, I'm the director of the Earth Movement Detection Bureau, Liao Jiangwo. Liao Jiangwo, a pair of big hands dead hold Shinbei hand, shaking vigorously, a face of surprise continued, thank you for the country. It's really too shocking, a person actually subdued and killed the underground caves, say it all has to become a legend. Shinbei was modest, overrated, it was really luck that killing a leader deterred the other Inhumans, which led to no large-scale invasion. However, Liao still had a shocked face for a long time, that's pretty impressive too. Even though it's a level 1 Earth movement, the leader has to be a second-ranked Inhuman, right? Then you must be a third-grade martial artist. Shinbei gave a forehead and said, to be honest, I'm a first-grade martial artist. Boom! This sentence from the first-grade martial artist was uttered. Not only Liao Jiangwo, mine leaders, Zhang Principal Collective dumbfounded. Li Kuan Yu and the other students present also had palpitating expressions and trembling gazes. The student martial artists couldn't help but blurt out. What? A first-grade martial artist? Hiss, I didn't hear it wrong, did I? A first-grade martial artist is killing so many ferocious beasts and still has the stamina to fight against the Inhuman leader? Killing at a higher level is not a novelty, after all, there is a difference between the surface attributes and the real attributes, but Shinbei, this will to fight and experience, I'm afraid that he was killed in the sea of blood, right? Why do I have a sense of immediacy like in an online game, an extreme trumpet? It's unbelievable. Awesome. Don't say that I let suppressing the underground caves is too disgusting to kill the ferocious beasts, but this guy seems to be like a home-cooked meal. Respectable. This Shinbei is definitely a social martial artist with a high level of practical combat experience. A number of heartfelt boasts and compliments, Shinbei listened to a little red in the face. Shinbei would like to say, classmates, in fact, I am your schoolmate. At this time, Liao Jiangwo could be said to be shocked wave after wave. From the misunderstanding that Li Quan had suppressed the underground cave, to the fact that Shinbei was the main force, to the martial arts grade. Too many reversals. Liao Jiangwo took a deep breath, calmed his agitation and said, a certain big man said, no matter black cat or white cat, catching a rat is a good cat, and putting it on you is definitely the truest portrayal. Then, may I ask Mr. Shinbei, where do you work? You're a talent, I dig it. Shinbei replied indifferently, I'm still in my freshman year at Lingnan City Wushu University. Boom. This statement was made. Everyone in the room was nonplussed. The corners of Liao's mouth twitched and his eyeballs exploded. A student from WU in Lingnan? The mine leader's entire body stomped back 2 steps, staring at Shinbei incredulously. A student? Then how did you come to have so much combat experience? Li Quan had a cry and fell to the ground with a thud. Young life. I recruited a temporary worker, not to mention a martial artist, or a student. The gazes of the other student martial artists distorted, each with mouths so wide open that they could fit at 2.5 years. Shocked, analyzing, Shinbei is actually our schoolmate? Principal Zhang, in particular, suspected that he was hallucinating. He kept clasping his ears and asked the students around him, "What did that Shinbei just say?" The surrounding students roared at once. "He said he's a student at Lingnan City Martial Arts University. And a ING freshman. Holy! How is this possible? Our sophomore was in a hurry to come over here, and we were cut off by a schoolmate? Wait a minute. Freshman, Shinbei. This is not this year's top student. Is fierce." Principal Chang smacked himself hard a couple of times in the bigby pocket. Grimacing in pain, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. That's when I was sure I wasn't hallucinating. Shinbei, is this year's Lingnan City Martial Arts University scholar Shinbei? Peak to peak. The peaks have turned. Principal Zhang was trembling with excitement. Who would have thought that the martial artist with a black face and no way to recognize him, who was alone to suppress the underground caves and kill the sea of blood and corpses, was actually a student of his own school? As Principal Zhang was in a trance, he suddenly saw a beam of light shining through it with countless resources and supplies piled up in the school's resource bank. Principal Zhang almost did not stand still, the surprise came too quickly, a little overwhelmed. He trembled, took 3 steps forward and grabbed Shinbei's shoulders with both hands. Eyes filled with incredulity and ecstasy, excitedly shouting. "Shinbei!" Shinbei looked unmoving, steady as a mountain, pondering in his heart, "How are you going to praise me? Come on, more compliments." Shinbei can afford it." Principal Zhang's voice rose and he hissed again. "You skipped class. Shinbei." Chapter 91, Yu Hao picks a fight, then fight. The series of reversals and shocks numbed everyone present. It was the mine leaders who finally greeted the crowd and left the tunnel to avoid further secondary disasters. After all, the roadway is now a roof collapse and needs to be reorganized and anchored with ropes and anchors to reinforce the roof. This kind of work is not for other people and requires the specialized skills of a coal miner. As for those ferocious beasts that were jerked to death by Shinbei, there would be specialized agencies to handle the recycling. Of course, given the special circumstances, the relevant organizations of these ferocious beasts' corpses would not take them for nothing, and would discount the price into Shinbei's bank card as payment. Liao will make a document of the process of this earth tremor and report it to the state for the record. And Principal Zhang was slightly busy for a while. Grab a camera and start taking pictures of the gruesome scene. Especially for the head of the Crimson Chief, take a full, 360-degree photo. It's all about results, and it's all about bragging rights. Must make the PPT a little prettier and the copy a little deeper, so that the state will compensate Lingnan City for the supplies of WU. The work on Li Kuan Yu's side also came to an end. In fact, the laborer's task was almost complete before the roof was raised. The coal and rock that collapsed down had nothing to do with Li Kuan Yu, and even less to do with Shinbei and other temporary workers, and belonged to the scope of the mine's cleanup. Simple arrangements for aftercare. The students acted as hard laborers, hauling all the ferocious beast carcasses onto crates to be transported back to the surface for recycling by the mine's tractor. This process all but makes these sophomores squeal like lazy asses who don't want to get down to business. Or Principal Zhang a big fixed root foot, scolding and beating at the same time, which finished the work. Liao couldn't even look at it. What a crunchy college student. It's a world of difference compared to Shinbei. It didn't take long. One by one, the crates carried the bodies of the ferocious beasts up the slope of the well. The crowd also began to line up for the climb back to the surface. The students wailed again. That hole in the ground was shiny and small as the size of a finger cap. With such a climb, students naturally felt tired and wanted to take the mine cart to lend their strength to the shaft. But he was scolded by the mine leader. This is a serious violation of safety regulations. My workers go to and from work every day like this, and they don't even complain of suffering, but a young student complains of suffering. Grinding away, the crowd formed a long line and climbed slowly. At the end of the line were Shinbei, Yu Hao, Lord Eagle, Wang Yi, and others. The students in front of them climbed the hill too slowly, resulting in several people still on the flat of the coal mine yard. At this time, the Lord Eagle and Wang Yi gave Shinbei a thumbs up. At first in Shantou County, I felt that your kid is very hanging. I did not expect to still break through the limits of our imagination. Shinbei smiled cheekily. If in exchange for your lives being threatened, you still can't run away and also play the limit to survive. Humph. A cold, icy word suddenly came out of Yu Hao's mouth. You're so powerful that you can't find the north, right? What are you so proud of? Shinbei turned his head to look at Yu Hao and smiled faintly, a rare hint of vertical and horizontal dominance showing in his majestic eyes. My name is Shinbei, and you say I can't find the north? It's my skill that I'm getting away with it. It's your turn to talk about it in yin and yang? Yu Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of shocked anger, and his tone drifted out with boundless coldness. Are you talking back to your senior? What kind of dog are you to me? Good, you've successfully provoked me. At this moment, the Lord Eagle's pupils also contracted violently in an instant, and his eyes changed wildly. He was aware that Yu Hao was going to give Shinbei a life and death challenge. I don't know what it's about though. But the atmosphere was rather off at the moment. He spoke hastily and persuaded, don't argue, all calm down. Wang Yi even stood in the middle of the two, reaching out to push the two to one side. Harmony, be harmonious. Off. Shinbei and Yu Hao both spoke at the same time and pushed Wang Yi aside. Yu Hao's pair of deep, murderous lurking eyes looked straight at Shinbei. Shinbei, you seek death. Shinbei's eyes were incomparably deep, as if a black hole that devoured all light. Have you thought about the consequences of saying this? Pa 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 pa. The eyes of the two of them staring at each other seemed to explode with endless thunder, fire, and electric flowers. The air froze. In Yu Hao's opinion, Shinbei was the enemy of his life. And in Shinbei's opinion, Yu Hao was an uneducated jumping clown. Neither can stand the other's repeated cross-jumps. The moment. The killing intent of both sides was explosive and suffocating. Although Yu Hao had an impulse, he had rigorously projected that Shinbei was suppressing the underground cave alone, and his physical strength was naturally weak, so this was a good opportunity. And Shinbei felt that Laozi could even beat the second order Inhuman Crimson Chief, and Yu Hao, a second-grade martial artist, was nothing. The next moment. Amidst the soundlessness, Yu Hao grabbed the first direct action, the body movement, such as the eagle strikes the sky, the evil shark tears, the long snake strangles, the fierce tiger seeks the sheep. Shinbei felt this chi, his body shrank, his mind had just turned, and between his ears, he heard a strong wind tearing, the air exploding, and a palm, as if it was a magic hand that had broken through the void, appeared out of nowhere in front of his eyes, and the palm wind stimulated his eyebrows to ache. Dragon swimming tiger pounce. In his haste, Shinbei performed a stance in the dragon-flying tiger steps and swam outward, allowing the punch to pass over his shoulder, but the strong wind swept his face with a vague pain. And that Yu Hao appeared in the place where Shinbei had just survived, turned back and smiled coldly, and did not stop. The body shook, such as the wind blowing the tree, 100 branches shook, and his wrist vaguely struck the sound of wind and thunder. Extreme thunder chop. Yu Hao's might slashed over, seeming to slice Shinbei apart. The speed is too fast. The footwork is marvelous. Shinbei Heart instantly set countermeasures, no longer dodge, who a palm chopped out, using the flying spirit soft bone body in the cut and palm soft fist, contact with Yu Hao's body, first a soft, and then rebound. The two weights of rigidity and flexibility, hard to receive the other side of the sinking force of a punch. Bang! The two fists exchanged, Shinbei only felt a strong force hit down hard, his wrist bones such as a lightning strike, suddenly sour and numb. Yu Hao, on the other hand, was shocked by Shinbei and retreated 2 steps, and a strange light flashed in his eyes because he could see that Shinbei's defense attribute seemed unusually strong. The wrist wiggled twice, the acid numbness disappeared, Shinbei did not even think about it. His arm was like a dragon and snake, a move of the dragon out of the sea. A long fist hard pounded Yu Hao's throat, and began to counterattack. Don't do it! Wang Yi got up and hissed with an anxious face, wanting to rush up and pull the two apart. But Lord Hawk pulled back. You're ing crazy. Watch out for the fish in the water. Lord Hawk turned and yelled at the two men, will you guys calm the down? However, where could the killing intent erupted and the hate-filled two hear it? All they wanted was to hear the wail of death from the other side. In the face of Shinbei's counterattack, Yu Hao disdainful cold snort, at the same time, the whole body slightly bowed, as if a large fishing rod, the hands exerted like a shark, like a crocodile, seems to be a bloody mouth to catch food, the speed of a surprisingly fast, a moment to bite into Shinbei's arm, and then his bone face issued a cackle, such as the sound of the steel crumbling. Shinbei felt as if he was a hooked big fish, but also all at once was flung up, out of balance. Yu Hao capitalizes on the opportunity to highlight a slap. Boo! Shinbei only felt a heat in his chest, and his entire body was shocked and flew out, falling onto the ground. A trace of blood hung on the corner of Shinbei's mouth. His internal organs had just been shocked. Fortunately, his internal organs were like iron, otherwise it would be a very serious rupture now. A bit of ability. However, your current physical strength is simply not comparable to mine. That's as far as it goes. Yu Hao looked at Shinbei sorrowfully, stepped out, a pair of big feet, stepping on the air, running at Shinbei's head. If this foot is stepped on, Shinbei's must explode into a rotten watermelon on the spot. Chapter 92, Who Will Die If You Don't? At this moment, Yu Hao's move succeeded. His eyes were blood red, his killing heart was blazing, and he was about to put Shinbei to death. On one side, the Lord Eagle's eyeballs exploded, and he really couldn't understand what kind of life and death feud there was between the two. At the drop of a hat. And the moves are deadly. At this moment, his face was so pale that he couldn't help but roar out in a low voice, Yu Hao! You're crazy! Quickly stop! Wang Yi even bit his tongue violently, the pain stimulated his brain, and the whole person came to his senses. Don't! There is something to say properly. However, where could Yu Hao listen? A foot slammed down. And Shinbei big wins and waves over kill over, how to die in the hands of such a jumping clown as Yu Hao. Rolling sideways, the whole thing slid out sideways to the left. Boom! Yu Hao's foot trampled on the ground, instantly stepping out a large pit. The concrete road on the ground exploded with a tearing sound, just like the glass that had been stepped on, and a large number of spiderweb-like cracks extended out under his feet. Shinbei immediately got up and, without saying a word, launched an extremely violent counterattack. With one step, a domineering aura was born. Feet on the 7 stars. Shinbei's body is like the tide of the great river, the river lapping the shore, rolling up 1,000 piles of snow, heroes and heroines, kings and lords, the wind and clouds, a foot on the world, the river and the mountains are pacified, for the emperor and the emperor. Shinbei's sleeves hunted, and his aura swelled again between one flash step. Afterwards, he moved his feet, and the Kueishing kick dual leg gesture exploded out. Between this leg, the breath rolled inside, and among his whole body, the sinews and bones of the skin and membrane, all of them braced open, the attribute of divine courage exploded, a thunderous rage, the aura of the heavenly god descending from the earth. Shinbei carried a boiling killing machine that simply could not be suppressed, and the icy voice of his words almost came out from between his teeth, die. A leg was as powerful as 1,000 armies, with iron hoofs stepping all over the mountains and rivers falling, and like a huge heavenly god appearing in the air, the stars and buckets were all moved out of position between kicks. At this moment, Shinbei was as if he had become the king of the stars in the sky. Lord of the stars. The Ka of the group of stars. The vastness of the starry sky was at my disposal, and the spirit in the universe of heaven and earth, the vastness of the stars, established a mysterious and inexplicable connection. At this moment, when Shinbei stepped out and kicked out a leg, the Lord Eagle and Wang Yi on the side also both showed surprise on their faces. They couldn't help but be jittery, feeling that if this kick was on them, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask the King of Hades for tips on how to reincarnate in the next life. And at this moment, when Yu Hao saw this scene, his face changed drastically, and the veins on his forehead exploded. How could he not have thought that just now? He was still pressing Shinbei to fight. Just in the twinkling of an eye, Shinbei's kick had given him the illusion that the sky was collapsing and the heavens were crumbling. It seemed as if the surrounding space was distorted under the might of Shinbei's kick. No! How could he be so powerful? Yu Hao's eyes revealed infinite resentment and indignation, and he was horrified. In fact, Shinbei not only cultivation progress fast scalp numbness, the body of the sinews and bones is like steel, arms, legs, such as sharp-edged sword, mountain axe, especially a breath of the body, more domineering, strong. Previously, it was not that Shinbei had shown weakness, but after the shocking slaying grotto, the physical exertion was almost total. This kick was still performed by Shinbei's desperately squeezed chi and blood, breaking the limit. However, Shinbei was blessed by the disaster. Under such extreme physical pressure, the veins and meridians all over his body stimulated his brain with a vibration that was beyond unimaginable. It made Shinbei's mind clearer and more understandable. In a trance, the third move of the 7-star fist loomed in Shinbei's mind until it became clear. This third move Shinbei had once seen, but suffered from not knowing how to cultivate. Cultivation is too difficult, tried several times, all ended in failure. Never would I have thought that under the stimulation of this continuous death crisis from the underground cave to Yu Hao, there would be a kind of enlightened great enlightenment. Shinbei's thinking was incomparably clear and lucid, and he came to a conclusion. The third move of the 7-star fist, starry music, is not cultivated, but rather realized. The moment. Being shocked by the breadth of Shinbei's leg technique, Yu Hao, who was almost dumbfounded, choked his breath, lifted his chest and closed his abdomen, shrunk inward, and his hands were like a screen, even counterattacking. Can it be guarded? Shinbei laughed coldly again, his feet stepped on the 7 stars, but in his hand was a move of the 7-star fist, starry sky music. His 10 fingers were like playing a lute, his nails clanking, scratching at Yu Hao's neck, wrist, neck aorta, and other vital parts of the blood vessels. This move, again, is fierce and overbearing to the extreme, 10 fingers, breaking through the air and drilling, like an organ, even blowing music. Only the music is mournful and low, sad, and difficult to bear, seemingly a funeral oboe. Next moment. Yu Hao, who had been teased by Shinbei, simply did not expect Shinbei to change his stance in the middle. The entire person did not have a shred of defense, and was thus poked through the throat by Shinbei's finger. Pus. Blood spattered and stained the alleyway at length. Shinbei's face was expressionless as he slowly drew back his fingers. Took out a tissue, wiped his hands, and patted Yu Hao on the shoulder. Shinbei looked out of the corner of his eye, revealing a mouthful of eerie white teeth. I don't have any sympathy for your active death. After saying that, Shinbei brushed himself off and started climbing up the slope to the well alone. At this time, Yu Hao's pupils began to lax, and his breathing was intermittent, as fast and rapid as asthma. His throat made meaningless gurgling sounds, and the corners of his mouth were exaggeratedly stretched out due to the lack of oxygen. He still didn't understand how he had died under a first-grade martial artist. It was his own pride that made his strength plummet. Or is Shinbei too powerful? In the short moments that his brain could still function, Yu Hao figured it out. It wasn't that he was strong or that Shinbei was weak. And Shinbei's martial arts skills were astounding. At this moment, regret was useless. Yu Hao could no longer support his body and slowly knelt on the ground. The remorse in his heart could not be washed away by almost pouring out the water of the 3 rivers and 9 seas, and if he were to do it again, he would definitely not provoke this demon. Flutter. Yu Hao's body swayed and fell to the ground, dying of gas. The moment. Lord Eagle and Wang Yi, faced with Yu Hao's instantaneous and violent death, felt an incomparably deep and terrifying, and incomparably depressing and morose, as if a man-eating beast had opened its bloody maw-like palpitating aura filling the entire main alleyway. Too fast. From arguing to fighting to ending the fight. It's all too soon. Even the two had the thought in mind that they were not just trying to teach each other a lesson instead of killing each other. With Yu Hao's death, they stopped fantasizing. True, fight for your life. Wang Yi looked at Yu Hao's gradually stiffening corpse, his eyes shivered electrically, and he said stiffly, "What should we do?" The Lord Eagle raised his head openly, his eyes covered in blood, his tone hoarse and sinister. "What else can we do? We are the first witnesses. Do you also want to offend Shinbei? There must be someone to investigate afterward. Say what you want, it must be Yu Hao who made the first move." Wang Yi nodded. It was originally Yu Hao who made the first move. It's good that you know, we don't have the ability or obligation to help Yu Hao seek justice. Then, Lord Hawk went to the blast phone hanging on the wall again, looked at the phone plate on it, and dialed the center control room. "Have the shaft lowered down another minecart." Lord Hawk spoke. The staff member in the center control room was a bit confused and asked, "Just now, the mine leader said that the corpses of the ferocious beasts have all been cleaned up." Dead man. 3 simple words. The frightened center control room staff bounced out of their seats. Immediately called the mine leadership to report the situation. And arrange for the winch house to lower the mine car. And the mine leaders were confused. Dead people? Who died? I thought the grottos were done. Chapter 93, the only thing that can wake Shinbei up every day is the settlement panel. With the last mining car rising from the bottom of the mine. It was only then that Liao and the others could see that the abnormal situation that had just been reported from the center control room, and the deceased was actually the previous top student of Wu University, a second-grade martial artist, Yu Hao. The surrounding students immediately gathered around and looked at Yu Hao's neck in the minecart, which was still churning with blood bubbles. The students couldn't help but make a horrified noise. This. How did Yu Hao die in such a moment of work? Vomit, I can't, I'm getting bloodsick. Why are my legs weakening? I didn't realize it was like that when I was just cleaning up the mess in the alleyway. Nonsense, I can't see anything under the coal mine, but now it's a sunny day with plenty of visibility, so it's not the same. I realized I'm not suited to be a combat martial artist, it's too scary. Just say you want to be honored. What's the point of you guys talking about those hook 8 things? How the hell did Yu Hao die? At this time, Principal Zhang was lying on the edge of the mining truck's bucket, and after seeing Yu Hao's death, his entire hair stood on end, and with a look of extreme shock and anger, he hissed, "What's going on? What's going on here?" On one side, Lord Eagle and Wang Yi were silent. At this moment, Liao Zhang was shocked, palpitating, and twisted face surfaced as he stared at Lord Eagle and Wang Yi in death. This matter was reported by them and they must know the inside story. Say, how did Yu Hao die? Was he killed by the ferocious beasts and foreigners under the dew? At this moment, Liao was still suspecting that it was the underground caves. Lord Eagle poked Wang Yi and told him to speak. Wang Yi put his hands into the cuffs and simply squatted on the ground, hanging his head, not hanging the Lord Eagle at all. The Lord Eagle cursed in his heart, "Finished the calf thing." Lord Eagle took a deep breath and said, "You guys aren't prioritizing on the well. I, Wang Yi, Yu Hao, and Xinbei fell behind, and then they." The narrative is not long or short. The Lordly Eagle gave out the full course of events that had taken place below. There was silence. Silence. So people are discerning the truth of the Lord's and Eagle's words. Liao is not that easy to fool. Xinbei and Yu Hao suddenly drew their swords and turned into life and death enemies, killing without saying a word. The genus is a bit of a fantasy. Liao Zhangwo asked the Lord Eagle to repeat the words and techniques he had just used. If it was made up by Lord Eagle in response to Xinbei's threat, that second narration of the process is bound to be different from the first. However, the Lord's Eagle was telling the truth, how it was asked and how it was told. There was no pity for Yu Hao or favoritism for Xinbei. Finish the whole thing word for word. The rest of the class was not calm at this point, and a fierce murmur erupted with a roar. What? Yu Hao died at the hands of Xinbei. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zun do fake do. How is this possible? Yu Hao is a second-grade martial artist. Xinbei is only a first-grade and this crosses the level and kills someone? It's unbelievable. Xinbei is alone and suppressing the underground cave. His physical strength is afraid that he has long been overdrawn clean, but he even dueled with the physically energetic Yu Hao to the death. Is this still a human being? Demonic. It's so demonic. I just want to know what the school is going to do about this? It's a private fight, it's not like they died on the gutter, and the state isn't going to compensate. The students chattered and talked to themselves. The last sentence is the point. At this moment, Liao Zhangwo looked up at Principal Zhang and said, "If it's Yu Hao who made a move to find trouble and played himself out, then it's an internal matter within your school, so you deal with it. This kind of thing, surely, cannot be counted as a sacrifice according to resistance to the grotto. Trying to get state compensation is also out of the question." Principal Zhang forbidding eyes, half a long time, and then asked the surrounding students whether anyone is informed of Xinbei and Yu Hao in the end between what faults. The reason was not asked, but a detail was asked. That was Yu Hao's earlier intention to give Xinbei a life and death challenge. Principal Zhang froze for half a day. For martial artists, from time to time, there will be conflicts over some issues of interest. Promotions rise in a do-or-die situation. But in the way, every martial artist has their own network of connections, or state intervention. Randomly killing meritorious and contributing martial artists will result in them being wanted by the state. But hatred doesn't go away with time, it only grows deeper. So, the life and death challenge was born. Both sides bet their lives against each other, life and death. Of course, the life and death challenge was only for martial artists, and civilians did not have any validity. Principal Zhang clenched his back teeth, so it seemed that Yu Hao and Xinbei's mutual hatred wasn't a day or two old. It's just that this showdown has been brought forward. Instead, Principal Zhang's mind relaxed a bit. Nor to inquire what kind of enmity the two had, none of that mattered. There is a life and death challenge, then the school has no responsibility. Thinking of this, Principal Zhang looked around and asked with some consternation, "Where's Xinbei?" A student on one side pointed to the distance and said, "Nah, over there settling the wages with Boss Li." The corner of Principal Zhang's mouth twitched as he followed the direction of his finger. Sure enough, Xinbei nodded the banknotes in his hand, and also looked at the sun to see whether they were real or fake, and contentedly put them into his pocket. And that Boss Li took out another pile of money, as if he wanted to thank Xinbei. Xinbei was not polite, and his heart was at ease, and without any movement of politeness, he directly reached out and took it. For Xinbei, this was what he deserved. If nothing happens, try getting more money? I'll be damned if Boss Li can give more. Xinbei. Principal Zhang greeted. Shinbei glanced back, turned around, and said a few polite words to Boss Lee, then followed Principal Zhang to an unoccupied and remote corner. Principal Zhang said with a smile on his face, "Your performance this time can be said to give you Lingnan City Wu University earned enough face. My side will make a report to the state, focusing on praising you. As for what the state will give you a reward, I cannot dare to promise. What can you give? You just take it." Shinbei nodded with an oh-so-subtle sound. "I'm sure the state incentives won't be too stingy, right? But it's not easy to say that. After all, it's only a first-class ground movement. The ground-shaking ratings in Chuanxi and Shanhaiguan can be much stronger than in the Tuning Mountain coal mines. But in spite of this grotto was suppressed by Shinbei alone by picking up the advantage and prioritizing the killing of the leader. The state is also likely to give great favors after all. This is a groundbreaking first in the country. There's no point in thinking about it so much. Wait for the reward to come down and everything will be clear." Then, Principal Zhang's face turned heavy as he continued, "I don't want to ask or hear about any conflicts between you and Yu Hao, and you don't have to say anything. Yu Hao is a student of the Martial Arts University, and was also the top student of the previous term. To casually strike down is a felony. The good thing is, a classmate reacted, Yu Hao placed a life and death challenge on you, and afterward, you made up a sign and draw, and everything went your way." Shinbei was still a bit surprised. So Yu Hao had murderous intentions for himself long ago. But the heart doesn't eat the snake. Got himself killed in 3 tries. Play it off. Shinbei nodded, "Good. So be it." Principal Zhang rose up with vigor, his mouth overflowing with pleasure. "Go home. The students of WU wash up in the mine bathhouse, come out, and leave in buses." It was dark when we got back to school. Shinbei labored all day, working part-time to work in suppressing the underground caves, and was finally set up by Yu Hao. The whole thing was almost exhausted. Fall into bed and fall asleep in a second. Even the daily bedtime program to brush their cloud to raise the harem of young ladies video have not watched. Snoring. Shinbei, zzz. The next day. Shinbei was still asleep when he was awakened by the daily settlement panel. Chapter 94, Studying Culture, Grades as Steady as an Old Dog. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Finished coal mine work, gained money plus 400, gained strength plus 2, constitution plus 2, spirit plus 2, agility plus 2. Gained infrared vision, endurance limit increased by 50. Shinbei woke up in a daze from the settlement panel. A cursory glance at the message. An instant jolt. According to one's earlier prediction, this coal mine clearing of the lanes would, at best, result in the acquisition of the physique and strength attributes, as well as other fifth-dimensional attributes. As for the course of the fight, that wasn't a mission for hire, just an accident. Never thought that an accident in the course of work would be activated by the settlement panel as well. +2 to all 4-dimensional attributes. It's the second most jobs given in the sequel to Killing the Unpaid Employer, Thunder Tiger. And that's not even the shocker. Most surprisingly, 3 fifth-dimensional attributes were given. Infrared vision. This is rewarded for working in the immense darkness of the alleyway. Shinbei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. In that case, I have as much vision in the middle of the night as I do in the middle of the day. Don't underestimate this fifth-dimensional attribute. Although it does not increase combat power, it is on the contrary an extremely important auxiliary ability. Imagine whoever turns on the lighting in the dark with poor visibility is a target. But without lighting, how many people can see what's in front of them? Shinbei will be able to. Even the darkest environment allowed Shinbei to move freely and control every move of the enemy. Too fierce. Shinbei gave a nod to the daily settlement panel. As for the endurance limit +50, it also made Shinbei vibrate inside. This meant that Shinbei was facing a continuous combat situation that was one level higher than the endurance limit of yesterday's suppression of the underground caves and Yu Hao's provocation of continuous combat. Ness. Awesome. That's a lot of rewarding coal mine odd jobs. Shinbei originally wanted to sleep a little more, it didn't matter if he was in class or not anyway. But with a jolt, Shinbei got himself up again. He remembered a guru's teaching in a video, how do you sleep at a young age? Go to class. Shinbei did some scrubbing, ate breakfast, and went straight to the classroom. Pushing open the classroom door, Shinbei was dumbfounded. Empty. Other classrooms have more or less teachers with students. Shinbei this classroom was originally a student by himself, and at this time even the teacher was not there. Who's late? Shinbei scratched his head. Could you, teacher, since you skipped class, this is not affecting me as a 5 good student. It must be poorly evaluated. Pulling out the phone, he called Gu Shinru. The first time, Gu Shinru didn't answer. The second time she called, Gu Shinru said within the phone without a good breath, "What for? What time is it?" Shinbei carried a critical tone, "Look at what time it is. Aren't you coming to class?" Gu Shinru on the other end of the phone was silent for a long, long time. She walked out of the principal's office and looked up at the sky. The sun isn't coming out of the west here either. Shinbei actually took the initiative to attend class? Inverted Big Dipper. The corner of Gu Shinru's mouth twitched as she asked, "What do you mean by that? I'm a bit scared yet. You're the teacher, I'm the student, shouldn't I be in class? Should you be in class?" Shinbei. Not for a moment. Gu Shinru probed into the classroom. Sure enough, I saw Shinbei. At this moment, Gu Shinru's expression seemed as if she had seen a ghost, then flirted, "Yo, what a rare guest." Shinbei coughed, "Why didn't you answer when I just called? You still have the nerve to say that?" The twisted light in Gu Shinru's eyes boiled and stirred at once, eventually transforming into a hoarse whisper, "You really gave the school a face by going out to work odd jobs. The principal criticized me severely yet." Shinbei sounded a little off. Long face. And criticized? Shinbei questioned, "Why? You skipped class, and on my attendance, it shows that you were in class. From the school's point of view, I'm fudging. Deduct my perfect attendance award." I'll go and talk to old Zhang, it's really a bit drifting." Gu Shinru stretched her hand, and in an instant blinked her beautiful eyes, her red lips picking up slightly, the corners of her mouth tackling a smile. "However, the principal thinks I have an extra bonus for producing a good student. Give me some face and forget about it." The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. "I have to say, this woman can change her face faster than turning over a book." Gu Shinru's gorgeous face bloomed into a demonic smile, her snow-white jaws flaring. "Say, what do you want to learn in class this time? Don't we have a class schedule?" "There would have been, but it wouldn't have worked for you." Speaking of which, Gu Shinru was a bit angry. That schedule was something she had stayed up all night scheduling out. But this Shinbei guy is unreliable. I skipped classes in high school and I still skipped classes in college. It's so easy to change your nature. Solely, Gu Shinru doesn't care. Shinbei is willing to take classes and learn whatever he wants. The main focus is a restaurant waiter-style service. Shaped like an order. Shinbei stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "I want to learn the language of the Inhumans of the Earth Cave." "Oh?" Gu Shinru's eyes widened slightly. "That's a complicated course. Take your time to learn." Shinbei thought that it was not every day that he had to go down to the underground caves, and learning the language of the Inhumans first would definitely be useful in the future. "Okay, come on then, let's learn the Inhuman syllables first." Saying that, Gu Shinru began to write a bunch of strange and weird characters on the blackboard. The language of the Inhumans has a total of 35 syllables, with separate drops, a, rubs, m. After a lesson, Shinbei's brain was about to explode, his head was dizzy, and the veins in his temples jutted out. Inhuman languages are also too complex. According to Take Care of Shinru, the more syllables a language has, the more it indicates that the language is incredibly bloated and complex. The true ideal of concise language is one sound that conveys a multitude of meanings. This ideal language, of course, exists only in science fiction aliens. "Tell me, how many syllables did you learn?" Gu Shinru asked. Shinbei scratched his head. 7. "No, 8. Gu Shinru sighed, "You can just transfer your brain to someone else." Shinbei. After class, Shinbei pulled out the small greenish-purple fruit that he had picked up on Red, the leader of the Inhumans, back then. "Teacher, help me see, what is this?" Gu Shinru stared for a moment, and immediately opened her computer, entered the database, and began to inquire. The Earth Cave world has too many things. There are rich mineral deposits, 10,000-year-old cold iron, ink crystals, violet silver, fine gold, white flare steel, earth crystal stone, bijou stone, sea-tide jade, and other terrestrial rare heavenly treasures, all of which are necessary materials for refining weapons. Gu Shinru continued as she tapped the keyboard with a focused expression. "Even the pills that can aid in cultivation and enhance the attributes of a martial artist come from the viscera and blood of demonic beasts or herbs in the underground caves. In short, there are 1,000 different things. It's not something that human memory can memorize one by one. In Shinbei's ears, Gu Shinro was giving herself an excuse not to know what this little fruit is. Half a dozen times. Gu Shinro finally found the relevant information. But she froze at the computer for a long time. Teacher? Shinbei watched Gu Shinro daze and called out. Ah! Gu Shinro lowered her eyebrows slightly and said with a slightly saddened expression, I found out, this thing is called the King of Immortality. Ha? Shinbei feels that this name is a bit alien and domineering? Yes, that's the name. Gu Shinro grabbed a fruit, her tone a little shaky, but the information shows that this thing is extremely rare, or extremely rare for the country. This item is on the verge of becoming exclusive to the Headhunter clan organization. There are people in the Headhunter clan who specialize in trading this fruit with the Inhumans using humans as currency. It can be made into hyper-modified adrenaline. Shinbei. Shinbei's entire body went numb at his words. Headhunters again? And using humans as currency? Hyper-modified adrenaline? Shinbei questioned this. Right. Gu Shinro took a deep breath. After taking it, a ghostly blue line will appear on your face, drastically increasing your fighting strength and wound repairing ability. It's perverted. Wait. How did Shinbei feel that Gu Shinro's description was somewhat familiar? I feel like I've seen the blue streak scene somewhere before. Shinbei cocked his head. Snapped up. That's Chapter 95, Crazy Thursday, VME 50. Listening to Gu Shinro describe the adrenaline rush. The more Shinbei heard, the more familiar he became. Especially after taking it, a ghostly blue pattern would appear on the body. Isn't this the same potion that Thunder Tiger used back then? At first, this work was not paid. First, he was pressed by himself. Halfway through, he gets high, his strength skyrockets, and he chases after himself again. Possibly is within the potency of the drug and did not complete the hit on himself. After the drug has worn off, he presses him again and ends up dying a horrible death under his own hands. Shinbei frowned, in a trance, and could figure it out with his toes. This hyper-modified adrenaline is pretty much exclusive to Headhunters. Then, Thunder Tiger must be someone from the Headhunters organization. None of this matters. The important thing is that this potion is really overbearing. It's worthy of being a potion made with the King of Immortality. A fierce lot indeed. Wanted. With extreme excitement and an expectant look, Shinbei asked, Teacher, now that I have the King of Immortality fruit, can I make a super-modified adrenaline potion? If one can fight an outburst with this, ask which enemy can withstand it. Just ask if your heart bursts and you're done. However, Gu Shinro shook her head very decisively and spoke directly, there is no formula. Ha? Shinbei was a little confused. Didn't I say so? Gu Shinro ruffled her hair and continued, this stuff is almost exclusive to the Headhunters, and naturally, the formula cannot be leaked. Shinbei did understand somewhat. It seems that super-modified adrenaline requires not only the fruit of the Undying King, but other supporting materials as well. What these materials are, what proportions they are in, and what the process of making them is, are all top secret. I'm afraid that only the upper echelons of the Headhunters will know. Shinbei smashed his mouth and looked at the greenish-purple fruit in his hand. Well. Happy for nothing. However, Shinbei also thought of a thought that could obtain the formula. That would be dropping this on the black market. Mark up the price and see who buys it. After all, it's really rare. The average person doesn't know what it's for. Only those who really know what's going on inside will choose to buy it. Following the lead of the purchaser, surely you can touch the Headhunter organization, and maybe you can get the formula for the super-modified adrenaline, if you blindly stumble upon a dead mouse. But the idea is risky and uncontrollable, and the risks are immense. With Shinbei's current strength, it was purely unself-conscious, the rat licking the cat's ass, looking for death. Shinbei had to put away the fruit of the King of Immortality and throw the corner to eat dust. Then, Shinbei asked a specialized question, what are the conditions for promotion to second-grade martial artist? Gu Shinro was a bit surprised, it was just freshman year. A second-grade martial artist, that was something that only sophomores needed to think about. Gu Shinro didn't answer positively, what you need to do now is to stabilize yourself, build a solid foundation, and then say second-grade martial artist when you're in your sophomore year. Teacher wouldn't be unaware of that, would he? Shinbei stirred a hand. Gu Shinro pinched her waist, grunted, and pouted her fragrant lips, I'm a teacher, how could I not know? A single attribute of 70 points is sufficient. Shinbei nodded. It seems that the conditions for promotion are not too high. Of course, this was for Shinbei. For other students, that can be torture. Most students are admitted to WOU by virtue of excelling in one attribute. Some have a single attribute of 40 points or more. Some are above 30 points. It varies. But the thing is, after school starts, it's straight to staking. Staking will drop attributes. How do attributes make up for it? Either get high or rely on exercise to tap into your potential attribute points. Kind of like mining bitcoins. With any luck, the attribute increase is very substantial. Poor luck. Just look at those first-grade martial artists who are wandering around in society and are not high or low. In short, tapping into your own attributes is a mysterious thing. This is what led to the high level of fire in the elixir market. And at this time, Shinbei did a rough calculation. There are still 9 days until the Lingnan City Martial Arts University collectively goes out on a mission. Within these 9 days, if Shinbei kept working odd jobs, the attribute value breaking through 70 points could be said to be easy. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. The second-grade martial artist is beckoning to himself? Leave the classroom. Shinbei traversed along the campus path, intending to go to the labor market to squat for work. It's our lifeblood. Workers, working souls, you can't forget your roots. Just then, from afar, there was a clear euphemistic call, Shinbei. Shinbei turned his head to look over. But see, Jane Child today wearing a slim-fitting set of skirt, a pair of beautiful legs wrapped above a pair of black stockings, long hair flowing down on the shoulders, delicate little face made up of light makeup. She bounced over to me, her silver eyes like curved crescent moons, and asked, "I heard you got credit?" Shinbei futilely erupted the aura of a great man standing between heaven and earth, fiercely pretending a wave of, "That's right, I didn't expect it either, just suppressing a grotto, what's so exciting about Principal Zhang?" Jane Tong giggled, although she knew that Shinbei was pretending, but she did not poke holes in it, and continued, "What are you going to do now?" Labor market. The corners of Jane Tong's mouth twitched as she looked Shinbei up and down. She could never understand how this part-time job was still an addiction. Poisonous, isn't it? Jane Child said, "Can't I work without a job? It's not like I'm a material girl." After hearing the word Shinbei, face immediately solemn, eyes flashing with an unquestionable gaze, "I do hate material girls, but if this girl is you, I hate myself even more without money." Jane Child. This little knockout. Jane Child's brain had a blood flow backing up and buzzing. Her ice-clear jade face suddenly became hot, and her gaze became a bit fluttering. This is too much of a tease, isn't it? Jane Child was feeling like she was about to start a pot. Good. Well. Jane Child thought about it for half a day and couldn't figure out how to take it. And Shinbei was in place in one sentence. "It's in the palm of your hand. You can't be touched, can you?" Shinbei waved his hand and turned to leave. Without taking a few steps, Shinbei turned back around and asked, "By the way, why don't you ask about Yu Hao? After all, our dad and his dad don't recognize." Jane Child answered decisively and dryly. Shinbei gave an oh-so-comprehensible sound and turned away once again. Come to the labor market. As soon as Shinbei showed up, he didn't even wait to take the initiative to ask for a squat seat position. Those laborers took the initiative to give up their positions so that Shinbei could be the prettiest wage earner. No one bothered to ask Shinbei, as a martial artist, why he had to work odd jobs. There are more martial artists with various quirks. There are also martial artists who just like to collect ladies' original pants, and there's no place to talk about it. Shinbei's hobby is just odd jobs, which is already considered an elegant hobby. There are not many odd jobs today, and Shinbei squatted all morning and received a job. By noon, it was even less alive. Laborers have been finding places close by and starting to take naps. And Shinbei pulled out his cell phone and leaned on the shade at the foot of the wall, swiping his phone to play. Just after opening WeChat, I saw that Gu Shinru had sent a friend circle. The smallest thing I can't stand about guys is sneaking $10,000 into my pocket when they pass me by at Gu Changfeng. What a guy. He's asking for money from his brother in name only. Shinbei opened the dialog box. Fingers flipped, typing a large paragraph to send to Ms. Gu Shinro. Teacher, I just came out of the hospital. I was diagnosed with cyclic protein fat deficiency. This is a rare chronic disease. There is no effective cure, only the use of the United States of America's company-developed biologics through the esophagus to the stomach and the small intestine and the receptor. targeted therapy to alleviate the symptoms. Today is the day that this company reduces the price of medicines. Please teacher funded me 50. Treatment of this chronic disease. Soon after, Gu Shinro first sent a fearful emoji. Subsequently transferred 50. Then he asked, what kind of disease is this? Is it serious? Shenbei collected the money and typed a direct reply, Crazy Thursday. Shinro Gu. Lassoing the teacher for $50 is beautiful. Just wanted to go to KFC for Crazy Thursday. Come to an employer. It just so happened that everyone else was lazily sleeping, and Shenbei was the only one still active. You, got a job to do? The man asked. Shenbei nodded lightning fast, what job? Electrician. Shenbei. Chapter 96 Bear Child takes credit, courier exposed. Electrician. It's a ing technical job. To be honest, Shinbei's biggest advantage in working odd jobs was that he could put out a good effort. What with all the tiling, scraping, plumbing, tile carpentry, etc., this is not going to happen at all. Other not to mention, just take out one, have to follow the master to learn for a year and a half. How could Shinbei have time to consume on this? Therefore, skilled labor, Shinbei is completely two-eyed. Shinbei shook his head and said, I can't be an electrician, it still counts. Before he could finish his sentence, the man reached out and interrupted, saying, You're just giving me a hand, just record the video for me. Huh? Shinbei was a little confused, recording a video? Right. The man smiled, I've got quite a following online, never seen me? Shame. My short videos are all messy, big data never pushed men for me Shinbei forehead, that's fine. Let's go, it's only an hour's work, I'll give you $100. After the two agreed. Together, they drove to the home of the resident who had the power failure. On the way, Shinbei learned through chat that the man's surname was Wang. An unlucky last name, the last name of a neighborhood panic. He is indeed an internet sensation on the internet, with millions of followers, all of whom watch him fix various electrical faults. Brother Wang, where did you learn this electrician skill from? Shinbei asked curiously. Old Wang said with a heavy face, after being electrocuted more often, it's natural. Shinbei. Nice guy. Shinbei said, then my level of electrician is almost the same as you, a wire has no electricity, I touch to know. The numbness is 24 volts. Shivering straight up and foaming at the mouth is 240 volts. Soon. Shinbei followed Wang to a neighborhood, went upstairs, and came to his employer's house. The homeowners are an elderly couple plus a young grandson. The specific failure was clearly described by the older couple, with all objects electrified except for the sockets, which were not electrified. Shinbei was all stunned and greatly shocked. Old King opened his toolbox with aplomb. There are various tools inside. What with screwdrivers, pliers, multimeters, ammeters, and the like. Professional or not, you'll know when you open the kit. This method can also be used on the big sister who massages on the second floor of the bath center. If the big sister opens the small bag with the balloon inside, she can go up to the third floor with simple communication, deep communication, and a general sense of refreshment. At this time, Shinbei's work is very simple, is to film the old Wang work process, he turned back to edit it, released to the internet. Lao Wang took an electric pan and began to check. As the old couple said, there was no electricity where there should be. Frequent drip 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 alarms from electric pans where there shouldn't be electricity. Ouch. The old king had a surprised look on his face, why are all the tiles on the walls electrified? The old king measured down the housings of various appliances again. Nice guy. It's just a tick-tock sound. Old Wang asked Shinbei to take the electric pan and go to another house to test it, while he went to the electric control box to take a look. Shinbei waved his hand and stated, you can't use an electric pen, your own finger is an electric pen. Old Wang's mouth twitched, if you don't blow awesome, I'll even give you a raise. Shinbei. Shinbei came to the other rooms. Go around using an electric pen disliking it, you just measure it, and once you do, one doesn't squeak. Sensei's appliances are electrically charged on top of the casing. Where does Shinbei understand this stuff? Turning around, he was about to walk out and report back to the old king. But out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently noticed a gold necklace tucked into one of the plugs under the desk. There should have been an electrical fire and both the plug and the necklace were black. Shinbei blinked, even if he was not a professional electrician, seeing this scene, he seemed to understand what was going on. It's a short circuit. Shinbei immediately unplugged the plug and then snapped the necklace out of the plug. Moment. All of the appliances in this home were energized and began working properly. Shinbei was just about to announce the good news when he heard old Wang howl. Shinbei ran out to take a look. The old king was originally pouting and checking the wires of an electrical appliance. Between these moments the short circuit was removed and everyone's wires were energized, electrifying the old king right out of his shell. Shinbei hurriedly pulled down the electric switch. Patting old king, "Hey, don't sleep, the ground is weirdly cold." Old Wang woke up leisurely with an incredulous look. "What's the situation? How come there's a sudden incoming call?" Shinbei, immediately disguised as Detective Conan, carried out some meticulous reasoning and insight. For a long speech, the whole said several minutes, comparable to the adventures of electricians. The last will be their own discovery tray out. The old king stared wide-eyed, a look of incredulity. "After all, you just found that there is a necklace inserted inside the plug, chanting?" Shinbei nodded. "Then you don't need all kinds of padding, just the results." Shinbei whispered, "I'm not doing this for your own good. How can you ask for money if you don't make it more complicated?" In Shinbei's opinion, a job is too easy to do. How to ask for money from the employer? Like unlocking a door. The master comes, a piece of paper is scratched for a second, and the door opens. The employer must feel at a loss if you ask for $200. Up to 20. How can you do that without making it more complicated and laying out a difficult process? Like this necklace, simply take it out. What can you do if that old couple plays the fool and says it's too easy, we just didn't see the necklace? So, some things can't be done too quickly, too dry. Old Wine gave a blank look. That's the way electricians are. It's very laborious to find the point of failure, and once you do, it could be a matter of a screw not being tightened. Then Shinbei doesn't care. Anyway, he did it himself. As for who started it, there was no need to doubt that all eyes were on the bear child. After troubleshooting, that old couple was really a little upset. It looks as if it doesn't want to pay the labor at the original price. But Lao Wang again after some testing found that the shower water heater for bathing is still charged. The point of failure seems to be the ground wire. The old couple's brows relaxed now. Think the labor was well spent. Old Wang took Shinbei for some examination. From indoors to outdoors. And then to the pipe wells in the building. On the way downstairs to find the ground stake. Come to the basement again. After tossing and turning, the reason was found. The ground wire was stolen. Old Wang looked at the iron piece that was supposed to be buried in the ground and directly disappeared, and couldn't help but burst out, "Who is this? Even stealing this stuff?" Shinbei said, "Even a few large letters made of yellow iron at the entrance to the patrol bureau were stolen by thieves who thought they were gold." The old king stroked his chin. "I've seen this news. The key is to steal several words patrol store bureau before discovering." Congrats to old king for spotting the blind spot. What next? Shinbei pointed at the ground line and spoke. Old Wang analyzed the wave and said, "If the bear child hadn't inserted the necklace into the plug, causing the water heater to turn into a ground, all the electrical appliances in this building would have to explode." Hiss. Shinbei didn't quite understand the principle of it, but there must be a basis for the old king to say so. This bear child has even taken credit for it? Guess we won't have to worry about snacks in the future, the whole building will have to pitch in. After saying this, Lao Wang picked up his toolbox and walked in front. "Follow me to the property, we can't fix this, it's the property's problem." Come to the property. Lao Wang reflected on the problem. The staff also listened with trepidation and said, "The manager is meeting with a guest, when he comes out, I'll report back and make haste to fix the ground, thank you so much." Old Wang waved his hand, "You're welcome, let's go." The two were just about to leave. The manager and the guest came out of the office inside. "Manager, really trouble you this courier drop cabinet is also for the convenience of neighborhood residents." Boss Wu is polite, "Just say the word, I'll pick a place for you, just a few cabinets." Shinbei stopped in his tracks. The sound of the voice was unmistakably familiar. Stealing a twisted glance. Isn't the so-called Boss Wu the courier who sneaked into the basement of his villa? Chapter 97, Look, there's a moral here. Shinbei did not follow the old king out of the neighborhood after settling his wages. Instead, he hid behind a flower bed, his eyes dead set on the door to the property office. Not for a moment. The courier, aka Boss Wood, and the manager walked out. Boss Wood's aura was clearly overpowering the property manager. Both sides shook hands and said their formal goodbyes. Bosswood took a few steps to a limo and drove off. Shinbei touched down the license plate, Liao D2537. So? Courier is not a courier, but the owner of the courier company. Shinbei was still a bit surprised by this discovery. I was still planning how to find this courier, but I didn't expect to find it by mistake. Shinbei stroked his chin and returned to the property office for insurance reasons. Huh? Why are you back again? Is something wrong? The staff asked curiously. Shinbei said, just now my master said, afraid that you forgot it was that building, I will come back and tell you again. It's noted, thank you. The staff member responded. Shinbei revealed a harmless, naive appearance and said, I just saw our property manager and a courier company boss talking about things, huh? Yes. The staff member was puzzled, is there a problem? Shinbei looked sad, this is so, this good stupid, follow seems to learn electrician for some time, but just can't learn, men are afraid to enter the wrong line well, I doubt I'm not that piece of material. So can I meet the manager and help with introductions, I want to work as a courier. The staff was quick to say, what's the point, wait, I'll call the manager. Soon. Shinbei received permission to enter the manager's office. Electrician is a promising career. The manager went straight to the point, and not ink, learn well, you see this time, without your master's exhaustion, is how dangerous things, we ourselves did not find the circuit has a problem. Shinbei plays a little cutie. Can't really learn. Really going to be a courier, huh? So is the boss nice to work with? The manager shook his head and sighed with a helpless expression, to tell you the truth, Boss Wu has just been promoted to a third-grade martial artist, do you think his temper can be good? Originally, I don't even want to cooperate with him, occupy my place not to mention, but also do not give the rent, the electricity bill also have to be out of our own pockets, but who let people are martial artists, you don't give face, no good days, this society on this virtue. The property manager rattled on for half a day, more than anything else, spouting off about martial artists bullying people too much, and even though he was indignant, he was helpless in 100 different ways and couldn't do anything about it. However, Shinbei wasn't listening to the property manager ranting and raving about his woes. He served his purpose. Even if the physics manager didn't say anything about Boss Wu's martial artist grade, Shinbei will also find a way to lasso it out. Now, Shinbei has a number in his heart, Boss Wu, this obviously spying on himself, pretending to be a courier, is bound to be a fake, which has a boss to send a courier. He was actually a martial artist third grade. That's a pretty high segment. Shinbei, on the other hand, although he had violently beaten a second-grade martial artist. However, there was also a huge gap between a second-grade martial artist and a second-grade martial artist. Shinbei was not sure that Yu Hao was the strongest of the second-grade martial artists. However, there was one fact that could not be denied, Shinbei absolutely could not beat the third pin. Shinbei found an excuse to leave the property office. Luckily, I didn't have the urge to go to Boss Wu to say something, or else my little life would easily be played away. Shinbei took a deep breath and left the neighborhood. If you want to use Boss Wu as a breakthrough, then your own strength has to be raised. It has to be at least a second-grade martial artist, and it would be even better if there was another powerful martial art. Shinbei did the math, and his chance of winning against Boss Wu was infinitely close to zero. One day without resolving Boss Wu and uprooting both of them, one day without peace. Perhaps at some point, these people really couldn't find clues to the map of the sea of hopelessness elsewhere, and it was highly likely that they would start forcing themselves to be unfavorable. Shinbei touched his nose. You still have to work part-time. If you don't work part-time, you can't improve your own strength, it's too passive. In the afternoon, Shinbei continued to squat in the labor market waiting for work. It didn't take long for an employer to arrive. However, this employer's requirements are a bit strange. I am a volunteer who mainly takes care of widows and orphans. A well-mannered boy with glasses, who called himself Lee, was recruiting at the labor market. Today I would like to ask a few helpers to clean the rooms of an elderly family, and return a clean and fresh living environment to the elderly. I hope that some people will be able to show great love and carry forward the traditional fine spirit of the motherland, give up their own lives without asking for anything in return, and make a small contribution to the public welfare cause. Some of the laborers were so poorly educated that they couldn't understand what Xiaoli was saying at all. Let Shinbei explain. Shinbei coughed and said, in plain English, there is no work without money. The laborers pooh-poohed this statement, and some had even begun to swear. What the hell? Who's going to give you work if you don't pay for it? Mental illness at a young age, all the way to the hospital to see what's wrong. Who doesn't want food and drink, can't afford not to pay for it? Idealist, absolute idealist. How nice of you to say. Various laborers were furious. I've seen pits, I've seen scams, I've seen words that don't count. I just don't see straight talk and work without pay. What a way to treat people. At this time, Xiaoli's face reddened up, only to feel that these pikers are really rough, speaking without civilization, low quality, how to curse. Don't you all have any love? Little Li was not timid and continued, that's a widow and orphan, he should be taken care of by us. Shenbei stood up and said indifferently, may I ask how big this old man's house is? 70-something square feet. Then why is it that you preach that the congregation should develop a spirit of love and devotion, but you don't do it yourself? In Shenbei's opinion, this guy is a name and reputation, greedy for glory and favor. Trying to capitalize on people's love and put gold on themselves. Shenbei is sure that this guy must have recorded the whole thing and posted it online for eyeballs. It's so cute to take whoever it is. And it's okay to want fame and fortune, but you can't give nothing. People who stand up for morality and criticize or take advantage of the people are either stupid or bad. At this moment, Xiaoli's expression was suddenly embarrassed for a moment. Li would like to say, the organization to promote love and work to promote love, that is not the same thing at all. My job is to guide and record. You guys do the work, naturally. But you can't say it out loud. If you say it out loud, it's a harsh word, selfish. Little Li finally said, okay, I'll pay to hire, come $100 each. Wow. The sign-ups can be quite motivating. That's right, don't talk about useless things. For the workers at the bottom who need to make a living, if they are paid, everything is fine. Shenbei also grabbed a spot. Over 70 square feet and 5 people to clean it. Settled the fight in minutes. But wait until the crowd arrives at the home of the solitary old man. Shenbei and the others were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. But see. The old man, who was still in good health, was stuffing paper shells in the doorway. That's right. The clutter in the house is piled up to the point where no one can get in the door. And the old man slept in the hallway with his blanket. Diogenes syndrome. Shenbei's entire body went numb. Chapter 98, The End of the Universe, it's really a part-time job. It's not a good job. Diogenes syndrome, a mental disorder named after the ancient Greek philosopher Diogenes, is also known as dirty mess syndrome. It is also a behavioral disorder. This condition is highly prevalent in the elderly population. The main signs are lack of attention to hygiene issues, compulsive hoarding of garbage, lack of shame, emotional apathy, weak interpersonal relationships, and extreme self-centeredness. Nice guy. When Shenbei and the others saw the scene, they had 2 big heads. The crowd thought it was just a small job of cleaning up the garbage, wiping down the glass, mopping the floor, etc. It turned out to come up with a king-sized bomb. What the hell is this? Even people can't get in, so you can imagine what's going on inside the house. And, not only that, but that cockroaches and even rats were crawling all over the place. Shenbei glanced upstairs, where the doors of the rooms were dusty. Apparently it has become too much to bear and moved away. Shenbei gulped, dude, is this the little job you were talking about? Isn't it better for laborers like you than carrying cement in the sun? Li defended. Shenbei shook his head, words can't be said like that, carrying cement that is also carrying a pain. And this job? Shenbei pointed at the old man lying upstairs, other than that, there's nothing wrong with cleaning out all the trash in the house, but how are you going to deal with this old man? All this garbage is his treasure, so naturally he won't let us do it. Xiaoli didn't care about that, anyway, you guys watch out, your task is to clean up the garbage, how to clean up, and no one is stopping you, it's your own business. Some of the laborers immediately threw out their faces, grass. I'm quitting, let's go. But Shenbei has to do it. This job is really interesting and might give some weird attribute values. Shenbei pressed his hand and said, don't be in a hurry to leave, I'll think of a way. Thinking for a while, Shenbei decided to target the medicine, walked to the old man's side, said, Grandpa, I just saw the opposite neighborhood threw out a lot of paper shells. Instantly, an intense and excited glow burst from Moncler outlet store his gaze. Tug. The whole thing was activated as if it had been hit with hyper-modified adrenaline. Moncler outlet store directly stood up, carrying a woven bag, a few blinks disappeared in front of the eyes of the crowd, running out of the gate of the neighborhood. Shenbei waved his hand and greeted the other laborers, speed. The laborers exclaimed in wide-eyed amazement, that's okay? Shinbei laughed. The set is not old, as usual, it is also excellent. A few of the men grabbed their work while Moncler outlet store they were gone. Haul out all the various junk from the house. The worst part of this job is the smell. Hot eyes. And, quite dirty. Prolonged periods of lack of ventilation allow a faintly toxic-like air to form in the room. On the spot, a laborer drew straight from sucking in a mouthful of air with a gargle. Hands then V, mouth crooked, eyes slanted, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Eventually it was carried outside and it took a while to catch my breath to slow down. You know, these laborers are at the bottom of the social ladder. What kind of dirty work have they never done? Taking out a turd doesn't kill you like this. Needless to say, it wasn't so much a matter of a bad odor anymore, but a miasma-like fiendishness that had formed in the room. Finally, Shinbei and the others had to put on masks and attack the magic cave again. The good thing is that it's on the first floor, so you don't have to walk far, just throw the trash out. And at this time Lee supported the video camera, began to video. Today is another day of dedication to love. My buddies and I cleaned up the room of the elderly living alone. Everyone look, what a mess. But we're not afraid of hard work, we're not afraid to get tired, and we're dedicated to working for a better tomorrow for our country. Please click on the little red heart, click on the followers, and let me get on the hot seat. After recording, Lee dropped the paper shells he was posing with in his hands with a disgusted look on his face. He also went out and found a business that collects various kinds of garbage were sorted and weighed and sold for exactly $500. Shinbei was all stunned by little Lee's tawdry maneuver. Cam. Is it still possible to be so empty-handed? However, Shinbei was too lazy to care. What he wanted was merely to pay the laborers and then activate the daily settlement panel. As for Lee's behavior, will not comment. When Shinbei and the others did some busy work. The whole room isn't that clean, is it? At least it's livable. All the places that should be cleaned up are cleaned up. Wiped where I should have wiped. Work completed. Lee began recording a second video, and to show off his authenticity, he poured some mineral water on his face to make it look like he was sweating. Looking at Shinbei and the others, they rolled their eyes. Recording can be considered complete. Settlement of wages. The end of a beautiful day of part-time work. A few people left the room. The old man walked home with empty hands. At the sight of all the treasures of the family gone, he was almost angry. He hurled abusively, "I warned you not to touch my stuff. Master, I'm doing this for your own good, for the sake of your health." Xiao Li said without hesitation. "I'll you up." His lordship swung a wooden stick from the garbage pickup and chased and beat him. And eventually the police were called. The cops from the patrol came in all confused. "You're saying Lee directed the burglary? But people are serious, caring people." How it was handled in the end, Shinbei didn't know and wasn't in the mood to be curious. It has nothing to do with myself. Life is full of life and social beings. There are all kinds of demons and monsters. Whether selfish, mean, or noble. All are an integral part of the society of the people of the earth. There is no such thing as a purely noble society. There will always be someone to fill the void of meanness. The next day. The daily settlement panel is on schedule. Yesterday's reward settlement is as follows. Finish the electrician's work, get money plus 100, resistance to electric current damage plus 50. Finish cleaning the room, get money plus 100, strength plus 1, constitution plus 1, anti-poison plus 50. Shinbei smashed. What to say about yesterday's reward? The electrician's work is still below expectations. None of the four-dimensional attributes were given. But thinking about it, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. No work at all. It's all about the bust. But the fifth dimension attribute is good, resistance to current damage increased by 50, this kind of attribute is not to be missed. One must know that the most pure and mysterious power between heaven and earth was thunder. It was this martial path that Jane Child took. Well, the family status has improved and there's no fear of electricity. Shinbei had that small hint of satisfaction. And the most important reward for cleaning your house is resistance to poison. Plus, I've encountered a couple of harsher environmental conditions in my previous odd jobs. Shinbei calculated that now his anti-poison attribute has almost reached 90. This resistance is not to a single toxin, but to all toxins. That's pretty sick. Even for martial artists who were good at using toxin attacks, Shinbei could almost manage to ignore their damage. Cool. It's true that the end of the universe is part-time work. Wake up gorgeous. Wash up, eat, go to class. Still boring in human linguistics. Gu Shinro's teaching level is still relatively high. But Shinbei's ability to learn. Gu Shinro can only be described as a stain on her teaching career. One lesson later. According to the normal progress, Gu Shinro had to tutor Shinbei to cultivate martial arts. Gu Shinro was not as good as Shinbei in this regard. Shinbei could only say that Ms. Gu Shinro was a stain on his student career. The two were half-assed anyway. Shinbei got up and was about to skip class and continue working odd jobs, but was stopped by Ms. Gu Shinro. She said, "Don't rush off." Something? Last time WU sent us all the supplies we should have gotten because of your performance. So fast? Shinbei was a bit surprised. Gu Shinro nodded, transferred from Shenin City Wuda, cannot be fast. Principal Zhang decided to make up the benefits you deserve on the spot. Saying that, Shinbei could be energized. Other than that, pills alone can be sold for so much money. The two men arrived at the door of the resource library. A truck pulls up to the door. Many students and teachers have already arrived here and are lining up to hand out supplies. Just then, a student-looking boy jumped out of the car. The man's features were extremely unbalanced and he was born with a vicious face. His face was flushed with displeasure, and his eyes were all sinister and hostile. He looked around the circle, his voice was not loud, but it was unusually loud. "My name is Chiu Qianrun, a junior student at Shenin Martial Arts University. I want to ask, who is Shinbei? Stand out for me." "Shinbei? Who are you? So arrogant? Do I know you?" Chapter 99 New Martial Technique, New Trouble? Ha! Shinbei was still waiting for the distribution of supplies. Inexplicably, a guy named Chiu Qianrun jumped out and named himself. Gu Shinro looked back at Shinbei and asked in a low voice, "You know him?" Shinbei shook his head. "I've never made friends with ugly rejects." At these words, the unlucky four on one side straightened their backs. "Count on you, Shinbei, to have an eye." Shinbei glanced at them. "How much does it have to do with you guys?" "Who is Shinbei?" Chiu Qianrun shouted again. Shinbei took a step out, his face calm and collected, and spoke, "I am." Chiu Qianrun also did not nonsense, directly indicate the intention. "It's you on the line, I discuss one thing with you. This time the supplies are deployed by Shenin Wudi in the provincial city. There is a thing inside that originally belongs to me, now the state is going to allocate it to you, I hope you give it up." Shinbei gave a puzzle though. "What is it?" "A martial art. Can't negotiate." Shinbei replied dryly. No need to think twice, this was a martial art assigned down by the state, not WU's own martial art. That's not a small difference in grade. Must be good stuff. Otherwise Chiu Qianrun wouldn't have been able to chase him from the provincial capital. Shinbei doesn't care what Chiu Qianrun's origin is, the country gave it to me, who are you to interfere? At this moment, there was only bone-chilling coldness on Chiu Qianrun's face, his eyes looking extraordinarily grim. "I'm not discussing with you, but ordering you to give up." A hint of a rakish smile surfaced between Shinbei's brows. "What ability do you have to order me around?" At this moment, Principal Zhang jogged all the way over, originally still in high spirits, but when he saw Chiu Qianrun, his face suddenly changed. "Chiu Qianrun? Aren't you in the provincial capital? How did you come to Lingnan City?" "Uncle Zhang." Chiu Qianrun squeezed out a raw smile. "It's like this, I took part in the Shanhaiguan Earth Cave battle, my performance was good, the state originally wanted to give me a martial arts skill, Vajra Unbreakable, but somehow, what originally belonged to me was given to Shinbei of the Wushu University in Lingnan City, this is absolutely unfair to me." Principal Zhang's brows creased as he sniffed, and his eyes sank deeper. He knew what was going on after a little thought. Although Chiu Qianrun did well in Shanhaiguan, but it was only a good performance. And Shinbei's performance in the Tuning Mountain coal mine, that was the first single person to kill the underground cave in the country. Don't look at the low level of ground shifts. But Shinbei's grade is also low. As you can see, the country is not a little cute either. Felt that Shinbei's growth potential was far greater than Chiu Qianrun's. Weighing the pros and cons, it's natural to sacrifice Chiu Qianrun's interests. Just like when the state sacrificed the interests of WU in Lingnan. Then the endurance. Complaints are useless. At the same time, Principal Zhang couldn't help but feel a few points of boredom rising in his heart towards Chiu Qianrun. How could there be a situation where the country had already set the allocation to Shinbei and was still chasing after him for a martial arts skill? What a drop! Uncle Zhang, what do you think about this? Qiu Qianren inquired. Principal Zhang stammered a few times, waved his hand, and greeted Shinbei. The two hid to the side. Principal Zhang muttered something in a low voice. Shinbei, do you know who he is? Shinbei had a face full of concern. What has it got to do with me? Anyway, no one can take away what the state gives me. Shinbei's bluntly stated attitude. Principal Zhang said, I do agree with your idea, but some things aren't that simple, and the human condition is even more pervasive in the whole society. Let's put it this way. Qiu Qianren's uncle, Qiu Bai, is the principal of the Provincial City Martial Arts University. Sooner or later you'll have to enter the Provincial City Martial Arts University, followed by the National Capital Martial Arts University, which is considered to be the completion of the Martial Arts University. I'll point out the stakes here, and I'll support you in whatever decision you make. At those words, Shinbei narrowed his eyes. Is it true that Principal Zhang is afraid that he will be worn small shoes after entering the Provincial Martial Arts University? Shinbei grunted. He wasn't afraid of any powerful people. As long as one's strength was present, no human feelings would be of any use to one. The only truth Shinbei believed in was the fist. No. Good. Principal Zhang patted Shinbei's shoulder and continued, you don't need to care about the rest, Qiu Qianren, I'll take care of it. You go and collect what you deserve and stick to what you should stick to. Shinbei nodded. Wait until Shinbei returned to the team. Qiu Qianren has been called away by Principal Zhang. Soon. Shinbei receives the supplies the school owes him. 5 pills of various colors. At the same time, there are additional bonus elixirs from the state totaling 20. Read the instructions. There are hegemonic elixirs that increase body mass. There are force god elixirs that increase strength. There are also chi and blood elixirs, blood-stopping elixirs, fixing elixirs, and so on. The last thing was the martial art that triggered Qiu Qianren's discontent. This martial art was encased in a box. It has a fingerprint lock on it and sealing wax. However, whenever it has been moved, the sealing wax on it comes off and cannot be restored. And the fingerprint lock can only be opened by Shinbei. The state has done a good job of controlling the fingerprints of martial artists. The unlucky foursome at this time also gathered around. Chi Chuanyu was envious. It's still Brother Baya, TSK. Welfare is several times more than us. Shinbei said, it's all because I fought hard for it, and it's no use being sour. Liao Zhongyang spoke in an unusually deep tone, if there is no Shinbei this time to suppress the killing of the underground caves, we will have to get the benefits after the fall. Cao Patty shook his pouch. What do you guys say, how should I eat this elixir, hey? Chi Chuanyu tilted his head, you've never gotten high on pills? Bull's mate began to pretend, tilting his head, I'm not going to lie to you all, I've never taken a single elixir, hey. It was a powerful and prolonged statement. The forced flavor is great. Shinbei and the others were really taken aback. Shinbei naturally, needless to say, was also a contestant who had never been high on attribute elixirs. Mainly because it's too expensive to buy, not to eat. But Shinbei had always thought that this guy, Benny No, had to be more or less high on drugs. If what he's saying is true, then the guy's still got a few tricks up his sleeve. Imagine, when Chi Chuanyu and Liao Zhongyang in the martial arts exams, both high on drugs before they pressed the Oxlan Ben head. Moreover, Ben Nyo's effectiveness was on the spot, but he was directly deducted 3 points of attributes for failing to pass the meter. For that, it's all in the top 10. The corners of Chi Chuanyu's mouth twitched as he cursed, damn, I should have been born a year later and stayed away from you perverts. Du Ziting gave a thumbs up, my brother is awesome, come on, I'll tell you how to take the elixir, you swallow the pill and the instructions and let your stomach watch itself. The crowd was speechless. Du Ziting originally wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect to get cold feet. Du Ziting's teeth cackled, damn, still saving money, right? At this time, Shinbei waved his hand, you guys blow each other commercially, I'm leaving. Wait. Chi Chuanyu pulled back, we're going on a mission in a few days, we can say yes, together. The other three nodded solemnly. Shinbei. Du Ziting interjected, don't you like women? We, women's clothing, guarantee service. Crowd. Once again, it's cold. Shinbei felt that their modesty was shattered to the ground. The key, you guys are too good. Shinbei said. We dish? Bulls pointed at his nose, you're a first-grade martial artist, right? We are too, hey. Shinbei froze. Are these unlucky bastards improving so fast? Shinbei smashed his mouth, just as long as the school agrees. Shinbei returned to the villa dormitory. Lock yourself in the practice room. Carefully remove the box and set it on the table. After successful fingerprint verification, remove the sealing wax. Take out the new martial art Vajra Unbreakable. The name is honestly a crappy name. Shinbei's first thought was of Cheng Fei Fei in the world's #1, whose scenario of being invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to fire and water, and having infinite strength after exerting the Vajra Incorruptible was similarly shocking to the hearts of the people. It was estimated that martial arts that were not in the martial arts database of the Martial Arts University were bound to have their own unique characteristics. Let me see how this thing can be cultivated. Chapter 100, Another Day of Crazy Cultivation Upgrade. According to Shinbei's understanding of the 4 words Vajra Unbreakable, adamantine unbreakable and indestructible, it should be the terrifying body defense brought about by the supreme horizontal refinement technique. Shinbei was fully yearning in his heart. Can't wait to flip through the martial arts books. Just looking at the description, the cultivation method of this Hanglian divine power is not difficult. A total of 108 different secret postures of the movement chart is the core cultivation method of the entire Hanglian hard power, supplemented by strikes, medicinal baths, and other auxiliary cultivation methods. Head, arm, elbow, knee, fist, palm, waist, body, leg. The 108 secret movements covered all parts of the human body's entire body, and each one hammered a different part of the body. Each maneuver must be accompanied by a unique breathing in luck technique, as a way to hammer the martial artist's own chi into a unique astral energy. And then deeply penetrate into the martial artist's flesh and blood, internal organs, so that the martial artist's flesh and blood, sinews and bones, and internal organs are all substantially strengthened, and the martial artist's body defense and physical strength can be increased by an amazing magnitude. And it is practiced at 4 levels. At the first level, when you are lucky to protect your body from the Big Dipper, your body will be black and green in color, which is called the horizontal refining of the iron body. At the second level, when a martial artist's transport body is flooded with the color of red copper, he or she is refining the copper body horizontally. At the third level, the body is flushed with the color of white and silver, which is called the horizontal refining of the silver body. The fourth layer is also the highest realm, the body protection astral chi operation. The martial artist is golden light infiltration, the body is indestructible, is called adamantine invulnerable body. In Shinbei's view, Vajra Unbreakable was a simple horizontal hard work, all of which had only one purpose, which was to allow the martial artist to hammer out an inhuman body with infinite strength and indestructibility. From the description alone, Vajra Unbreakable was able to enhance both strength and physical defense, undoubtedly an offensive and defensive, very comprehensive cross-training hard skill, especially suitable for the situation he was facing right now. Taking another look at the attribute requirements for practicing this martial skill, there was only 1 point. 50 points of physique real attribute. 50 points. And it's still a real property. If it was anyone else, if the surface attributes didn't reach above 80, there was no bottom in their hearts when they cultivated. But Shinbei is different. Surface attributes have a count of 1, all earned from odd jobs. All true attributes. It just so happened that Shinbei's physique attribute points had crossed 50 points long ago. It's almost like it's customized for you. At this moment, Shinbei couldn't help but feel restless inside. Without any hesitation at that moment, he carefully analyzed one of the movement diagrams floating in his mind and prepared to start cultivating. As a complex diagram flashed back from in front of him, Shinbei's mind moved slightly. There was no other reason, because he realized that the dozens of movements at the beginning of the secret passage atlas were fine, and the more the secret passage postures came later, the more exaggerated and bizarre they became, and they simply did not look like movements that a normal person would be able to make. This seemed to be because when it came to the later stages, the Vajra hammering was all about holes in the hood that were extremely difficult for the body to work out to, and that was why the difficulty only got greater and greater. The first 27 stances of the horizontal refining iron body are not too difficult to cultivate, so let's cultivate them first. A cursory glance over all the movements, and then all the key points of the mantra. Shinbei immediately assumed a stance, standing upright, feet together, and palms together in front of his chest with both hands, assuming the starting posture of Vajra Unbreakable. Shinbei then straightened his arms, slowly leaning back and bending from the waist, like a human arch bridge with both palms touching the bottom. The posture on the chart was deeply engraved in his mind. Shinbei adjusted his posture little by little until he made sure it was accurate, and with his posture completely standardized after. With a slight stroke of luck, he immediately felt a distinctive heat flow traveling from his chest and abdomen to the back of his waist and arms, seemingly changing something in a subtle way. In less than 10 minutes, Shinbei had already seen sweat on his forehead and felt that this position had already reached the limit of his body's tolerance. Immediately after the second secret pose flashed in his mind, he straightened up, his arms were clasped back, his left leg crossed in, and his waist was extremely twisted into 180 degrees, the whole person looked like a twisted twist. At this time, an inexplicable breath was mobilized in Shinbei's body, turning into strands of hot water that penetrated a little into Shinbei's waist and arm, as if it had merged into his flesh and blood. This is... Shinbei's complexion moved slightly, his face full of incredulity, a true chi that can only be felt by a third-grade martial artist? Shocker! It's worthy of being a martial art provided by the state. That's a little too bossy, isn't it? You should know that the externalization of true chi is a leap of faith for martial artists. The equivalent of a mighty catalyst. Something like 1 sulfur, 2 nitrites, 3 charcoal, with a little white sugar in a big E1. Although Shinbei was still unable to do the externalization of his true chi, but being able to feel the true chi was already an unexpected and surprisingly huge progress. Awesome! Shinbei did not let the surprise wash over him and continued to cultivate. After 10 minutes had passed, Shinbei was sweating profusely, and the maintenance of this position had reached its limit. Next is the third move, the fourth. The fifth. 4 hours later, when proceeding to the 27th style, the last movement of the horizontal refinement iron body chapter, Shinbei, apart from his abdomen on the ground, his head, chest, legs, arms and other parts of his body had been completely suspended off the ground and his hands were touching the toes of his feet, making his entire body turn into an articulated serpentine shape. Even though Shinbei's stance had exceeded the limits of what this class of students could imagine. But in front of Vajra, it was still a bit too young. The current Shinbei was drenched in sweat, soaked to the skin, and his eyes were beginning to haze, as if he had already reached the limit of his body's ability to withstand it, but he was just holding on strongly with the remaining trace of his will. The difficulty of these poses was not low, and the key was that it was extremely physically and mentally exhausting, and even Shinbei's current physical strength was quickly consumed. However, even so, the top and bottom of Shinbei's body was like a furnace emitting scorching heat. At the same time, it could also be seen that the muscles of his entire body bulged up almost to the extent of being inflated, and his entire body seemed to have swelled up by such a small size. 10. 4, 3, 2, 1. Phew. 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 Chaotic mind, estimating the time to silently count to 1, Shinbei movement violently loose, so 4 backs on the ground, hard gasping for breath. He looked like he had been salvaged from the water, and the ground he was lying on was clearly imprinted with a large sweat stain, which showed how much physical exertion had been exerted during the several hours of cultivation. I can't imagine that these 27 movements are so difficult to cultivate continuously. With my current physical strength I almost didn't finish it. A moment later, Shinbei lay on the ground, his blank mind slowly regaining his thoughts. There was another special feature on the Vajra unbreakable cultivation method, and that was that the 27 secret movements of each level had to be coherent in order to achieve the maximum cultivation effect. The difficulty of subsequent levels of cultivation is even more incremental, and it is necessary to include the cultivation movements of the previous level in order to achieve the best cultivation effect. For example, if a martial artist of the highest realm, Vajra unbreakable body, continued to refine his body, he would need to start with the first movement of the horizontal refining iron body, and then complete all 108 secret movements in one breath, which was even more astonishingly difficult. However, now after doing the 27 movements of the iron body chapter have reached the limit of Shinbei's body's tolerance, and the later cultivation is still far away from him. Throwing away the unnecessary thoughts. Shinbei slowly sat up, his previously inflated and bulging muscles had roughly returned to normal levels, but it was still vaguely visible that it was slightly larger than before the hammering. Gazing at his now slightly bulging muscles, he clearly felt them as if they had been forged by an artisan, and in addition to bulging they had toughened up a bit. Very good, it's only one time of cultivation and the effect has appeared. It seems that it won't be too difficult to reach the horizontal refinement iron body, and it won't take very long. Shinbei pinched his slightly bulging muscles, and while he was elated, an odd thought could not help but arise in his heart. But, looking at this trend, if you keep practicing like this, you'll inevitably turn into a muscle maniac? Don't. Still want to be a fresh meat. Chapter 101 Fried Sky Gang established. According to the remarks in Vajra Unbreakable, the cultivator's sinews, bones, and muscles would be strengthened drastically with the penetration of the body-protecting true deity. That is to say, Shinbei, as long as he persistently exercised, over time, his muscles would become harder and bigger, although along with that, his entire body type would also begin to expand and undergo not so small changes. But this change will only take shape in combat. In daily life, Shinbei's body type is still a slender male model. How can there be no price for getting stronger, for mastering power? Shinbei clenched his fists, feeling the rapidly recovering strength and power, and did not dwell too much on this issue. For Shinbei, compared to the strong strength and defense that Vajra Unbreakable would bring, some changes in his own size on the way to the battle was but a trivial and insignificant matter, and at the very least he did not become bald. A few days later, Shinbei went to the attribute testing hall. These days, other than working odd jobs, Shinbei devoted the rest of his daily time to the cultivation of Vajra Unbreakable. After all, Vajra Unbreakable was the possessor of an extremely complex 108 stances. The first 27 stances alone had tortured Shinbei to death. Good thing, after all these days of playing hard to get. Not only were the first 27 stances mastered proficiently, but the progress was also increased to 36 stances. It's almost as if he's a practicing maniac. And the odd jobs Shinbei didn't stop. Specializing in odd jobs that involve strength and effort, Shinbei was also targeted at improving one of his attributes. Before testing, Shinbei estimated that his strength attribute was just shy of 70 points. In other words, entering the second grade martial artist standard. But how much it actually is still needs to be tested. Soon, after a series of tests, Shinbei received a report on his attribute values. Name, Shinbei. First year of Bukkyo University, Lingnan City. Power, 90. Body mass, 57. Spirit, 42. Agility, 44. Evaluation, first grade martial artist promoted to second grade martial artist. Shinbei sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing the attribute data. According to the prediction of the daily settlement panel of these odd jobs, one's strength attribute should be 70 points, and one would have no problem entering the second grade. Never did he expect that he would be rewarded with 20 attributes after relying on his strength attribute to enter the second grade martial artist. The reward for a quasi-martial artist entering a first-ranked martial artist is 10 points, and the reward for a first-ranked martial artist entering a second-ranked martial artist is 20 points. Shinbei muttered, seeming to have figured out something. No wonder when the martial arts examination was over and the martial arts university held a dinner party, those teachers of the martial arts university didn't think highly of themselves because they didn't have any outstanding attributes. So that's where the root of it is. Shinbei stroked his chin. If I rely on my spiritual attributes to reach 70 points, then this rewarded attribute will become a spiritual attribute, which is a complete waste for a martial artist with a physical combat route. It's scary to think about. Fortunately, Shinbei within the past few days, odd jobs rely on the outstrength. But where delivery is concerned, the attribute values are pointing askew. And the comments on the test report are interesting. 5 stars for a first-class martial artist. The other day it was a star, but I didn't realize that after the town killed the grotto, the state changed its rating of itself within the database. However, these star ratings Shinbei is not valued at all. After all, as time increases, so does this star rating. Not at all representative of strength. After the test was completed, Shinbei threw the report paper into the crusher and headed to the auditorium of Wudi. Today is the 1-month deadline agreed upon by Principal Zhang. Even though Ridge City WU has excelled in the first level of earthquakes. But that's about it. The country is replenishing its resources once for Shinbei's sake. For the rest, it's up to WU to perform, be a conspicuous package, and attract more attention from the state in order to give more resources. The last time the supplies were in place alone, a number of students received a considerable boost. Various attribute elixirs worth more than 100,000, hundreds of thousands of attributes were knocked up, and the attributes went up. Who likes coarse chaff when you've had the flavor of meat? At this moment, all the students from the entire school were gathered in the auditorium, rectifying the distribution a bit, striving for a good performance and more elixirs to be distributed down. After Principal Zhang took the stage, he didn't say much and simply repeated the purpose of this mission. Then draw numbers to mix sophomores and freshmen together. According to Principal Zhang, it's called passing the buck. There are 5 people in each group. And they'll have to give their team a nickname. Now that's a stab at the students' brainstorming. Principal Zhang and the teachers thought the students would have normal names. Like what? Team Go Forward, Team Strive, Team Win for the School, etc. Results. After gathering around and yakking, the students chimed in with their team's flower names. Headmaster, the name of the flower on our side is, yes team. We're called, the Father Warrior League team. Black fertilizer will volatilize the team. Gourd Bearers Grandpa Rescue Planning Team. The Throat Breakers. Nice guy. Every time a team roster name is called out. It was an absolute blast, laugh your abs off burst of hilarity. Without a proper team name, it's all played out. Principal Zhang blackened his face and held his forehead, his face full of black lines. And Shinbei's teammates on his side were the unlucky four. I don't know how they work it, but they were supposed to mix it up, but a few people came together. Shinbei thought about it, it may be that Chi Chuanyu has a little background, it should be invited grandfather, launch give me some face method. What's our fancy name hey? Ben Bull scanned a few people and inquired. Liao Zhongyang scratched his head and thought hard. Du Ziting rubbed his chin and pretended to be deep. Shinbei didn't say a word. Chi Chuanyu snapped his fingers instead and said, I think we'll call it the Explosive Sky Gang. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched, can we carry this name? The others were fine with it, it didn't matter what the fancy name was called, the main thing was to hold on to their thighs. Thus, the blow-up gang squad was formed. Although this flower name was still a bit anticlimactic and arrogant, in Principal Zhang's eyes, it was also slightly more reliable than other team flower names. Next. Principal Zhang turned on his computer and a large screen projector was projected on a huge curtain. Operate a bit. Go to an interface. There are 4 separate cue boxes on it. They are Military Department missions, Armed Forces Administration missions, and Inspectorate missions. Naturally, the Ministry of War needed no introduction. Instructor Chang Liaoyuan and the others from some time ago were under the management of the Ministry of War. The Martial Arts Council, on the other hand, is a department that specializes in the management of martial artists. The target, too, is a major martial arts case involving martial artists. Although the patrol office also dealt with martial artist cases, they were usually minor, whereas the martial artists that the WMA wanted to apprehend were often above the third-rank bottom 5. Military department missions and WAA missions are generally more difficult. They may be understaffed or for other reasons, there are some things that they cannot do, so they delegate them to the students of WU. From this, it could be seen that this mission system of President Zhang was not just for Lingnan City Wushu University, but all the Wushu universities in the country. Gu Shinro introduced on one side and said, the rewards for the military department's missions aren't a lot, but they will give some more special rewards, such as points and whatnot. If you aspire to enter the military, you can pick some missions that match your strengths and do the lay of the land. Shinbei did nod his head, the points from the military department were indeed useful. Chang Liaoyuan would be able to straddle the line between the military department and the WU and purchase martial arts skills for himself. Simply the strongest currency. Gu Shinruwa continued, not to mention the WMA, you may not have the strength to undertake their missions, but sometimes there are surprises. The Armed Forces Administration gives points as well, but it's a plus if any of you want to enter this department. As far as the patrol is concerned, that's the most desirable way for you to receive your assignments. Gu Shinruwa still said with a warning, but you can't be careless, although most of the people involved are ordinary people, they are all brigands, with firearms, so it's not impossible to be killed by someone with a gun if you're not careful. However, what the patrol bureau gives is money or pills, it still smells better. Chapter 102 Squatting, Unexpected Discovery. After some introductions from teacher Gu Shinru, Shinbei probably had a bottom in his heart. I don't think Principal Zhan will rummage through the missions of the military department and the Armed Forces Administration. Most of the War Department missions are centered on the grotto. The WMS is confronted with a wanted person of too high a grade. Totally not something the Lingnan City martial arts students could handle. It was just as Shinbei thought. Without a moment's hesitation, Principal Zhang directly clicked on the mission bar of the Patrol Bureau. After entering Ridge City, a series of quests refreshed. Capture and kill Class A wanted criminals, 3-person criminal gangs, with hot weapons, no martial artists, high danger, location around Lingnan City. Suggestion, 2nd grade or 1st grade martial artists. Reward, 300,000 cash. Principal Zhang also didn't give the students a chance to make their own choices, and directly named them, this task will be taken on by the right team. Saying that, Principal Zhang's mouse clicked to receive the task. Yes team members get up and leave. Although there is no specific location mentioned in the information, you can go to the patrol bureau and ask more carefully. The patrol bureau is a few suspected locations that can be used as a reference. Assist the police, arrest drug dealers, suspected of having thermal weapons, medium danger. Suggestion, first grade martial artist or above. Reward, 100,000 cash. Whatever you say team, take on this mission and go. Principal Zhang shouted. Capture a robber, non-martial artist, no hot weapons, hiding in the area of Longsho Mountain, with anti-surveillance ability, low danger. Recommendation, first grade martial artist. Reward, 50,000 cash. Imperial Leisure Club team. What kind of tie name is that? A little annoyed, Principal Zhang took a deep breath. You undertake. The number of students in the auditorium continued to dwindle as each received their assignments and left. At the end of the day, only members of the Flying Sky Gang remained in the entire auditorium. The task assigned by Principal Zhang was also simple. The Rangers suspect that a certain location is a gathering point for the cult of the apocalypse. But the faces of the patrol are too familiar, for fear of getting close enough to startle the weather cult into pouncing. So, this mission is to squat at the designated location of the patrol bureau, scouting and monitoring every move of the cult of the apocalypse. If you can, arrest them, or failing that, dismantle them after the evidence is conclusive that they are dens of apocalyptic cult activity. A cash award of $50,000. This task is not difficult to say the least. It's not easy to say. The difficulty is that to get that 50,000 bonus, you have to catch the members of the apocalypse cult. This is going to break out into a fight. Simple and easy, wait until the members of the apocalypse cult walk away and leave, enter the house and give a smashing. It is also considered to be the completion of the task. Just no bonus is very little. But Shinbei and the others had no choice, and the Fright Sky Gang received the mission and left the auditorium. Before leaving, Gu Shinro also gave a warning to Shinbei, don't act impulsively. Shinbei nodded. School entrance. Chi Chuanyu of the Fright Sky Gang told the crowd to wait while he went to a relative's house to borrow a car. After all, it's a squat, and it might take forever to get there, and it's much better to stay inside the car than to squat behind a dumpster. Shinbei felt that Chi Chuanyu was still a little bit useful. Also specifically instructed, don't get too luxurious car, it's not good to attract people's attention, just get a big G or a Tank 500. Chi Chuanyu was rolling his eyes as he walked away. Just as the Fright Sky Gang waited for Chi Chuanyu to drive back, Jane Tong took a fine and seemingly elegant step, smiled a light and delicate smile, and took advantage of Shinbei's lack of attention to directly sneak up on him. But seeing her, her fingers erupted into a series of electric currents, directly stabbing at Shinbei's waist. Perbora. There was a strong flash of blue-violet arcing electricity. Is it numb? Jane Child asked with a grin. Shinbei slowly twisted his head and looked down before reacting to the fact that Jane Tong was electrocuting herself. But this? How it's as senseless as a lighter taser. Shinbei still complimented, congratulations on becoming a first-grade martial artist. Jin Tong slightly hesitated, his eyebrows slightly lowered, I'm electrocuting you now, why are you acting like nothing? What else can Shinbei say? This is not the resistance point attribute obtained by following the old one electrician to do odd jobs some days ago. At this moment, Nyo Adachi on one side chimed in and said, Jane Child, is your voltage too low, the current is too small hey? Jane Child rubbed her chin, I'll try electrocuting you. The bull's tally jumped at the chance and slapped his chest, come on hey. Jabla. Gobble gobble. Puff. Ben Nyo didn't even last for a second and was directly electrocuted to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Jane Child eeped, backhanded and electric Shinbei a bit, Shinbei no reaction. Du Ziting, said Jane Child, looking at him cockeyedly. Du Zitang. He stretched out his arm and said, Nyo Todd Ben this guy is not majoring in defense, bragging is awesome, you power me up. Jabla. Puff. Gotta. Du Zitang also knelt. Jian Tong and Liao Zhongyang turned their heads to look at Shinbei with exaggerated faces. Obviously, they used the same current, and both Ben Nyo and Du Ziting were able to be electrocuted to the ground. However, Shinbei was not in the least bit. It's so confusing, isn't it? There was a slight lost eye color in the pupils of Jane Tong's eyes. Shinbei, you're also too perverted, right? Liao Zhongyang gave a thumbs up, always exceeding the limits of our imagination. Is it hard to be an insulator? Shinbei laughed pleasantly, smug and indulgent. I've only ever heard of one kind of insulator, and that's a relationship insulator, which I'm clearly not. Jane Child smiled flirtatiously, her pear swirl sinking lightly. Shinbei rubbed Jane Tong's head, go back and practice more. Jane Child gave an oh-so-subtle cry and followed her crew as they set off on their quest. Liao Zhongyang looked at Jane Tong's departing back and seemed to understand something. He asked carefully, you and Jane Child? You how? I understand. Shinbei didn't say anything more. However, Liao Zhongyang stroked his chin and said, although the country advocates having children early, this is too early for you, isn't it? Shinbei's answer was an inexplicable sentence, early love tends to affect love, while late love tends to affect the purity of love. This sentence directly confused Liao Zhongyang. More and more the context is problematic, but it sounds like it makes sense. Soon, Shi Chuanyu drove back. It's a national car, Woling Hongwang. This is a vehicle whose power is unknown when it comes to strength. How many people can fit depends on the traffic police. The exterior is a bit mottled and tattered. Ugh. Shi Chuanyu jumped out of the car, pointing at Du Ziting and Niu Tiaoben on the ground, and asked in disbelief, what's going on here? Liao Zhongyang shrugged, a victim under flirting. Shi Chuanyu? Luckily, Du Ziting and Oxblood soon turned awake. Cao Patty yells for Jane Child to pay for moral damages. Liao Zhongyang told him to shut up, and if he said any more, either Shinbei would jump out of the car and leave, or he would throw you, Niopapa, down. A few people got in the car and headed straight for the mission. It was a ghetto. There seems to be a rumor that this place is going to be demolished. The people with flexible thinking responded together to the demolition event. Have added on to their homes. But the Woling Hongwang appeared to drive in along the sewage-strewn lanes of the slums. Houses of different heights can be seen. The rising smoke of the cooker. The tirades of men, the rebukes of women, the cries of children, the barks of dogs. So much for human reality. Shi Chuanyu spread out the map and looked at the red dots on it. A few turns in the maze-like ghetto. Prejudiced Wuling Hondas parked in curbside spaces. It's a ghetto, but thanks to the domestic cars rolled hemp. Tens of thousands of dollars for a car that really does look like a car except the engine doesn't work, the chassis doesn't work, and the 4 beams and 6 pillars don't work. So, there are quite a few vehicles in the ghetto. And the Wuling Hondas blend in nicely. In the Big G's place, it would probably take less than an hour for 10 gangs of thieves to come and smash the windows of the car to steal and rob something. Until dark. The crowd is still nestled in the car watching the target house. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep, Liao Zhongyang said with tears streaming from his eyes and yawning. Shi Chuanyu was startled and quickly said, don't. You sleep and snore like that neutron nuclear collision, it's too scary. Liao Yan. Just then, a sedan drove past the curb. Shinbei unintentionally skimmed a glance, and with a sudden jolt, he fluttered and supported his waist, and his eyes were thick with strange emotions, staring dead on. Shi Chuanyu noticed Shinbei's abnormality and asked in confusion. What's wrong? What's wrong with that car? Chapter 103, Believe You, Shinbei is bad. Liao D 9527. Shinbei had just discovered that the vehicle traveling past was actually the courier company, Boss Wu's license plate number. Shinbei's complexion suddenly became grave. How did this guy come to this kind of place? You know, this is the ghetto. To put it bluntly, a place where the 3 religions and the fish are mixed. Normal people don't usually cross over. To say it's a crime haven is an understatement. The patrol just doesn't have the energy to be here either. If the police force is increased, a wide search of the population in this area. The prisons all had to be expanded, no exaggeration. Other than that, even the old and dilapidated neighborhoods of Shinbei's hometown of Chantu can attract Yu Wuchang to hide. Not to mention this ghetto like Lingnan City. A natural hotbed of crime. Shinbei was in a state of utter bewilderment. Did Boss Wu still want to set up an express delivery drop-off business here? Isn't that just pure trouble for yourself? Courier trucks come in and when they go out, the driver can only walk out on foot. Not to mention the goods, even the car was dismantled. The classic King of War scene, where an airplane is dismembered by African natives, is placed here without exaggeration. Shinbei? Shi Chuanyu pushed him. What are you looking at? Shinbei looked back and watched Boss Wu's vehicle turn into an alley. He frowned and said, wait here for me. After saying that, Shinbei directly got out of the car, and his figure disappeared in the darkness, feeling toward the entrance of the alley. The Flying Sky Gang quartet inside the car glanced at each other, completely unable to understand what kind of operation Shinbei was doing. I remember. We seem to be here to monitor the Apocalypse cult. Liao Zhongyang scratched his head and spoke up. Ben Oxen rubbed his face. Why did Shinbei go in a different direction from the target house we were monitoring? Hey. Du Ziting uttered a spine-chilling speculation. Shinbei wouldn't have slipped away alone, would he? The room fell silent. Shi Chuanyu gritted her teeth. Shinbei is not this kind of person. The others collectively looked at Shi Chuanyu, their gazes containing questions. Shi Chuanyu gave a sigh of relief. Well, this guy's shamelessness hasn't lasted more than a day or two. But you guys don't worry, we should carry out the mission. How to carry out? I don't believe it, Les Shinbei, we can't do anything? I'll protect you. Sichuan language said bold words, impassioned, have a heart of 10,000, swallowing the lake and the sea momentum. Hearing the others' blood boiling, fighting spirit and energy. Ben Nyo Metropolis shouted, charge and fight in the front is up to you, hey. The other three nodded. Sichuan language. Damn, Sichuan, you thought that the rest of the Flying Sky Gang could be courteous. How have they all become as shameless as Shinbei? If you call me father, I'll give up my guts for this one. Shi Chuanyu hastily patched himself up with a bug. Dad. Daddy, hey. Dad. The others didn't hesitate to scream with glee. Don't even call me Dad. I'll call you Grandpa. As long as Shi Chuanyu played the vanguard, whatever firepower the cult of the apocalypse had, it would inevitably be the first to be poured out on Shi Chuanyu. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. This is the creed and supremacy of the blowout gang. The corners of Shi Chuanyu's mouth twitched violently, not expecting to reap 3 good sons in the blink of an eye. But this son is so ungrateful that he's close to pulling out his frost grief and wielding his fire gladness. At this very moment, Shenbei turned into the alleyway where Boss Wu's vehicle had entered. As you can see by the light of the vehicle's headlights, it's a dead end. After the vehicle is parked, Boss Wu still had a steel-ringed beard and was dressed in a suit, but he was a man of the world. He came to the trunk. Open up. Reach out and tug. A little girl of about 15 or 16 was roughly carried out. The little girl was dressed in a blue and white school uniform and was also carrying a pale yellow school bag. It looks like it should be a junior high student from one of the schools in Lingnan City. Only, the little girl was stuffed with cotton cloth in her mouth, looked panicked, and a gaze of fear and terror infinitely showed in her eyes. Not even daring to struggle, he allowed Boss Wu to drag him inside the small courtyard and into the house. Shinbei catapulted himself to follow. Looking through the fence toward the house. The orange light shines out. The frosted glass made it difficult for Shinbei to see what was going on inside the house. But looking at the silhouettes walking back and forth and the cheeky laughter, there should be other people in the house besides Boss Wu and the little girl. About 4 or 5. Shinbei crouched down and leaned on the corner. Kinky den? Shinbei had a guess and was jolted. Scourge of underage little girls. Boss Wu is really. Of course, this is only from the perspective of Boss Wu's bad character and perverted fetishes. From Shinbei's perspective, Boss Wu was also his target. Sooner or later there will be a battle. And now, the situation is unexpected and more urgent. Shinbei kowtowed to himself, whether he wanted to clash with Boss Wu now and rescue this little girl or not. If he turned away and continued to build up his strength, sooner or later he would one day avenge the little girl. But is late justice really justice? Shinbei's thinking paused for a few breaths of time. The little girl's heartbreaking screams came from inside the house. The sound was piercing, like a pinprick. You! Shinbei gritted his teeth and directly turned around to leave. Come out, come with me. Shinbei pulled open the car door and greeted the members of the Flying Sky Gang as they got out of the car. Shi Chuanyu looked at Shinbei with red eyes and a murderous aura. The whole group was stunned. How come you've changed so much in the time it takes to pee? Wait a minute. A fight? With who? Shi Chuanyu questioned. Shinbei had a scowl on his face. What kind of good person could be worthy of our Flying Sky Gang? The quartet looked at each other. There was nothing wrong with what Shinbei said. At the time of the establishment of the fancy name of the Flying Sky Gang, Shi Chuanyu did say to the principal that the purpose of the Flying Sky Gang was to eradicate evil and to support justice. But that's superficial talk, for the principal. No one takes it seriously. Now Shinbei was serious, leaving the others speechless. Going or not? Shinbei finally asked. Shi Chuanyu did not answer this question, but instead asked, what about our mission? No delay. Shinbei replied succinctly. Chi Chuanyu and the others took a deep breath and nodded. You're the boss of the blast gang, you say fight there? Even though we're here to hug our thighs, we still have a fighting chance. Just do it, as long as you don't hold them accountable afterward, hey. I'm fine with that. 4 people took positions one after the other. Shinbei nodded expressionlessly, pulled out a pair of pliers from the car, and led the members of the Flying Sky Gang to touch Boss Wu's house. Chi Chuanyu, Liao Zhongyang. You guys will crouch under the front windowsill in a moment. Shinbei commanded. Niu Lu, Lao Du, you guys go under the windowsill in the back. And me. Shinbei pointed to himself. I'll go to the door, first cut off their electricity, lights out, people rushing, hit them on sight. Be careful not to get the little girl. Just now, Shinbei had explained the course of events. The foursome of Fried Sky Gang members were instantly teenage hot-blooded and pissed off. It's not like raping a junior high school girl. What's the point? One after another, they have made a statement that they have acquired all their skills for this kind of high moment, the absolute hero. There's a third-ranked martial artist inside that needs attention, and the strength of the others is unknown. Shinbei added one last sentence. The members of the Flying Sky Gang who were crouching in the corner immediately pissed themselves in fear. Collectively, they fell to the ground. Each eyeball exploded, their complexions twisted, and their gazes revealed incomparable creepiness. Everyone was pale, trembling and silent. You're kidding. We thought it was all ordinary people in there, at most there were first-grade martial artists. Now you're telling us there's 3 pints, on ing purpose, hey? Hiss. How could I go crazy with you? Third grade. Killing us in seconds is like squeezing a watermelon. That's not all, break in there in the dark, you can't see anything, you don't even know how you're going to die. Shinbei pressed his hand, and his gaze as calm and dark as an abyss swept across the crowd. Leave this third-grade martial artist to me, your task is to deal with the others, and the rescue of the little girl. Members of the blow-up gang? If we didn't know you were blowing awesome, we almost believed it. Chapter 104, Where did this comedian come from? The members of the Flying Sky Gang grumbled a few times, looked at each other, and saw one emotion in each other's gaze: play dead, and run if you can't beat them. For directions, east, west, south, north and south. Whoever is unlucky deserves it. A few moments of work. Chi Chuanyu and Liao Zhongyang quietly touched the back window of the house. The two were hidden in the darkness of the corner, melting into one. Chi Chuan language whispered, a moment to break the window and enter, you cannot stand in front of people, all beat down, understand? Liao Zhongyang nodded, naturally understanding what Chi Chuanyu meant. No time to tell who's who in the dark. Knock out the person in front of you, then you are definitely safe. The other side. Cao Patty and Du Ziting were also crouching near the front window of the house. Then Bull's hand gestured, and the meaning was clear. Sensei, whoever is standing, do me in. Even if a little girl stood up, she'd have to be ed down with an electric cannon. Du Ziting gestured an OK sign. Soon. The explosive Sky Gang lurking nearby then heard lewd laughter coming from inside the house, laughter that carried naked lewdness and greasiness. Boss Wu, this fresh female cargo is good. Tender out of the water, so inviting. How great of us to let her come of age early, huh? This is also you Wu Chang, this unlucky to be dead standing, otherwise surely must say, in raising a few years into the medicine, huh? Boss Wu first. Black clouds pressed down and the moonlight was cut off. In pitch black. Outside the window, Nyochi Chuanchu poo-pooed and cursed in a low voice, what a forest, what a headache with biodiversity issues. At this moment, Liao Zhongyang's right palm was spread out, constantly pushing forward to retract, pushing forward to retract. Even curling air currents swept through the mediocre movements. Chi Chuanyu looked at it and rolled his eyes. There was jealousy in his heart, but it wasn't sour. This is Liao Zhongyang's martial arts prelude rhythm, stacking waves and surprising waves palm. A palm technique that can stack chi. The advantages are obvious: the more times you push your palm before a fight, the more frighteningly powerful it becomes. The drawbacks are even more obvious: the forward swing is too severe. Who's going to give you a chance to hold a big move before a fight? Moreover, the accumulated stacked palms had to be struck within 10 seconds or the power would simply collapse and dissipate. Just as several men in the room held down each of the young girl's limbs, Boss Wu began to undo the girl's belt. Phew! The lights in the house went out instantly. The Bombay gang's attack horn blows. Liao Zhongyang's body like an explosive bear directly crashed through the window. Without even the slightest pause, with the force of the impact, he swooped down on a dark shadow. Liao Zhongyang's right palm pushed horizontally, and the countless concussive and superimposed forces slapped at the opponent without mercy. Pust. Liao Zhongyang in the darkness only felt a warm, blood-scented liquid sprayed on his face. This was followed by the sound of heart-rending screams. Ah! Ouch ouch ouch! My ribs are broken. Who they hit me? Enemy attack. Copy the house. Turn on the lights. Turn on the light. Turn on. How dare someone play steel? Bang! Bang! Then Shi Chuanyu, Niu Changban and Du Zitong, who broke the window and entered, rampaged through the house. With each strike, someone took off and fell to the ground. Just a breath of effort. All that could stand in a room full of people were 5 dark figures. At this point, the unlucky foursome had no idea where the friendlies were standing. Too dark, too dark. It was completely impossible to see the other side's outline. They knew that there was an enemy in one of them. But the members of the Bombay gang bear in mind one creed: everyone else has to lie down but themselves. Think about it. The unlucky 4 moved at the same time. Liao Zhongyang slapped his fist at the black shadow on his left side. Shi Chuanyu bit through his own finger, and a blood arrow shot towards the black shadow on his left. With a sharp intake of breath and a two-way sound, Ben Nyo took a shot of air and sprayed it out, directly attacking the black shadow on the left side of his side. Du Zitong's movements were even faster, his entire body transformed into a meatball, rotating at high speed, rubbing sparks on the floor, and rushing against the black shadow on the left side of his side. All 4 of them moved at almost the same time, without missing a beat. It was only when they struck that they realized with a jolt that something was wrong. The 4 had been hanging out together for a long time, so naturally they had seen each other's martial arts. This series of changes made their brains instantly go down and they cried out in shock. One of our own. Can't stop, get out of the way. Naya, there's no way in hell. Hey. Stop shooting. Pit bull. Ah. Crackle and boom. The unlucky 4 treat their enemies with no mercy, and treat their teammates even more cleanly. After some maneuvering, the group fell to the ground, grunting and cursing. At that moment the dark shadow on the other side of the room, Boss Wu, cocked his head. Mind boggles, where did this tease come from? The sneak attack was quite successful. Go harder on your own people. And at that moment, Shinbei had already sneaked in through the front door. With infrared vision, every move that takes place in the house is in your eyes. Watching the members of the Fried Sky Gang succeed in their sneak attack, Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, the unlucky foursome killing each other is so hot. Jedi son. Shinbei had no time to pay attention to them and placed his gaze behind Boss Wu. Next moment, Shinbei's figure rose to the ground, transforming into a stump, pulling his fist full of sharp edges, and aiming straight for the back of Boss Wu's head, who was staring at the unlucky foursome. It seemed that Boss Wu had noticed something earlier, or his sixth sense was extremely sharp. As Shinbei was about to have his way, Boss Wu's huge sense of crisis came from behind, in his senses, as if there was an ancient fierce beast pouncing from behind himself, unavoidable. In the nick of time, his body violently leaned forward, his palms violently cupped his fists, and without even looking, he hammered as if to his back. The arm that pushed a mountain of gold and pushed down a pillar of jade violently pressed the air, only making a soft sound of boing. Other than that, it was silent. This was because the speed of Boss Wu's reverse hammer blow had broken through the sound barrier and exploded the air into a vacuum. Dang! Boom! Like a thunderous explosion, the center of the collision between Boss Wu and the incoming Shinbei immediately exploded into a tsunami-like wave of air, expanding in all directions, sweeping rolling air currents stirring in all directions. The entire wooden furniture in the house, all burst and shattered. Shinbei's original forward lunge seemed to hit a huge spring, reflected back with a whoosh, crashing down walls and burying them in dust and ash. At this point, the black clouds drifted away. A silver glow spills over the room. In the bright darkness, Boss Wu's figure stood under the night, his eyes looked incomparably ferocious and dangerous under the night. I told you that a few first-grade martial artists, how could they dare to sneak attack my lair, and together with them, there's a second-grade martial artist. Not going to be killed by my reverse hammering, are you? Stand up and let me see who you are. Second-grade martial artist. This four-letter word came out. The members of the Frying Sky Gang who had fallen to the ground were startled. What? Shinbei had actually become a second-grade martial artist? When did this happen? Sichuan language chest depressed, Mama, you girl progress so fast, looks like we are incompetent ah. Liao Zhongyang wiped the blood and arrow wounds on his face, his eyes were lightless. The bull's Ben simply lay motionless on the ground, but his body exuded acidic breath. Du Ziting, needless to say, secretly spat, rolled his eyes, and continued to lie down. At this very moment, Shinbei reached out from the rubble with one hand and pressed it to the ground. Immediately afterward, the entire body was pulled out of the masonry. It's like a demon crawling out of hell. Shinbei slowly raised his head, his eyes flashed with a cold and hostile light, and he grinned. Hello, Mr. Courier Wu. Only then did Boss Wu see that the one who attacked him was actually Shinbei. He almost froze for a split second. Completely puzzled, originally he was the one who was staring at him, how come in turn he was being stared at by Shinbei? That's a pretty sick anti-tracking ability, isn't it? However, Boss Wu's giant eyes radiated a tyrannical look. Good thing too, I've long said that I'd arrest you earlier and torture you properly, but nay, the others didn't agree. Boss Wu opened his hands and stretched them out violently. However, he saw his hands change drastically between moments. Under the writhing ball of flesh in his left hand, it turned into the head of a viper. The skin of his right hand ripped and another viper burrowed out. Since you sent me to the door, I'll accept you and give an explanation to the 9 lives hanging crow. The words just fell. Boss Wu took a healthy step in and raised his leg for a chop. A terrifying force descended from the sky, as if it was filling heaven and earth, and enveloped down toward Shinbei's body. Shinbei moved sideways. Feet on the 7 stars. Disappearing in place. When he reappeared, he had already landed in the middle of the small courtyard. Kind of. Boss Wu hooked the corner of his mouth and slowly walked out. At this moment, all the members of the Flying Sky Gang had stood up with a carp, all without that miserable look just now. That was a good play. If we don't lie down, then Shinbei might strike at some point. Damn, that scared the out of me hey. Did that man just say a 9 life hanging crow? The 4 men froze in unison. 9 lives. Hanging raven. Isn't this one of the 8 ING headhunter killers? The corners of Chi Chuan Yu's mouth twitched. We have messed with the headhunters? The others nodded and said in unison, Pit, hey. The 4 gazed at Shinbei and Boss Wu outside the window and shivered in unison. Chapter 105, You will taste your own stupidity and deliciousness. Headhunter. Shinbei squinted his eyes and finally figured out the organization that Boss Wu belonged to. Is Thunder Tiger one of you now? Shinbei asked. Boss Wu's deep eyes that seemed to hold mountains and seas, indifferently gazed at Shinbei, the uninvited guest under the cloud. Don't know, peripheral member, right? This aspect is not under my management, it belongs to the shepherd's work. Who are the shepherds? Do you think I'd say that? Shinbei wrung his neck and said with a smile, I'd like to see how tough your mouth is. Boss Wu laughed out loud, his strange accent resounding. A second-grade martial artist also wants to put harsh words on a third-grade martial artist. How much does this courage of yours match your life? Against you, it's enough. Big talk. And also in this instant. Shinbei, under the initiation of the martial arts technique Vajra Unbreakable, ran violently and vigorously, and his legs' muscles expanded violently all of a sudden, bulging the loose pants to the point of cracking all of a sudden, and a violent whistling sound came out from the air at the same time. Shinbei's entire large spine was also catalyzed by the strength and trembled violently, just like a submerged dragon wanting to charge straight up to the sky, giving a sense of explosive shock even through his clothes. With each step, a shallow crater exploded under his feet, as if he was shrinking into an inch, and he probed his fists and double strike towards Boss Wu at extreme speed. And Boss Wu fist out like a dragon, one hand hard frame Shinbei violently thrown to the skimming body pounding, but the other hand is as muscular as steel, carrying the huge force of the landslide and tsunami hard bombardment in the soft ribs of Shinbei between. And this punch directly made Shinbei's upper body clothes burst. The head of the viper above Boss Wu's left hand flashed with scarlet light and bit Shinbei in the ribs. Phantom snake bone eroding poison. In just an instant, after the venom pierced into Shinbei's skin, it spread out along the wound, like cracks in the torn flesh and blood. It was like a porcelain that had been broken, while Shinbei's entire body stomped backward 10 steps. And Boss Wu, who had gotten a good hit, fell back 3 steps. Shinbei's mind was made up in his mind after several attempts, and Boss Wu's strength attribute was just a bit higher than his own. As for himself, he had the martial arts skill Vajra Unbreakable, and he was completely unafraid of going toe-to-toe with Boss Wu in a physical fight. The lethal point of his attack should be in martial arts. Shinbei looked down at his waist. The purplish-red venom was still spreading, but it was visible to the naked eye that the spreading speed was getting slower and slower. Some numbness. But Shinbei didn't care and had a breezy face. If Boss Wu's attack was just using venom, it was a solid round. And the members of the Fried Sky gang who were hiding in the house to watch the battle on the other side were about to run away with their buckets. On the one hand, the enemy is the dreaded, double-legged headhunters. On the other hand, Shinbei took on a third-grade martial artist with a second-grade martial artist, and was also bitten by the snake head. The venom had already started to flare up. Victory or defeat is already determined. Shi Chuanyu gulped, his face full of panic. You guys say, if we don't collect Shinbei's body, will it be unethical? That's not collecting bodies, that's sending them to their deaths, hey. Ben Bullpop sniffled. Du Ziting rubbed his face and said, don't forget to remind me when you scatter and run in a while. By the way, I can run with a sister. Shi Chuanyu and Bull's eyes blankly glanced at each other. At this time, Liao Zhongyang was squatting on the ground, covering the mouth of the little girl and signaling with his eyes not to shout and scream. And the little girl, with frightened eyes, pointed under the iron bed. Liao Zhongyang looked down and sucked in a breath of cold air. But there was a woman's body tucked underneath. The female body was wearing a school uniform on the upper half of her body, and the lower half of her legs were bloody at the inner roots. It's like being cut up and pouring paste. She was even younger, I think she was only 13 or 14. It looked like it had just died recently. The blood had not yet coagulated and was still oozing. A pair of gray eyes, dead. Liao Zhongyang's body and mind were chilled to the bone, and he closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look. It was too tragic. These headhunter perverts. Liao Zhongyang pulled the others. Shi Chuanyu and the others followed the finger and looked down. There was silence. Grass. A flowery age, and so dead. Du Ziting cursed. Shi Chuanyu took a deep breath. Tie up those unconscious dog scumbags. Ben Bull's solemn expression revealed uncontrollable anger between his eyebrows, his eyes spitting fire. Where's the knife? Cut them up. Cut them all up, hey. Ha ha ha. Boss Wu, who had succeeded in his move, threw back his head and laughed, his laughter as full of domineering intent as rolling thunder. Shinbei, is it numb? Within only 3 breaths, the phantom snakebone eroding poison will spread all over your body, your hands and feet will be weak, and your muscles will be sore and numb. What awaits you will be a road to extinction. Also, you are lucky enough to meet the legendary 9 lives of the Hanging Crow, who will invite you to a candlelight dinner. The meat for dinner, though, will be your brain sliced up, first in water, then covered in batter and baked, sprinkled with pretzels. I assure you, you will savor your own folly and deliciousness. Boss Wu chattered on and on, trying to describe a cozy and terrifying scene to Shinbei. But Shinbei felt nothing about it and just said indifferently, 3 breaths of time have passed, right? Open your dog's eyes and see, don't you have to calculate what consequences you will have if you fall into my hands? This reminder caused Boss Wu to look blank. His brows furrowed violently, his expression as vicious and hideous as if he were an evil spirit, looking at the purple venom that was gradually disappearing from Shinbei's waist. It gets weirder and weirder. As silent as a statue, but inwardly, the ferocious waves were churning and horrified. A shadow lingered in his mind every now and then. How is this possible? Boss Wu's eyeballs exploded. You. All the surprise, cannot describe at this moment Wu Boss' surprised heart. Without a doubt, Boss Wu has some clear knowledge of his own strength. Even if a 4th-grade martial artist was bitten by his own martial skill, phantom snakebone eroding poison. And there is only death. However, Lumpy bit Shinbei, a 2nd-grade martial artist. The venom surprisingly disappeared. Your 5th-dimensional attributes. Boss Wu's gaze, however, became more and more strange, and a weird feeling could not help but rise in his heart, completely unable to speak. If a martial artist could manage to be resistant to poison, then it must be the undetectable 5th-dimensional attribute at work. The importance of this esoteric and immensely mysterious attribute cannot be overstated. However, in all these years, Boss Wu had yet to come across anyone who could manage to completely resist his venom. 2 words rose in his mind: pervert. Super perverted. Even if he was a 3rd-grade martial artist, he had kicked a 2nd-grade martial artist in the iron. Boss Wu took a deep breath, and between the agitation of his mind, he felt that he was not without a chance of winning. A 3rd-grade martial artist is not that brittle. Close physical combat also want to restrain Shinbei in the shortest possible time, cut off his hands and feet, so that he can no longer resist. Double snake strike. Sandy. But see Boss Wu like a fast-crawling python. Hands raised violently, like the great fortune card, like a giant python opened its bloody mouth, head toward Shinbei shrouded. However, just as his figure like a ghostly phantom had just approached Shinbei. Whoosh! A terrifying shrill that pierced the eardrums, accompanied by a flash of silver moonlight in the middle of the void, suddenly appeared. And before the voice could arrive, the silver glow was in sight. Kuei Xing kick fight. Alarm bells went off in Boss Wu's mind. At a distance of less than 2 meters it was difficult for him to dodge, so in the blink of an eye he only managed to set up his arms and blocked in front of his head and face. Bang! 1/100th of a second later, a sharp pain and the sound of cracking bones came steeply from Boss Wu's arm, and at the same time, there was also a huge and powerful force that could not be stopped, causing him to let out a wild roar, and his troll-like body retreated back again and again. Each step caused the land under his feet to explode into large pits and vibrate endlessly. Knock knock. Only after withdrawing more than 7 or 8 steps in a row did Boss Wu manage to counteract the overwhelming impact on his arm, while only feeling as if one of his arms was no longer his own. He looked down and saw that his right arm was completely bent out of shape, like a rat run over by a truck. Hiss. Boss Wu's breath caught. This wasn't right. Why is it that when you hit Shinbei yourself, it doesn't seem to break defense? And Shinbei hit himself. But he was trying to hit his grandpa's grandson. What kind of martial arts did this guy cultivate? Is his flesh strong to such a perverse extent? Shepherd, what this guy is all about. This kind of information is ignored? Boss Wu looked up at Shinbei as if he was facing a real demon king, and an unrivaled chill swept through his entire body. You can't do it with poison, you still can't do it in a physical fight, all you have to do is answer a few questions from me and you can go to reincarnation. That's it, it's over. Shinbei's gaze grew more and more reckless, his smile indescribably fierce and violent. Chapter 106 The Shepherd. Hidden in WU? Boom boom boom. Obviously, Boss Wu were not willing to behave. Still putting up useless resistance. Even Shinbei was secretly surprised, a third-grade martial artist deserved to be third grade. It's so hard to beat. At this time, Boss Wu's body twisted, one arm barely beckoned the tyrannical dragon like pouncing Shinbei, continuously coughing up blood and retreated violently, letting out a horrified and remorseful roar. At this moment, Boss Wu's face was as white as if he was dead, his clothes were tattered and bloodstained, and large patches of dark red could be clearly seen, seemingly caused by some strong blow that had broken his bones and internal organs. Even at this moment, one of his left arms was hanging down limply, and the whole little arm had been twisted into a twist. Inwardly roaring silently, Boss Wu's current state has slipped to the extreme. Facing the state of perfect, vicious Shinbei is already a dangerous situation. His entire person in Shinbei's violent and boundless rushing attack is like a flatboat in the raging storm. At any time will be capsized. Weak. 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 Facing the increasingly weakened Boss Wu in front of him, Shinbei let loose a wild laugh, but his breath was even more ferocious and tyrannical, facing Boss Wu who coughed up blood and retreated violently, his fists blasted out one after another. Star music. He plucked the strings with both hands this time, ferociously incomparable, his arm sinews bouncing and shaking, bursting out a series of rumbling muffled thunderbolt sounds, and as fast as lightning. The rolling waves of death sounds were still reverberating and spreading, and the airflow explosions were still roaring, when they were shattered into pieces by his palm. Then like lightning, it imprinted on top of Boss Wu's chest. Boom! In an instant, unable to dodge at all, Boss Wu's body immediately looked like a poked ball thrown out, countless blood mixed with a bit of blood gas gushing out, in the midair instantly looked like a rain of blood. And it was as if he had been directly blown up by Shinbei, and his body dried up extremely quickly as he screamed and threw himself in midair. Knockout! Boss Wu's body carries a huge force across a distance of dozens of meters, ruthlessly crashed into the wall, masonry crumbled, large strands of smoke and dust rose up to the sky, stained with the spattering of blood spray, and then by the rolling explosion of the airflow wrapped around the vertical and horizontal surge. Boss Wu's ragged pocket-like body flopped limply to the ground, and a large amount of blood filled out from underneath him, staining the dust red. Tap tap tap. Shinbei's upper body was naked and his face was cold as he stepped forward, just like an unstoppable devil king, and the night wind seemed to fearfully avoid it when it blew. And as he walked toward Boss Wu, he reached out and grabbed a steel bar in the yard. Whoosh! In the ear-piercing whistling sound, the steel bar flashed, ruthlessly exploding on top of Boss Wu's right arm on the ground, directly breaking it. Ah! Like the roar of a dying beast, Boss Wu, who was lying motionless on the ground, steeply roared in pain and wriggled and struggled madly on the ground. Still thinking about Jedi? Shinbei stepped forward with a cold gaze. You think it's my first day out? Shinbei himself is a connoisseur. How did Yu Wuchang fall in the net in the first place? How could Shinbei be careful and careless? Even if Boss Wu was really a corpse, he'd still have to stab a knife in the corpse first. However, he could also see that nowadays, Boss Wu's arms were broken, and he had indeed reached a situation where he only had one breath left, so playing with him in this state was a complete joke. Ha, ha. On the ground, Boss Wu slowly stopped struggling, his bloodied face covered in dirt as he laughed miserably. Scholar, it's worthy of being a scholar with a combined attribute of 90 points. I can't imagine that you've managed to grow up to this point under the shepherd's nose, ridiculous, ridiculous. Clearly feeling that his body was already full of holes and broken, Boss Wu's face looked as horrible as a stern ghost, but the eyes looking at Shinbei were full of indescribable remorse and hatred. And to Shinbei's ears, Boss Wu's almost cathartic words revealed an extremely important message. The shepherd turned out to be a teacher at WU in Lingnan. Otherwise, why would Mr. Ring say under his nose? Gu Shinro? Shinbei drifted off for a moment. Impossible. Absolutely not. If Gu Shinro is a shepherd, then what is Gu Chanfeng? Anyway, whoever the shepherd is. Hidden in Ridge City University, this is definitely a huge hidden danger. Teacher and student, those are roles of natural mutual trust. And one is a student. If you are suspicious of any teacher, you will be hindered in your studies. Shinbei opened his mouth with a fierce face and asked, who the hell is the shepherd? Say. Shinbei kicked Boss Wu, and only then did he realize that he had silently died of gas. TSK. It's too heavy-handed. Shinbei took a deep breath, failing to torture the information. Mistakes were definitely made. But Shinbei didn't feel much pity either. Actually, it's still your own luck. The resistance of the third-grade martial artist was still very aggressive and ferocious. Shinbei, however, wanted to stay alive and not press the fight to death, and without the Vajra Unbreakable to provide a super body, there was absolutely no good fruit to eat. If it wasn't for Boss Wu's proud phantom serpent bone eroding poison martial skill not working on himself. The anti-poison attribute of your own odd jobs is cancelled out by 90. It was himself who fell to the ground at that moment. Or maybe it won't be long before we're having a candlelight dinner with the 9 lives of the hanging crow. Shinbei got high on a chi and blood elixir to recover his physical energy. This appearance by the blow-up gang is just an interlude outside of the mission. Shinbei carries revenge on the one hand, and on the other hand, he can't see the little girl being victimized by the scourge. Walk into the bungalow that has half collapsed. At this time Chi Chuanyu and the others were taking ropes to tie up people. Seeing Shinbei's naked upper body, covered with blood flowing like a small, sinuous snake, each of them was startled. Chi Chuanyu let out a mama's cry and ran to the window in one stride, staring wide-eyed at Boss Wu, who was already too dead to die outside. The entire group was stiff and shocked. Ben Bull's eyes were wide open, his orbits cracked, his eyes were extremely distorted, and he blurted out, "Are you a human being or a ghost?" Du Ziting gulped, his eyelids fluttered, and he let out an unconscious low roar, "It's definitely a ghost. How could Shinbei possibly beat a third-grade martial artist?" At this moment, Chi Chuanyu twisted his stiff neck and looked at Shinbei with a face full of incredulity. "You did it?" Shinbei's tone was without fluctuation and his gaze was calm. "Didn't do it." And yet it didn't. Shepherd didn't dig it up. At this time, Benny Bull and Du Ziting also ran to the window to take a few glances. The voice is loud and clear. Shinbei pointed at the several people tied up on the ground and asked, "What are you doing?" "The scourges." Chi Chuanyu could not be shocked in time by Shinbei's powerful killing of a third-grade martial artist and started cursing. "It's not good to say that you're wreaking havoc on a little girl, but you're also killing people." Liao Zhongyang silently dragged the dead girl out of the bed. Shinbei's teeth cackled and his cheeks bulged after just one look. Shinbei took a deep breath and said, "Wake them up, I have some information to ask." Shinbei instructed and started rummaging through the messy room for something. Soon, Du Ziteng brought cool water, intending to stimulate the unconscious headhunter. And Liao Zhongyang didn't know where to find boiling water. Du Ziteng. Wow. Hot boiling water was poured in the faces of the headhunter crowd. Ah, hot. You. A few little brats dare to make a move against our headhunters. My ribs hurt. Sons of ES. Cut me loose, I'll kill you. Where's Boss Wu? When Boss Wu comes back, I'll cut you all into 5 pieces. Listening to the headhunter clan's crowd clamoring, Shi Chuanyu and the others were nonchalant, going up and punching and kicking. From time to time, Shinbei rummaged through and found several cell phones. "Drop it on the ground, claim it." One of them yelled, "Who the are you?" Bang! Shinbei did not have any unnecessary nonsense and kicked his head to explode. The occurrence of this scene caused Shi Chuanyu and the others to be shocked. You know, Boss Wu died because he was the leader here. It's the root cause of evil. If he doesn't die, it will be Shinbei who dies. And these punk-like followers were at most first-grade martial artists. Some of them are even ordinary people. It was uncertain whether it was a member of the headhunters, or even whether it was known that Boss Wood was a member of the headhunters. In other words, they are guilty, but it is possible that they are not guilty enough to die. Who killed that little girl? That will have to be investigated by the patrol house before it can be confirmed that it was a death sentence and who was a life sentence. But with this kick from Shinbei, it exploded straight away. Shi Chuanyin and the others were dumbfounded, each shaking straight. How can I respond to this if the inspector's office asks about it? Claim. Shinbei pointed at the second person with an expressionless face. This is mine. Go on. Soon, under threat of death, several people claimed their cell phones. Only the last woman's cell phone remains. All unlocked. Shinbei ordered. Several people dared not disobey and all unlocked their phones. Shinbei flipped through their phone books and compared the same phone numbers one by one. Not much of a clue. The only identical phone numbers point to Boss Wood. Even among these people, there is no contact information. Kill them all. Shinbei took the last cell phone, said a word, and was about to walk out of the house. All killed? Shi Chuanyu's shocked gaze then gradually became chaotic and dull. Shinbei stepped on his feet and smiled sincerely. Yes, all killed. Shinbei pointed at the corpse of the girl who died a gruesome, numbing death. When you encounter it in the future, shoot to kill. When he finished, he turned to leave. Shi Chuanyu and the others looked at each other with complicated eyes. Liao Zhongyang assisted the other living little girl. You go out first, don't scare you. Chapter 107 Slaying the little leader of the apocalypse cult with a sword. Shinbei returned to the courtyard. Leaning over, he grabbed Bosswood's finger and used his fingerprint to unlock the phone. Flip through and look at it a few times. All sorts of software that requires you to go over the wall to use it, what with paper airplanes, pigeons, CC, and the like. There are always signs of psychopaths. Shinbei despised Boss Wu's corpse and muttered. Next. Shinbei opened the phone book. There were a lot of phone numbers in there, but no notes, just a simple series of numbers. Some people have very good memories. Anyone's phone number can be memorized by looking at it twice. A caller on the other end, even without notes, knows who it is just by glancing at the numbers. Shinbei is not capable of that. Other people's specialties could not be envied, something that the other members of the Flying Sky Gang, Shi Chuanyu and the others, knew all too well. I need a verification. Shinbei silently chin, a little thought, then the idea of verification, on the Lay Tiger. For one thing, if Thunder Tiger can obtain the super-modified adrenaline, a potion almost exclusive to the headhunters, he must be a full member. Secondly, through the cell phones of those Boss Wu's little follower punks, he learned that headhunter organizations all preferred to have a single line of contact, and this was also followed by Boss Wu. And as the shepherds control the list of headhunters and matters of assessment, they must have a connection with Thunder Tiger. As long as there is an overlap between Tiger Lay's cell phone and the cell phone number in Boss Wu's cell phone directory, then the contact information for the shepherd comes out. One phone call away from exposure. As long as Shinbei heard the shepherd's voice, he was bound to be able to find the headhunter clan hidden in Lingnan City's Wuda. At this point, the house resounded with miserable hissing, yelling, and thumping. The voices quickly fell silent, however. Shinbei returned to the house. There are bodies all over the place. And Shi Chuanyu and the others were covered in splattered blood, their complexions were pale, and they were gasping for air. Like I said, addicted to killing. Shinbei patted their shoulders, just get used to it. Several people snapped to mind that Shinbei had indeed said this. Shi Chuanyu shook his head, this habit is very bad. Nodding his head in approval, Ben Oxen chimed in, the elegant hey. Liao Zhongyang was silent. Du Ziting wiped the blood on his face, it's really not easy to mix. At that moment, the little girl outside ran in looking flustered and was going to say something, but came in to take a look and threw up. West. West came a lot of people. The little girl's tone trembled as she stumbled, so mean. The sound of cluttered footsteps was close. Shinbei looked around the circle, and under a little thought, said, "It's probably the gang from the Apocalypse cult that heard the commotion and came over. We can't stay here." The hut that the members of the Blast gang were now in was narrow and slippery. All four sides, whether walls or floorboards, are unlikely to act as any kind of barrier under the onslaught of the weather cult, but will instead obscure the view and make it easier for those outside to sneak up on them. The situation is clear. The friars were able to sneak in and surround this bungalow. The cult of the Apocalypse can too. It's okay for you to leave for home on the east side by yourself, right? Shenbei asked the little girl. The little girl nodded her head, firmly, although she was a little afraid. "Remember to call the police." Shenbei threw the little girl's cell phone to her and waved his hand. "What shall I call you?" The little girl asked timidly. "I want to repay the favor of saving my life." Sichuan language just wanted to open his mouth to indicate his Lingnan City martial arts student identity. "What if we send a banner? It would be a nice gesture." But Shinbei blurted out, "The Frying Sky Gang." The little girl froze for a second, seemingly surprised by the exploding sky name. She then nodded, turned and darted eastward, disappearing into the night. Shi Chuanyu saw the little girl's figure disappearing and asked with confusion, "Why don't we run?" Shinbei's tone was calm, his gaze deep. "What is our mission?" "Scouting for the cult of the Apocalypse, arresting people when you can, smashing them when you can." Shi Chuanyu couldn't go on halfway through his sentence. "Yeah. What a task the school gave to deal with the weather cult. And bossing of the headhunters is nothing more than an interlude. Then what's the hesitation?" Shinbei picked up a blood-dripping machete on the ground. It was the first time he had ever picked up a weapon. In the midst of his stubborn nature. But anything that doesn't grow on you is unreliable. A weapon, precious and sharp as it is, can come off and be given away, and in turn become a butcher's knife stabbed into one's own hand in the opposite direction. But now, there are as many people out there as there are molehills. The quickest way to deal with a mole is to have a handy tool. Instead of punching and hammering one by one. When Shenbei led the members of the Frying Sky Gang out of the bungalow, the horizontal sword was outside the courtyard. The sound of footsteps on rooftops and in alleyways across the street was no longer deliberately masked. A moment. More than a dozen lunatics from the cult of the Apocalypse surrounded the Frying Sky Gang. At the same time, there was a great deal of stomping of tiles on the roofs, and faces with frantic looks emerged. At this time, the residents below pushed open the windows and cursed at the people on the roof. "Your great-grandfather. What are you doing stepping on my roof? Pay up. Apocalypse divine cult." Someone responded with a low laugh. The resident banged the window. "Ah, you guys are busy with yourselves." Shi Chuanyu looked around and cursed in a low voice, can't count at all." The corners of Shinbei's mouth rose up in a smile of unknown significance. "There is no need to count, you only need to know that the last one standing has to be you on the line. That one sentence is certainly salt on the scar. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. Shame on you." Good. Above the opposite roof crouched a man in a white trench coat, his head just overlapping the full moon in the night. The faces are hidden under the gloom, gray and indistinct. Only vaguely discernible, a star was carved into the forehead, refracting a greenish-white halo of light. "But it makes us wait so much." This man's eerie words drifted in the night sky. "I've long seen your Wuling Hongguang squatting on our stronghold, and as a result, you've been fooling around here." When these words came out, Shi Chuanyu and the others looked at each other in disbelief. "It's been discovered long ago? It shouldn't." Liao Zhongyang suddenly remembered and whispered, "It seems that the license plate number is not local." Cowpuncher held his forehead. Duzatang rubbed his temples. The corners of Chi Chuanyu's mouth twitched. "Haven't been paying attention. Seems to be true. This blind spot is so embarrassing." And Shinbei tilted his head to look at him, a ghostly smile on his face. "It's us who are not punctual. However, it's not too late for you to send yourselves to death." TSK, is this Lingnan City's once-in-a-century top scholar?" The man let out a low, nervous laugh. "Just this attitude of yours with your unabated chi fits our Apocalypse divine sect very well. Why don't I give you a chance to join us, and by Luo's matter will not be blamed." Shinbei didn't have any answer, but showed his attitude with practical actions. "One step on the 7 stars." Shinbei flattened his right hand blade horizontally, and from waist height, dragged the blade to slice at the man's right abdomen. The man's reaction was not slow either. He drew out his long sword with his backhand, and swung the blade upwards with a reverse scale picking the moon. This knife uplifted and cut solidly on Shinbei. But instead, Shinbei burst into a series of sparks flying on his skin. Vajra is unbreakable, with skin and flesh of gold and iron. In just an instant, Shinbei's entire body had already swept past the right side of the lieutenant's body and rushed behind the man. The man stared slightly, looking quite surprised. Turning his head to look back at Shinbei, who appeared on the roof, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Shinbei still didn't have any words. Footsteps. Back to the blasted Sky Gang crowd. The man's gaze turned over with Shinbei's figure. But he realized that he couldn't move his back. The man looked down, bewildered. But a bloody gash exploded violently at his waistline. His eyes snapped wide open, his breathing seemed to have slowed down by half a beat, and his pale face was filled with a scowl, shock, and disbelief. "Oh, yourself a second? No, it can't be." Snap. The man's upper body slipped extremely silky smooth and fell heavily to the ground. During the battle just now, in just 2 or 3 seconds, Shinbei completed an inverted V-punch. Shinbei said lightly with a breezy face, as if he had just slaughtered a pheasant. "Knowing that I am the scholar of Lingnan City that is hard to see in 100 years, I am still so careless." And the others at this point. Whether it was the Fried Sky Gang or the crowd of the Apocalypse cult. Each of them was frozen like a wooden chicken, their pupils suddenly dilated, and in their eyes was extreme shock and disbelief. The opening warm-up was not even there. Shinbei had actually killed the small leader of the Apocalypse cult in seconds? Young Life. Chapter 108 Reformer? 1 foot and 1 stomp on a watermelon. Too fast. Shinbei not only struck fast, but the small leader of the Heavenly Enlightenment cult died even faster. Those members of the Apocalypse cult who relied on their large numbers of people instantly changed from a maniacal demeanor to one filled with horror. "You know, that's a second-grade martial artist. Say kill and give it to me." "No God. It's unconscionable." And the members of the Bombay gang are even more shocking. The heart gushed. "It's even if you can fight Boss Wu, a third-grade martial artist." The small leader of the weather cult was effortlessly killed in seconds. Moreover, that small leader also slashed Shinbei, as if he had slashed on the adamantine iron skin, sparks splashed everywhere, and he was not hurt in the slightest. Can't see Shinbei's strength at all anymore. At this time, Du Ziting's hot blood rushed to his head and wailed, "Shinbei proofing, I'll come too." At this moment, he felt that the opposite side of the Apocalypse cult was nothing. The ringleaders are dead. All that's left is a bunch of minions, so it's still a handful. The strength can be less than Shinbei. But the momentum cannot pull Shinbei's leg out. Du Ziting's body swelled and bulged, his spine curved into a circle, and his form sharpened into a large meatball. Meatball flyer. Whoosh! The large meatball bounced in place, spinning around in the air at an extremely violent speed, a violent whistling sound coming from the air at the same time. Powerful air currents swept furiously, accompanied by earth-shattering thuds, stirring up smoke and dust like a sky-covering sandstorm. Carrying a strong wind that hunted and whistled, with an incomparably hideous, ferocious, and swift momentum, Du Ziting blasted into the crow. WD of the Apocalypse cult. Shoo! A congregation member of the Apocalypse cult at this moment blew a whistle. Swish, 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 swish. Above the roof, a dark shadow appeared violently. This black shadow's shoulders were unusually broad, a full meter. The entire body was hunched over, with thin, falling arms and short, stubby legs. Especially those eyeballs, which were comparable to the size of an adult's fist, comical and vicious. Like a human, yet like a mutated majestic gorilla. This incongruous creature leaped off the roof under the night, his arms clenched and swung violently at the attacking Du Ziting as if he were hitting a baseball. Clang! The sound wave swept, piercing gold and cracking stones, exhausting the air and cracking clouds. The air rumbled and shook, like boiling water. Invisible countless dead leaves within the hutong directly collapsed and shattered, flying all over the sky. As the people who bore the brunt of the sonic attack, Chi Chuanyu and the others all let out a muffled grunt, as if there were dozens or hundreds of gongs buzzing in their heads, directly causing them to freeze on the spot. And then look at Du Ziting. The original meatball form of him was directly knocked back to his original form. Under the sudden attack and severe pain, Du Ziting's survival instinct made him let out a miserable howl. Du Ziting's body trembled violently for a moment, and then the whole person was like a sieve with countless blood beads gushing out, staggering and falling down at Shinbei's feet, still convulsing. Shouldn't be pretending. Poof. Du Ziting spat out a mouthful of blood, full of heartache, but also cupped his hand and swallowed back. This has to be. How many eggs can make up for it? Saying that, Du Ziting could no longer support himself, his eyelids rolled over and he fell unconscious. Shinbei leaned over and probed his nose, still alive. Ben Nyo was scared, so he hurriedly dragged Du Ziting behind him and gave him a slap on the face, trying to make Du Ziting come to his senses. But the pounding this guy took caused his brain to go completely down and he won't wake up for a while. Shinbei slowly raised his head and looked at the strange creature that suddenly appeared with a confused expression. What the hell is this? More and more, it seemed as if it were a creature from the crypts of the earth. But can the creatures of the grotto still listen to humans? It's the remodeler. Shi Chuanyu spoke in a heavy tone. The apocalypse cult is divided into two factions. The conservative faction adheres to faith and protects itself with martial artists. The radical faction, on the other hand, is faith plus human body modification. The radicals will take rare and strange things obtained from the crypts and act on the human body to produce unpredictable mutations, such as some kind of animal blood, and inject it into the human body. They call it evolution, but in the eyes of normal people, it's cruel human experimentation. If martial artists are craft practitioners, the radical reformers of the cult of the apocalypse are the assembly line. The words just fell. Several more whistles sounded from the crowd of the apocalypse cult. Swish, 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 swish. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen reformers appeared on the roof, eyeing Shinbei and the others intently. Shinbei gave a light "oh." So it seems that the earlier Bai Luo and Luo Chang Yuan are conservatives. This Sichuan language knows quite a lot. The knowledge is overflowing the screen, right? I would like to call you a dog-headed warlord. Shinbei gave Chi Chuanyu an elegant name. Chi Chuanyu's back teeth hurt, all this time, still in the mood to seal the official? What's the point of adding a dog's head when you're just a master at arms? As for the term reformer, Shinbei had heard of it slightly, but did not understand it well. Didn't recognize it for a moment. The fact that the human body, as opposed to the inhuman, is not a structure well suited for physical combat, fragile, underexploded, and with its Achilles heel almost overwhelmingly exposed, is not in question. And modifying the human body, which is something unseen, was on the agenda at one point in history. It was also finally suppressed by his human sanity and banned globally. Currently, it is only the cult of the apocalypse that is perpetuating this human experimentation by utilizing the crazy believers, blinded by their mentality. Some even believe that it was the reformed people in the front and the cult of the apocalypse in the back. It was certain people who put together various dogmas for the sake of human experimentation, along with the fear of the grottos evolving into a worshipful mentality that led to the establishment of the apocalypse cult. How the real situation was, no one knew the twists and turns except for the archbishop of the cult of the apocalypse and others. In this regard, Shinbei has only one comment: some gates, probably once open, cannot be closed, such as the transformation of the human body, such as the devil's temptation is difficult to stop, the end result will be ruled by the devil. Just then, the crowd of the apocalypse cult let out a jagged and strange laugh. Do you really think that all of us in the apocalypse cult are soft? The reformers descend. Anyone who tries to break our trust will go to hell. Kill them. At this moment, the huge eyeballs of a reformed person erupted with scarlet light, and his figure shuttled like lightning, just like the god of death, attacking directly at Shinbei. The light of the knife in Shinbei's hand exploded, instantly jumping up and down with a bottom-up chop. Splintered. That reformed man was very fast, and in the midst of extreme speed, surprisingly dexterous, against the norm, his body twisted and dodged. Prickly pull. The reformer's hands violently grabbed Shinbei's chest and viciously slashed. Sparks were flying, leaving 12-finger marks. Shinbei couldn't help but suck in a breath. The strength and agility of this reformed man was no less than that of a second-grade martial artist. If it wasn't for Vajra Unbreakable being strong, this claw could pull out his own intestines. Shinbei didn't know any weapon martial arts at all, and with a machete in his hand, it could only look like a street fight. But the power is undiminished. In an instant, Shinbei set off an extremely violent and ruthless blade light, violently pressing down towards the inhuman and ghostly reformer. Split the air again. The reformer's agility was far above Shinbei's. However, although Shenbei split the air, but simply collect momentum, hard hand blade a turn, knife light in the air a blast, a mercury like knife light slanting up, cutting out. Pust. This knife is swift and powerful, that is, the hard rock is to be cut in two, however, chopped in the obviously flesh and blood body of the reformed man, a knife chopped, but as if chopped into the body of steel, but even just broke open the flesh and blood was stuck, and then difficult to inch forward. Shenbei's expression moved slightly. This reformer is too sick, isn't he? Unbelievably strong agility, adequate strength, and such a high defense? Shenbei did not have any hesitation, and at that moment, he loosened the hilt of his sword, pinched his 5 fingers, bowed, twisted his waist, and threw a thunderous punch. Boom! A punch, directly above the reformer's head. Instantaneous. The reformed man's head was like Play-Doh, and began to twist and distort, finally exploding with a loud bang. Shenbei kicked the body of the reformer, shook his arms, and took a deep breath. Looks like we're in for a long fight. Originally, Shenbei had easily beheaded the small leader, and the following program was to capture these swarms of religious people. But as the reformed man appeared, there was an exchange of blows that blasted him to death, but it was quite exhausting. And there are a dozen more of these remodelers on the roof. The situation changed dramatically in an instant. Shi Chuanin and the others were silent, not saying a word, and surrounded Shenbei. It seemed that only Shenbei could give them a hint of security. However, they understood that once Shenbei was caught in the wheel battle of the reformers, the only thing that could protect him was the skills that he had learned in Wuhan University. However, just as Shenbei was planning to engage in a prolonged battle, suddenly, beyond the alley, brakes suddenly sounded. There was even a man in a suit who couldn't even open his car door. A punch shattered the roof of the car, stomped on the car's chassis, and exploded right out. Rolling gas explosions with sound waves visible to the naked eye were like shocking waves, sweeping in all directions. Boom! When the big man landed, he stomped on a reformed man. Jump again, land again. Another reformed man exploded into a pile of meat sludge. This big man kept jumping, shaped like Super Mario stomping on mushrooms, 1 foot at a time. Cursing under his breath. Rubbish! Rats! Bedbugs! How dare you make trouble? This scene is really shocking. The reformer that Shenbei needed 1,000 efforts to cope with was as brittle as a balloon under the feet of this big man he had never met before. At that moment, another large group of people rushed into the alley. Shenbei gazed over. Looked at old acquaintances. Gu Changfeng. And the little girl who was saved by the friars. Chapter 109 Shenbei's grade? Sorry, no access allowed. Run. King Zhengyan is here. Retreat! Retreat! Patrol! Split up and run! The members of the Apocalypse cult saw more than a dozen reformed people in a few blinks of an eye, unopposed, all stomped out. A roar of terror erupted, and they fled in all directions in a state of panic. And the officers of the Bureau of Patrol and shops chased them around, greeting them with batons, chasing them down and clubbing them. The civilian area, which was originally quite calm, was suddenly in a state of panic, boiling over and crying. Shenbei let out a huge sigh of relief. Shi Chuanyu and the others were even paralyzed, and were grateful to have one less battle to fight. Shenbei. Gu Changfeng ran over in a few steps. There was concern in his gaze, but the tone on his mouth was the exact opposite. Still alive, na? Shenbei. Can you have a girlfriend if you talk like that? Gu Changfeng's gaze crossed over Shenbei to Shi Chuanin and the others behind him. Stand up, a few Apocalypse cults scared you guys like this. Guys who don't have hair grows just can't be trusted to do things. Shenbei was just about to say something. Gu Changfeng reached out and interrupted. I understand, a few reformers, didn't Director Zhang solve it? That's strength, we need to learn more in the future. I knew that you Shenbei must be no good from the moment I learned that your Flying Sky Gang had taken over the surveillance of the Apocalypse cult, and it really gave me a premonition. Just to be clear, remodeling people is an unforeseen circumstance and there are no extra bonuses. Gu Changfeng droned on, but the first was all padding, and the last sentence was the key. Shenbei coughed and said, Gu left, the little girl called the police because of the headhunters. This. Gu Changfeng's eyeballs rolled. She was picked up by us halfway, and has nothing to do with this matter. Shenbei didn't want to dwell on it, he had more important things to do. Moreover, there was still a race against time. If you're late, the opportunity is gone. Shenbei said, Can I go now? Gu Changfeng was quite surprised. What's so urgent? Shinbei waved his hand and left directly. Go home and eat. Gu Changfeng? You wait a minute. There's a whole lot of questioning going on here. Ask my doggy master Qichuanqin. Until Shinbei's back disappeared into the night, the corners of Gu Changfeng's mouth were still twitching. The heart blames his sister Gu Xinru was nothing. A student are not educated well. Just say go. There are no rules at all. It's almost like a free range. At this moment, Director Zhang took the white handkerchief handed over by a police officer, wiped the blood on his fingers, threw it into the stinking gutter, and came to Gu Changfeng's side. Chief. Gu Changfeng stood at attention and saluted. Director Zhang was dressed in a straight and well-fitting suit with a tie and shiny leather shoes on his feet. On the right breast was a pin, on which was an elaborate coat of arms. 8 gilt letters below, clear love, only for China. His entire body couldn't help but emit an air of superiority, which made people not dare to look directly at him or treat him lightly. Director Zhang nodded gently, his gaze deep with an intake of light. Shinbei is gone? Gu Changfeng froze. How do you know? Gu Changfeng was incomparably certain that Director Zhang had not met Shinbei in person. He had just been stomping on the reformers one by one, so he must have had no time to pay attention to this side of the situation. How is he so sure that Shinbei is gone? Director Zhang pointed at the other members of the paralyzed Flying Sky Gang and let out a light laugh. These melonskins don't look like they dare to fight students. Shi Chuan Yu et al. Director Zhang then set his eyes on the collapsed bungalow courtyard off to the side. Faith walked on. Gu Changfeng progressed to follow each other while introducing himself. According to the little girl's alarm, the Flying Sky Gang and the others encountered the headhunters here. It's just that I don't know if they're peripheral members or full members. Director Zhang was silent and walked into the courtyard. The first thing I saw was a body in which there was an extremely gruesome death. The tip of Director Zhang's leather shoe kicked, his gaze fluctuating without a fluctuation. Enter the fingerprints and look up the database. Gu Changfeng nodded and greeted his men as they stepped forward to start working. The two walked into the house. The nose-punching smell of blood hit his nose like a tidal wave. The entire ground was all blood-flowed and slimy, with no way to get off the ground. Gu Changfeng yeeped with a look of disgust. However, Chief Shang was indifferent and stepped in, kicking the bodies one by one and checking them out. There were at least 5 of them, struck using different techniques. Director Zhang spoke up. Gu Changfeng shrugged. That means all the members of the Flying Sky Gang are involved. Chief Shang crouched down, picked up the dead girl's body, and headed out. Gu Changfeng followed behind and asked, among these dead people, there is one person I still recognize, a petty thief and punk. According to the domestic law, the crime is not to death. And there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with Shinbei and the others being completely unaware and treating them as headhunters, does it? Gu Changfeng defended the Flying Sky Gang. This must be said, not to say, otherwise in the future, once the old scores are overturned, it is impossible to say. The director had to be made aware of it before it festered, and it was a sort of early airing of the situation. The words were all about excusing Shinbei and the others. Director Zhang stopped slightly and said with a sideways glance, where are the punks? I don't see any, they are all headhunters. If the members of the Apocalypse cult are brainwashed and still have salvation, the headhunters are plainly turning themselves into killing machines. When you encounter them in the future, shoot on sight. Yes. Burn. Gu Changfeng ran to the car outside the Hudong, opened the gas tank lid, inserted the plastic tube, sucked hard and pumped some gasoline. Go back to the bungalow and sprinkle gasoline. Director Zhang lifted one foot, and a flame emerged from his toes and flew in. A blazing fire rose to the sky. Shi Chuan Yu and the others, who were members of the Flying Sky Gang, looked at the fire filling the sky, glanced at each other, and collapsed on the ground again. Inside the small courtyard. Staff has completed the information retrieval for Boss Wood. Wu Lin, nicknamed Boss Wu, is the owner of a courier company and a social martial artist. The last time he tested his attributes was a week ago, and he has already broken through to a third-grade martial artist. Listening to the staff report, both the other officers present, also Gu Changfeng or Director Zhang, all looked puzzled. Gu Changfeng opened his mouth even more exaggeratedly, his eyeballs bulging out and almost falling to the ground. His voice almost squeezed out from inside his throat as he questioned in a low growl, are you sure there's nothing wrong with your database? How is this possible? Director Zhang narrowed his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. No one believes it, and no one wants to believe it. Shanbei. A freshman student. Surprisingly, he had killed a third-grade martial artist, and he was also a headhunter. The staff member also huffed in surprise. The database can't be wrong, even hackers can't break through the firewall, it's impossible to fake it. It is important to know that property testing equipment is uniformly networked across the country. As soon as a martial artist is detected, the data is automatically encrypted and transmitted to a national-level database. Even the used testing equipment at Jane's children's home can't be used without an internet connection. Moreover, the testing equipment is a state monopoly. Other companies or individuals want to manufacture cannot be manufactured. And database query permissions are extremely demanding. Even if you are patrolling a bunkhouse, you must have 2 people with a section of code each. Other people who wanted to inquire about someone's data don't even think about it. Even Director Chang had to make a report to the 2 men and keep a record on file. Moreover, the actions and videos of the 2 people who hold the database's inquiries are also stored, but whenever there is a leak of information. Deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins cannot be escaped. Even the high school and college ones don't have access to the query. Only the student's printout can be viewed, and the school doesn't even know the exact value of each student if the student doesn't show it. Of course, martial arts exams are an exception. As you can see, the state has extremely complicated steps and security measures for database protection. Even some of them are unsearchable, hidden by databases that can only be viewed by fairly high-privileged, state-level figures. At this very moment, when Boss Wu's message was popped up, everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Changfeng, in particular, scratched his hair straight. How could he not figure out how on earth Shen Bei managed to kill a third-grade martial artist in a physical battle without any underhanded moves? Incomprehensible. It's unimaginable. Director Zhang opened his mouth and asked, "What grade is Shen Bei?" Gu Changfeng replied with little thought, "A freshman at Lingnan City's Martial Arts University, a pin would be great." Check. Commissioner Young instructed staff. The staff pulled out the paperwork, and Secretary Zhang swished and signed to confirm. After the formalities were completed, the 2 staff members once again entered their passwords separately and began to inquire about Shen Bei's information. In the midst of waiting, Director Zhang said once again, "I am not convinced that Shen Bei is a first-grade martial artist." Gu Changfeng frowned, "That's growing too fast, isn't it?" Director Zhang straightened out the creases on his suit, "That's why it's a once-in-a-century scholar." Gu Changfeng stroked his chin, but his thoughts drifted away. Thinking, how much dowry should I ask Shen Bei for to be appropriate? Soon. The staff interrupted Gu Changfeng's money-making plan. The staff member said, pointing to the tablet with a look of horror and shock. "Bad food. We've been warned by the database system.